Hey everyone, Season 2 of Magic Academy's Genius Blinker just wrapped up at Chapter 100, and today we are bringing you the ultimate full recap. Imagine having millions of talent points but dumping every single one of them into your speed stat. Sure, it gives him godlike speed, but to everyone else at the Academy, he is just a useless failure who can't cast magic. But he knows the truth. In a world where magic is everything raw, uncontrollable, speed is the ultimate tool for survival. And it all started 10 years ago when the world released a legendary dating simulation game called Ether World. At first, it was marketed as a dating simulator for female gamers. But within days, something totally unexpected happened. Male players suddenly made up 90% of the player base. The game let them play as countless unique characters. They could choose easy mode with overpowered prodigies or hard mode with absolute trash-tier characters who had zero talent. Among them was a legendary trash character with terrible stats and extreme difficulty. Yet some crazy guy kept playing him for 10 years. That maniac is none other than our main character, Baek Yu-seol. He looks incredibly handsome, but his build is totally broken. Back in his room, Yu-seol takes a sip of water, his eyes locking onto his computer screen as something catches his attention. Furious complaints from frustrated players are flooding the game's forum. Trash game, what kind of glitch is this? I can't even log in. Watching the chaos unfold, Yu-seol mutters to himself, wondering if there is a new update. But the comments only get wilder. Damn game. Where did this massive boss come from, and why did it wipe my save data? What the hell is this 13th Morso Dordan Black Dragon anyway? It killed my character and now I am completely locked out. What is going on? My character literally got deleted. Yu-seol reads through the chaotic panic on his screen in total shock. As Yu-seol silently browses, the chaotic and angry posts, genuine surprise flashes in his eyes. He slowly murmurs to himself, a final boss in a dating simulator. He always thought the game only ended once you successfully coupled up with a heroine. Right then, a new post pops up on his monitor, instantly, capturing his attention more than any other complaint. Guys, this boss is completely broken. This damn dragon has 99% magic resistance and 0 cooldown on its skills. It keeps spamming magic absorption and mana plague. How the hell is anyone supposed to beat this thing? This must be a bug. Reading this, Yu-seol gasps in surprise. Wait, isn't this user one of the most famous rankers in the entire game? Instead of worrying, excitement rushes through him. Putting down his cup, he stares at the screen with intense curiosity. A final boss. He rests his chin in his hand, thinking deeply. It makes no sense to put a magic nullifying monster here. Is it really a developer glitch? While everyone else is panicking over their deleted accounts, Yu-seol is getting hyped. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon bathed in dark aura flashes on his screen, confirming all the wild rumors he just read. There is absolutely no doubt about it now. This is the ultimate final boss radiating pure, unmatched destructive power. The 13th Morso Dordan of the Black Knight has arrived. Yu-seol's hands start flying across his keyboard and mouse. So, the lore goes deeper. A fanatical cult called the Demon Humans wants to tear open the gate to summon this beast. And once they finally open the gateway to conquer this world, this terrifying dark dragon was unleashed upon everyone. Yu-seol rubs his chin, checking the status map. The enemy has already conquered 90% of the territory. Honestly, he only ever cared about player versus player combat before, but this story update is completely off the rails. He frowns, calculating his next move. Since there is no running away from this boss, maybe it is time to face it. He reviews the boss's attributes. Suddenly, a prompt flashes on the screen asking if he wants to challenge the dragon. Without a second thought, he clicks yes. Steel resolve fills his eyes as his fingers hover over the keys. Time to show the fruits of 10 years of hard work. His in-game avatar, Baek Yu-seol, appears on the screen. A lone warrior wielding a brilliant sharp blade of light, standing defiantly before the colossal dark scale-covered behemoth. The dragon's eyes glow with an ancient, terrifying power that would make any normal player freeze in pure fear. The entire atmosphere turns ice cold. The final battle begins, and Yu-seol locks his cold eyes on the screen. Staring down the beast, if he had to introduce his main character, Baek Yu-seol, he would say this. This guy is literally the only character in the entire game who is completely incapable of using any magic. In a world where literally everyone can use magic, choosing him is a joke even for the most veteran players. With his fragile stats, 10 years of experience has proven that playing him is worse than picking a background extra. He sighs. Sure, his character can technically use a tiny bit of magic, and by tiny, he means only one spell. Suddenly, the massive dark dragon opens its giant maw, gathering an incredibly dense, catastrophic sphere of demonic energy. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the beast unleashes a massive blast of magic, aiming to send him straight to the afterlife. This caught Baek Yu-seol completely off guard, making his eyes widen in shock, yet a confident smile slowly spreads across his face. Ready to face the demonic black dragon head-on, Baek Yu-seol leaps into the air with his trusty sword tightly gripped in his hands. He easily slices right through the dragon's neck, utilizing his signature high-speed blink magic. Having executed that legendary move, he quickly lands on the ground but remains in a defensive stance. But in this situation, Baek Yu-seol's face quickly turns cold. His blink skill apparently failed to work this time. Playing as the character Baek Yu-seol, he is trying to calculate his odds. This ability allows him to randomly teleport within a range of 3 to 10 meters very quickly. With 10 years of gaming experience, he knows his character inside out. The direction of the blink is entirely random, which means if he fails to control the exact direction, the extreme speed and physical impact will kill him instantly. That harsh reality forces him to keep a sharp mind. On top of that, the skill's cooldown time and mana cost are absolutely ridiculous. After casting this spell, there is a severe 2-second self-stun penalty. Anyone can easily learn it, but honestly, almost everybody completely avoids using it. But Baek Yu-seol is extremely confident in his character build. For a veteran gamer like him, mastering this tricky blink skill was second nature. He could easily control both the exact direction and the distance. He even figured out how to completely bypass the self-stun penalty. Slowly, his character's stats, which has a major drawback: a constant mana deficit. He studies these stats with a deep frown. He does not use mana, simply because his character has 0 mana capacity. Unlike other magic, blink is purely a physical movement skill, nothing more. And yet Baek Yu-seol happily mashes his keyboard, completely addicted to this character, because everything relies purely on raw mechanical skill. With fingers flying rapidly across the keys, he controls Baek Yu-seol to leap high into the sky, dodging danger, delivering a massive critical blow to the black dragon. For 10 long years, he has played the only character unable to use combat magic. The demonic black dragon refuses to back down, unleashing another relentless wave of pure destructive energy straight at Baek Yu-seol. Without a shred of fear, he swings his sword, blocking the massive attack head-on. The grueling high-stakes battle rages on until, thanks to 10 years of hard-earned skill and pure determination, the legendary dragon is finally brought down by Baek Yu-seol. The warrior stands proud, looking down at his defeated foe lying completely motionless. But then a sudden system notification pops up. It reads, "You have defeated the final boss, darkest night of the 13th month." Back in reality, Baek Yu-seol sits stunned. Staring at his monitor in disbelief, he mutters, "No way did I really just kill the final boss." He can't process it. He begins to seriously doubt his own eyes. Sure, his character is fully geared in legendary ancient items, but he's still a trash-tier class. Despite his complete shock, his hands are already moving autonomously, his fingers typing away incredibly rapidly across the keyboard. With this once-in-a-lifetime achievement, a brilliant idea strikes him. He is going to brag online about taking down the final boss. But before he can even celebrate the moment, Baek Yu-seol clicks the mouse. Bright red warning screens suddenly flood his monitor. The warning message is all red. Due to an incorrect ending, 90% of the world has been utterly destroyed. He freezes in pure shock, gasping out loud. Before he can even process the warning, another ominous red text line flashes. It says, "However, you have come closest to the true ending." He stammers, completely speechless, as the system continues to glitch. Then a warning redder than fresh lipstick hits his eyes, flashing with absolute urgency. It demands, "Please complete the true ending." This direct command drives his panic through the roof, making his shout out in confusion. And then his entire body feels a powerful, irresistible pull, dragging him into a completely different dimension. In an instant, he vanishes from his room, tossed into a vast, blinding white void. Sheer terror grips him as he floats aimlessly. Eventually, Baek Yu-seol wakes up in an unfamiliar room that looks nothing like his modern apartment. He lies motionless on the floor until a wave of dizziness hits. Holding his throbbing head, Baek Yu-seol struggles to sit up, muttering in confusion. Shivering, he desperately scans his new surroundings. Trying to gather his thoughts, he realizes he is inside a rundown, dilapidated shack. "Where on earth am I?" he whispers. Looking around, his eyes land on a crucial object tucked away in a dusty corner. He gasps in relief. A mirror. He takes slow, cautious steps toward the cracked glass. But the moment he catches his reflection, his pupils dilate in absolute shock. Time seems to stand still as he stares at the face in the mirror, his mind racing with this face. It belongs to his game character, Baek Yu-seol. Just then, something strange begins to glow brightly on the floor. Before he can even process what is happening, a glowing blue screen materializes right before his eyes. It is a system quest. The holographic screen displays his first official mission. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. The glowing text leaves no room for doubt. Surprised, his eyes widened as he began to speculate. Slowly standing up, he had no more doubts and silently realized that this was definitely Baek Yu-seol's opening tutorial quest. Seeing everything unfold so systematically only made him panic more, as cold sweat started dripping down his face. Remembering a critical detail, Baek Yu-seol immediately shoved his hands into his pockets to search for something he could barely believe actually existed. What Baek Yu-seol pulled out was an official notification paper of admission. Holding it, he instantly recognized it as his certificate of entry to Stella Academy. Sweats of anxiety rolled down Baek Yu-seol's cheek. He choked up, realizing his situation was identical to the game's lore, which felt absolutely unreal. His face darkened, covering it to hide his sheer helplessness, while his mind constantly screamed that this was indeed the ether world, and he was now Baek Yu-seol. Holding his head, he tried to calm his racing thoughts, making a firm choice to stay strictly rational in this insane situation. While he was deeply lost in thought, a sudden realization hit him that the mysterious voice had ordered him to reach the end. With years of elite gaming experience, Baek Yu-seol instantly knew that the game itself had no single true ending, only multiple bad ones. Suddenly, his mind began racing with questions, realizing that something was incredibly off. It did not take Baek Yu-seol long to spot the massive plot hole, making him grit his teeth in sheer frustration. Could it be that nobody had achieved the true ending in 10 whole years of playing? Recalling the game's detailed story, he quickly rushed over to the window, his mind flashing with memories. Right after waking up, tense and alert, Baek Yu-seol cautiously peeked through the window to assess the situation outside. Right then, he saw a group of hooded figures searching through a heavy blizzard, obviously hunting for someone. They were closing in and would soon barge into his cabin. The hostile men in strange robes shouted frantically, asking where that brat had run off to. Seeing them, Baek Yu-seol immediately held his breath and hid in a dark corner of the room, desperately trying to stay calm. Peeking out again, he cursed under his breath, realizing they were too close. Suddenly, the mob leader froze, spotting something. With his predatory hunter's instincts. Sensing Baek Yu-seol's exact trail, the leader pointed toward the distance and yelled that there was a cabin right over there. Without any hesitation, he commanded his men to search the place immediately. The minions shouted in agreement. Hearing their loud voices drawing near, Baek Yu-seol pressed himself against the door, filled with dread. What should he do? Drawing upon his 10 years of gaming experience, Baek Yu-seol's eyes sharpened as his mind raced. He couldn't afford to hide here forever. Clenching his fists, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, knowing that fighting back was absolutely suicidal. Frustrated and desperate, Baek Yu-seol began trying to calculate his next move. But before he could come up with a plan, the glowing system screen popped up, interrupting his thoughts. The system timely provided him with some game-changing information, stating that he could use the legendary skill, Blink. Stunned, Baek Yu-seol could barely process the text. He could actually use Blink. The skill icon suddenly glowed on screen. Bright light erupted around his body, and his mind raced. In a world of magic, Baek Yu-seol had a cursed body, afflicted with mana leakage syndrome. As someone who could not store any mana, his only ray of hope lay in one single spell, the very magic he had mastered through endless day and night grinds. Standing alone in the middle of the empty cabin, the system prompt flashed. He could use Blink level 0 with a maximum range of 9 meters and a 3-second cooldown. Looking at the panel with mixed anxiety and confusion, Baek Yu-seol wondered if the game wanted him to use it right now. But using Blink in the game was a simple matter, just a click of a mouse and a keyboard tap. Outside, rapid footsteps began echoing through the snow. The mercenary leader and his thugs were closing in fast, heading straight toward Baek Yu-seol's hiding place. Hearing those heavy boots stomping closer, he got a very bad feeling. Staring blankly at the wall, Baek Yu-seol whipped his head toward the window, panic setting in as danger literally reached his doorstep. Realizing they had arrived, Baek Yu-seol felt his heart throat-bound with panic. There was absolutely no more time to waste. Caught in a tight spot standing here meant certain death, forcing him to make a desperate and dangerous choice. He was forced to gamble everything. Outside, the mercenary leader spotted something, his face twisting into pure rage. They realized Baek Yu-seol was escaping into the blizzard. Pointing wildly, the leader roared at his crew to chase him, ordering them to capture the target. The goons charged forward like hungry beasts, screaming not to let him escape. The hunters yelled, demanding him to stop. Though highly anxious, Baek Yu-seol kept his cool, sprinting forward as fast as possible. He ran for his life desperately, recalling the starting tutorial steps escape the mercenaries by utilizing his blink skill. Luckily, a wide forest path opened up ahead. Baek Yu-seol quickly dashed toward it, his mind still working overtime. He realizes his pursuers are magically boosted and moving much faster. The only way he can escape now is to use blink. Outmatched and cornered, he fumbles with his magic, trying to reassure himself. Calm down, he tells himself. Just stay calm. You have cast blink countless times before. 10 years of hardcore gaming experience made this skill pure muscle memory. It is wired into his very soul. As his pursuers close the gap, one of them roars, "Hey brat, do not even think about running." Hearing them, Baek Yu-seol glances back with a sharp, anxious look, realizing they are already right on his heels. They have caught up. As a pro gamer, Baek Yu-seol knows Blink's strengths and fatal flaws. If a caster fails to control the distance, they will slam into an obstacle and die instantly. But before he can plan his next move, the leader lunges forward. Raising a massive blade to strike him down, the thug roars, "I am sending you to hell, die." Baek Yu-seol freezes in sheer terror, unable to speak. Yet in a split second, he prepares to flip the script and unleash his magic. "If I use this, things will change." Blink. The flashing teleportation pulls him away from that razor-sharp blade. Escaping death by a hair, Baek Yu-seol lets out a triumphant grin, knowing his plan worked. Success, he thinks. The stunned mercenaries can only stare in utter disbelief. A mage. Watching him escape so effortlessly, the furious leader whirls around and barks, "Why are you still standing there?" Blink has a 2-second post-cast paralysis. That is our golden chance. But before he can finish his sentence, his jaw drops. Realizing something impossible is happening, the leader can only stare blankly as Baek Yu-seol glides away, screaming in sheer frustration. Wait, how is that brat still moving? Exploiting the dense forest terrain, Baek Yu-seol plots his escape while constantly warning himself. Careful. Stay focused. Ahead of him lie incredibly sharp turns, and Baek Yu-seol knows he must exploit this treacherous terrain. If a player fails to master their movement here and control blink, at this stage, they are finished. Sprinting wildly has left him gasping for air, but his mind keeps racing. Otherwise, survival is impossible. He knows that 99% of players fail this brutal tutorial, and even the tiny 1% who succeed still get crushed by the barrier of controlling rapid-fire teleportation chains. But gambling his life once again, Baek Yu-seol prepares to unleash his single reliable ability. 3, 2, 1, blink, landing perfectly. He escapes again, leaving the mercenary leader completely speechless at his talent. He gasps, blinking in this insane terrain. Is that kid out of his mind? Grimacing in fury, he yells to his squad, "Mages, step forward. Attack that brat from a distance." Immediately, the spellcasters cluster together, ready to unleash hell. Hearing the command, Baek Yu-seol looks back at them, his mind racing with concern. Are they throwing spells already? Suddenly, a blinding violet light floods the forest. Baek Yu-seol immediately plans his escape. Part 2 of the tutorial requires using blink to evade incoming magical arrows aimed directly at him. Panic and sweat cover his face. He remembers the game mechanics. "I can track everything behind me, allowing me to dodge." Right as the crisis peaks, a sudden system notification flashes before him. The Ether World system displays critical information. His unique mana leakage syndrome has finally been triggered. This condition activates a sixth sense and accelerates his mental processing speed to supernatural levels. He stares wide-eyed at the glowing projectiles hurtling toward him. Those deadly magical arrows are meant to finish him. Using every ounce of his hard-earned gaming skills, Baek Yu-seol weaves through the barrage of toxic magical arrows. But reality is never that simple. A final stray arrow closes in, sending a chill down his spine. Without a second of hesitation, he flashes away, blink behind him. An earth-shattering explosion tears through the forest. He barely evades the mercenary's fatal strike. Shocked by the devastating power of the blast, Baek Yu-seol raises his arm to protect his face. Gradually, the dust and smoke clear, revealing a massive crater from the blast. Staring at the sheer destruction, his heart skips a beat. "That was close," he mutters. "But there is no time to waste." He bolts forward again, desperately fleeing his pursuers while thinking of the game's storyline. Regarding the final stage, running has left him completely exhausted, gasping for breath as he stares straight ahead. In front of him lies a bottomless abyss. One wrong step means an instant ticket to heaven. This is tutorial part 3, crossing the endless chasm using blink. But looking down into this dark canyon, even winged creatures would struggle, let alone a zero-mana trash character like Baek Yu-seol. But his gaming experience has trained him for this exact leap. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Baek Yu-seol contemplates the absolute key to clearing this is mastering the precise distance of the flash step. Slowly, the next events begin to unfold. Soon, some passing mages should appear to help him escape, marking the official end of this starter game tutorial. But that was just a game. Now in reality, Baek Yu-seol must carefully plan his next move. To survive this, he needs to cancel the flash step spell in exactly 0.1 seconds. A single mistake, and he will die right here on the spot. Standing in silence, he spots about 20 floating rocks ahead. Looking at those massive boulders, he cannot help but feel a deep anxiety. 0.1 seconds is definitely easier said than done. Clenching his fists in sheer frustration, Baek Yu-seol struggles to find a way out. What kind of maniac designed this insane level? Despite cursing the developer, the experienced gamer in him is already drawing up a plan. As a true pro, Baek Yu-seol knows that execution is everything. He quietly tells himself that it is actually possible if he remains calm. But staring down into that dark, bottomless abyss, a massive reality check hits him hard. The real problem is waiting right before his eyes. Right on cue, his pursuers catch up, pointing directly at Baek Yu-seol as they shout out, "There he is, do not let him escape." He turns back with a cold glare, realizing the hunters are much closer than expected. Carefully observing their movements as they close the gap, he calculates the distance to be about 100 meters. Since his flash step still needs a full 3 seconds to reload, it is useless. With no time to waste, Baek Yu-seol relaxes his posture and makes a final decision. It seems there is only one viable path to survival. Staring back with fierce, determined eyes, a wildly reckless idea takes hold of him. He is going to wipe out every single one of them. Trapped in a freezing blizzard with a terrifying bottomless pit right behind him, Baek Yu-seol crouches low behind a nearby rock to assess his options. He cannot help but think about how completely insane this plan is. He is actually doubting his own sanity for even contemplating this move. How can he possibly win when he has never even been in a real life-or-death battle before? The odds are stacked heavily against him. Watching the bloodthirsty mercenaries close in on his position, he realizes that if this were just a game, the system would block this attack. But this is reality, not a simulation. As he watches his enemies get closer and closer, a dangerous realization begins to set in. There are absolutely no rules dictating that he must blindly follow standard gameplay limitations anymore. He is fully free to unleash his full potential. Gripping his blade tightly, he drops into a defensive stance. He has zero hesitation about taking a life if it means his own survival. It is not even about seeking revenge for his parents, according to the game lore. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol's eyes turn razor-sharp with pure determination. Locking his gaze onto the incoming targets, he prepares himself. They are finally here, and he genuinely believes he can walk away victorious. Step by step, Baek Yu-seol steps out from hiding, keeping his dagger concealed. The sudden appearance of their target catches the mercenaries completely off guard. The leader glares at him, gnashing his teeth before roaring, "That is him." He instantly orders his men to launch a ruthless attack. "Grab that little brat right now," his subordinates shout back in unison, confirming the order as the heavily armed mercenaries charge right in. Brandishing heavy weapons, they rush forward to execute him. One of the thugs sneers with pure contempt, mocking Baek Yu-seol for standing his ground. "You think you can take us all on by yourself? Foolish brat, you are dead meat." But Baek Yu-seol remains completely unfazed as they close in. Standing calm before the storm, he carefully calculates the perfect distance. 8.7 meters to target. Flash step activated. The arrogant thug freezes in sheer shock, while the squad leader watches in absolute horror as Baek Yu-seol completely vanishes from sight. Reappearing instantly in front of his target, Baek Yu-seol drives his blade deep into the mercenary's stomach without a single trace of hesitation. The man coughs up blood, instantly logging out of this world forever. A dark splatter of blood coats Baek Yu-seol's cold, expressionless face. Despite taking a human life for the first time, his expression remains completely undisturbed, showing nothing but cold, ruthless focus. Warm blood drips slowly from the blade onto his fingers. He pauses for a brief moment, observing the physical reality of his actions. He feels the warmth of the blood on his hands, yet surprisingly, he feels absolutely zero guilt. Shaking off the thought, he acts. With a decisive slash, he finishes the target off. He reminds himself that this is pure survival. It is either them or him. Ripping his blade out of the corpse, he kicks the body away. The remaining mercenaries watch in utter shock as their comrade falls. The once arrogant warrior collapses onto his back, completely lifeless. Seeing his subordinate get taken down so effortlessly makes the leader boil with rage. The leader looks ready to tear Baek Yu-seol apart with his bare hands. Seizing the momentary distraction, Baek Yu-seol pivots and bolts in the opposite direction. Spotting this, the leader screams at the top of his lungs. He is running away. Baek Yu-seol sprints as fast as his legs can carry him. The remaining squad chases closely behind, determined to catch him at all costs. The first phase is complete, but he is running out of options. Taking down one was easy, but surviving the next wave will be incredibly difficult. Suddenly, an eerie silence falls over the snowy forest. Looking back, he wonders if they actually gave up the chase. But before he can even process the quiet, a shocking development interrupts him. Out of nowhere, the mercenary leader appears right in front of him, blocking his path. Baek Yu-seol screeches to a sudden halt, completely caught off guard. He realizes they had no intention of stopping. Sweat pouring down his face, he stares at them, desperately trying to predict their next move. More magic already. Just dodging isn't going to cut it anymore. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol's legs felt incredibly heavy, refusing to move like they did before. He cursed silently. Those bastards had zero intention of going easy on him. They instantly began channeling their magic, led by their ruthless commander. The leader pointed directly at him, barking orders. The second the words left his mouth, a lackey unleashed a bizarre, sinister spell. A massive, roaring streak of fire shot straight toward Baek Yu-seol. Sensing the lethal danger, his eyes went wide as he gritted his teeth. He scrambled desperately to find a way out. Those flames locked onto him like homing missiles, blazing through the air with terrifying speed. There was no blocking this. He turned on his heels and bolted frantically, cursing his terrible luck as he ran for his life. Just as he thought he was done for, a miracle appeared ahead, a tree growing out of a massive boulder. It was a literal lifesaver for him. Rejoicing inwardly, he mentally shouted, "There it is." Without wasting another second, Baek Yu-seol moved. He reached out to grab the branch, but he was just too far. He had no choice but to activate his signature skill once again. He cast Blink instantly. A massive explosion tore the ground apart, leaving a crater behind as thick, dark smoke filled the air. The leader slowly walked forward through the dust cloud to inspect the aftermath. Standing there with a smug grin, he assumed his target was done. He sneered, satisfied that the annoying brat finally paid the price for his arrogance. But when the smoke cleared, his jaw dropped. The crater was completely empty. His smug grin instantly vanished, replaced by a cold wave of panic and absolute confusion. He looked around frantically, screaming that the kid was gone. Little did he know, Baek Yu-seol was already closing in, dagger in hand. Only when the boy was right behind him did a bone-chilling aura of pure bloodlust hit him, forcing him to turn around in horror. As he closed in on his prey, Baek Yu-seol realized something unique about his blink skill. Gathering every ounce of his remaining strength, he finally figured out the trick. Blink actually preserves momentum before and after teleportation. With that, he prepared to strike. Blink. He teleported forward with explosive speed, driving his dagger deep into a lackey's stomach. The agonizing scream echoed through the quiet forest, leaving the remaining mercenaries trembling in absolute terror. One began to stammer, "What the hell?" but he didn't even get to finish. Like a flash of lightning, Baek Yu-seol blitzed forward effortlessly, taking down the next target. Cold sweat poured down the leader's face. He watched his men get wiped out in the blink of an eye. In no time, Baek Yu-seol was completely drenched in their blood. Though victorious, the physical toll of the battle left him panting heavily. The mercenary squad had seemed quite formidable at first, but their numbers were rapidly dwindling. Still fueled by adrenaline, Baek Yu-seol quickly assessed the field, only 2 of them left. Staring down the remaining mercenaries with absolute resolve, he knew he had to finish them off before any reinforcements arrived. He had to act fast before the rest caught up. The leader glared at him, utterly stunned by what he was seeing. The kid's reaction time was insanely fast for a mage. Gritting his teeth, the leader demanded to know, "Who on earth are you?" Baek Yu-seol met his gaze with cold, indifferent eyes. Of course, his reaction speed was superior to most elite pro gamers. But that was in the game world. He paused for a brief moment, calculating his next move carefully in his head. Dodging forever wasn't an option, especially this close. Determined to end it, he charged forward like a gust of wind. He had to finish this fight right now. Instead of backing away, the leader grinned, raising his blade into a defensive stance. He laughed mockingly, claiming he had already figured out the kid's combat style. In his mind, he felt completely secure. He figured the brat only relied on blink and basic dagger strikes. The foolish leader confidently assumed he could easily defend himself. As long as he protected his vital areas, that tiny blade couldn't do a thing. But then Baek Yu-seol blitzed forward like a gale. He initiated a direct head-on clash. The leader raised his blade, eagerly bracing himself for the incoming collision with the boy. With massive arrogance, he taunted the boy, shouting for him to make his move. He then unleashed a powerful ice wave. The frost surged forward to crush him, but Baek Yu-seol showed zero fear, confidently executing yet another tactical blink. Giant shards of ice locked onto his path. The leader smiled internally, convinced he had finally cornered his elusive target. He was eager to watch the kid writhe in agony, but his triumph instantly turned into pure horror as his eyes widened. Baek Yu-seol was not aiming for him at all. He targeted the final lackey instead. The boy ruthlessly took down the last mercenary. He did it so swiftly that the leader was left completely dumbfounded, forced to watch the brutal takedown from mere inches away. Staring at the sharp blade covered in blood, he was left absolutely speechless. It took him a solid 5 seconds to snap out of his stupor. He stammered, "Damn it, you were just running for your life like a coward. How the hell are you doing this now?" In stark contrast to his panic, Baek Yu-seol remained chillingly calm. Glancing over with a mocking smirk, he simply asked, "Just now?" With eyes full of pure disdain, he added, "Thanks for helping me get a better hang of this." His words hit hard, instantly triggering the leader's explosive rage. The man snarled, "You arrogant little brat. Don't assume I'll keep going easy on you." Enraged to his absolute limit, the leader swings, his sword roaring a desperate threat. This time he is going to end him. Completely ignoring the threat, Baek Yu-seol charges forward with explosive force to strike again. But this time, the boss fights back fiercely, dual-wielding with eyes full of pure malice. He swiftly hurls a spear directly at him. Yu-seol quickly assesses the incoming weapon. Using blink blindly in a real battle is highly risky. That spear was just a feint to make him defend, setting up a flank attack. Luckily, Yu-seol sees right through it. Resolving not to let the enemy succeed, he braces himself. Meanwhile, the mercenary leader grins, thinking he has won. He plans to strike the moment Yu-seol gets close. But before he can move, Yu-seol completely vanishes from his sight. The leader's face drains of color, his eyes bulging in utter disbelief, as a weak gasp escapes his throat. Realizing his calculations were completely off, the leader grits his teeth in pure rage and lets out a frantic scream. No way. In a brutal twist, Yu-seol bypasses all predictions, driving his blade straight through the center of the mercenary leader's heart. Only in his final moments does the boss realize the kid aimed straight for the front all along. With that, the brutal clash ends, marking the completion of Chapter 1. The survival quest is finally over. Notifications pop up. He earns a massive experience boost and a special bonus for being the sole player driving the Constellation storyline. But right now, Yu-seol is collapsed against a cliffside, bloodied and battered from head to toe. Breathing heavily, he weakly reaches out to retrieve his dagger. But suddenly, something on the ground makes him freeze. Staring blankly at the blood-soaked bodies scattered around him, he can barely process the grim reality. This is not a video game anymore. Slumping to the ground, the terrifying images of the slaughter flash through his mind. His first blink, his first real battle, and now, his first kill. He slips into a heavy, dark silence. To survive, he had to take a human life. Shaking off the trauma, he forces himself to stand and dusts off his clothes. Looking down at the grime, he lets out a heavy sigh and realizes he needs to escape this place immediately. But just as he turns to leave, a thought strikes him. Pausing, he looks back at the dead mercenaries with a sudden frown. Staring intently at the corpses, a practical plan forms. He walks back over and begins searching the mercenary's pockets. He reassures himself that while looting might look bad, survival demands realism. Besides, he is completely broke. After pocketing a few things, his luck turns when he uncovers a heavy pouch of gold. Absolute jackpot. Inspecting the loot, he estimates it is worth about 2 million world. But his celebration is cut incredibly short. Clutching the gold, he looks up. The path ahead is a sheer, snow-covered cliff bordering a terrifying bottomless abyss. Dragging his exhausted feet through the deep snow, Yu-seol stands at the literal edge of life and death. He has to cross this gap somehow. But as he ponders his next move, a distant voice suddenly echoes through the wind. Is anyone out there? On the far side of the massive ravine, a group of travelers is calling out. Spotting them, Yu-seol realizes this is his ticket out. This must be the mage squad from the game's tutorial level. Seizing the golden opportunity, he waves his arms frantically and shouts back, "Over here! I am over here!" They yell back, warning him that there is no bridge. He quickly yells that he can make it across. Hearing his reply, one of the mages tells the rest of the group to wait as the kid claims he can cross. Kale frowns, pointing out that crossing a gap like this requires at least a third-tier knight's physical prowess. Can a kid really pull that off? The companion mutters. But before they can debate, they suddenly freeze. Their jaws drop in absolute shock. Right before their eyes, the young man begins leaping across the floating platforms. He navigates the treacherous floating stepping stones with ease. The two mages watch, completely unable to look away. With absolute composure, Yu-seol uses blink to chain jumps mid-air. Confused, they wonder if it is a jump spell. One of them corrects the other, identifying it as blink. Nearby, Isekai quietly analyzes Yu-seol's movements. The red-haired student chimes in, completely skeptical. How can anyone control the direction and distance of a blink? Watching Yu-seol adjust his trajectory flawlessly mid-leap, they gasp in disbelief. How is he doing that? But then his shock turns to confusion as he spots two shadowy figures pursuing the boy from behind. Before anyone can process the situation, absolute panic sets in. Several hostile mercenary mages are still lurking on the cliffs. Radiating raw malice, one of the enemy mages begins chanting a dark spell. He readies a lethal curse, unleashing a dark bolt aimed directly at Yu-seol. Seeing the threat, the observers scream out in warning. Hearing the danger, Baek Yu-seol turned back, cursing endlessly in his head. Damn it. To survive, there was absolutely no time to lose. He immediately used his signature blink skill to dodge the incoming attack. Narrowly escaping death, Baek Yu-seol gathered his wits and quickly turned around to check. The aftermath of the blast was absolutely terrifying, leaving behind a massive crater that looked just like a volcanic caldera. One look, and he instantly recognized them. Were these the same mercenaries from before? Talk about dangerous. Baek Yu-seol quickly found a safe spot to analyze the situation. Blink had a 3-second cooldown, making dodging all this magic completely impossible. He turned his head to scan the area, desperately calculating his next move. He needed to find another floating rock as a foothold. But before he could act, his eyes widened in absolute shock. Another mage had caught him off guard, seizing the perfect moment while Baek Yu-seol was distracted to unleash a devastating sneak attack. Fortunately, his insane reflexes kicked in. Sensing the danger, he managed to narrowly dodge the lethal spell in the nick of time. But even a mere graze from that terrifying energy was enough to singe off a few precious strands of his hair. Still, things only got worse. The sheer impact of the magical blast was too much for the rock beneath his feet to handle, and it shattered completely. Taken by surprise, Baek Yu-seol couldn't react in time and fell right off. Yet even as he plummeted, his mind remained fully focused. Luckily, protagonist armor is a real thing, and he wasn't about to die so easily. In a split second, Baek Yu-seol spun around in midair, scanning his surroundings. Damn it, at this distance, every single floating rock was simply too far out of reach. There was no safe landing. Gathering his strength, Baek Yu-seol decided to bet everything on one reckless move, desperately hoping he could make it to a safe ledge. The moment he was just inches away from the cliffside, he triggered his blink skill instantly. His bloodied, battered hand shot out and managed to grab onto the rocky wall. He was still dangling precariously over the edge, but Baek Yu-seol couldn't help but feel a rush of pure relief. He was alive. But before he could even celebrate, a blazing torrent of fire erupted from below, roaring up to consume him. In this split second, his mind went into overdrive, trying to find a way out of this mess. The flame rocketed straight toward his feet. At this point, Baek Yu-seol calculated a 99% chance of death and braced himself to meet his end. But just as he accepted his fate, a sudden beam of brilliant blue energy shot out of nowhere. It effortlessly obliterated the dark, sinister spell cast by the mercenaries. The explosive impact left behind a thick cloud of dust along with strange glowing emerald shards. Baek Yu-seol clung tightly to the rocky ledge, but his eyes were filled with disbelief. He analyzed the remnants of the spell, an ice spear wrapped in lightning, who could combine two elements so flawlessly into a single strike. His eyes widened even more as he realized something else the caster had perfectly calculated: the trajectory, without wasting a single drop of mana. Who could pull off such an impossible feat? Meanwhile, down below, all eyes among the mages turned toward Isekai Morph. She was the one who had unleashed that incredible spell to counter the mercenaries and save Baek Yu-seol's life. The two enemy mercenary mages stood frozen in horror as they watched their spell get completely dismantled. Their smug confidence instantly turned into pure terror. This was impossible. Sensing the overwhelming danger, they didn't hesitate for a second and scrambled to flee the scene. Watching them run for their lives, Baek Yu-seol finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Still hanging onto the cliff, he muttered to himself, "Looks like I'm alive." Eventually, he managed to scramble up and cross the abyss safely to meet with the mages. Looking around, Baek Yu-seol instantly spotted the mysterious girl who had saved him. He quickly approached her to express his gratitude, thanking her for saving his skin back there. But Isekai Morph didn't even look at him, responding with an icy tone. "I didn't save you to get a thank you. You don't owe me anything." Baek Yu-seol chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his neck. Right, okay. Still, he was intrigued by her mysterious vibe, thinking she had an incredibly beautiful voice, even if she was colder than ice. But his expression quickly softened back into indifference. He figured that either way, it was fine. Baek Yu-seol's mind drifted back to the game's lore. Those mercenaries might have acted like common bandits pillaging innocent villages, but according to his veteran game knowledge, these raids were actually orchestrated by the notorious dark magic cult. But that threat was finally behind him. The moment they crossed this cliff, they would enter the safe territory of the mages, where the dark magic cult wouldn't dare pursue them. Baek Yu-seol let out a quiet sigh, staring into the horizon with a spark of excitement. After all, those cultists didn't even know his real identity. Just then, a blue system notification popped up, delivering a brand new update from Etherworld. It read, Chapter 2, Enrolling in Stella Academy. Reading the prompt, Baek Yu-seol smirked confidently. Chapter 2, huh? Sounds easy enough. But as his eyes locked onto the name Stella Academy, his smugness instantly evaporated, replaced by absolute dread. Go back to school at his age, you have got to be kidding me. Under the quiet starlit sky, the mage's carriage rumbled softly along the dirt road, continuing their long journey. The drivers urged the horses forward in silence. Inside an utterly exhausted Baek Yu-seol leaned back and drifted off to sleep. Without even realizing it, childhood memories began flooding back to him. He saw an image of his younger self, Yu-seol, as a cute little boy, adorable with big round eyes, calling out to his mother. She, with her slender frame, smiled warmly and happily whenever she heard him say, "When I grow up, I will become a mage." Her warm, loving voice echoed gently. "All right, I believe. You can do it." Holding his book, Yu-seol would read while thinking of how hard his parents worked saving up every single penny just to buy him that old magic grimoire. Even as a young boy, he was already determined to study as hard as possible so he would never disappoint them. Seeing his dedication, young Yu-seol's mother watched over him, always noticing, and tucked him in whenever he fell asleep studying. But real life is incredibly cruel, and those bright dreams shattered completely when his mother anxiously called for a doctor. Clutching young Yu-seol tightly in her arms, she simply could not believe the medical diagnosis. Did he really just say her son has mana leakage syndrome? Back then, Yu-seol panicked, desperately denying it. No, it was impossible. As he merged completely with the game character, our main character wondered if these were actually Yu-seol's tragic memories. Those painful thoughts rushed in like an overwhelming tidal wave, leaving him totally confused. Was that crying child in his mind really the young Yu-seol, or were these memories belonging to someone else entirely? The haunting image of that little boy suddenly jarred him. Wide awake, his head was pounding with a splitting headache, and squinting at the bright morning sun, he muttered, "It is morning already." The red-haired guy sitting across from him noticed and asked, "Oh, you are awake. I was just about to call you. Up. We are almost at Leroy Shera, which is the satellite city of Arcanium." A little while later, as the carriage kept moving along, the driver finally called for a quick break. Everyone stepped out to stretch and chat, and Yu-seol stepped outside, stretching his body after the long, tiring journey. Suddenly, he felt an intense, strange gaze lock onto him. Turning around, he noticed Iseol staring right at him, which left our main character totally confused. But the moment their eyes met, she just turned around and walked off without saying a single word. He smiled awkwardly to himself, thinking how cold. Looking around, he realized everything was fine, and he was probably just overthinking. He was actually glad this era felt more modern than medieval. Thanks to his 10 years of gaming experience, Yu-seol knew magic was real here, but mostly restricted to safe cities. They had high-speed trains, massive flying airships, and dimensional portals set up to make traveling to distant lands incredibly convenient. Looking back at their carriage, Yu-seol realized he was currently heading to Leroy Shera for the exact same reason to board an airship. He imagined a gorgeous, vibrant city, knowing Leroy Shera was merely a stop on the road to Arcanium, where the true story would finally begin, in Arcanium, the city of magic. He had already set his sights on his ultimate destination, the home of legendary magic towers, famous magic knights, and 5 of the most prestigious magic academies in all of Arcanium. And the ultimate school housing, the absolute strongest mages and most brilliant prodigies, was none other than Stella Academy. Leaning against the carriage, Yu-seol knew Stella was the ultimate gathering ground for the greatest geniuses and nobles across the entire world. Coming back to reality, he couldn't help but wonder how a weakling like Yu-seol even managed to get accepted there. That sudden thought reminded him that he still had not checked his own character status. He immediately summoned the glowing system interface. It displayed his stats: mana leakage syndrome, rank 1 strength, up 0.3%, agility up 0.5%, and sensitivity up 10%. His 6th sense consumed mental power to detect surrounding mana within 12 meters, which automatically triggered his sensory acceleration during extreme danger. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Without his 6th sense and sensory acceleration, he would have met his end a very long time ago. He recalled how his mana leakage syndrome was actually a physical curse that completely prevented him from storing even a single drop of mana inside his own physical body, a true curse. Just as the original lore predicted, this innate curse was permanently bound to Yu-seol. But even though it was bad, it actually allowed him to detect surrounding mana using his 6th sense, letting him feel any incoming threat without even looking. Thanks to that, his sensory acceleration then granted him the insane ability to process incoming information faster than any normal human could. Whenever a deadly threat rushed his way, time itself would seemingly slow down to a crawl, allowing him to react instantly. Finishing his analysis, Yu-seol realized this ability was absolutely crucial for a guy with 0 mana. However, his 6th sense could not be kept active for long periods since it drained massive amounts of mental energy and left severe fatigue afterward. Next were his raw stats. Yu-seol looked down at his status screen: strength 1 star 59%, agility 1 star 81%, stamina 0 stars, 97% sensitivity 1 star 97%, tenacity 1 star 51%, intelligence 1 star 43%, and 10 experience points left. His only skill was blink level 0 paired with the mana leakage syndrome. Looking it over, he figured these starting stats were not too bad. He muttered that the original Yu-seol had terrible sensitivity, but his own transmigrated soul must have boosted his overall potential. As a veteran gamer, Baek Yu-seol knew that in Ether World there wasn't just one overall level. Instead, every single stat and skill had its own individual rank. Skills used standard levels, while stats were measured in stars. Baek Yu-seol recalled that the absolute maximum was 9 stars, a peak virtually nobody could ever reach. In over 10 years of playing this brutal game, even his own peak record only ever reached 8 stars in a couple of categories, specifically agility and stamina. He pulled up the system menu to analyze things further, deciding he needed to prioritize agility to boost his combat capabilities. This would sharpen his 6th sense and reflex speed. Besides, he could always build up his stamina and flexibility through other physical training methods. Taking a look at his updated stats, agility was at 1 star, 97% stamina at 51%, and intelligence at 43%. His interest was piqued. With his adjustments complete, his mind immediately raced back to his biggest looming problem, managing his dangerous mana leakage syndrome. Without a permanent cure, his lifespan would be cut incredibly short. He had to upgrade his physical constitution to a legendary tier as soon as possible. Looking out at the open sky, Baek Yu-seol realized the key to fixing his condition lay hidden within the prestigious Stella Academy. He had no other choice. Enrolling there was the only way to cure himself and ultimately stop the impending end of the world. He let out a defeated sigh. Going to school was the last thing he wanted to do. If only there was an easier way out. Right on cue, a system notification flashed on screen, alerting him that he had missed several messages. This was something he had never seen before, but before he could check them, a voice interrupted his thoughts, telling him it was time to move. Baek Yu-seol quickly snapped back to reality. He agreed and boarded the transport, deciding to review the alerts later. However, he completely missed the intense gaze of Isekai Morph, who was silently watching him. She carefully studied his every move without uttering a single word. Soon after, their massive airship finally set off, heading directly toward its destination. The captain announced over the speakers that they were officially departing for Acanium, instructing all passengers to settle into their seats. Suddenly, an arrogant noble with purple hair noticed Baek Yu-seol looking around. Sneering in disgust, he turned to whisper to his wealthy friends, mocking him for looking like a lost kid on his very first airship ride. The noble laughed, labeling him a total country bumpkin. Raising his voice to make sure he was heard, the noble questioned why an elite school like Stella would ever let peasants in. They kept sneering, complaining that the most prestigious academy in the world was being tainted by low-class trash. Baek Yu-seol just turned to look. Instead of lashing out, he chose to remain silent. He just stared at them patiently and let out a soft, pitying sigh, catching the noble off guard. He turned away casually, thinking that annoying kids are the exact same in every world. But being ignored absolutely infuriated the arrogant noble. With a face flushed red with rage, he screamed, demanding to know if Baek Yu-seol had just sighed at him. He refused to let it go. He chased after him, shouting for him to stop. But suddenly, the crowd's attention shifted away from his tantrum as quiet murmurs filled the room. Confused and annoyed, the noble looked around, demanding to know what the big deal was. But his irritation quickly turned into pure shock. Standing right there was an incredibly striking girl. She had long, glowing platinum hair and was adorned in remarkably expensive, elegant jewelry. As she stepped forward, the surrounding crowd immediately recognized her status, whispering in awe about the princess. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol turned around. Did they just say Bian? He stared at the gorgeous girl with pink-tinted platinum hair and deep crimson eyes, realizing exactly who she was. Hong Bian of the Adulabit Kingdom. She walked with immense pride as the entire crowd gossiped about her arrival. Hoping to make an impression, the purple-haired noble stepped forward to greet her. But she completely ignored him, offering only a freezing, razor-sharp glare. She walked right past him without a second thought, leaving him utterly humiliated and speechless. She headed directly toward the stairs where Baek Yu-seol stood. Ignoring the stunned nobles, she brushed past Baek Yu-seol. Looking at her, he instantly recognized her role in this game's storyline. This was the primary villain of this world. Hong Bi-yeon was a key figure in the game, constantly clashing with the female lead. And no matter which story route the player chose, she was destined to meet a tragic end, usually getting brutally murdered. In other branches, she was severely bullied by the entire academy before being expelled or disappeared entirely after suffering massive public humiliation. It honestly felt like the game developers had a personal vendetta against her, designing her to suffer a terrible fate no matter what. Despite her villainous role, Baek Yu-seol remembered that almost every male player absolutely adored her. Her tragedy made her a fan favorite. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud rumble. Shaking off his thoughts, he decided to head up the stairs to find some food. But after checking out the luxury food options on board and seeing their absolute highway robbery prices, he just stood there, completely speechless. He put the food back and walked away, grumbling about how ridiculously overpriced everything was. He'd just wait until they landed. Right then, a loud announcement echoed through the ship, catching the attention of all the passengers on board. They were told the ship would land at Acanium in 10 minutes, requesting everyone to head down to the lower deck. Hearing the broadcast, Baek Yu-seol let out a small smile. This was it. The real start of his dangerous new life. This game world was now his actual reality. Leaning against the wall, he let out a heavy, tired sigh. He managed to get past the initial hurdle, but a stressful question remained. Could he actually survive the brutal Stella Academy? He realized those mysterious assassins wouldn't survive in this harsh world. Baek Yu-seol stared out the window, wishing for any help. Suddenly, he remembered an unread notification. The system screen popped up, revealing a special reward from the constellation. The constellation sent a special reward, downgraded versions of his in-game items, and lower tiers of his previous skills, along with 3 bonus EXP points. Resting his chin on his hand, Baek Yu-seol thought at least this system had some humanity. Now, what should he choose? He debated between flash and reflective, but as if the system read his mind, a message popped up. The system warned that his chosen items were way too high tier, meaning they would face a massive downgrade. Baek Yu-seol sighed. He asked about hyperspace blink next, but the system responded that it was an advanced upgrade of blink, making it unobtainable. However, he could use the reward to slightly enhance his basic blink skill instead. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol froze in frustration. A downgrade was unavoidable. The system explained that because of his lack of narrative energy, they couldn't fully realize his requests. Confused, he asked what that meant. The system answered that narrative energy is the force that drives a story's progression forward. By uncovering the world's hidden subplots, he could accumulate more of it. At this point, Baek Yu-seol finally understood the catch. Basically, they couldn't hand over overpowered gear to a mere beginner like him. He pondered as the system went silent. With the system remaining quiet, Baek Yu-seol asked another question. What about the bulbul glasses? Once again, silence filled the room. Finally it chimed. System check complete. This item can be provided. He smirked, replying, all right, I will take those instead. Instantly, a flash of blue light materialized in his hand, leaving behind a completely ordinary-looking pair of spectacles. Staring at them, Baek Yu-seol thought he would never see the day he'd actually wear these. The bulbul glasses stored every piece of game data he had gathered during his time in Etherworld. Normally, players couldn't recall complex details about hunted monsters or lore. To bypass this limitation, players developed countless creative items to store knowledge in their own unique ways. He did the same. Slipping the spectacles on the lenses glowed softly as a system interface materialized once more, displaying the item's details. Bulbul glasses. Description: can't remember what you had for dinner yesterday. Don't worry, these glasses will archive everything you've ever laid eyes on. Its special feature, the secret folder, was currently sealed, but could easily be unlocked by consuming a portion of his mental power. Focusing his mind, Baek Yu-seol pushed his mental energy into the glasses. A loading screen popped up as the folder began opening. The database unlocked, displaying a massive archive of alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeon maps, monster classifications, and key characters. Baek Yu-seol scanned the list, satisfied. Stepping out, he merged into the crowd. Since this world felt identical to reality, he had to be careful about discussing his system. But with these glasses, he could recover about half of his former gaming capabilities. Closing the folder, he walked on until a nearby whisper caught his attention. Wait, isn't that Isekai over there? Up ahead stood a girl surrounded by hostile gossip. You mean the eldest daughter of the traitor, Dusk Soil? They sneered. I know, right? How does she dare show her face here? Shh, keep it down before she hears us. Baek Yu-seol watched quietly. Then he remembered that his spectacles had a built-in feature to register and scan the status of any story character. Activating the scanner, he checked her profile. Iselmorph. Fake heroine. Ice lightning mage. Loves drinking pickle juice before eating pizza. Eldest daughter of the late Dusk Soil, whose demise caused their family's ruin. A fake heroine. To understand Iselmorph's tragic role, we need to look at this world's mechanics. Although he was currently inside Etherworld, this game was actually based on a romance fantasy novel titled Don't Fall in Love with the Princess. That book followed the heroine Iselmorph, who lost her entire family but grew stronger by overcoming the villain's wicked conspiracies. Orchestrated by Hong Bi-yeon, eventually finding love with the male lead. Remembering her original tragic fate made him feel slightly melancholic. In that ending, her quest for revenge was swept aside as male leads shielded her, resulting in a deeply controversial tragic finale. After facing endless outrage from readers, the game adaptation changed everything. While the setting remained, the actual plot diverged completely. To start, a new character named Flame was introduced, usurping Iselmorph's spot as the true protagonist. On top of that, this newcomer had her own unique background. She was originally a modern world girl, who loved the original novel before transmigrating here. Because of this, Baek Yu-seol concluded that the game's dynamic had completely shifted from the original source material. Isekai was demoted to a fake heroine, while Flame became the true protagonist of this world, taking center stage. Tragically, no matter how hard players tried, Isekai died in every single route. That was the price of losing her protagonist status. Pondering this, Baek Yu-seol took off his spectacles and murmured to himself that her tragic fate had nothing to do with him. He watched Iselmorph's retreating figure. Still, a strange feeling washed over him. Was it just his imagination, or had he met her somewhere before? Brushing it off as a silly thought, he decided to focus on his own preparations instead. Alright, here we go. Time flies at Stella Academy, and the freshmen have gathered in the courtyard to hear the headmaster speak. As you all know, the headmaster's voice boomed. Dark mages are magic users who gained forbidden power from another world, turning into monsters. Even at this very moment, these corrupted dark mages continue their relentless invasion, threatening our very existence by launching attacks on us. They open persona gates or unleash ancient dungeons to conquer the magical world. The sole mission of all mages, he continued, is to protect the world from the invasion of dark forces. Yet even during this grand speech, some students started whispering, complaining about starting the semester with such a dry, boring speech. But the headmaster continued, announcing the next part. The oath-taking ceremony for the 4 top-scoring students and the freshman representative. Please step up to the stage. Hearing this, the chosen freshmen walked up to the stage one by one. These were the most highly anticipated figures of this batch. Watching them, Baek Yu-seol noted how radiant they looked, perfectly fitting their roles as the true main characters of this world. His eyes lit up as he spotted the most prominent figure of all, a boy with glowing red eyes who immediately drew everyone's attention. The crowd whispered in awe. Freshman representative Baek Yu-seol had the highest entrance score. How could someone be so perfect, so incredibly talented, yet ridiculously handsome? It finally clicked for Baek Yu-seol that this was indeed the legendary Baek Yu-seol. He was the absolute definition of unmatched arrogance and power. Boasting an insane 9-star mana index, he possessed potential bordering on godhood, making him a natural-born genius capable of mastering every single element in existence. Yu-seol resolved that, even if he couldn't survive until the final chapter, he must at least avoid the tragic endings by keeping Baek Yu-seol firmly on the good side. He then eyed the girl next to him, the short-haired heroine Flame, but everything depended on her choices. Since she was an outsider, like him, cooperating with her seemed like a solid plan, unless she immediately marked him as an enemy and shut him down. Still, since he held a massive information advantage, he had to play his cards carefully. While Flame had only read romantic fiction, Yu-seol was a hardcore romantic fantasy gamer, determined to survive this world. It didn't help that his relevance to the actual plot was practically non-existent, making him less important than a generic village shopkeeper. Worse yet, the heroine possessed a unique purification ability to cleanse dark mages, but her destiny also brought immense misfortune to those around her, meaning he would definitely get dragged in. Watching the prodigies on stage, Yu-seol reminded himself that his job was merely to support the protagonists from a safe distance. He resolved to avoid direct contact with them as much as possible. Right on cue, the headmaster officially concluded the ceremony. Yu-seol happily joined the crowd in clapping, thrilled that it was finally over. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window popped up. An alert flashed. Chapter 2, Entering Stella Academy, was officially complete. Soft morning sunlight now washed over the beautiful campus. The classroom was packed as students took their seats. Yu-seol felt a strange pang of nostalgia. It had been ages since his own college graduation, so playing high schooler again felt bizarre. Yet there was one saving grace. Sighing, Yu-seol pulled out a sleek pocket watch, turning it over in his hand. At least he had this handy tool. The Stella pocket watch was absolute proof of enrollment at this prestigious academy. Carrying this meant he'd receive far better treatment and perks than ordinary magic warriors. Yu-seol smiled, satisfied as he slipped it away. He couldn't wait to test out all the benefits of his new status. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked open, shattering the peaceful silence. Professor Lee Han-won walked in, his stern gaze sweeping across the room. Holding a thick stack of test papers, he commanded everyone to take their seats. "The placement exam starts now," he announced. "So put away everything except permitted items. If you are wearing glasses, they must be thoroughly inspected before we begin." Yu-seol crossed his arms, dumbfounded. A test on day one, Stella Academy's curriculum was proving to be brutal, far more intense than any college back in Korea. They called this first-day nightmare the class placement exam, a test designed to split the ranks. Professor Lee Han-won stood at the podium and barked that their time started now. Staring down at his paper, Yu-seol couldn't make heads or tails of the questions. He was utterly helpless. This was insanely difficult, completely different from the entrance exams, which were already notorious for their brutal difficulty. Students would be sorted from Class F all the way to Class S. The room fell dead silent as everyone began working. Naturally, the game's top-tier playable characters belonged in Class S. Meanwhile, Yu-seol, who entered the academy ranked dead last out of 1,141 students, sat frozen. He was already admitted, right? Would submitting a blank paper get him expelled? Probably not, he'd just end up in Class F. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a student sitting nearby. Baek Yu-seol was looking away, looking incredibly bored. Yu-seol kept his eyes on him. Is he seriously finished already? Baek Yu-seol stared in disbelief at the exam paper on Ma Yu-seong's desk. The test sheet was completely filled out. He was completely finished. Baek Yu-seol let out a quiet sigh, realizing why the guy's life always felt so incredibly dull. Ma Yu-seong was just naturally bored. Born into the world's strongest family, he possessed elite talent and an absolute genius brain. Everything came too easy for him. Baek Yu-seol knew that how this overpowered genius turned out depended heavily on the female leads. Their actions would decide whether Ma Yu-seong became a hero or a villain. Meanwhile, the dark magic sect aiming to destroy humanity was definitely keeping an eye on him. Baek Yu-seol glanced over at the bored prodigy sitting with his eyes closed. His biggest issue, it all started with his family. Looking down at his own test paper, Baek Yu-seol felt totally pathetic compared to that monster. But then a realization hit him. Wait, why not use those special glasses? He had used them plenty to learn skills at the library. Baek Yu-seol secretly pulled the glasses from his coat. This was perfect. He had absolutely nothing left to lose anyway. It was time to take a gamble. But right as he went to put them on, Professor Lee Han-won suddenly materialized behind him. Baek Yu-seol froze. What are those glasses? Lee Han-won asked with a stern, imposing glare. I am sure I made it clear that any eyewear must be submitted for inspection first. Baek Yu-seol groaned internally. The professor definitely said that. Before Baek Yu-seol could even formulate an excuse, Lee Han-won snatched the glasses right out of his hand to inspect them. He stared closely at the frame for a long time. Baek Yu-seol panicked. If they detected any magic, he was getting expelled. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound chimed in his head. The system had located the missing components of the bulb glasses. Do you wish to summon them? Baek Yu-seol screamed internally, terrified. No, stop, please do not do anything right now. Fortunately, the system stayed quiet. After a tense silence, Professor Lee Han-won handed the glasses back, finding nothing unusual. There is no magic in these, but ask next time. Baek Yu-seol forced a smile, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Man, if their original function had gone off, he would have been dead meat. He quickly put them on and activated the interface. Suddenly, the test paper trembled, and the correct answers materialized right before his eyes. It actually worked. Baek Yu-seol started writing furiously. This was the jackpot. He could easily take first place, escape the terrible Class F, and maybe even secure a spot in Class A. But then the professor's booming voice shattered the quiet classroom. Time is up. Everyone pass your test papers forward immediately. Baek Yu-seol snapped his head up in absolute shock. A sudden gust of wind swept the exams right off the desks. With a wave of magic, the professor pulled the sheets toward him. Baek Yu-seol panicked. He had only answered 3 questions. As Lee Han-won graded the papers, his expression suddenly shifted. Baek Yu-seol removed his glasses, his hopes of escaping Class F completely crushed. Maybe escaping his fate was just too much to ask. But right as he folded his glasses, a heavy shadow loomed over him. Professor Lee Han-won stood there with a dark expression. Hand over those glasses. Now, Baek Yu-seol gasped, totally confused. What? Lee Han-won glared intensely at the frames. This is impossible. He turned to another student nearby and barked an order. Go fetch Dr. Green immediately. The student nodded and rushed out. Baek Yu-seol sat there completely baffled by the sudden hostility. He had even written his answers carefully to avoid raising any cheating suspicions. Had he somehow gotten caught after all? Was this really the end? Meanwhile, inside a private office, the professor's tense voice echoed as the investigation began. "What do you think?" Lee Han-won asked. Dr. Green carefully examined the glasses, noting that the student's answer style was incredibly bizarre. The professor pressed on, asking if he cheated. But before he could finish, the doctor cut him off. He did not cheat. There is absolutely no trace of magic emitting from these glasses. Green asserted that Baek Yu-seol answered with his own abilities. Dr. Green chuckled, placing a reassuring hand on Baek Yu-seol's shoulder. "Well, this is fascinating. Quite a unique case. The professor should apologize and guide him well." Lee Han-won gave a stiff nod, turning to face the boy. "I misjudged you," he muttered. "I apologize." Baek Yu-seol sweated. He actually did cheat. Thank goodness the cheat functions were deactivated. Otherwise, he would have been done for. "No worries, Professor," he replied smoothly. "Mistakes happen." Talk about a lucky escape. A peaceful morning broke over the prestigious Stella Academy as the faculty gathered in Lee Han-won's office. Lee Han-won sat at his desk alongside Dr. Green, reviewing the new freshman class's exam papers with deep concentration. One test paper caught his attention, causing him to narrow his eyes. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed through the office. Professor Eden entered with a warm smile, asking if those were the new freshman tests. Lee Han-won nodded quietly. She excitedly mentioned hearing rumors about the incredible talents arriving this term. Lee Han-won looked up with a sigh. "Indeed," he replied. "There is Hongbi-yun from the Adelevet Kingdom of Fire, the legendary flame magic clan. And then there is the prodigy, who became the designated heir to a great throne at just 12 years old. Within the Skelven Empire, magic is everything, and Prince Jeremy Skelven had just defeated all of his royal brothers in the brutal war for the throne. Joining him from the world's grandest magic tower, the full Morso Dorden Tower, was its sole heir, Haewon Ryung." Professor Eden Tiemann smiled, saying, "I heard creating the exam was extremely difficult this year, especially with so many prestigious heirs joining. This year will surely bring some incredibly brilliant questions." Instructor Lee Han-won casually replied, "Well, I am just glad you like it." With that, he looked back down at the papers in his hand. As Professor Eden Tiemann had noted, this year's placement exam featured entirely new challenges. The first 3 questions were almost impossible for ordinary students to solve, and each one of them carried a hidden purpose. First, a test of adaptability. If a problem is completely unsolvable, will the students have the sense to skip it and move on? Second, how would they tackle a completely unfamiliar problem that has never appeared in any of their standard textbooks? Instructor Lee Han-won remained deep in thought. The era of learning magic through mere rote memorization and basic theory was officially over. Now they had entered a brutal new era, defined by creative thinking and rapid split-second judgment. Yet these questions did not actually require a final answer. In reality, over 1,000 out of 1,141 students left this question completely blank, and among the 100 who did attempt it, virtually none got it right. He frowned deeply at the results. Out of all the new students, only 3 had answered everything correctly. First was Ma Yu-sung, the nation's rising genius who appeared like a comet with a mysterious background. Next was Flame, admitted through a recommendation letter from the principal himself. Despite being a commoner, her raw talent was officially recognized as nearly equal to Ma Yu-sung's. The last one was Baek Yu-seol. Instructor Lee Han-won pondered. Ma Yu-sung and Flame were certified geniuses, but Baek Yu-seol had the lowest entrance exam score of all. It seemed impossible for a student like him to solve these trick questions, especially when he failed to answer anything else on the entire exam. Professor Eden Tiemann looked at Instructor Lee Han-won with curiosity. "Why are you so interested in this freshman's score anyway?" he replied. "Well, it seems one student has achieved a rather absurd result." Professor Eden Tiemann then commented, "It is quite simple, really. Sometimes even if a student cannot solve complex formulas, they might suddenly grasp the right answer." Lee Han-won looked up at her, asking, "Do you honestly believe this boy could be a true prodigy?" Professor Eden Tiemann shrugged. "It could just be a coincidence," she said, turning to leave. Lee Han-won silently watched her go, then let out a soft sigh. On his desk sat Baek Yu-seol's profile, featuring a handwritten note highlighting his special admission due to his exceptionally skillful control of flash magic. Lee Han-won pondered. The kid selected by the principal was indeed extremely unusual, wasn't he? A faint smile touched his lips. a combat mage who specialized solely in flash magic. Lee Han-won stared intensely at Baek Yu-seol's photo, whispering, "We will find out soon enough if he is just lucky or truly something special." Nearby, a crowd of students gathered in a nervous buzz, their faces filled with anxiety and excitement. "The class placements are being announced today. I am incredibly anxious. My mom threatened that if I do not make it into Class A, I shouldn't even bother coming home." Baek Yu-seol stood nearby, sighing. He found it ridiculous that he had to manually check his class ranking. Back in the game, a single click would have shown him everything. Meanwhile, the crowd of students pressed forward, completely packing the hallway. Suddenly, someone spotted him. "Wait, is that Baek Yu-seol?" The young man remained silent as whispers began circulating around him. "Did you hear he scored only 1 point on the entrance magic assessment? Seriously, how did a guy like that get accepted? I am seriously questioning Stella Academy's standards." Completely ignoring the mean rumors, Baek Yu-seol walked forward. They could say whatever they wanted. His only goal was to find his class and leave. Recalling his disastrous exam, he naturally headed straight toward the lists for Class E and Class F. He did not mind calmly looking up to find his name. But wait, it was not there. The Class F roster was completely missing his name. Baek Yu-seol felt like he had been struck by lightning. Did they expel him just for skipping most of the exam? Was his life already over? "Wait, Baek Yu-seol," a voice suddenly gasped. "Why is his name on this board?" Hearing his name, Baek Yu-seol looked over. A group of students gathered around the board, whispering in disbelief and outrage. "Look at this Uselek of the Marquis-Chek family, ranked 29th and only got into Class A. Even Class A has perfect theory scores and ranked 17th. So why is a guy like him and Baek?" Yu-seol frowned. What was happening? Why was everyone staring? Curious, he walked over to check. He froze in sheer shock. There, it was his name. Baek Yu-seol stared at the board, completely speechless. This made no sense at all. It was the absolute peak placement every single student dreamed of. Class S, the legendary elite division reserved for the absolute geniuses of this prestigious academy. While standard tiers at Stella Academy had multiple classes, Class S stood alone, limiting its ranks to just 41 elite students, and only one class. Baek Yu-seol frowns, deeply confused about how he got placed in S class. There must be some kind of mistake. This is absolutely insane. If he stays, he will constantly bump into the main characters. For Baek Yu-seol, getting tangled up in their main story will only cut his life short, but a class change is impossible. Without wasting a second, he spins around to make a quick exit. His only choice now is to lay low and act completely invisible. While Baek Yu-seol is completely lost in these thoughts, he fails to notice a nearby girl watching him closely. She opens her mouth as if she wants to say something to him. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A heavy, suffocating silence in a room is shattered by a sharp, echoing slap. It turns out Hong Bi-yeon is taking a brutal beating from her mother, Professor Hong Giel, the head of fire magic. With a furious snarl, she yells, "How could you get 3 questions wrong? Even that pathetic Princess Iseol got 2 right." Hong Bi-yeon drops to the floor, silently taking the verbal abuse. Her mother sneers that even brainless insects could answer them. To her, Bi-yeon is worse than a bug. She commands her to remember this humiliation and redo everything. Asking if she understands, Bi-yeon gives a lifeless, hollow reply, "Yes, mother," while her mother stares down coldly. Professor Hong Giel smirks and issues a dark warning. Bi-yeon must never end up like her, taking a path of failure. She was kicked out of the kingdom and reduced to a measly professor. Bi-yeon cannot become the family's next big embarrassment. Leaning down, her mother gently touches the bright red mark swelling on Bi-yeon's face from the slap. She whispers that Bi-yeon's only purpose is to be far more useful than her sister, flashing a sinister, wicked grin. With dripping sarcasm, she asks if that is clear. Bi-yeon, completely broken and despairing, whispers back that she understands. Once her mother leaves, Bi-yeon sits in silence. She followed every single rule, so why is this happening to her? She is tested on foreign spells, magic she was never taught, and formulas she has never even seen before. Tears stream down her face as she cries out in her mind. Why must her mother torment her like this? The scene shifts to the S-class lecture hall. Freshmen chatter excitedly all around except for our main character. Baek Yu-seol sits there holding his head in pure frustration. He feels like he is surrounded by absolute weirdos. Just then, loud whispering catches his attention. The other students are gossiping, asking how a guy like him got in. They wonder if there was some mistake. Rumors fly that parents even protested his admission to this elite S class. Apparently, the academy simply told the angry parents that Baek Yu-seol met the S-class requirements. What a totally useless response. Hearing this, Yu-seol can only chuckle, realizing he is completely isolated. He stretches calmly, completely unbothered by their trash talk. He knows they worked hard since childhood, so seeing a supposedly talentless guy on their level must be incredibly frustrating. But he is not worried at all. Classes are rearranged after every exam anyway. Yu-seol puts on a knowing, confident expression. Even S-class students can get demoted. Suddenly, a crucial piece of information from his game knowledge flashes in his mind. He remembers a talented A-class student destined to rise to S-class soon. He decides to track them down later. It is surreal seeing actual game characters breathing right in front of him. Soon, these students will become global icons. But shockingly, 5 of these elite prodigies are destined to betray the magic world in the near future. Yu-seol glances over at Ma Yu-sung, who is one of those future traitors, before shifting his gaze to Flame. He hopes Flame can somehow prevent that tragedy from happening. Right then, the door swings open, and Professor Lee Han-won demands order. Yu-seol looks up in surprise. The legendary professor greets the S-class, noting some might already recognize him. With a deadly serious expression, he announces himself as their class professor Lee Han-won, sending murmurs through the room. The students instantly freak out. Rumor has it the number of dark mages this legendary man has hunted is well into the thousands. They whisper in awe, calling him a Class 7 magic warrior who stands on a different level. But their excited chatter is immediately cut short. The professor coldly demands absolute silence in his classroom. He notes that while they are all elite prodigies, they also have one very special exception among them. He reminds them that Stella Academy exists solely to forge deadly magic warriors through ruthless, unforgiving training. They will face 3 years of brutal training. He does not expect everyone to survive, but demands their absolute best. The professor lowers his voice, asking if anyone has any questions. The S-class students remain dead silent. Pleased, the professor declares that class is now in session. But before he can even finish, the door suddenly flies open. Hong Bi-yeon stands there with a bright red slap mark still visible. Baek Yu-seol is thoroughly confused by her arrival. The girl, who is usually a stickler for rules, is actually late. As she speaks to the professor, Yu-seol grows incredibly suspicious. How bad was it? Baek Yu-seol immediately pulled out his sentient spec glasses to inspect her. Instantly, all of Hong Bi-yeon's detailed profile appeared. Hong Bi-yeon, the fire mage villainess who loves red ginseng candy, occasionally burns herself and strictly drinks only espresso, brewed in the Akalia style. Curiously, with such a cruel mother, her death was guaranteed. He stared at the unchanging system screen. Baek Yu-seol muttered, "She is doomed to die." He looked back at Hong Bi-yeon. If Iseol's demise was caused by Flame, then Hong Bi-yeon's death was caused by both Flame and Iseol. A crimson system alert popped up right then. This was the inescapable destiny of a villainess. Baek Yu-seol removed his specs. If possible, I want to help her. But in my current state, I can barely even help myself. Meanwhile, Lee Han-won instructed her to return to her seat, leaving Baek Yu-seol to plunge right back into his deep thoughts. Keeping his distance was his only option, which was frustrating. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol froze. When did Hong Bi-yeon get right next to him? She was staring directly at Baek Yu-seol. He tensed up. Then Hong Bi-yeon pushed her chair back and sat right beside Baek Yu-seol. His mind raced with endless doubts. What was this? Everything felt altered, right from the very beginning. Up on the podium, Professor Lee Han-won spoke solemnly. Before we begin today's lesson, we will hold a staff inheritance ceremony for the magic weapons you will use. His commanding voice echoed, announcing that Class S and Class A would join together. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol muttered, "The inheritance ceremony." Annoying, but he was secretly looking forward to it. Stella Academy hosted 2 massive annual events, the familiar contract ceremony and this highly anticipated staff inheritance ceremony. For an elite school like Stella, the inheritance ceremony held immense significance. Cut to the grand hall where the event was underway. Professor Lee Han-won asked, "Is everyone present?" He then added, "Staves, ranging from the lowest to the highest grades, have been prepared for you." As the crowd listened intently, the professor instructed, "Your job is to find a staff you like and claim it." He then warned, "Replacing a staff is a massive headache, so make your choice very carefully." Baek Yu-seol smirked. Despite those instructions, they weren't actually the ones choosing their weapons. It was quite the opposite. Baek Yu-seol's thoughts focused on the truth. These staves only react to those they deem worthy, creating a powerful magic resonance. He walked onward, musing that no matter how much someone desired it, they couldn't wield a high-tier staff without that bond. Stepping forward, a sudden wave of hesitation hit him. He muttered, "Honestly, which one should I actually go for?" He recalled his old game strategies. Previously, he would have grabbed an F-rank staff instantly, but now that he was in Class S, he had to reconsider. Staring at the selection, he realized a short wand suited his fighting style perfectly. In his mind, they fell into two distinct categories: compact wands and long staves. Quick-fire wands were favored by close-range magic knights, who unleashed rapid, relentless spells. Conversely, long staves were wielded by priest types who focused on single devastating blows that required long casting times. But his silent train of thought was abruptly cut off by the whispering crowd of freshmen. "Hey, which one is he picking?" Baek Yu-seol glanced over. "Surely he won't have any trouble getting a resonance right." Unbothered Baek Yu-seol shrugged internally. Let them talk. They could whisper all they wanted. But suddenly, a smug voice called out to him. Baek Yu-seol blinked, startled. "Who are you?" he asked. The snobbish stranger scoffed in response. "Me, I am Uselek." Baek Yu-seol frowned. Who on earth was that? He had never heard that name before. "Right, got it," Baek Yu-seol replied. So Uselek sneered. "Which staff are you picking?" Baek Yu-seol shrugged. "Just whatever." Uselek smirked condescendingly. "You should probably grab something that fits your low-born commoner status." Hearing this elitist insult, Baek Yu-seol looked mildly amused, but Uselek wasn't done showing off, continuing his cheap provocation. "Just don't make a scene and embarrass the professors." Baek Yu-seol casually walked right past him. "Sure. You should try not to cause trouble either." Uselek's face flushed bright red with fury. "You bastard," he roared, utterly triggered. "Are you looking for a fight?" Sighing at how incredibly annoying this was, Baek Yu-seol slipped on his glasses. Instantly, the panel displayed Uselek Chek Valen, son of Marquis Valen, lackey to Prince Jeremy. Diagnostic, a third-rate bully. Taking off his glasses, Baek Yu-seol felt slightly underwhelmed. "That's it." He glanced at the hot-headed bully with a sigh. "Nothing special at all." Uselek puffed his chest, pointing toward a gorgeous weapon. "See that? That's my pick. Stare all you want." Baek Yu-seol stared at the indicated staff, his eyes widening in surprise. "No way. Is that the Omri Elter Myri?" It was undoubtedly the highest-grade weapon present, an upper intermediate staff. Usually, such powerful armaments were reserved for elite magic warriors. For ordinary academy students, even a low intermediate staff was considered their absolute limit. Baek Yu-seol shook his head. In fact, even fully licensed professional mages struggled to wield low intermediate gear. Yet, right there besides, the legendary Omri Elter Myri stood another high intermediate staff on display. It was purely bait to see who could trigger it. Professor Lee Han-won reminded everyone to stand in front of their desired wand. Hae-won-ryung had already made his choice, getting exactly what he wanted. Jeremy Skelvin and Hong Bi-yeon had also finished, but suddenly near Baek Yu-seol, a brilliant light erupted. The new freshman watched in absolute shock, whispering in awe about the wand Hae-won-ryung selected. Was that actually Haldane Amakoten, the mid-tier staff? Did Prince Skelvin really manage to secure a mid-tier weapon too? Light after light flashed across the room as Princess Hong Bi-yeon claimed another impressive mid-tier magic staff. How could so many freshmen obtain mid-tier wands? Usually only certified veteran mages had the power to handle them. The crowd muttered that this class was completely insane. Uselek Chek Valen gritted his teeth in pure frustration, growling, "Damn it. Just you wait, I can do it too." As Uselek Chek Valen marched away, the crowd's focus shifted. "Oh, is that Uselek Chek Valen?" everyone whispered, wondering if he could actually tame an upper intermediate magic staff. Standing before his chosen weapon, Uselek Chek Valen smirked confidently. "Watch closely," he thought. "I will show all of you what a real Class S genius is capable of." He tightly wrapped his hand around the wand. Suddenly, a massive blast of blinding light erupted from the magic weapon, sending violent lightning crackling across the room. From the distance, Baek Yu-seol felt the immense pressure and sighed, knowing what would happen. He failed. Sure enough, Yuslek Chekvalen collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth in bitter, agonizing defeat. The surrounding students began gossiping immediately. "Oh my, he looks seriously hurt. Someone call the professor quickly." Baek Yu-seol watched in silence. That upper intermediate staff was out of his league. He should have just backed off, he muttered. Just then, Yuslek Chekvalen looked up and saw someone approaching. "Wait, stop," he wheezed. But Ma Yu-sung ignored him, humming calmly as he walked. Baek Yu-seol watched him, knowing that the staff's true owner had finally arrived. With his arrogant swagger and striking red eyes, Ma Yu-sung always stood out. The crowd erupted into whispers at his sudden appearance. Was he actually going to try for that staff? He gently touched the weapon, shocking the entire crowd. No one believed he could tame the legendary Edmuriatemuri, but Ma Yu-sung gripped the handle tightly. Instantly, a brilliant explosion of light filled the hall. Baek Yu-seol watched in pure awe. A satisfied smile spread across Ma Yu-sung's face. As he admired his new weapon, the crowd fell into deep shock. How could a mere freshman successfully claim such a high-tier magic artifact? They couldn't believe it. Baek Yu-seol simply let out a quiet sigh. Exactly as I predicted. From this day on, even more people would realize just how monstrously talented Ma Yu-sung was. But Ma Yu-sung quickly noticed Baek Yu-seol standing there in confusion and flashed him a knowing smile. Baek Yu-seol thought, what the hell, is he crazy? He couldn't help but think of another powerful genius, since Flame was also destined to obtain a similar weapon, the Taravon. However, this was a massive turning point. If Flame failed to obtain the Taravon, their paths might diverge forever. In the original story, Ma Yu-sung would become interested in Flame after seeing her talent unlocking his special companion route. But if she chose a different wand, a completely different route would open up. Baek Yu-seol quickly planned his next move. He needed to use Flame to win Ma Yu-sung over to his side. Suddenly, he saw Flame walking past. Her eyes were locked on a wand. Baek Yu-seol tensed. "The Taravon is over there." He watched her closely, feeling incredibly anxious. What would she do? As Flame walked closer to the magic staff, he mentally urged her to take. Once she grabbed the Taravon, Ma Yu-sung would lock his interest onto her, giving them a much better chance at reaching a happy ending. But to his utter shock, she walked straight past it. He stared in complete disbelief. What was happening? Did she not like the Taravon, or did she simply not know anything about its hidden value? That was highly possible, as she was still searching for a wand. Either way, this was a terrible turn of events. As the female lead, shouldn't she be able to resonate with any staff? Baek Yu-seol gritted his teeth, sweating. What if she chose some completely random trash wand that would throw them entirely off the ideal story route? Crouching down, he began channeling his magic, a brilliant gold light erupting around his body. He had no other choice. He had to personally force the Taravon into her hands. Aiming directly behind her, he cast his signature teleportation skill. In a flash, he appeared right behind her. Sensing a presence, Flame gasped in surprise. "Whoa, since when were you there?" He offered a bright, friendly smile and asked, "Hey, just wondering, which magic staff are you going to choose?" She eyed him suspiciously. "And why do you care?" He quickly made up an excuse. "Just wanted to help out. You looked a bit lost, that's all." But Flame remained completely indifferent. "None of your business," she said, turning away. "Hold on, wait, Baek," Yu-seol called out, scratching his face in awkward confusion as she walked away. Thoughts of his classmates suddenly flashed through his mind. Flame was supposed to be friendly with everyone as an extrovert, so why was she acting so cold? Why was she so distant? Baek Yu-seol filled himself with determination. No, he couldn't give up. His very survival depended on this. Everything was on the line here. Tense, he quickly called out for her to wait. Honestly, he was just trying to help her choose a weapon. Flame glared back in pure anger, telling him to mind his own business. Yet Baek Yu-seol stubbornly insisted that a perfect wand was right here. Her patience ran thin. Flame snapped at him, demanding what he could possibly know about wands. Baek Yu-seol could only offer a forced smile. What on earth did he do wrong? Did she just not care about support items? Still, he didn't stop and pushed forward anyway. He mentioned hearing a lot about her talent, pointing toward the weapon. He asked if she thought she could handle conquering that wand. Flame turned to look at the wand and gasped, naming it Taravon. Baek Yu-seol smiled, confirming that was indeed the one. But then a sudden shock. Baek Yu-seol grew uneasy at a strange noise. Suddenly something lunged straight at him. Panic filled his eyes as danger closed in. Slowly opening his eyes, he gasped. He was actually holding the Taravon wand, though he didn't realize it yet, entirely shaken by the scare. Confused, he stared down at the wand in utter panic. Stuttering, he wondered how this weapon ended up in his hands instead of Flame's. She was the rightful owner. Cursing inwardly, Baek Yu-seol nervously stammered and called out to Flame, only to find her face completely cold. She responded with a dangerously sharp smile, asking what he wanted. Baek Yu-seol panicked, realizing in his mind that he was absolutely doomed. Later that afternoon, after classes dismissed and students headed home, Flame clutched her books, heading to the dorms while overhearing some gossip. Did you hear the news? Flame watched as her peers happily chatted about 2 students who successfully claimed top-tier high-class wands this year. Seriously, only 5 people in history had ever managed to pull that off, and now that number has suddenly grown by 2. But here's the bizarre part. One of those 2 high-achieving students apparently only used basic blink magic during the entire evaluation. The other student looked shocked. How is that possible? Isn't blink just a basic spell? My parents always said it was trash magic. They wondered if there was some massive mistake. Hearing their chatter, Flame simply remained silent, keeping her thoughts to herself. Later on at the academy study hall, the afternoon sun began to fade, casting soft beams of light through the hallway windows. Walking down the corridor, Flame let out a sigh, glad to finally get some peace. Still, she couldn't stop thinking about the gossip. Those voices echoed everywhere she went today. Rumors of the 2 students claiming the top-tier wands had spread like wildfire across the entire academy, yet she simply couldn't wrap her head around it. Her mind drifted back to the shocking moment Baek Yu-seol claimed that powerful weapon. She was completely stunned. There was no way he actually obtained the Taravon. Just who on earth was this guy anyway? Flame was deeply perplexed. She had read the original novel 3 times before ending up here, yet the name Baek Yu-seol never appeared once. Losing her cool, she recalled the story clearly stating no one could claim Taravon, let alone easily resonate with its massive power. Gritting her teeth, she kept picturing him holding the wand with that smirk, as if he was deliberately boasting and showing off. Annoyed, Flame shook her head to dismiss the thoughts. Why was she even wasting her time worrying about a guy like him? Just then, a voice called out from behind. Flame. Her classmates smiled as they approached her, asking if she was heading to study. Hearing them, she turned around and put on a gentle smile, playfully asking if they thought she was just some bookworm. A blonde girl chimed in saying, Flame always claimed she studied, simply because she had nothing better to do with her time. Flame quickly denied it, but a brunette friend tilted her head in confusion. Still. Flame, why do you always call us kids? We are all the same age after all. Flustered. Flame quickly blamed it on habit, since she was treated as an adult back home. While she maintained a polite smile, her inner thoughts were a chaotic mess. Realizing she was now inside a novel changed everything. She simply couldn't bring herself to act like a typical teenager. Suddenly, a clear voice broke through her deep train of thought, asking if she was going to study alone again today. Flame looked over at the red-haired girl who had just spoken to her. Trying to recall her name, she realized it was Jackie. Flame couldn't help but think how similar their personal styles actually were. Waving her hands in denial, she explained she had to attend a makeup meeting instead. Smiling, she bid them farewell for now. The others waved goodbye, suggesting they grab some coffee next time. Flame started to walk away, waving back over her shoulder. Heading down the hall, she quietly grumbled to herself about teenage girls, thinking about how tough it was pretending to be one. Lost in her thoughts, she wasn't paying attention to the path ahead and suddenly collided hard with someone walking right toward her. Rubbing her head in pain from the impact, she realized she bumped into a male student. Recognizing her, he called out her name. Looking up, she saw Haewon-ryang standing there. He kindly asked if she was all right. She nodded, insisting she was fine. Yet Haewon-ryang noticed her expression. He gently pointed out she looked pale, asking if anything was wrong, catching her off guard. Was he actually worried about her? Quickly dismissing it, she claimed everything was fine. Haewon-ryang then asked if she was studying. Are you heading to the Class S special training hall again? Haewon-ryang asks, looking at Flame. No slacking on daily practice. They keep bickering back and forth, teasing each other. You are not being honest at all, she says. Oh, is that so? Suddenly both fall silent. Haewon-ryang stares intensely at Flame, leaving her completely baffled before he flashes a warm, bright smile. He reaches out to gently stroke her hair, startling her. Haewon-ryang gives her a tender look and says, "See you around." He turns and leaves, leaving Flame completely dazed. Shaking it off, she grumbles under her breath and begins walking away too. Suddenly, she spots someone. Jackie is standing by the door, staring right at her. Flame is confused. Why is she still here? Flame raises her hand to wave, but before she can call out, Jackie suddenly bolts. Stunned, Flame decides to just move on. This is not the time for distractions. After a short walk, she reaches the self-study classroom and pauses at the door. It is the special supplementary meeting. Flame recalls that in the original novel, Iseol and Hong Byeon both attend this. Watching the female lead and the villainous clash is crucial. Pushing the thoughts aside, Flame opens the door and steps inside. Stepping in slowly, she scans the room. Almost every major character is already seated. Then she looks toward the podium. Up on stage, Kale from Class A looks incredibly awkward. He looks like he just rushed back from somewhere in a hurry. Flame quietly walks over to take her seat. This supplementary session is strictly for students who desperately need to raise their academic grades. Yet looking around, she notices the room is mostly packed with Class S students. She sits down and glances over. To her surprise, Ma Yu-song is present too. As the world's potential male lead, his deep interest in Baek Yu-seol makes sense. Flame stares at Baek Yu-seol. This is definitely no coincidence. He did nothing during the exam except solve those 3 hell questions. Clenching her fist, she realizes Baek Yu-seol must have known from the very start. Solving them guaranteed his Class S entry. Flame bites her lip in deep confusion, her gaze darkening as a sudden, unsettling realization begins to wash over her mind. If Baek Yu-seol truly calculated all of this beforehand and acted accordingly, then this guy is far more dangerous than she thought. She keeps staring intensely at his calm, unreadable face. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol sighs heavily, looking completely exhausted from all the noise. He tries to dodge Ma Yu-song's blindingly bright smile, silently praying for literally anyone to please drag this guy away. Ma Yu-song beams and asks Baek Yu-seol, "Why are you here? You don't need this." "Is there a special reason?" Baek Yu-seol forces an awkward smile. "Haha, not really. In reality, his grades are just trash, forcing him to attend." Squinting at Ma Yu-song's overly enthusiastic grin, Baek Yu-seol feels a bit unnerved. Why is this guy suddenly so interested in him? Suddenly, a loud voice cuts right through the classroom chatter. Kale stands at the podium, officially starting the session. "All right, that is enough chatting for today," Kale announces to the room. "We will be discussing the ranking exam. As you all know, this exam featured an incredibly difficult section that everyone has been calling the 3 hell questions. Everyone listens closely." Spotting Sylvester and several other elite prodigies in the crowd, Kale breaks into an anxious, awkward sweat. "And I will be explaining them today," Kale says, while internally cursing. "Damn it, why are those monsters even here? I only planned to boost my own reputation by helping out a few clueless nobles, not face this crowd." Suddenly, Kale notices something. Looking at Baek Yu-seol's completely serious expression, he smiles. "No, wait. This is my perfect opportunity. I heard Baek Yu-seol scored the absolute lowest on the entrance exam." A wicked, calculating grin spreads across Kale's face. He makes up his mind to utterly humiliate him and show off. Kale grabs a book and heads to the blackboard. "First off, let me show you how I solved it," Kale explains, writing quickly on the board. "These are trick questions. They are meant to bait you into wrong answers." The students take notes as Kale continues his smug lecture. Ma Yu-song watches Baek Yu-seol with an amused smile before asking, "What do you think? Did he do it right?" Baek Yu-seol turns to see Ma Yu-song's pleasant, gentle expression, but internally his mind is racing with pure confusion. What on earth is he talking about? Ask me if it is right. I do not even understand what he is teaching. And what even are those 3 hell questions anyway, sighing Baek Yu-seol looks away, opting for complete quiet silence instead. Deciding that honesty is the best policy, Baek Yu-seol casually replies, "No, I have no idea." Kale immediately freezes. Baek Yu-seol's voice rings out way too loudly, causing a wave of shocked whispers to ripple through the room. Wait, did Baek Yu-seol just say Kael's answer was wrong? Kael's eyes widen, his teeth gritting in absolute fury. Sensing all eyes on him, Baek Yu-seol looks around, totally clueless. Wait, why is everyone staring at me like that? Kale crushes the piece of chalk in his fist, his voice dropping. Did I make a mistake? Baek Yu-seol freezes. Kale sneers, throwing down a direct challenge as he glares at him. In that case, Why don't you come down here? Why don't you help everyone solve it? Baek Yu-seol froze in awkward silence. His face turned pale and he thought in utter shock, what is he saying? What on earth was happening? Just then he noticed Wang standing nearby, flashing a bright grin and giving him a big thumbs up. You've got this, Baek Yu-seol, Wang whispered. Annoyed that his classmate was definitely doing this on purpose, Baek Yu-seol sighed and walked forward. Stepping up to the podium, he muttered, "Sigh, fine, I'll just wing it." Flame watched his every move and so did Hong Bian. Grabbing a piece of chalk, he began writing on the board. Staring at the formulas, Baek Yu-seol fell deep into his own thoughts. 3 questions from hell. To Baek Yu-seol, these felt like cheap riddles. He immediately started visualizing the scenarios described in the problems. Take this one. A mage casts a spell calling for Mother Earth to shed tears, and suddenly the dust doubles in volume. Why does that happen? Well, the answer was dead simple. A smug grin crept onto Baek Yu-seol's face as he solved it. Were the dust particles crying? Not even close. It was just basic atomic separation. What a ridiculous question, he thought, rubbing his temples. Yet to these elite students, this was a massive obstacle. He wondered who even wrote this stuff, but then he looked up. Noticing Kale's glaring, furious expression, Baek Yu-seol realized the guy had treated this nonsense like some complex mathematical theorem. Staring at Kale's written solution, Baek Yu-seol couldn't help but sigh. The method was completely off. Honestly, he just got lucky with the final answer. If he faced a slightly different version, he would fail instantly. Turning to him, Baek Yu-seol said bluntly, "I cannot teach you how to solve it, but I can show you exactly where you went wrong." Kale gasped in surprise. Baek Yu-seol explained, "This question applies to Earth, but what if it was water or wind? Would your method still work?" Baek Yu-seol challenged. Dazed Kale stammered, "Well, then I would just use a different method." "Exactly," Baek Yu-seol pressed. "Meaning you would need endless different formulas for the exact same type of question." Kale stood frozen, gritting his teeth. Baek Yu-seol had ruthlessly exposed the truth. That correct answer, pure unadulterated luck. It was not the logic the examiners were looking for. Exposed and humiliated, Kale stammered, completely unable to find his words. His confidence shattered, Kyle reluctantly mumbled, You're right." Watching him slump, Baek Yu-seol realized he might have been too harsh. Did I just destroy his self-esteem? Feeling a bit guilty, he offered some quick comfort. "But look, you got this part right." As Baek Yu-seol explained the real breakdown, Kyle eagerly began taking notes, and the rest of the class followed suit. Flame watched in disbelief. The entire classroom was dead silent, save for the scratching of pens. How is this possible? She wondered. Everyone was hanging on to his words. Even geniuses like Isekai and Hong Bian, who usually argued, sat in rapt attention. They were completely absorbed in his logic. Flame watched them, a strange anxiety creeping in. Is this really okay? As the sun began to set, Ma Yuseong packed his books and waved. See you tomorrow, Baek Yu-seol, he called out cheerfully. Waving back with a polite smile, Baek Yu-seol waited until the guy left before facepalming in absolute dread. Oh man, getting tangled up with a weirdo like Ma Yuseong was a nightmare. He never wanted to see that guy again. Looking down at his empty hands, Baek Yu-seol wondered if it all started because of that stupid phone of his. He couldn't even use the device anymore, yet he had somehow caught Ma Yuseong's attention. Why wouldn't that guy leave him alone? Previously, only Flame ever interacted with him. Lost in thought, Baek Yu-seol suddenly spotted Hong Bian waiting outside the classroom. She stood there quietly, looking lost. He realized she was waiting for someone, but decided to just pass her by. None of my business, he thought, heading for the exit, but before he could slip away, she called out, Baek Yu-seol. He froze in his tracks as she slowly approached, her voice cool. I have questions for you. What could the S-class princess possibly want with him? What is it, he asked? Crossing her arms, she demanded answers. Why did you refuse to explain your methods back there? Baek Yu-seol stood frozen. It wasn't that he wouldn't explain. He literally couldn't. How do you explain a nonsense riddle? Realizing she had completely misunderstood, Baek Yu-seol rubbed his neck. There is simply nothing to explain, he mumbled. Hong Bi-yun stared at him in silence, her expression shifting. I get it, she said, narrowing her eyes. You just did not want to reveal your secrets in public, right? Her assumption caught him off guard. Wait, what? No. But before he could deny it, she suggested a deal. I will compensate you handsomely, she offered confidently. So, explain everything you know without holding back. Baek Yu-seol's face fell completely at a loss. and that is how they ended up sitting in the dim library. Under the warm glow of the lamps, Baek Yu-seol and Hong Bi-yeon stared at the exam sheets spread across the table. Adjusting his glasses, he held up the papers. "I still do not get why you paid to hear about these test questions. I have my reasons. Just start talking," she insisted. Sighing, Baek Yu-seol grumbled. Fine, whatever you say, princess." She looks closely at the test, completely puzzled. Since Baek Yu-seol only missed those 3 trick questions, why ask someone who got everything else wrong? Aren't you even a little embarrassed? But Hong Bi-yeon calmly looks up, saying, "Not at all. The only thing she actually feels ashamed of is that she still doesn't understand the answers. She flatly says that as long as she gets the solutions, she will do anything." Baek Yu-seol stares at her, silently evaluating her character. Truly a model student, he thinks. But then, curiosity gets the better of him. "Why did you ask me?" Hearing this, Hong Bi-yeon looks up as he continues staring at the paper. "You are a royal princess. You have plenty of elite friends, so why me?" She hesitates. Then she breaks down the facts. Out of 1,141 test takers, only 3 people managed to solve those 3 hellish questions, including him. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol is completely caught off guard. "Wait, what did you just say?" Tucking her hair back, she shyly admits those trick questions were never meant to have any solutions. Yet Baek Yu-seol and you somehow solved them, leaving me totally baffled. This shocking truth sends a cold shiver down his spine. "Wait, hold on!" Leaping to his feet, he points at the exam sheet, yelling. "Were those 3 questions really just unsolvable tricks?" Hong Bi-yeon calmly nods. "Exactly. Did you not even realize that during the exam?" He quickly tries to compose himself and sits back down. He curses his own stupidity, finally understanding why he was put into S-class. But then a sudden realization hits him, making him feel incredibly gloomy. Now he knows why Flame tried to stop him. Under her curious gaze, he feels entirely out of place. He has no deep knowledge about this world's lore or those trick questions. But Flame is completely different. As far as he knows, she is a transmigrator who has read the entire novel cover to cover. Even if she didn't know the game's actual plot, she certainly knew all the hidden settings. That obviously included those trick questions. At this moment, he remains silent, lost in thought. Since an unscripted extra, who was never in the novel, has suddenly appeared, Flame has no choice but to accept his presence. Baek Yu-seol finds the whole situation bizarre, realizing why she has been acting this way. Noticing his sudden emotional shift, Hong Bi-yeon asks if he is all right. He offers a tired reply, claiming it is nothing. Frowning, he quickly gathers his thoughts. He reminds her of their bet. She promised to grant his request if he showed her the solution. She quietly nods, saying she knows. Baek Yu-seol presents his wish. His request is simple: turn his magic staff into a magic sword. He offers a quick explanation. It should be effortless, since the royal blacksmiths in her kingdom can easily handle it. His words catch her completely off guard. But only low-tier mercenaries wield weapons like that. Why would a mage use one? He casually nods and crosses his arms. It matches my style, he claims. Though secretly he won't admit it is because of his magic defect. Losing patience, he demands to know if she can do it. Hong Bi-yeon replies that it is a complete piece of cake. He mentally celebrates. Pointing directly at a line on the paper, he says, "All right then, let me show you how to solve this first." Baek Yu-seol casually explains that his secret method relies entirely on shifting perspective. "Shifting perspective?" she asks, looking down. "Exactly," he responds. He knows her biggest weakness inside and out. Hong Bi-yeon relies far too much on textbook rules, making it impossible to unleash her true potential even with a powerful magic staff. She has become completely dependent on it. In the original timeline, she only realizes this during her 2nd year after a humiliating defeat to Flame. But sitting across from her right now, Baek Yu-seol knows he can change her destiny. He cannot reveal too much at this very moment, but he can definitely nudge her in the right direction. He leans in closer to her and asks, "Do you happen to know what a nonsense riddle is?" he asks, moving closer to Hong Bi-yeon. Baek Yu-seol calmly plans his next move. He decides to test her understanding. Leaning back, he casually poses a silly question to Hong Bi-yeon to see if she gets it. This catches Hong Bi-yeon completely off guard, though she completely misinterprets his meaning. A nonsense riddle? I think I might have heard of that concept before. Baek Yu-seol calmly offers to give her a simple example. What is located directly in between a knee and a knee? She ponders the question deeply before confidently answering the back of the knee. Baek Yu-seol instantly shuts her down. Wrong, it is the word and. How does that make any sense? She asks. Baek Yu-seol grins, explaining that he asked what was in between a knee and a knee, remember. Stunned by the silly answer, Hong Bi-yeon sits in absolute silence before shooting him an incredibly fierce, murderous glare. Baek Yu-seol nervously raises his hands, pleading with her not to look at him like that as he tries to diffuse the heavy tension. Just calm down and look closely at the question. Gesturing to the red marks on her test sheet, Baek Yu-seol breaks it down. Those trick questions required formulas and methods she had never encountered before, meaning she had to solve them using pure, unadulterated creativity. But how could anyone ever memorize raw creativity? His words strike a deep chord, leaving Hong Bi-yeon staring blankly in sudden realization. Looking down, she softly murmurs that it is impossible. Getting the answer he wanted, Baek Yu-seol flashes a satisfied grin. He quickly adds that mastering standard spells and techniques is still incredibly crucial, a comment that instantly captures her full, undivided attention. Hong Bi-yeon. Baek Yu-seol then went on to explain that to truly grow a mage in her current state, needed to see the world from a perspective far beyond her own imagination. After all, magic could grow from the absolute smallest changes. He bluntly pointed out her weak spots, yet she could only process things based on what she had already seen. Baek Yu-seol then reminded her that spells are not meant to just be memorized and discarded. He calmly added that she might be much better than him at analytical thinking and judgment. But while pointing out Hong Bi-yeon's flaws, he noted she lacked one crucial trait of a true mage, which was creativity. Right then, her hands began trembling under the table, and her entire body radiated a dark, gloomy aura. Baek Yu-seol sweated in sheer panic, realizing her expression had become incredibly terrifying. He gently patted her head with a forced smile, asking if she understood everything he just said, even if it was a bit complicated. Just then, Hong Bi-yeon's mood seemed to lift. She looked up and confidently replied that of course she did, while he smiled internally, cursing himself for having absolutely no idea what he was even saying. Then he cheerfully told her he was glad she understood, so they should begin. Baek Yu-seol then threw a riddle at her, asking what animal can walk but is called unable to walk. Hong Bi-yeon had no idea how to answer. She kept repeating the phrase in her head, trying to make sense of the strange riddle. But, unable to solve it, she finally gave up and admitted she did not know. He revealed the answer was a cow, then immediately asked another riddle, asking why a bed never works hard. Once again, she awkwardly gave up, prompting him to explain that they are always lying down on the job. Moving on, he asked what would happen if rock, paper, and scissors all competed in a race. Her patience was wearing thin as she mechanically repeated that she did not know. He happily explained that the rock would simply roll away, while the paper and scissors would stay still because they are just stationary. Her entire body began to tremble with rage, making Baek Yu-seol feel quite uneasy. Frowning, she pressed her lips tightly together, desperately trying to hold back her mounting fury. Suddenly, Hong Bi-yeon stood up abruptly. Realizing he had pushed her limits with these silly questions, Baek Yu-seol froze, fearing she might explode at any moment. Still, to help stretch her creative thinking, he had to keep going, asking what a cloud would say to the sea. He nervously continued asking what it could possibly say as the raindrops began to fall. But seeing her remain dead, silent, his anxiety began to skyrocket, desperately hoping she would answer. Suddenly, Hong Bi-yeon suggested that tears pour into the sea. Hearing this creative answer, he froze in surprise before cheerfully confirming she got it right. Realizing she actually solved the riddle, she smiled radiantly, which caught his attention. It was the absolute first time he had ever seen her smile, whether in the game or in reality. Resting his chin, he giggled and praised her, noting that her creativity truly befitted a princess. Hearing this, Hong Bi-yeon blushed deeply and out of sheer embarrassment, quickly tried to change the subject, demanding the next question. Seeing her adorable reaction made him incredibly happy, so he kept throwing out more riddles. Eventually, night began to fall over the ancient academy, and as the students gradually departed their classrooms, Baek Yu-seol finally made his way out as well. His face was a picture of pure exhaustion, with heavy dark circles weighing down his tired eyes. He let out a heavy sigh, realizing he had just spent 3 whole hours asking Hong Bi-yeon those ridiculous riddles. The absurd memories of Their exchange flooded his mind, leaving him completely flabbergasted. He never expected that she would actually take his words so seriously. Staring blankly ahead, Baek Yu-seol thought about the beautiful but quiet princess, knowing she was destined to become a brilliant mage. Yet as he walked, he knew her greatest flaw was her extremely rigid way of thinking. Exploiting that weakness felt a bit cruel, and even though she was technically a villain in this world, he could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Pushing those thoughts aside, he resolved that he needed to quickly upgrade Terrapon into a magic sword to unlock more of its potential. Gazing up at the warmly lit houses in the dark, he told himself that it was time to focus on his next immediate task. He needed to quickly buy a crucial book. Before long, Baek Yu-seol found himself running down a quiet, deserted street searching around. He looked around, trying to recall if the location was nearby, as his memory of this specific spot was slightly hazy. Suddenly, he looked up and spotted his exact destination. Baek Yu-seol cheered with joy as the dark night sky began to settle over the area. Standing before a worn, cracked building, he stepped inside to find it covered in cobwebs with an old bookshelf standing nearby. He carefully stepped inside, scanning the dusty shelves. It was incredibly old, but everything was neatly arranged. A moment later, Baek Yu-seol glanced at the shopkeeper sitting quietly. They exchanged a brief, silent nod, though he knew this mysterious owner harbored some very strange habits. He would often pretend to sleep while carefully observing his customers from beneath a low hood, watching every single movement intently. Baek Yu-seol knew that hidden inside this completely forgotten nameless bookstore lay a legendary treasure that nobody else knew about. It was Meila's notebook, written by the star student who graduated top of his class at Stella Academy 10 years ago. The priceless notes were hidden right here, waiting for the system screen to pop up with the press of a single button. In the game, a simple pop-up would ask if you wanted to study. Yes or no. But in real life, you actually need the notebook for that class. On top of that, depending on the textbook you choose, your stat growth rate will differ. Images of sparkling books begin to appear. Looking at the packed shelves, Baek Yu-seol recalls that he used to buy books from famous shops, only to realize the true hidden gems are found in bookstores, with no signs at all. As Baek Yu-seol wanders past the crowded shelves, he scans every corner. If he could study magic engineering using Ma Yu-sung's notebook, a perfect score would be guaranteed. Of Ma Yu-sung, a perfect score is guaranteed. Stepping up to an aisle, he figures his monocle alone could get him perfect scores, but that would never help him actually develop his skills. That is when something suddenly catches his attention on the shelf, and Baek Yu-seol freezes. A small blue book sitting at the very end of the shelf immediately catches his eye. But as he reaches out to grab it, his hand accidentally brushes against someone else trying to reach for the same book. Startled, he turns his head to see who it is. To his surprise, it's none other than Isekai holding a book and staring blankly back at him. Stunned, she looks at him with confusion and asks, "Do you know me?" Baek Yu-seol frankly replies, "Of course. You are pretty famous, you know." Realizing who he is, Isekai quickly speaks up. "Right, you are that student from the supplementary class." Baek Yu-seol was it. Hearing this, he thinks in surprise. Wait, she doesn't remember the entrance ceremony. Suddenly, she breaks the silence to praise him, saying, "That debate was impressive, but I felt a bit disappointed you didn't explain everything." He suddenly realizes that she couldn't solve it either. With that, she turned around to leave, offering a polite parting comment. "Anyway, it was really nice meeting you, Baek Yu-seol." Baek Yu-seol reaches to take the blue book, his eyes still locked on her retreating figure. As she fades into the distance, he lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she didn't buy it. Watching her move to another shelf, he wonders, and mutters, "Wait, what is she even doing here?" Looking at another book, Isekai checks the astronomical price tag and sighs deeply, gently placing it back on the shelf. Seeing this, Baek Yu-seol tilts his head in confusion. What is going on? A wave of realization hits him. This shop mostly sells cheap used books. Naturally, only broke academy students come here, just like him. He steals a glance at Isekai, realizing she is someone from a family that has fallen into absolute ruin. Having lost everything, she has no choice but to shop at a place like this. Her father was likely brutally murdered by the dark sect, leaving her completely defenseless. Reaching this realization, Baek Yu-seol feels a wave of pity. How heartbreaking that a proud princess like her now has to stress over cheap book prices due to a lack of money. Recalling the events of the original novel, he remembers that Iseul-Morph's fate in the story is nothing short of tragic. She is destined to die before Flame, the world's main protagonist, consumed by a small flame that ruins her young life. Without a doubt, Iseul-Morph is the most tragic character in the game. Sensing his intense gaze, she looks up, flustered. Shaking off his thoughts, Baek Yu-seol piles a massive stack of books on the counter. Grinning, he tells the shopkeeper. "The shopkeeper, I'm ready to pay." The owner stares, absolutely stunned. "This whole pile? This kid is stronger than he looks." Noticing Iseul-Morph watching him, he glances back with a smirk. Iseul-Morph, standing nearby, quickly lowers her head in embarrassment. Sensing her awkwardness, Baek Yu-seol casually asks what is wrong. She stammers, "You look like, it seems like you picked out some pretty weird things." He forces a smile, wondering if she was about to insult him. Looking at the covers, she asks curiously. "Like what?" She quickly fires back. "All of them. Why on earth are you reading books about high-tier sealing magic?" Leaning in closer, she explains. Sealing theory is an ancient craft that requires specific catalyst items. With modern alchemy and magic engineering still lagging behind, this type of magic is practically never used anymore. Baek Yu-seol shrugs nonchalantly. "Oh, this. You're right. It is a dead art." Iseul-Morph looks down, feeling a bit dejected, muttering, "So you already knew." But his next words catch her off guard. "That is exactly why I picked it." Iseul-Morph turns to him, her eyes wide with complete shock. Gathering his newly purchased books, Baek Yu-seol flashes a sly, plotting grin. "Everyone thinks just like you do. That's exactly how I plan to get ahead of the class." With a wave, he heads out, leaving Iseul-Morph utterly dumbfounded. As Baek Yu-seol walks away with his heavy stack, he grins to himself. Iseul-Morph was right, almost nobody touches sealing theory. But that means he can study it with minimal effort and still secure top grades compared to the popular classes. This bold strategy fills him with absolute confidence. Passing this semester is going to be a total breeze. Behind him, Iseul-Morph remains silent, watching him leave until the next. Monday morning, as sunlight bathes the academy. Walking down the grand hallway, Iseul-Morph is completely lost in thought about her upcoming classes. First up was nihilism. She had already mapped out all the easy classes, and this one should be another easy A. Getting a high grade here wouldn't be an issue. But the moment she arrived, she saw the classroom was absolutely packed. Students were chatting loudly all over the room. "Are you taking nihilism too?" a girl sitting right next to her asked. "Yeah, but things don't look great. I only signed up because everyone said it's an easy A." Turns out everyone knew. All the top elite students had enrolled here. Iseul quietly found herself a seat, while the nearby classmates kept gossiping. She was Iseul-Morph after all. Looking at the crowded room, she sighed in sheer helplessness. There was no saving this situation. She would just have to try her best in other classes instead. After a while, the professor finally wrapped up today's lecture. He dismissed the class, and students slowly began filtering out. Starving Iseul walked out with a gloomy, heavy expression. Up ahead, other classmates were happily chatting. "What should we have for lunch? Let's head to the cafeteria and decide." But Iseul knew her path was only getting tougher. Sighing deeply, she realized she was in trouble if all her classes were this packed. At this rate, winning a scholarship would be nearly impossible. Suddenly, her stomach growled. Blushing, she tightly gripped her textbook. Staring at her meal coupon, she wondered if she should grab a bite. Iseul kept walking, carefully calculating her budget. Since she only had 60 meal tickets this semester, she decided to stick to a cheap piece of bread today. Suddenly, her eyes darted. She glanced into a nearby classroom and spotted a familiar figure. There he was, Baek Yu-seol, wearing a pair of glasses. He was staring intently at the blackboard. Wasn't that Baek Yu-seol? Passing by, Iseul had unexpectedly recognized his face. Yes, it was indeed Baek Yu-seol. She stopped in her tracks, watching him with growing curiosity. What in the world was he doing here? Looking at the board, it finally clicked. He was attending a lecture. This classroom was the polar opposite of hers. Only a handful of students were scattered across the room. Iseul realized that barely anyone took this class, and most had terrible grades. Before walking away, Iseul hesitated. She figured this unpopular class would probably be canceled soon anyway, but then she wondered, if she enrolled here instead, she could easily boost her GPA without much effort. She clutched her textbook tightly. Her body trembled slightly with hope. She would have plenty of time to study other subjects and secure her scholarship money. Iseol looked up, her eyes flashing with determination. Watching his focused expression, she wondered if Baek Yu-seol knew this was an easy class. Did he foresee everything? Iseol recalled how he acted like a prophet. Had he already calculated every single move to his advantage? Her gaze hardened as she stared at him. Eventually, she walked away, trying to shake the thought and reassure herself. There was no way. She was overthinking it. This had to be a pure coincidence. Outside, the soft morning light bathed the campus. Meanwhile, the professor continued his lecture inside. He explained that they should all be familiar with the origin of magic. This scholar was Professor Loden, an expert on ancient relics. He went on to explain how the very first progenitor mage, the Great White Mage, had spread magic across the world. Humans and other races alike had learned to harness this power. The professor detailed the progenitor's grand deeds, explaining how he had bestowed nature magic upon the elegant elf race. Under Loden's description, the majestic and graceful image of elves vividly played out in the minds of the students. Then came the dwarves with their razor-sharp weapons. Loden added that the progenitor taught them material magic to forge legendary gear. Lastly, humans were taught elemental magic before the legendary mage finally ascended to heaven. The classroom fell dead silent. Even Baek Yu-seol sat there blankly, dreading the years ahead. How on earth was he going to survive 3 years of this? Scribbling notes in his book, he felt that going back to school at his age was pure torture. He couldn't help but compare it to his past. Back in the day, he could easily skip this entire lore section with a single button click. He let out a depressed sigh. But this lecture was actually critical. It might hold clues to reaching the true ending. He shook his head. It was just speculation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Glancing at the student beside him, he frowned. Was Iseol always in this class? He watched her in surprise. He didn't recall any main character taking this course, but decided to let it go for now. Focusing back on the lesson, Professor Loden pointed at a diagram on the board. Human curiosity didn't stop with elemental magic. Mages began traveling the entire world, stealing magic from other races. Yet they remained unsatisfied, the professor explained. He added, but they couldn't learn anything more. The progenitor left behind the 12 divine moons and vanished, leaving everything behind. Looking down at his students, the professor asked, "Does anyone here know about the 12 divine moons?" Iseol spoke up. "They are known as the guardian gods, protecting the continent's balance of power. It's believed they were scattered across the land. They carried out their mission until 1,000 years ago." Loden lifted his wooden staff, nodding in agreement with her. "Exactly. They hold special powers to guard our continent." He then proceeded to explain the magic structures. For instance, during the high summer moon, the 6th moon of scarlet summer brings a blazing crimson fire. And they say that flame never dies out. A giant octopus wrapped in threatening crimson energy appears on screen as the professor calmly addresses his students. If you go to the depths of the Almanca Sea, you can still see that red flame, so go check it out if you are curious. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol is completely speechless, silently asking Professor Loden, "Are you kidding me?" Watching him lecture at the podium, the boy recalls those words and thinks that if any living thing entered Sea King Almanca's territory, they would instantly fall asleep. Pointing to a flower-like drawing on the blackboard, the professor explains, "This is the Levian shore, a massive swirling whirlpool that formed in the frozen ocean, sealed by the 12th moon, Dong Lam." He explains that each moon holds its own distinct power, and a true miracle will happen if they all gather. Just then, a curious student asks, "What kind of miracle is it?" Gently touching the book cover, Loden calmly replies, "No one knows. They fell into a deep slumber 1,000 years ago." Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol silently agrees with him. In the game, he had personally fought through these events, encountering some divine moons, but only collected 5 of them during rare time-limited events. Baek Yu-seol looks back on the days when he did nothing but stare at his computer screen, gathering precious data from other players. In the entire gaming community, no one knew more than him. Now Baek Yu-seol's gaze turns incredibly sharp and deep. If his theory holds true, those 12 divine moons are directly connected to the game's true ending. Since no player has ever reached that true ending over the past 10 years, the key must lie in hidden content that remains untouched. He ponders, recalling how he barely obtained 5 moons after risking his life, but he knows there is no other choice now. If he wants to witness the true ending, he has to do it all over again. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, someone is busy unleashing powerful fiery blasts onto a wooden training dummy. The white-haired professor speaks up, stating that pure strength is not everything. Summoning her staff, she warns everyone that even summoning the strongest attack is utterly useless if you cannot hit your target. We are currently watching the fire class of Professor Hong. As students raise their wands to channel their fire magic, her eyes suddenly narrow. A massive wave of concentrated flames erupts, crashing hard against the wooden dummy. A massive explosion follows, kicking up a thick screen of dust. Professor Hong calmly observes, but her eyes suddenly widen. As the dense smoke slowly clears, the faint silhouette of the dummy begins to emerge. The wooden dummy is completely untouched. While the students stare in shock, the professor delivers a harsh, cold verdict. Pathetic. Professor Hong glares toward the culprit, calling out for Hong Bi-yeon. Later, Bi-yeon sits dejectedly on a bench, lamenting that she failed again. Wringing her hands in pure anxiety, she fears her mother must despise her. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her thoughts, startling her. Calling her princess, the girl standing in front of her is Arshwang, who flashes a warm, friendly smile. She asks if Bi-yeon is all right, and the two sit down together. Sensing the awkward silence, Arshwang strikes up a conversation, praising her by saying how incredible she is. Stunned, Bi-yeon asks what she means. As Arshwang continues her praise, she points out that though they share the same attribute, Bi-yeon's fire magic is vastly superior. Bi-yeon flatly replies that she cannot even aim. Arshwang offers her a bright, comforting smile, insisting that Bi-yeon's magic is still breathtaking and looks absolutely amazing. She adds that she has heard tales of the princess since childhood. This triggers Bi-yeon's memory, realizing that Arshwang is also a fire mage. If she recalls correctly, this girl smiling so warmly with crescent eyes is indeed Arshwang. Bi-yeon tries hard to remember, recollecting rumors about a rising genius mage of the new generation who wields supreme flame magic. Arshwang possesses immense power, yet Bi-yeon compares it to her own, realizing that Arshwang's mana is still nothing compared to her innate pool. With that thought, her expression darkens as she formally acknowledges Arshwang's impressive precision instead. This compliment makes Arshwang feel a bit awkward, but she insists that if the princess practiced more, she could never hope to compete. Suddenly, Bi-yeon stands right up, declaring with immense pride that this is enough chatter with trash. She then casts a cold, indifferent glance toward Arshwang, adding that speaking with her actually made her feel slightly better. Turning her back, the princess walks away with a brief farewell. Left behind, Arshwang's warm demeanor completely vanishes. Bowing her head slightly, she looks up with cold, deeply calculating eyes. Before long, dusk blankets the sky. A door opens to reveal a room adorned with lush green plants. Stepping inside, the exhausted princess lets out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a polite voice calls out, welcoming her back to her private quarters. Her personal guard, Iterin, stands perfectly straight inside the room. Keeping a calm, emotionless face, she warmly greets her master. She notes that refreshments are ready, inviting the princess to enjoy some hot tea and ginseng candy. Bi-yeon responds dismissively, with a simple, "Thank you." Iterin bows, reporting on the weapon modification task she was assigned the other day. Since the original staff was of such exceptional quality, they will be able to forge a high-tier sword. Hearing this, Bi-yeon calmly takes a piece of candy. "Is that so?" Iterin murmured cautiously, but something felt off. Bi-yeon suddenly froze, looking up at her with a highly puzzled expression. She narrowed her eyes slowly, replying, "Well, rumor has it that the staff constantly drains the owner's mana like a massive black hole." Hearing this, Hong Bi-yeon instantly froze. Wide-eyed with shock, she asked again, seemingly knowing absolutely nothing about that strange weapon. "Wait, is that a dark weapon?" Iterin rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before replying. "Not quite. It actually co-resonates with natural energy." Hearing this, Bi-yeon immediately dismissed the idea. That makes zero sense. Draining its master's mana while somehow resonating with natural energy at the same time. Her mind was plagued with doubts. Bi-yeon turned to her and asked, "How did that staff?" Rated at a high intermediate rank, Iterin stood politely at her side and replied, "Actually, that paradox is exactly why it is ranked there." This only left Hong Bi-yeon more confused. "What do you mean?" she asked coldly. "The staff's primary function is supposed to drastically boost the wielder's magic power, which should easily make it high grade or even higher." She then continued her analysis, explaining that since just holding the staff instantly drains the wielder's mana, this powerful tool was unfortunately downgraded to a high intermediate rank. Shocked that such an ordinary-looking wand held such incredible magic, she jumped to her feet, waving her hand in complete disbelief. A high-grade staff. How on earth can a student use that? Even a Terran found it deeply unsettling, admitting, "Honestly, I have been wondering about that myself." Processing all this, a stressed Hongbian massaged her temples, closing her eyes in frustration. I knew it wasn't something just anyone could resonate with, but I never imagined someone would actually dare to use it. Even if they got their hands on it, they'd need a monstrous amount of mana, or absolutely none at all. She shook her head. Dismissing it with a wave, she muttered, "Whatever that commoner will eventually realize it himself." But as she lifted her teacup, she paused. Hesitating, she whispered to herself, "Still, he is definitely no ordinary guy." By now, the sky was already painting itself in sunset hues of late afternoon. Fast forward a few days into the new semester, and the bright morning sun was shining down on the academy grounds. The students were attending their classes as usual. Down in the lecture hall, Baek Yu-seol sat quietly, focused entirely on the professor's lesson. Offensive magic requires far more precision than other spell types, the professor explained, which is exactly why this mana guiding class is mandatory. The elderly instructor at the podium, his hair grayed with age, was none other than the renowned Professor Kalem. Sitting nearby, just a few desks away, was Iseol. She was locked in, hungrily absorbing every single word he said. For your upcoming mock battles, you will master mana guidance by focusing on instant casting and precise targeting. Kalem picked up a piece of chalk and turned to the board. He quickly sketched a complex, wheel-like magic circle. Pointing at it, he faced the class and announced, "Today, we will first break down trajectory formulas. Look at the board. From 760 meters north, a target named Cheolsu is sprinting south at 12.6 meters per second. What is the correct trajectory and lead distance Yonghee needs to land a water spell on him?" The moment he finished reading the problem, absolute silence fell over the classroom. Behind Baek Yu-seol, a few students began to whisper. Seriously, out of all elements he picked water. If you don't even have a water affinity, how are you supposed to solve this? Another student grumbled. The professor is definitely just trying to torture us. Meanwhile, sitting at his desk, Baek Yu-seol was fighting off intense boredom. Letting out a quiet yawn, he muttered, "So boring." He sighed internally, wondering why these academy classes had to be so tedious. But his completely accidental yawn instantly drew the professor's hawk-like glare. Locking eyes with the old man, Baek Yu-seol flinched in sudden terror. Of course, he was now the prime target. Kalem cleared his throat. "Student Baek Yu-seol, come solve this on the board." Yu-seol stood up, smiling awkwardly. "Yes, sir." Internally, though, his soul was screaming, "Are you kidding me?" Caught red-handed. Moments later, he finished writing, holding the chalk. He turned to face the professor and calmly announced, "All done, sir." Staring at the flawless master-level solution, Kalem stood completely frozen, mouth agape, carefully examining the calculations. Kalem murmured, "Incredible. You made it look effortless. To solve such a complex formula in such a short time is mind-blowing." Walking closer, the professor eyed him suspiciously. "Tell me, is your primary attribute water?" With a sheepish smile, Baek Yu-seol waved his hands defensively. "No, sir, not at all." Kalem nodded, gesturing to his seat. "Very well. You may sit down." Iseol bit her lip, silently observing him from a distance. Soon the bell rang, and students began filtering out. Just as Baek Yu-seol packed his things to leave, a familiar voice called out behind him. "Excuse me." He paused, looking back. He found Iseol staring right at him, clutching her textbook tightly. After a tense, quiet moment of studying his face, she finally spoke up. "I have a quick question for you." Facing her directly, Baek Yu-seol blinked in surprise before asking, "Sure, what's on your mind?" Instead of answering, Iseol just silently analyzed him from head to toe. Her brilliant mind was already running a million different calculations. Looking at Baek Yu-seol, she was absolutely certain of one thing. Grades aside, this guy was incredibly intelligent, maybe even a genius. He was easily comparable to the top geniuses of their year. She couldn't forget how effortlessly he had just solved that impossible formula. He had casually declared, "All done, sir," leaving Iseol staring in utter disbelief, unable to fathom how he had actually pulled it off. There is no way. That insanely difficult problem on the board is at least college level, if not professor level. As Iseol sat, watching him casually debate with the professor, she realized that even if Stella Academy is packed with absolute geniuses, this was next level. So who exactly is this mysterious Baek Yu-seol? His unremarkable appearance and painfully average grades just didn't make any sense. Iseol had naturally underestimated him before. She once thought it was impossible, but now she was absolutely certain of one thing. He definitely had a secret strategy for registering classes. Frowning with sudden urgency, she decided to confront him right then and there. "What is your next class?" She needed to get her hands on that crucial class schedule no matter what. Hearing her sudden question, Baek Yu-seol widened his eyes. Staring back in pure confusion, he could only offer a baffled response. "Why are you asking that? Do you have a crush on me?" Disgusted, Iseol immediately snapped back. "Gross, no way." Yu-seol smirked. "Hey, I'm the one who finds it grosser, okay?" But internally he cringed, wondering why he was acting like a total kid. Seriously, what was he even doing? Baek Yu-seol rubbed his neck, sighed, and got back to the point. Why ask that anyway? Iseol decided to be direct about her scheme, admitting she had researched his classes, and they all seemed insanely easy to ace. He froze instantly upon hearing that. Realizing she had laid all her cards on the table, Iseol didn't hold back anymore. "So let me get straight to the point. Where on earth did you get that class strategy? It is incredibly important to me. It is incredibly important to me." While she waited anxiously, Yu-seol was panicking inside. He had been bracing for some crazy question, but outwardly, he just laughed. He casually waved his hand, flashing a terribly forced grin. "Haha, what do you mean? It is all just a pure coincidence." Sensing danger, Yu-seol immediately scrambled for an escape. He spun toward the door, leaving her with one final remark before fleeing. "If that is all you wanted to ask, I am out of here." Iseol gasped in shock, completely caught off guard. Wait, but he didn't even slow down. Stunned, Iseol watched him walk away, her lips trembling before she bit her lip. Stealing her resolve, she chased after him, calling out, "Please wait up." Yu-seol stopped blinking in surprise as he turned around. Iseol cautiously approached her, face completely flushed. "Just wait, please." Watching her follow him, he asked with a deep frown. "What the hell, why are you following me? Go ask someone else. This academy is literally crawling with geniuses. Or just copy whatever classes I take. You said you already did the research anyway." Out of breath, Iseol looked up. Panting heavily under his bewildered stare, she squeezed out all her courage to explain that anyone taking that Morso Dordenlight magic class gets an A+. "But if I register for the same classes you are taking, it might actually end up negatively affecting your grade." Watching her stand there waiting with hopeful but nervous eyes, Yu-seol could not help but feel a sudden pang of pity. If she misses out on that scholarship, she loses everything. Yet, despite being in such a desperate situation herself, she still worried about his grades. A bit annoying, sure, but a true main character is always going to act like a hero. Yu-seol silently observed her. Right then, Iseol looked up, flashing a ridiculously cute face with big blinking eyes to get his help. "Could you please just recommend one class to me? Just one that is super easy to get a high grade in." He stared back coldly. "Do you honestly think that weak puppy dog face is going to work on me?" Iseol immediately pouted even harder. "Oh, it doesn't work. That is strange. Every time I look at my own face, all my worries instantly vanish." Staring at her bizarrely dramatic act, Baek Yu-seol only felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He asked her with a blank stare. "Are you actually being serious right now?" Having successfully teased him, Iseol giggled playfully. "I am just joking around, of course. I knew you wouldn't do it for free, so I prepared some compensation." Hearing that, Yu-seol raised an eyebrow. Compensation? This instantly reminded him of when Hong Byun tried to pull the exact same stunt. He let out a silent, weary sigh. Why is everyone in this academy so obsessed with bribery? Where do they even learn this stuff? Iseol then leaned in closer. "Do you know about the ghost rumors at the 7th tower?" Yu-seol completely froze. His eyes locked onto her with sudden suspicion. "Yeah." Standing directly opposite her, he kept his voice steady. "Yeah, I know it." Iseol practically beamed with excitement. "Really? Almost nobody knows about that." Regaining her composure, she began to lay out the secrets she had uncovered. It is an abandoned tower that technically vanished, but there is a massive network of barriers blocking anyone from getting close to the ruins. But that spot, before she could finish, Yu-seol cut her off. "Hold on." Confused by his sharp interruption, she glanced at him. "Huh." Noticing the sudden exhaustion washing over him, she asked gently, "Is everything all right?" But after listening to her go on, he closed his eyes and massaged his temples, screaming internally. This was bad. Like really monumentally bad. Yu-seol was spiraling. If this rumor was true, Flame could use it to massively boost her influence over the original protagonist, just like in the novel's storyline. If Flame already knew about this, then the original plot was already moving in that direction. Normally, she and the protagonist would have met in some dreamy romantic setting. But this crucial information was meant only for the main character. Certainly not for an extra like him. Right then, Baek Yu-seol strolled over, casually walking alongside her as he spoke up. "That is a pretty terrifying story, right?" Iseol huffed, claiming she had absolutely no interest, yet she couldn't help but stare. She kept staring at his figure as they strolled down the hallway. He casually chimed in, saying, "It really is not that scary. Are you seriously afraid of ghosts at your age?" "Well, no worries," he offered to tell her the secret for free. Becoming wary, Iseol probed, questioning why he suddenly changed his mind after acting like he would keep it a secret. Baek Yu-seol helplessly admitted he changed his mind. Besides, looking at Iseol's highly expectant face, he knew he had to answer. Her sincerity was more than enough for him. So Baek Yu-seol spoke up, offering her a vital piece of advice. "This tip will not affect your grades, but trust me, it is going to be incredibly useful for your future." He urged her to sign up for the meditation class. Confused, Iseol tilted her head and asked, "Wait, actual meditation? Why take a class on meditation and moon studies? Is he planning to become a farmer?" Baek Yu-seol immediately scoffed. "Absolutely not." Scratching his nose, Baek Yu-seol pondered how to put it into words before explaining it to her. "My master is a high priest, just like yours, and she actually boosts her magical reserves through deep meditation." "Just through meditation?" Iseol questioned in disbelief. He nodded firmly. Secretly, Baek Yu-seol knew something the world had not realized yet. For priests wielding massive destructive spells, quiet meditation is actually the absolute key to controlling their highly volatile power. Visualizing a powerful bishop channeling raw magic, the screen reveals her sitting in peaceful silence. Baek Yu-seol stood firm. He calculated the formulas perfectly. But in the end, magic is born from the mind, the true birthplace of mana. Turning back to Iseol, he teased her, admitting he rarely shares this secret but made an exception because she is cute. "Wait, you literally just called me ugly," she grumbled helplessly. Even so, Iseol let out a soft, warm smile. "Thank you anyway. It is a shame this class won't boost my overall GPA, but I will sign up for it." Pleased that she actually listened to his advice, Baek Yu-seol simply shrugged and muttered, "Suit yourself," before she walked off. Watching her walk away with a bright smile, he let out a heavy sigh, wondering if changing the future was wise. A sudden horrific vision of blood and tragedy flashed through his mind, showing the grim path of her original destiny. If she only conquers her fears without gaining real power, Iseol is still destined to meet a brutal, tragic end. He silently prayed that meditation would save her. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol froze, staring down at his own trembling hands. "Wait a second," he thought, wide-eyed. "Am I not a mage too? Why have I not started training myself yet?" He recalled his brutal in-game training. Achieving magic awakening meant pushing his physical body to the absolute limit. That harsh training would completely reshape his physique at a terrifying speed. Descending the stairs, he pondered his options. In the game, leveling up was as simple as clicking a button. Now he had to earn experience manually. With the academy being so peaceful lately, there were no monster hunts or challenges to grind for extra experience. Baek Yu-seol smiled warmly, realizing he should actually thank Iseol. Stepping inside his quarters, he looked around in awe. This dorm room was incredibly spacious. In Stella Academy, every single student was strictly required to live right on campus. In the game, the dorm was just a cozy side feature for custom decorations. But for Baek Yu-seol, this place was the only home he had left since his hometown was completely reduced to ashes. Strolling through the room, he smiled. Dorm assignments depended entirely on the students' academic classes. While room sizes were identical, occupancy limits varied wildly. Naturally, elite S-class students claimed the top floor. Baek Yu-seol felt a brief pang of loneliness, but shook it off. Ultimately, having a roof over his head was a blessing. Sighing, he cleared his mind and sat down to begin. Closing his eyes, he realized raw game stats did not matter anymore. In this reality, he had to master his body. He remembered his character was a legendary genius, capable of manifesting a brilliant sword aura through pure weapon mastery. By seamlessly circulating endless mana inside and outside his physical form, he could achieve absolute physical dominance. Because he was always ignored, nobody knew his secret. But in truth, Baek Yu-seol was an unrivaled god-tier swordsman, the sole warrior capable of reaching the absolute peak of the sword. As he meditated, a golden aura materialized. A brilliant golden current wrapped tightly around him. He knew he had to walk that path to supremacy once again. He felt the power flowing. His breathing perfectly controlled the currents. If he could gradually expand his capacity, success was guaranteed. Slowly gathering energy with every deep breath, the shimmering golden mana began expanding, spreading warmth throughout his entire body, radiating into the surrounding air. Skills do not level up from mere experience. One must constantly utilize them to successfully trigger a breakthrough. That means his only path forward is relentless training. Meanwhile, the clock on the wall ticks, quietly pointing directly at 4. As the sun slowly rises, a hazy, ethereal flow of mana swirls around him. Baek Yu-seol snaps, awake with a sudden realization. Observing the ambient mana he senses, this is the exact feeling the original Baek Yu-seol once possessed. Focusing deeply on the current, he remembers suffering from childhood mana leakage. The sensation is incredibly faint, but he can still faintly perceive it. Suddenly, his system interface flashes, announcing that his mana leakage syndrome skill has successfully leveled up, and his blink skill has upgraded too. He lets out an ecstatic shout echoing through the room. Clenching his fists, Baek Yu-seol smiles contentedly, knowing he has taken a step closer to his ultimate goal. A determined spark flashes in his eyes. He is resolved to secure the perfect ending. The scene shifts to a vast grassy field where all the first-year Academy students head to the gathering area, a vast field of lush green grass. Meanwhile, Flame gently feels the gentle breeze carrying the fresh scent of grass blowing past. She silently wonders if this artificial field and wind are magic because they feel so real. In the game, the Stella dormitory is actually a pocket dimension created within the Academy campus. It allows the administrators to easily adjust the size and environmental characteristics of this very space. All major events, including sports festivals, dungeons, dimensional gates, and monster training exercises, are held inside this pocket dimension. Students gather loosely in the open field, maintaining a casual order without any chaotic crowding. Meanwhile, Flame's eyes sweep across the entire crowd. Standing at the very back, she quickly counts the students, finding exactly 141. She recalls the original novel 50 students for Class Aon and A2 and 41 for Class S. But 41 for Class S, but in the book, Class S only had 39 students. Flame silently calculates that, including herself, makes 40, meaning one extra person was somehow added. This immediately makes Flame wonder where Baek Yu-seol actually came from. She tries to recall the original plot. The novel should have 1,140 freshmen, but adding her makes 1,141, meaning Baek Yu-seol indeed belongs in this world. Flame tries to calm down, yet deep anxiety shadows her delicate face. She assures herself she will figure it out, eventually urging herself to stay strong. She clenches, her fists desperate to reassure herself. After all, she is the only person in this entire world who knows the story's true ending. Flame takes a deep breath and follows the other students as class begins. Suddenly, a polite voice rings out nearby, catching her attention. A student asks if young Master Jeremy finished registering for classes, and Jeremy answers with a brilliant smile. The follower explains they enrolled in soft magic research just to be in his class. Hearing this flattering confession, Jeremy simply beams warmly. His handsome smile looks so bright, it is almost as if the sunlight itself is favoring him. He says, they should help each other. Flame overhears the whole exchange, staring blankly at the bunch of sycophants, flattering the popular prince. She remembers him as Prince Jeremy, a bright blonde-haired boy known for his constant smiles. In the original novel, this charming prince falls deeply in love with the heroine Iseol, only to be rejected. Ultimately, that heartbreak drives him to become a major villain. Flame carefully observes his behavior. He acts friendly, but every single movement is highly calculated. She knows she must tread lightly and avoid him at all costs. Suddenly, Jeremy glances over and notices Flame watching his group. Without hesitating, he immediately smiles and waves warmly. Flame raises a hand in return, silently acknowledging that he is undeniably handsome, which perfectly explains why so many students fawn over him. However, her deep suspicion of the charming prince does not waver one bit. To her, Prince Jeremy remains the most suspicious figure in the entire academy. Flame turns away to focus on her own immediate path. She reminds herself to stay highly focused because this dangerous world is now her permanent reality. She must prepare herself for whatever future lies ahead. Watching her walk away, Jeremy cannot help but smile, recalling her name. It was Flame. Flame, if he remembers correctly. Once the first-year class is fully assembled, their stern professor steps out to address them. He commands their attention standing with an imposing posture. He announces they will begin their class with a basic training session. He explains that before they dive into actual lessons, he must gauge their current skill levels to adjust his teaching style. He will personally conduct the training, and frankly, anyone who dislikes his intense methods will just have to endure it. His cold eyes sweep across the silent crowd. Before starting, he deliberately issues a firm warning to prevent any reckless behavior. Professors hold the absolute power to raise or lower their grades, warning them that anyone performing below standard will be expelled. With the grim warning delivered, he begins outlining the details of today's exercise, preparing them for what lies ahead. Reaching out with a calm gesture, the professor proceeds to explain their first major challenge. They are about to perform a mock dungeon training simulation featuring realistic combat effects, deadly traps, and vicious monsters commonly found in real rifts. This is a real dungeon to test you all. The rules state that everyone will get 4 points for defeating a level, 1 monster and 8 points for level 2. Holding up his staff, he adds 20 points if you secure this staff. As the staff vanishes, he finishes, explaining the scoring. He reveals that the top 5 performing students will receive a special reward and priority shopping privileges. Students with 0 points will have their grades lowered. Hearing this, Flame listens intently, deep in thought. If you are afraid of failing or going solo, feel free to team up. But remember, all points will be divided evenly among team members. A second later, the instructor vanishes into thin air. Before leaving, he drops one last vital warning saying, if you successfully take down another student, you will steal all of their points. That is all. Good luck, everyone. Right after that, the entire ground begins to shake violently. Terrified, the students start stammering in fear. What is happening? Suddenly, a loud scream echoes, grabbing everyone's attention as the terrain shifts. Screams erupt one after another across the field. Right beneath their very feet, massive and terrifying, giant tree branches burst through the soil. Flame quickly realizes what is going on, immediately recognizing these massive tangled roots from the legendary Jack and the Beanstalk map. As the map fully loads, they see a sprawling, magnificent maze of giant intertwined branches. It creates an incredibly grand and majestic landscape. The students stand completely frozen in place, utterly stunned by this sudden massive change. Nobody dares to make a reckless move. Flame stands perfectly still even as the other students quickly scatter to find partners. Her initial shock has completely faded. She tightly grips her weapon, silently steeling her resolve. All right, it is time to move. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her from behind. It is Jackie, asking with curiosity, "Are you planning on going solo?" Jackie smiles, gesturing to a small group of students waving behind her. Flame mutters under her breath, "Oh, it is Jackie." She stares at Jackie quickly, weighing the pros and cons of going solo versus grouping up. Sure, teamwork has its benefits, but going solo is the only way to maximize her score. Making up her mind, Flame politely declines. "Sorry, but this time, I want to try going solo." Jackie narrows her eyes with a bright smile, but her voice carries a trace of sarcasm. "Oh, I get it. Grouping up means sharing the points, right?" Flame simply nods. Despite the blatant sarcasm thrown her way, she can only think to herself that Jackie is definitely mocking her. Before turning to leave, Flame decides to keep the peace. "Maybe next time we can team up." Jackie turns away and casually replies, "Sure." But Flame does not walk away immediately. She pauses, watching Jackie walk back toward her group of friends. Seeing them whisper and chat, Flame cannot help but wonder, am I just overthinking this, or does it feel like she is trying to copy me? Meanwhile, Jackie tells her friends that Flame is going solo and they just laugh it off. Flame decides not to dwell on it. Shaking it off, she walks away. It will probably blow over eventually. An hour quickly passes. Down on the forest floor, a small, weird green monster is defeated, exploding into dust. Flame is completely exhausted after fighting non-stop for so long, letting out a tired sigh. She is surrounded by the corpses of low-grade monsters. Sighing, she wonders when this brutal training is finally going to end. Suddenly sensing something is off, Flame pauses with a soft grunt. Right on cue, a giant tree with multiple sharp branches swings violently at her. Flame reacts with lightning reflexes, casting a defensive spell to block the strike. Right after the impact, the hostile branches retreat, sinking back into the ground. Looking around, Flame realizes that even the plants are hostile here. She is completely shocked. As expected of the elite Stella Academy, even a standard practical training session is this dangerous and unpredictable. She quickly calculates her score after an hour of hunting. Right now she has managed to collect a decent amount, 18 points. Not bad, but it is not a safe lead. Just 1 point staff is enough for others to catch up. Flame quickly leaves the area, knowing she must keep moving. Suddenly, she spots a faint, blurry figure standing off in the distance. The silhouette is backlit by the sun, making it incredibly hard to identify. Gasping in surprise, she narrows her eyes. Over there! The mysterious figure remains obscured, making Flame wonder if it is a monster. But looking closer, she realizes it is human. But how is a fellow student capable of such flawless stealth? Gritting her teeth, Flame tries to plan her next move. No matter, she can easily hide herself by merging with nature. Slipping behind a massive tree, she blends into the shadows. Preparing her signature abilities like binding, destruction, defense, and healing, she decides that staging a stealthy ambush is the best option. Watching closely from her hiding spot, Flame gazes at the target. Suddenly her eyes widen in absolute sheer shock. Wait, is that? She cannot believe her own eyes. It is actually Baek Yu-seol. As he scans the surroundings, Flame watches him with intense focus. Seeing him completely alone, she assumes he decided to go solo too. This reminds her of the rumors she recently overheard. Supposedly, tons of students desperately wanted to team up with Baek Yu-seol, but he flat out rejected every single one of them. What on earth is this guy planning? Suddenly, Flame notices something else, and absolute shock flashes across her eyes. That thing in Baek Yu-seol's. Flame stared at Baek Yu-seol, holding the point bar, wondering if he really got it. She smiled, realizing this was the perfect opportunity. Looking over at Baek Yu-seol, she decided to test his limits. Flame instantly channeled her light magic, making her weapon glow brightly. She calculated the distance to him was about 15 meters. At that range, there was absolutely no way he could react in time. Blinding magic swirled around her as Flame's gaze turned dead serious. She raised her weapon, aiming straight at her target. Without a second thought, she unleashed a rapid light bullet. The glowing golden projectile surged forward, tearing straight toward Baek Yu-seol. Sensing the danger, Baek Yu-seol whipped his head around and immediately activated his blink skill. Just 1 second before impact, right where he stood, Baek Yu-seol vanished into thin air. Flame gasped in absolute disbelief, unable to process what just happened. What was that? She stared at the empty spot. The ground where he stood was scorched black from the blast. Thick smoke drifted through the air, but Baek Yu-seol was nowhere to be found. Flame gripped her weapon tightly, completely bewildered. Her mind raced with questions. How on earth did he dodge a Tier 2 spell from such a close distance? Meanwhile, from Baek Yu-seol's perspective, his blink skill had instantly teleported him away, throwing him safely to another location. Reappearing in the shadows, Baek Yu-seol looked back at Flame. He sighed, wondering if she was actually trying to kill him. Who throws light bullets out of nowhere? Fortunately, his mana leakage syndrome had leveled up, or he would have been history. The system screen popped up. Blink level 1 had a maximum distance of 12 meters, with 2 charges and a 3-second cooldown. He analyzed the screen. With only 2 charges left, he could technically defeat her using the terrain, but avoiding her was smarter. Instead of fighting Baek, Yu-seol triggered his blink skill again, rapidly teleporting through the dark corridor to put some distance between them. Stopping at a safe spot, Baek Yu-seol breathed a sigh of relief. This distance was perfect. His target was only 5th place. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. The 5th place prize was the etheric root, which massively boosts stamina and strength. Walking casually, Baek Yu-seol figured the top 4 spots were already reserved for the main characters. They only needed a few points. Actually, they only needed 3 more point bars to seal their victory. Suddenly, a smug, challenging voice echoed nearby. Well, look who we have here. A group of students stepped out, completely blocking Baek Yu-seol's path. The leader sneered, calling him the famous Class S rookie. Baek Yu-seol quietly stared back, trying to recognize the guy. They stood separated by a massive tree root. Baek Yu-seol kept his guard up as he analyzed the arrogant leader. Looking at the guy's smug face, Baek Yu-seol remembered him. This was Raiden, a student who had been making waves recently. He was just another one of Jeremy's brainless lackeys. Baek Yu-seol glanced at them, feeling nothing but pure annoyance. But then his eyes widened. In Raiden's hand were 3-point bars. This guy had actually gathered quite a haul. He must have forced his underlings to hand them over. Just then, one of Raiden's lackeys leaned in and whispered, "Rumor has it he cheated his way into Class S." Raiden burst out laughing, looking down on Baek Yu-seol with absolute disdain. "You got in just by answering 3 stupid questions. Stella Academy is going downhill." Raiden mocked him openly. Hearing the same insult again was just boring. Raiden then smirked and demanded Baek Yu-seol hand over his point bar immediately. Baek Yu-seol calmly replied with a blunt, "No." Raiden's smile instantly vanished. "What, you think you have a choice?" He laughed, gesturing to his group. "You really think you stand a chance against all of us alone? Are you planning to use that pathetic stick? You can't even cast basic magic, let alone use a wand." Baek Yu-seol didn't flinch. He calmly evaluated his options. What was the best way to handle these guys? With only low-level Blink, directly fighting someone from an influential family was risky. But then an idea hit him. He could use the very point bar in his hand as bait. A clever plan formed in his mind. Utilizing the dungeon's terrain, he casually held up the bar. "You want this? Here." Raiden smirked, feeling completely victorious. "That is more like it." Seeing the guy fall for the bait, Baek Yu-seol smiled. In the blink of an eye, before Raiden could even react, Baek Yu-seol lunged forward instantly, appearing right in front of his face. Raiden gasped in shock. Baek Yu-seol flashed a dangerous smile. Realizing the danger, Raiden moved as fast as he could. He instantly activated a magic barrier, barely managing to block Baek Yu-seol's sudden and aggressive surprise attack. But the shield shattered into pieces from that single strike. Raiden gritted his teeth in utter frustration. "Damn it," he cursed internally, furious that a low-class commoner had forced him back. He shoved his hands forward, hoping to use the impact to create some distance. He screamed, "You absolute bastard, I will." But before he could finish his threat, he froze. The space in front of him was completely empty. "Where did it go, Baek Yu-seol?" Highly sarcastic voice suddenly rings out from right behind him. Oh boy. As Raiden stands there totally clueless, Baek Yu-seol casually drops a teasing remark talking about how dangerous that was. He then raises the 2 score points in his hands with a smug grin, mocking the gang right in front of him. "Thanks for the loot," he says. Raiden screams, "You bastard, give it back." But Baek Yu-seol simply replies, "No way." Baek Yu-seol happily inspects his freshly stolen loot, fully confident that these score points work. He recalls a secret he discovered during his gaming days. Now here is the thing we need to know. Although they look like ordinary score points, these items are actually glitched. Their insane durability prevents them from being destroyed by student magic. In fact, they possess the hidden power of almost any magical tool. Baek Yu-seol calculates his moves. Even though these items are incredibly useful for magic casters, they can be utilized even better by physical attackers. Since Baek Yu-seol is a pure physical attacker, weapons with high offensive power can be utilized to 100% of their potential. Feeling Baek Yu-seol raw strength from their brief clash, Raiden realizes he cannot just rush in blindly. He stares at Baek Yu-seol with growing fear in his eyes. Furious that the bastard stole his points, Raiden takes his anger out on his underlings, shouting at them with a cracking voice. "What are you waiting for? Get him." Suddenly, the dungeon begins to shift. The ground trembles violently as massive trees start moving on their own. Raiden looks around in a panic, trying to understand what is happening. What is wrong with this dungeon, he worries. He immediately orders his men to gather, prepare their magic, and make sure they do not lose track of their target. Seizing the perfect opportunity, while the group is utterly distracted by the shifting dungeon, Baek Yu-seol swiftly slips right behind them. Moving like lightning, he uses the terrain and his agility to make a clean escape from the chaotic scene. One of Raiden's lackeys spots him and screams at the top of his lungs Baek Yu-seol is getting away. Instantly, they aim their weapons. Beams of energy fire toward him as someone bellows, "Where do you think you are going, you jerk?" By the time Baek Yu-seol turns to look, the hostile spells are already inches away from hitting him. He admits they are better than he expected, but with a sharp whoosh, he completely vanishes into thin air, leaving the heavy barrage of spells hitting nothing but empty space. The gang yells in pure frustration, cursing that he used blink teleportation again. Golden afterimages of his skill are left scattered all around. The goons look around in utter confusion, wondering where on earth he went, shocked by his unbelievable speed. While moving at high speed, Baek Yu-seol chuckles. With his years of player versus player experience, this is easy. Using the terrain is a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Raiden grows increasingly frantic, yelling in sheer panic. Damn it, we just need to hit him once he screams while a terrified underling reports the situation. Raiden turns around, snapping at his trembling crew to stay calm because the target is still around. Once the moving dungeon settles down, shoot him on sight, he commands while scanning the forest. He warns them to be extremely careful, reminding his group that if their magic fails, it will backfire. Before he can even finish his warning, Baek Yu-seol suddenly materializes right in front of Raiden like a dangerous predator. With a single swift strike, Baek Yu-seol attack shatters Raiden's defense barrier completely, sending him flying backward from the impact. Raiden stumbles back and crashes hard into one of his lackeys, who is mid-cast, causing the poor guy to gasp in shock. Wild magical energy begins leaking from his weapon like mini tornadoes, making him realize the gravity of the situation. Oh no, the spell is backfiring, he screams as the destructive magic turns directly against its own caster. Bolts of lightning rain down on their position, forcing the entire gang to clutch their heads and howl in absolute pain. Job done, Baek Yu-seol casually steps away and lands on a nearby hill, looking down at Raiden's defeated squad. Game over, Baek Yu-seol thinks to himself, listening to the soft groans and whimpers of defeat rising from the ground. Covered in dirt and bruises, Raiden looks up in pure misery, completely beaten, and angrily curses Baek Yu-seol's name. Baek Yu-seol looks down at them from his high vantage point and says, "I will be taking these now, thank you." Waving his hard-earned loot with a smug smile, he bids them farewell, his voice dripping with absolute sarcasm. "If I get a girlfriend later, I will give these to her as a nice gift." Raiden stares up in disbelief. "When did you even steal those?" He scrambles up, screaming like a toddler throwing a tantrum. "Give them back right now." Baek Yu-seol generously replies, "It was fun playing with you, but I am out of here," before instantly vanishing. Raiden shakes with raw fury, his fists clenched tight as he stutters before screaming, "You dirty bastard." Meanwhile, from behind a nearby tree, a mysterious figure silently witnesses the entire dramatic battle unfold. Walking down the path, Baek Yu-seol chuckles, saying he hit the jackpot while confidently swinging his new loot back and forth. In a straight fight he would have been robbed, but as we know, dungeons have their own wild rules. That is adult experience for you kids. Baek Yu-seol suddenly stopped, looking around with deep confusion, feeling that something was definitely off. He had a strange sensation like something weird was approaching. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol felt an intense heat radiating right behind him, where a massive spell of fire swirling like a tornado was rushing straight at him. Baek Yu-seol, who had been wandering the forest, felt a sudden wave of panic. He was a bit flustered, still sensing that something bizarre was happening. High up in the sky, a massive sphere of blazing fire was hurtling down. The fireball drew closer. By the time he realized it, it seemed far too late. A gigantic ball of flames was charging directly at him. It rushed at him with terrifying power. Seeing this, he grit his teeth and muttered, "This is insane." The raging fire kept coming. It slammed down right where he stood, crashing into the ground and triggering a horrific explosion as if a natural disaster had just struck. Right before the flames consumed him, he quickly used Blink to escape. His face was no longer calm, showing pure distress. Phew, that was close. Standing a safe distance away, Baek Yu-seol watched the forest burn to ashes. That almost turned into a massive disaster. While he wondered who could have launched such a devastating spell at him, a dark shadow began to emerge from the thick smoke. She stood in front of him and called out, "Hey, commoner." Hong Bi-yun stood tall with a haughty attitude, gripping her wand tightly. She demanded an answer. "Why didn't you take another wand from them?" Her sudden appearance caught him completely off guard. He was totally shocked. Hong Bi-yun also felt something was off. Why was he even here? Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol scratched his head. He answered, "I think you are mistaken. It is not that I did not want to, I just could not. Besides, how does it concern you?" With those words, they stared at each other in silence for a moment. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol remembered something important, his anger flaring up. Baek Yu-seol pointed straight at her face and shouted angrily, "Don't tell me you were planning to take everything for yourself if I brought them back. I already taught you a lesson, yet you are still doing this. Are you even human?" Hong Bi-yun held her hand to her chest proudly. She replied with extreme arrogance, "I am royalty, you know." He was completely taken aback, uttering a simple, "Oh." She immediately began to provoke him. "If you know that, then bring it on." This made him feel incredibly anxious. Hong Bi-yun raised her magic wand, pointing it right at his face, and declared, "As royalty, stealing from a commoner goes against my virtues." Therefore, I will defeat you and take it fair and square. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol felt his blood pressure spike instantly. What kind of garbage royal virtue was that? Was bullying the weak supposed to make her look cool? Hong Bi-yeon was surprised by his words. The weak, she questioned. With a dead serious look, she replied, I saw you playing around with those guys earlier. You fought them without even using your magic properly. Baek Yu-seol felt a bit awkward hearing her say that out loud. At that time, she was wandering alone in the forest. Hong Bi-yeon had been walking and worrying. I need to hurry up so my mother does not get angry. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the trees, catching her attention. Realizing whose voice it was, Hong Bi-yeon looked up and saw Raiden's group. They were searching all over for him. He ran away. Where did that brat hide? She was surprised to see them here. Right at that moment, a dark figure dashed past the crowd. It was Baek Yu-seol, running as fast as his legs could carry him. He was panting heavily. Watching him, Hong Bi-yeon thought, so, that is Raiden's gang and Baek Yu-seol. She looked at herself in hesitation. She wondered if she should attack them. No, even for her, taking on 6 opponents at once would be incredibly difficult. Gripping her wand tightly, she decided to wait until the fight ended. Once they were exhausted, she would make her move. But then, she saw something that made her eyes widen in pure disbelief. Baek Yu-seol was wielding a rapier, combining it with blink to counter Raiden's crew. Seeing this, she was utterly shocked. What in the world? Aside from using blink, that commoner is not casting any other spells. He only needed his rapier to shatter their defensive magic. Watching from the bushes, Hong Bi-yeon's eyes filled with a mix of disdain and intrigue. She thought he was still slightly inferior to her, but he was certainly a genius from a wizard family, easily handling opponents like that. Thinking of this, she bit her lip in frustration. Back in the present, Hong Bi-yeon was absolutely furious, her emotions reaching a boiling point. She gripped her wand tightly, thinking she had no choice but to use her full power and burn him to a crisp. In the next second, Hong Bi-yeon instantly cast a spell to attack him, firing a relentless barrage of massive fireballs. The incoming fireballs filled Baek Yu-seol with anxiety. He quickly triggered his blink to dodge the overwhelming heat rushing toward him. Baek Yu-seol instantly reappeared at a safe distance from the blasts, but he immediately noticed yet another massive fireball heading straight for him. This enormous sphere of fire radiated a terrifying, suffocating heat that completely engulfed the surrounding area, leaving him almost no room to breathe. Baek Yu-seol used blink twice in rapid succession to evade the attack, while Hong Bi-yeon kept her eyes locked dead on his position. Her cold gaze did not show even a hint of surprise. Having barely escaped the deadly fireball, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought Hong Bi-yeon was seriously dangerous. Luckily, his intense training in sharpening his battle instincts beforehand had completely paid off. On the other hand, the more she watched, the less she understood. He had dodged everything with just 2 swift blinks, so there was a way to avoid this. But how? After thinking it over, she suddenly asks, "Are you not going to draw your 3rd wand this time either?" Hearing that, Baek Yu-seol looks confused and replies, "What are you even talking about? You already took my 3rd wand." She glares back, asking, "Don't you remember taking charge of the reform she demands?" Hong Bi-yeon stares straight at him and calmly adds, "Didn't everyone get a basic wand when we first enrolled?" Hearing those words, our main character suddenly realizes that he had completely forgotten about its existence. He stammers back, "Oh right, I do have that." He had stuffed it away on enrollment day, thinking that, since he could not use magic, the wand was totally useless, so it slipped his mind. Seeing him playing dumb, she snaps with absolute disgust in her eyes. "Do you still enjoy playing tricks on me?" Her eyes flare with intense anger as she stares him down, thinking to herself about how hard she worked only for this commoner to toy with her every single time. Furious, she can barely contain her rage. She snaps, "Even a complete fool would know better, so you should treat me with some respect." Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol feels a cold chill run down his spine, thinking, "No way, I'm always dead serious. I just literally cannot use magic." Suddenly she unleashes her warning, and a massive wall of fire erupts behind Hong Bi-yeon as she prepares to go all out against him. She commands, "I will destroy you." Surrounded by a raging sea of flames, Hong Bi-yeon's face lights up with sheer determination. Raising her wand, she vows to crush this commoner once and for all today. With that final thought, she unleashes her power. She hurls the blazing inferno straight at him. Baek Yu-seol instantly loses his cool, knowing he cannot afford to mess around now. He frantically dodges her relentless attacks. But as he tries to catch his breath, a massive fireball suddenly materializes right before his eyes. Baek Yu-seol quickly ducks to the ground to evade the blast. Meanwhile, Hong Bi-yeon is already preparing her next deadly magical strike. He springs back up only to see another wave of fire rushing toward him. Looking at the massive wall of flames, Baek Yu-seol curses under his breath. Even if he uses his blink skill, the attack range is simply too massive. What can he do? Suddenly, a faint sound echoes from behind. He quickly turns around, scanning his surroundings until his eyes land on something. It is a clump of burnt, blackened trees. Instantly, Baek Yu-seol realizes he can use that spot. He quickly activates his blink skill. Teleporting to safety, he looks back to see the flames growing larger and spreading wider. Fortunately, he manages to find cover. Hiding behind a massive rock, he barely escapes with his life. Glancing back at her, Baek Yu-seol realizes that, although he survived, he is exhausted. Watching her stand proudly amidst the roaring flames, he knows that even if he tries to close the distance, it is too dangerous. Those floating embers surrounding Hong Bi-yeon will detonate the moment he gets near. Our main character cannot help but recall his past battles. Dealing with fire attribute mages is always a nightmare, but her skill level is far higher than anything he had originally anticipated. The sheer scale of her magic makes him incredibly cautious. Baek Yu-seol keeps his eyes locked on her as he slowly steps out. On flat ground, he would have been turned to ash in under a minute, but right then Hong Bi-yeon spots him again. She immediately raises her wand once more. Realizing this fight was a mistake, Baek Yu-seol watches as she unleashes another volley of fire. A rain of fiery sparks pours down toward Baek Yu-seol. Looking at the deadly storm, a wild idea suddenly flashes through his mind. Gripping his scoring rods tightly, his gaze hardens with resolve. This is a massive gamble, but he has to take it. Who knows who will end up on top? With that final thought, Baek Yu-seol makes a daring move and charges forward. He leaps straight into the heart of the raging inferno. As countless sparks rain down on him, Baek Yu-seol's eyes suddenly flash with focus. He can clearly trace the trajectory of the magic. Every single fiery spark is swerving, locking onto his position. There they are, coming straight for him. Having predicted their paths, Baek Yu-seol quickly moves to intercept the deadly projectiles. He uses his scoring rods to parry the magical fire. Seeing him block her attacks with bare weapons, she gasps in shock. This is impossible. Hong Bi-yeon cannot believe her eyes. Did this guy seriously just block high-level magic using a basic training weapon? How is that even physically possible? Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol continues to block the onslaught as his mind starts racing. The longer the battle goes, the sharper his senses become. This is completely different from playing a game on a screen. There are no keyboards or mice here. This is his actual body, moving, reacting, and clashing directly with a powerful mage. Baek Yu-seol can see the flow of mana around him with crystal clarity. It feels so real, like he could reach out and touch it. His sixth sense is sharper than his sight or hearing. On the other side, Hong Bi-yeon stands completely frozen in pure disbelief. How on earth is he doing this? This dense forest terrain should give her fire magic a massive tactical advantage. Biting her lip in frustration, she realizes there is only one option left. She must blow him away with a much stronger spell. With that, she immediately begins chanting a new spell. Baek Yu-seol is pushed to his absolute limit, trying to dodge the endless barrage. His expression turns dead serious. Dodging behind a nearby tree for temporary cover, he knows he needs a plan right now. He could not just play defense forever. By any means necessary, he had to shatter Hong Bi-yeon's magical barrier using his wand. Baek Yu-seol caught sight of Hong Bi-yeon and realized she was chanting a spell. Seeing his perfect chance, he decided to strike. He stopped instantly, shifted his direction, and charged straight at her. Now was the time to trigger his flash skill. He blinked right through the raging flames, appearing directly in front of Hong Bi-yeon. Her eyes widened in pure shock. Gritting her teeth, Hong Bi-yeon cast her cross spell, willing to take damage herself. Baek Yu-seol braced for the impact. He quickly analyzed her magic. If he got too close to those sparks, the knockback effect would trigger a blast. It would cause an explosion within a 2-meter radius. But Baek Yu-seol just smirked, having dealt with this trick many times. With that thought, he leaped backward, leaving Hong Bi-yeon completely stunned as she watched him easily evade her trap. Her jaw literally dropped in disbelief. The moment his feet touched the ground, Baek Yu-seol launched himself forward once again. He slammed his wand against her barrier with incredible force. Bi-yeon watched in horror as the shield began to crack. This level of raw power was absolutely unbelievable. With another heavy blow, Baek Yu-seol completely shattered her magic barrier. Bi-yeon collapsed to the ground with a painful groan. Standing before her, Baek Yu-seol knelt down and smiled gently. "I win," he said. Frustrated, Bi-yeon glared at him and demanded to know who he really was. He stood up, dusted himself off, and gave a casual shrug, claiming he was just an ordinary student. But that did not matter now. He turned his gaze toward the shadows and called out for someone to reveal themselves. A figure had been watching the battle from behind a tree. He called her name Flame. She froze in shock. Realizing she was caught, Flame finally stepped out, looking at him with deep suspicion and asking how he knew. He just smiled and casually blamed it on intuition. In reality, his mana leakage detection had pinpointed her location. She was not buying his excuse at all. Intuition. How could a cheap, ordinary wand shatter a high-level magic barrier? Her blunt question caught him off guard. Baek Yu-seol started sweating, realizing he had to come up with another lie fast. He nervously claimed that was intuition too, but inside his mind was racing with anxiety over how to handle this. This kind of game glitch definitely did not belong in the original web novel. He could not tell her the truth. Trying to make up an excuse, he knocked on his wand and claimed it was just incredibly sturdy. Flame immediately shut down his excuse. Sturdy or not, simply swinging a stick should not break an elite barrier. If it were that easy, knights would have gone extinct. He had no choice but to admit she had a point. She kept pushing. Ever since she arrived at this academy, she had always found him highly suspicious. She demanded to know who he really was. Baek Yu-seol stayed silent, while Bi-yeon watched the exchange in utter confusion. He realized his secret might be out, lamenting that this critical moment had arrived way too soon. It had barely been a month. Should he just confess? No, Flame already disliked him, so that would be too risky. He decided to feed her another excuse, stating that despite her doubts, he was not some villain out to get her. This response took Flame completely by surprise, her stern expression softening into one of confusion as she questioned him. He hesitated for a brief moment before speaking up, clarifying that he simply wanted to help her out. This left her absolutely stunned, wondering what his true motives were. But he decided it was time to leave. He announced that his time was up and waved goodbye, leaving them both standing there with tons of questions. As he turned to walk away, Bi-yeon hesitated while he internally celebrated his smooth escape from the awkward situation. Suddenly, Bi-yeon threw all her point tokens right at the back of his head. Flame watched in sheer disbelief. Rubbing his sore head, Baek Yu-seol turned around and groaned, demanding to know why she could not just speak up. Bi-yeon smirked proudly, mocking him for dodging all her spells and traps, only to fail at catching a simple token. He grumbled internally that his mana detection skill had its limits. He cried out in pain as the headache hit. He explained that his sensory ability relied heavily on his mental power, which was currently running on empty. Running out of energy left him with a massive headache. He asked her why she even threw those tokens at him. She simply replied that since he won, he should take them. He stared at the scattered tokens on the ground. Taking all of them would make his score skyrocket too much, and they were mostly useless to him anyway. He bent down and picked up just a single token, shocking her. He smiled and said he would take only one. She could keep the rest of the tokens for herself. With that final remark, he waved goodbye and walked away. "See ya," he strutted off, completely lost in his own delusions, convinced he was some kind-hearted gentleman who always showed mercy to the defeated. To him, this was peak coolness. But back in reality, Flame just stared at his retreating back with sheer contempt, wondering if something was wrong with his head. Is he brain damaged? Bi-yeon casually shrugged. He's probably a commoner, so his head is a bit off. Flame, however, watched his back, deeply questioning his true identity as Baek Yu-seol. Meanwhile, in another location, all the academy professors were closely monitoring this entire evaluation exam. The live footage of each student flashed across the massive screens. One of them approached instructor Lee Han-won with a soft chuckle, saying, "Oh ho ho, this year's S-class freshmen are truly exceptional, making this exam well worth the watch." Another VIP standing nearby immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite fascinating. She even bragged that back in her youth she was far superior. These two were actually elder Tlez of the Magic Association, and Jarina Aeon, a high-ranking member of the Green Tower Council. Instructor Lee Han-won was completely stunned by their unexpected arrival. Why would figures of their caliber attend a simple freshman evaluation? To think the Magic Association and Green Tower would both send their heavy hitters. He frowned, realizing they must be scouting for top-tier talent. After all, pretty much every professor in the academy was also glued to these screens. Just as they were watching, a sudden clash on one of the monitors instantly grabbed everyone's attention and made their jaws drop. Haewon Ryang was squaring off against Ma Yu-sung. The crowd gasped in awe as the two top prodigies finally locked eyes on screen. Deep inside the dungeon, the tension was palpable as Haewon Ryang pointed his staff directly at Ma Yu-sung, gathering raw magic power at its tip. The blast shot forward, but Yu-sung instantly leaped high into the air, dodging the attack with ease. Suddenly, a magical crest materialized right behind him. In the observation room, the viewers gasped in disbelief. Did he just chain trigger a Tier 3 mana surge 3 times in a row? To pull that off at just 17 years old, instructor Lee Han-won knew that ordinary mages took until age 25 just to reach Tier 3. Yet here was Ma Yu-sung flawlessly manipulating Tier 3 spells like it was child's play. "This is absolutely unreal," someone in the crowd shouted. "Look closely. Both of them can control 3 elements." They were now hurling multiple elemental attacks back and forth in an epic high-speed duel. Watching the broadcast, instructor Lee Han-won fell deep into thought. The average mage struggles to master even a single magical element. Even wielding 2 attributes requires years of brutal training. So, controlling 3. That is the ultimate proof of monstrous God-given talent. It was a blessing they were born with, and Lee Han-won had to acknowledge that these two were on a completely different level. But then screech, a piercing otherworldly cry suddenly echoed through the screen, catching instructor Lee Han-won completely off guard. A hidden boss, a colossal avian monster, suddenly descended right between the two combatants, letting out a deafening earth-shaking shriek. It launched deadly magic beams straight at both of them. Caught completely off guard, they could only look up in absolute panic as, swoosh. A blurry shadow flashed past, and the massive bird crashed to the ground, dead. Out of nowhere, Iseol stepped into view, and casually asked, "Oh, my bad, were you guys in the middle of a fight?" Standing atop the monster's corpse, she politely apologized. Back in the monitoring room, instructor Lee Han-won watched in awe. Hidden bosses only spawn under highly specific conditions, making them incredibly rare. They were notoriously difficult to take down. Yet, as she hopped down to face the two boys, he couldn't help but marvel at her. To think she effortlessly soloed a beast like that. Suddenly, one of the observers scoffed, "Aha, the eldest daughter of that traitor, Morph. What a shame. If her father hadn't committed such an unforgivable sin, her talent would have shined brighter than anyone else's." Suddenly, Elder Tlez noticed another screen. Wait, isn't that Princess Hongbyeon? Who is she currently locked in combat with? The feed showed her intensely battling a mysterious student. Staring at the screen, Elder Tlez asked, "Who is that kid?" His face is totally unfamiliar. Then his eyes widened as he noticed the boy's bizarre movements. Wait, what kind of magic is that? Is that... Blink. He stared in absolute disbelief as Baek Yu-seol repeatedly executed the legendary blink skill. It was a terrifying reality because for centuries, countless genius scholars had dedicated their entire lives to studying and trying to master this exact spell, only to fail miserably. They either gave up in complete despair or ended up physically crippled. It was deemed a completely uncontrollable forbidden magic. Yet here, Elder Tlez couldn't take his eyes off the screen. His mind raced with pure shock and admiration. This mere academy student was spamming blink as naturally as breathing, moving as if it were a literal extension of his own body. Baek Yu-seol kept pushing forward without showing a single hint of exhaustion or weakness, sparking a deep curiosity within the elder. Who on earth was this kid? Before Elder Tlez could even ask, instructor Lee Han-won noticed his bewildered expression and spoke up. "His name is Baek Yu-seol," he said with a proud grin. "He is a highly unusual student who relies solely on blink." Hearing this sudden explanation, Jarina Aeon furrowed her brow, finding the instructor's bizarre claim hard to comprehend. Using blink as a main skill, she questioned. Standing beside her, Elder Tlez shook his head. "This is completely different from mere raw talent. It's not like Ma Yu-sung or Haewon Ryang." Turning to Lee Han-won, he asked, "But why is he only dodging like this? Why isn't he casting any other spells? If he actually used offensive magic, this match would have been over already. It makes no sense." To counter his doubts, the professor retorts directly, "No, he is fighting completely seriously." The very moment he finishes speaking, suddenly, the door swings wide, and a young man who looks exactly like a student walks inside. Seeing his entrance, everyone falls silent. Nobody dares to speak, only quiet whispers echoing. This is none other than Elfman Elwyn, possessing handsome jade-green hair and sparkling eyes that scan the room. Stepping forward, he speaks up, noting that the boy was serious from the very beginning, and that the others simply could not see it. Elfman Elwyn glances at the screen and murmurs that it is quite fascinating. Following every single movement of Baek Yu-seol, he tells the crowd that the young student's fighting style reminds him of the spirit of chivalry that only existed in ancient times. Everyone is utterly shocked to hear this. Even Tless is no exception, asking in disbelief if that chivalrous spirit had truly vanished, along with swordsmen and ancient magic. Meanwhile, Professor Lee Han-won silently stands in a corner listening to Tless. His eyes remain glued to the screen as he realizes the truth in his heart, agreeing that it indeed represents chivalry. He goes on to explain further that, in a world dominated by magic, chivalry represents the pure combat will of those who wielded swords. He describes how the legendary heroes fought against evil to protect the world, confronting demons with nothing but a single sword. The Magic Council elders on the other side are also racking their brains. In a world of magic, sword fighting is considered impossible. Yet this unique student is genuinely utilizing his basic magic wand as if it were a physical sword. Tless steals a secret glance at him, silently acknowledging the fact. Besides, if Elfman Elwyn gave such a high rating, it carries absolute weight since he is the principal of Stella Academy, the finest magic school on the continent. Though he walks around looking like an ordinary student, very few know that Elfman Elwyn is a Class 9 mage, and one of the only 10 great sages alive. Tless openly stares at Elfman Elwyn, thinking about his incredible status. The scene now shifts to the S-Class training grounds, where the first practical dungeon exam has finally ended. Down on the field, the heavy sound of magic hitting a training dummy echoes constantly. It is Hae-won-ryang, practicing hard. After a grueling session, Hae-won-ryang is completely exhausted and panting heavily. Staring at the magic wand in his hand, he curses in frustration inside his head, angry that his mana is almost fully depleted. Gripping the wand even tighter, he tries to reassure himself, muttering that it is still not enough and there is still a long way to go. His desperation stems from the fact that out of 141 exam takers, 39 were eliminated. Iseol topped the ranking by slaying the giant bird monster, while Hae-won-ryang came in second. Leaving the training area, he reflects further that Ma Yu-sung placed 6th, yet he still does not feel like a winner. He suddenly pauses, his face twisting with rage. He recalls their academy clash when a hidden monster popped up right between them, thinking resentfully that, if only Iseol had not interfered. Clenching his teeth in pure frustration, Hae-won-ryang grows even more irritated as he flashes back to the moment. He saw Ma Yu-sung, remembering how he has had that same exact feeling ever since their very first meeting. The boy's image lingers vividly in Hae-won-ryang's mind. Even though Ma Yu-sung always behaves with complete indifference, everything he does reaches an expert level or even higher. Hae-won-ryang stands frozen, recalling how, during this practical exam, he laid out magic traps everywhere and meticulously calculated his rival's every move. Standing completely rigid on the spot, his mind keeps racing, remembering how Ma Yu-sung easily neutralized all of his attacks. In that split second, the heavy mental image of Ma Yu-sung places intense pressure on him, forcing Hae-won-ryang to constantly question himself. He wonders if he will ever be able to defeat him, or if that wall of talent is truly too high, standing there in silence, without saying a word. Yet his inner drive urges him forward, reminding him there is no time to blame himself. He must strive even harder. Just then, Hong Bi-yeon happens to walk past the training grounds, witnessing Hae-won-ryang relentlessly, using his magic to summon a terrifying wind vortex. Shocked by the sight, she wonders why Hae-won-ryang, usually so calm, is acting so frustrated today. Yet even as Hong Bi-yeon begins to channel her own magic, her thoughts drift, noting that while she probably shouldn't say it out loud, she still molds a fiery arrow to shoot at a training dummy. It looks as if she is unleashing all her pent-up fury on the target, her brow furrowed in irritation. The sheer power of Hong Bi-yeon is not to be underestimated, obliterating everything in its path. The loud explosion immediately catches Hae-won-ryang's attention. Now Hong Bi-yeon approaches with her staff, standing right beside him with a face full of resentment. She feels absolutely miserable having to surrender that magical staff and settle for third place. Her mother was pleased, but if she cannot get that staff back, she will definitely face punishment. Venting her anger, she channels all her power. A terrifying power exploded, shattering everything around her. In her mind, she cursed that incredibly arrogant, obnoxious commoner. After that devastating blow, she panted heavily, releasing her bottled-up rage. Watching this, Hae Wonryang did not even dare to speak up, only wondering if something was wrong with the princess. Witnessing that wild outburst with his own eyes, Hae Wonryang wondered if he was imagining things, but Hong Bi-yeon's magic actually seemed far more precise than before. He quietly stood there, watching Princess Bi-yeon's fire magic. It was extremely powerful, yet incredibly difficult to control. There was absolutely no way she could improve this fast. Or was it just a fluke? Meanwhile, Princess Bi-yeon paid him no mind, lost deep in her own raging thoughts. Damn it. The more she thought about having to rely on him, the more she realized that despite her pride, Baek Yu-seol's special lecture actually worked. She gripped her staff tighter, silently admitting it. Thanks to his ridiculous advice, her mindset had shifted, and her magic control had improved significantly. It was a bitter pill to swallow. He was just a low-grade commoner with a completely trash personality, but Baek Yu-seol was the only one who knew how to fix her weakness. Her mood lightened slightly, yet she was still deeply annoyed. A total headache. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, cutting off her train of thought. It was her loyal guard, Itaeron. Princess Bi-yeon composed herself and asked Itaeron, "What is it?" The guard quickly replied, "The telephone wand you requested has been fully repaired." She was carefully holding the box containing the wand in her hands. Itaeron hesitantly asked, "Should I deliver it to Baek Yu-seol right now?" Bi-yeon calmly replied, "Yeah, go ahead." The guard bowed. "Understood. I will take my leave." But before she could turn, Bi-yeon grabbed her shoulder to stop her. "Wait!" Itaeron turned around and noticed the princess blushing heavily, looking incredibly embarrassed and anxious. The guard softly asked, "Is something wrong, princess?" The scene shifts to the grand majestic second annex tower, where Bi-yeon now stood all alone, lost in thought. She had come because she heard Baek Yu-seol was here. But this was the second annex tower, where professors did their research. Why would she be visiting a professor? Despite her initial excitement, she suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed bright red. She paced back and forth, completely hesitating and second-guessing her own decision. Wait, why did she even come here? She could have easily given it to him at the training grounds. This felt like she was chasing after a mere commoner. Desperate to preserve her pride, she made her decision. No, she had to go, back immediately. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, a voice suddenly called out, "Ah, Princess Bi-yeon, what a surprise meeting you here." It was Professor Hamlin. The princess politely greeted her, saying it had been a while. The professor politely replied, recalling when she used to teach her magic back in the Imperial Palace. She had grown up so much. Professor Hamlin asked, with genuine curiosity, "What brings you here, princess?" Hearing this, Bi-yeon quickly tried to dodge the question. "I just had some quick business, I am leaving now." The professor softly replied, "Things are a bit hectic, so that is probably best." Though slightly confused by her words, the princess politely replied with a nod. Professor Hamlin then explained that currently, mages are flocking here because of that student Baek Yu-seol. Hearing his name felt like a bolt of lightning striking her. Her mind instantly raced to Baek Yu-seol. Feeling slightly irritated, she asked what could possibly be so special about that commoner. Professor Hamlin calmly explained, "Since you fought him yourself, you should know. He does not use any magic, right?" The princess replied, "Yes." But internally, her mind was a total mess, realizing that the professor had witnessed their duel. She felt deeply embarrassed to have shown such a pathetic and weak performance in front of her most respected mentor. Noticing her sudden silence, Professor Hamlin smiled gently and offered some comforting words to help ease her mind. "You do not need to blame yourself. Your opponent fought with everything he had." The professor then added with intrigue, "But the reason he does not use magic is because of his strong belief." Hearing this, Bi-yeon looked completely puzzled. His belief? What do you mean by that? The professor explained that after the practical exam, the principal speculated that Baek Yu-seol is trying to revive the ancient, long-lost spirit of chivalry. Bi-yeon gasped in pure disbelief. Baek Yu-seol pursuing chivalry. That is completely absurd. But suddenly her eyes widened as a shocking realization hit her. She recalled the exact moment of their battle. It was true, Baek Yu-seol had wielded his staff just like a real sword. She remembered the storage box and his strange magic sword. Deep in thought, the princess fell completely silent. Suddenly, she spoke up. But refusing to use magic at Stella Academy carries a severe penalty. His grades will suffer terribly, especially during the practical magic classes. He will face so many issues. Professor Hamlin calmly nodded in agreement. Exactly. That student knows the consequences perfectly well, yet he still chose this difficult path, she then added. Isn't that absolutely mind-blowing? Even after achieving so much with his flash skill, he never stops pushing his limits. He keeps grinding. His dedication is the real deal. After a brief chat, Professor Hamlin leaves, leaving only a contemplative Hong Bi-yeon standing there in silence. Her mind is a total battleground right now. If anyone else said they wanted to be a knight, they would get laughed at. The age of knights is long gone, yet Baek Yu-seol is completely serious about pursuing this path. The setting sun only deepens Hong Bi-yeon's heavy thoughts. She remembers getting mad at him, telling him to stop playing around. Suddenly breaking her train of thought, Baek Yu-seol appears out of nowhere, casually enjoying his 5th place reward, the Atalic route. He approaches her and asks what she is doing there. Hong Bi-yeon gasps, her face instantly turning beet red. Flustered, she gets defensive and snaps at him, yelling that she came all this way just for him. Baek Yu-seol just shrugs and replies with a blank look, asking who told her to do that. She glares at him, blushing furiously. After calming down, she hands him a box, telling him to just take it. Baek Yu-seol smiles brightly, recognizing it immediately as the terrapon, and thanks her. Opening the container slowly, he reveals a unique weapon inside. He gasps in awe, wondering if this is actually the invisible sword. As expected of the Adalabit royal family, the craftsmanship is top tier. This princess has hooked him up big time. Even information brokers would struggle to find something like this. But Baek Yu-seol gets greedy jokingly, asking if she can just give him another one to sell. She coldly tells him to do whatever he wants. Hearing this, he is absolutely thrilled with his massive profit, while she sighs at his typical commoner mindset. Hong Bi-yeon's expression softens as she quietly calls out his name. Baek Yu-seol instinctively turns to look. She asks him directly if he really will not use any other magic. This sudden question catches him completely off guard. He stays silent, unsure of how to reply. This only makes her feel more embarrassed, her face blushing red again. His quietness makes her shyly turn away, muttering that it was nothing before, quickly walking off. Baek Yu-seol stands there utterly confused about her intentions, watching her depart. Once her figure completely fades into the distance, he finally turns around to head back to his room. Clutching the weapon box, his mind is flooded with thoughts of other magic. He recalls Professor Ladin saying something very similar earlier. Thinking back to that conversation, Baek Yu-seol can't help but smile, realizing that despite their claims of understanding his unique situation, it is all just complicated talk to him. He decides to take it one step at a time. Holding the box tightly, he realizes having this magic weapon gives him some peace of mind for the challenges ahead. Now it is time to test it out. As twilight blankets the entire academy, Baek Yu-seol stands alone at the training grounds, staring intensely at his brand new invisible sword. He whispers to himself, ready to see what it can do. Gripping the hilt tightly, he wonders if channeling his mana will activate it. Instantly, the invisible sword erupts with massive magical energy. Feeling the power, Baek Yu-seol smiles in pure excitement as he inspects the blade. This is not bad at all. Yet he suddenly turns reflective, thinking that if Flame used this, it would shine even brighter. In the original story, the female lead Flame is an absolute anomaly. Even though she is human, she can wield every type of magic from elves, dwarves, and angels alike. As Baek Yu-seol continues to lose himself in his thoughts, he knows this specific weapon constantly drains its wielder's mana. It is not for everyone, but Flame could easily master it using her natural mana recovery. He sighs, feeling a bit disappointed in himself since he lacks those incredible cheat abilities. But hey, it is not like he has anything to lose anyway. Although the weapon keeps absorbing mana, his leakage condition means power cannot store inside him and is constantly released. To Baek Yu-seol, this means the concentration of mana in his breath will directly determine the weapon's overall power. Excitedly, he calls out to check his status window. Immediately, the holographic system screen pops up before him. Strength is 1 star, 77%. Senses 2 stars, 29%. Power 1 star, 87%. and agility at 97%. His stamina is 1 star, 43%. Meanwhile, his mana leakage system at level 2 increases strength by 8% and agility by 15%. Senses and intuition are activated by consuming his mental stamina, allowing him to faintly perceive surrounding magical flow within 18 meters. This also triggers cognitive acceleration, which automatically activates whenever he is in danger, boosting his mana circulation rate. He smiles at his stats. Eating that Adelic root from his 5th place exam reward really helped boost his physical power. Now that he has got a solid weapon, he can start grinding for real experience. He tells himself that training his swordsmanship is absolutely essential. Things are about to get incredibly busy. The scene shifts inside the academy as a new day begins. The very first class of the morning is already underway, and the instructor's stern voice echoes throughout the lecture hall. He announces that today they will participate in a practical combat magic training session. This professor is Baek Yu-seol, who teaches defensive magic. He barks orders for all the students to scatter across the training field and grab their practicing wands right away. The students quickly follow his instructions, finding their own spots to begin practicing, while defensive shields start to activate. Professor Baek Yu-seol strolls around the class, observing the students casting defensive magic shields. He silently notes that this year's batch is packed with incredible talent. Dividing the students by rank was definitely the right choice. Suddenly, the professor freezes as he spots a familiar figure standing completely still in the distance. It is Baek Yu-seol standing there like a statue. He realizes this is the famous S-class student from a commoner background everyone has been talking about. Baek Yu-seol watches him closely and begins to analyze his record. For a mere commoner, it is quite surprising that he managed to resonate with an intermediate staff. Not to mention ranking 5th in the dangerous dungeon trial, which is highly irritating. Gritting his teeth, the professor decides to walk over and confront him directly. "Hey Baek Yu-seol, why are you just standing around doing nothing?" The boy is startled and awkwardly replies, "Well, I am currently training in a different type of defense, so basic shields are unnecessary." Hearing this defiant response, the professor is taken aback. Forced to put on a fake smile, Baek Yu-seol remarks, "Oh, is that so? Your custom defense technique sounds quite fascinating." But deep down he is highly skeptical. He thinks to himself that the boy is incredibly arrogant. Unless you are Princess Bi-yun, who is currently mastering the legendary inherited magic of Adalavit, a commoner like him has absolutely no right to daydream about having some special high-tier defensive spell. The professor decides it is time for a reality check. Besides, the rumors say that Baek Yu-seol cannot use any actual magic other than a basic blink. Keeping this in mind, Baek Yu-seol comes up with a plan. If that is the case, the professor proposes a challenge right there. He asks if Yu-seol would mind demonstrating that amazing defense to the class. It would be a wonderful opportunity to show off his skills and broaden the horizons of his fellow classmates. Then the professor turns around to face the crowd. Scanning the room to pick an opponent, Baek Yu-seol's eyes land on a group of arrogant, troublemaking students, and he quickly selects his target. He calls out, "Yes, Morso, from Class B would be perfect." Morso is a skilled student, but his smug expression reveals a highly calculating and devious nature. It turns out this matchup is not random at all. It is a calculated setup by the professor to curry favor with certain powerful families. As a professor specializing in defensive magic, maintaining strong connections with the elite students is absolutely crucial for his long-term career at the academy. Morso Dordan comes from the influential Scalvan Empire, so buttering him up a bit is a smart move that will definitely pay off later. Grinning warmly, he tells Morso that defeating an S-class student with spectacular magic will look fantastic on his academic record. It is an easy way to boost his grades. Baek Yu-seol accepts the challenge without a single shred of hesitation, calmly agreeing to step up. In no time, Baek Yu-seol and Morso Dordan are facing each other on the academy's combat stage. Morso stares him down with pure arrogance. The guy is practically bursting with overconfidence, whereas Baek Yu-seol remains completely composed, quietly evaluating his opponent without letting his guard down. Down below, Morso's cronies are cheering loudly, yelling for him to crush the commoner and humiliate him in front of the entire class. Smirking, Morso promises his friends they will get exactly what they want. Watching this unfold, Baek Yu-seol can only sigh in sheer exhaustion. He realizes this guy is just another lackey of Uzlek and Raiden. Kids these days are truly petty, always looking for a fight. Yet seeing the opponent act so boastful actually brings a hidden smile to his face. After all, this is a mandatory defense class anyway. Since he cannot cast normal magic, This turn-based defense setup is a perfect chance to test his unique abilities without raising too many eyebrows. Looking over at the corrupt instructor, Yu-seol remembers that Baek was notorious for his cruel streak in the original game story. With a grin, the young man matches Morso's confidence. This is the perfect moment to test the fruits of his intense physical training. After a brief standoff, the rules are announced. The mock battle will proceed turn by turn, focusing strictly on attack and defense, with zero outside magic. No other tricks are allowed. The instructor declares that Morso will take the first turn to attack, and the arrogant challenger prepares his stance. Morso's groupies are already celebrating his victory. They know he is a formidable opponent who is highly skilled in offensive magic. On top of solid defense, Morso has mastered a powerful earth attribute offensive spell, making his incoming attack incredibly difficult to withstand. Standing quietly in the crowd, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvin watches the stage, keeping a close eye on this intriguing showdown. Professor Baek calls for preparation, and then shouts for the match to begin. Instantly, Morso unleashes his attack with a smug smirk. As the powerful spell materializes, the crowd gasps in shock. They immediately recognize it as a second-tier magic circle. The standard rule for a basic magic class is to only use first-tier spells. Everyone starts to worry if Baek Yu-seol can survive. Morso gloats internally confident that this S-class commoner is about to be utterly crushed by his supreme earth magic. He fires massive, sharp stone spears directly at the stationary target. But despite the terrifying attack, Baek Yu-seol remains completely unfazed. He tightly grips the sword in his hand, his eyes burning with intense determination as he prepares to counter the incoming spell. With a single fluid strike, he unleashes a counterattack that effortlessly shatters the incoming earth spell into tiny pieces. Morso's ultimate earth-piercing magic is completely destroyed. Watching this, Baek breaks out in a cold sweat, visibly shaken. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvin continues to watch in silence, carefully analyzing every single detail of the match. On the stage, Morso stares in disbelief as his spell vanishes into thin air. His entire body begins to tremble with shock. His proud magic has been utterly neutralized. Baek Yu-seol lowers his weapon with absolute composure, while the crowd of female students gasps in awe. The crowd erupts in endless debate. Did he really just slash magic itself? But is destroying magic with a sword even possible? Instructor Baek can't believe his eyes, trying to make sense of it. No, simply slicing it shouldn't work. But still, Baek Yu-seol definitely made Morso's magic vanish. According to his knowledge, all spells contain a flow of mana, and if you precisely sever that flow, the magic crumbles. Watching him stand there so majestically, Baek is absolutely baffled. Did he actually pull it off? Looking at the invisible sword in his hand, Baek Yu-seol happily thinks, not bad at all. Even though he can only slice Tier 3 magic right now, his endless days of training in the practice room finally paid off. He quickly decides that this is enough. Unable to accept reality, Morso turns red with rage, gritting his teeth in fury. Curse him, how dare a mere commoner do this to me? Meanwhile, Instructor Baek is also sweating, fearing for his own career. This is bad. If Morso loses here, my own neck is on the line. Right after Baek raises his voice, shouting loudly, Baek Yu-seol, I acknowledge your defense, but that style can only block one hit at a time. It definitely has a limit. For instance, he deliberately emphasizes what happens when you are forced to face a massive barrage of magical attacks. This subtle hint sparks an idea for Morso. A wicked, arrogant smile spreads across his face as he realizes what to do. This makes Baek Yu-seol highly annoyed. What nonsense is this guy spouting? Before he can think, his survival instinct screams a warning. A powerful warning. Morso is casting another high-level spell, preparing a massive array. It seems the elite has lost his mind. That sinister, twisted face says it all. This dirty play immediately triggers a wave of whispers among the shocked students. Wait, this is getting way out of hand. That is extremely dangerous. Why is the instructor not stopping this duel right now? Grinning like a maniac, Morso charges forward without a shred of hesitation. It is over. He unleashes his piercing stone spear. Caught completely off guard by this sudden ambush, Baek Yu-seol stands frozen as the lethal magical formation locks onto him. He seems helpless against Morso's deadly attack. In reality, he is calmly calculating. 11 stone projectiles are heading straight for him. Blinking is out of the question and slashing them all is impossible. Without hesitation, he makes a split-second decision. The only option left is to block everything. Baek Yu-seol immediately unleashes his countermoves. Seeing this, Morso panics, his face twisting. He glares in absolute shock, teeth grinding as he watches his ultimate spell get completely countered right before his eyes. He stands utterly frozen, his mind screaming in disbelief that his strongest spell was bypassed so easily. Down below, Instructor Baryon is also losing his mind. Damn it, what is Morso doing? If he loses this match, I am finished. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol admires his invisible sword, thoroughly impressed. Wow, maybe I should try mimicking that move from the game. It actually worked. This legendary technique is known as the sword sweep. According to his deep gaming knowledge, maintaining the Terrapon's form drains massive amounts of mental energy, leaving his physical stamina completely depleted after use. He analyzes the skill. It offers weaker defense than blocking a single target, making it highly impractical in actual life-or-death combat. Fortunately, this is just a practice match. Seeing the noble Morso defeated so effortlessly, the crowd erupts into wild gossip. Wow, that move looked exactly like a mana shield. Does a defense magic like that even exist? Morso is totally going down. These comments rub salt in his deep wounds, filling him with intense humiliation. Gritting his teeth, Morso can barely breathe. Damn it. At this point, Morso is on the verge of turning completely villainous. The mana in his hands twists unnaturally. His mind screams in rage. How dare a filthy commoner humiliate me like this? The students quickly notice the bizarre energy. Wait, is he seriously going to attack again? But Morso's official turn has already ended. It is a complete violation. Hearing their concerns, Instructor Baryon secretly rejoices. Yes, keep attacking. Go ahead and crush him while you still can. Fueled by dark, frantic energy, Morso screams in pure rage. Get ready, Baek Yu-seol. This time I will not hold back. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the tension from below. Excuse me, Instructor. Baryon turns around in surprise, asking, Huh? Seeing the student calmly approaching, Baryon nervously asks, What do you want? It is Jeremy, wearing a friendly smile. Ignoring the instructor's clear discomfort, Jeremy Skelvin directly asks, Why are you not switching the turn to Baek Yu-seol? The question catches him completely off guard. Well, that is. Baryon stammers, unable to answer as his shifty eyes dart around. The surrounding students also start murmuring in protest. This is not some basic first-year training. One mistake, and someone gets seriously hurt. What is this instructor doing? His turn is clearly over. Surrounded by growing outrage, Baryon does not dare look at Jeremy. He frantically tries to justify himself. I was so incredibly focused on the duel that I completely missed the crowd's reaction. Terrified and drenched in cold sweat, his eyes roll wildly as he struggles to speak. But Baek Yu-seol quickly cuts him off. He loudly shouts, Instructor, I am officially switching to my turn to attack his magic shield now. In the blink of an eye, Morso Dordan is down on the ground, surrendering beneath his blade. The commentator then loudly declares, Baek Yu-seol the winner. Morso Dordan stands frozen, his arrogance completely gone, replaced by pure terror and anxiety. Meanwhile, down below the arena, Jeremy Skelvin wears a satisfied smile. Baek Yu-seol actually won, proving to be far more formidable than expected. But then his expression flips into a sinister, eerie grin. Once the match wraps up inside a luxurious private room, screams of agonizing pain ring out relentlessly. Baryon stands silently in the corner, forced to listen to those horrific cries. Please spare me. Those pathetic screams belong to the defeated Morso Dordan, who is being brutally punished after losing to Baek Yu-seol. He is now lying flat in a pool of his own blood. And his merciless punisher, none other than Jeremy Skelvin. He calmly wipes the blood from his hands and calls out to Baryon, who quickly steps forward to respond, Yes, sir. Jeremy Skelvin, cool and composed, tells her that his dear friend seems to be heavily injured, so she must treat him well. If anything happens to him, he would be deeply heartbroken. Baryon simply nods. Yes, I understand. With a polite nod, he dismisses her, turning to leave her, standing there in deep curiosity. Baryon watches him leave, her mind completely racing. A friend, not a subordinate, from what she knows of the Baek Skelvin Empire, where raw magical power rules all. Jeremy Skelvin surpassed every single one of his brothers to claim the Crown Prince title at just 12 years old. But Morso Dordan, not being his subordinate, means the Dordan clan will be cast out of politics forever. With a worried expression, Baryon silently notes that not only Morso Dordan, but once anyone catches the eye of Crown Prince Jeremy, that commoner Baek Yu-seol's school life is about to become a living nightmare. The scene shifts to the academy, every student's dream during a crafting class, where everyone is gathered. Among them, two students are whispering excitedly. Hey, Did you hear Baek Yu-seol from S-Class? Is babbling about chivalry. Chivalry. What does a Magic Academy have to do with a bunch of knights? But he defeated Morso Dordan of the Doden clan. Really? The Dodens actually hold serious weight in the Skelvan Empire. Right. Meanwhile, Flame, who arrived early to prepare, overhears their conversation and feels a surge of irritation. Everywhere she goes, everyone is talking about Baek Yu-seol. She hates drawing attention, but this is getting annoying. Who on earth is he? Just then a harsh female voice commands, "All right, settle down everyone, that is Menton. Tyrion, the alchemy professor." Clutching a vial, she warns. Alchemy demands absolute precision, with your dosage, timing, and heat. Mason Tyrion loudly announces, "Today we will brew my very own Tyrion recovery potion, so pay close attention." Down below, Flame is meticulously measuring every drop, feeling thoroughly annoyed. One tiny slip-up, and the whole batch is ruined. Listening to the lecture only deepens her frustration. She honestly wants to avoid alchemy entirely since it's way too tedious and detailed. Suddenly, near the cauldron, a loud scolding voice explodes. "Aunt Teresa, what on earth are you doing?" The professor harshly berates the student. "You call yourself an alchemist?" The terrified student stammers, "I'm sorry." Flame watches this and recalls that Professor Mason Tyrion eventually becomes a notorious dark mage. She needs to secure more ingredients, meaning there is no choice but to endure this class. Suddenly, someone catches her eye, and she glances over. Baek Yu-seol is crafting something with a bizarrely sinister expression. Her anxiety rises as she focuses on him. Recognizing Baek Yu-seol leaves Flame completely baffled. She initially thought he'd joined this class just to get close to Aunt Teresa. But now he looks like a total creep. What on earth is he even doing over there? She sighs, deciding to focus on gathering ingredients instead. After some intense effort, Flame finally finishes her potions. Exhaling a tired but satisfied sigh, she rejoices. Finally done. Fortunately, with her high academic level, she managed to wrap things up so quickly. Suddenly remembering something, her eyes sweep across the room, wondering where Aunt Teresa is. Turns out Aunt Teresa is standing right at the next table, completely absorbed in her research. Seeing her work so diligently brings a wave of relief to Flame. Thankfully, she seems to be doing fine. But suddenly, Flame freezes as a realization hits her. Wait, doing fine? In the original storyline, Aunt Teresa accidentally acquired Maila's magic notebook, brewing a miracle potion far superior to the Tyrion recovery potion. Flame is completely lost in her thoughts. If that is the case, then why is Aunt Teresa brewing a totally basic potion? Snapping her out of her thoughts is the furious screech of Professor Maisen Tyrion Baek Yu-seol. "Who gave you permission to alter the ingredients?" He calmly replies, "Huh. Besides, the results are much better." Hearing his cheeky reply, she got even more furious and snapped. "Is now really the time to talk about results?" Maisen Tyrion kept grumbling. "This is not the Tyrion recovery potion I requested." Hearing this, Flame was completely taken aback, her mind racing with questions. "What?" Looking at his calm demeanor, Flame still couldn't believe it. Could it really be that the premium potion Isekai was supposed to brew was actually made by Baek Yu-seol? Flame stared at him, feeling that something was seriously off. Staring at his potion, she wondered how Baek Yu-seol managed to brew a high-grade Tyrion recovery potion instead of Isekai. Maisen Tyrion massaged her temples in frustration, scoffing. "This is absurd. Your attitude is terrible. See, I told you commoners just can't cut it." Hearing this, Flame suddenly remembered the game's original plot, realizing that line was supposed to be, "See, that is why your entire family was destroyed." It was the exact line Professor Maisen Tyrion had delivered to Isekai, a brutal rejection that haunted the traumatized girl who lost her family staying with her until the very end. Flame kept her eyes locked on him, speculating if Baek Yu-seol knew this all along and intentionally drew the professor's anger onto himself, just to protect Isekai. She couldn't help but worry for him, as Professor Maisen held a lot of power and influence inside Stella Academy. Once targeted by her, a student's grades in every other class would suffer. Blurring out under her breath, "That idiot." She wondered if he was really risking his future just for Isekai. Suddenly, Professor Maisen shrieked, "You, how dare you speak to me like that?" She fumed, demanding he bring his parents immediately. Only then did Baek Yu-seol realize the mess he had made. He sighed, realizing he had been so completely absorbed in alchemy that he totally forgot about this annoying plot detail. He flatly replied in a deadpan voice, "I don't have parents." Maizen Tyron's face flushed red with absolute rage. You dare say that to me?" But our guy didn't care anymore. Since he was already targeted, what was there to fear? Fine. Tomorrow he would try brewing kimchi and cola potions just for kicks. A few weeks later, the booming voice of Professor Maizen Tyron echoed again, grabbing everyone's attention. Apparently, their ongoing feud hadn't slowed down one bit since that day. She snapped in irritation. "How many times must I say this? No changing alchemy ingredients without permission." Our hero nonchalantly responded, "But I only tweaked your formula a bit, and the results are clearly better." This left her completely speechless with fury. "What?" As she fumed, Baek Yu-seol tapped his glasses, activating his magic monocle to pull up her status window. The screen popped up, Maizen Tyron. Dark corruption rate 21%. Under feelings of jealousy, she is officially a dark contractor. Chapter 8. Boss corruption confirmed. Seeing her literally shaking with rage, he quietly rejoiced that everything was going according to plan. He recalled her lore in Chapter 8. Maizen Tyron becomes a boss consumed by dark corruption. She was a villain who fell to darkness because she couldn't overcome her inner envy. Once her corruption rate surpasses 90%, she will completely transform into a dark demon. But below 50%, it is completely invisible to normal magic. He calmly analyzed the situation. Right now, her corruption was only at 21%, making it impossible to prove. She was a dark contractor. He couldn't report her yet, so his only option was to keep provoking her until her corruption passed 50%, then call the magical defense force. Normally, if someone is just infected by dark magic, they can still be cured before they fully turn. But Maizen actually made a willing pact, with a dark demon planting a dark seed deep within herself. She was beyond saving. Baek Yu-seol looked up at her, mentally preparing his defense for the inevitable. Even though the story was only at Chapter 4, she was a dangerous boss and he needed to prepare early. Otherwise, she might turn other students into dark demons, threatening the safety of Stella Academy. Glaring at him coldly, "You never learn." She threatened him while warning the other students not to defy her, promising that anyone who crossed her would fail her class. Baek Yu-seol didn't care, simply sighing in relief. The more she targeted him, the better. In the meantime, he figured he should sneak in some physical training. Later, the class was divided into groups, leaving him holding his head in disbelief. A group project. He never expected the practical exam to go this way. His two teammates looked incredibly displeased, frowning and exchanging silent glances. Even Isekai, who had joined them, kept completely quiet. The suffocating silence felt so heavy that Baek Yu-seol thought it felt more like a funeral. Trying to break the ice, he finally spoke up first, offering a polite greeting and introducing himself to the group. The others reluctantly introduced themselves as Kasahun Maliwan and Isekai. Suddenly, Maliwan clutched his face and began to dramatically lament, crying that their group was absolutely doomed because Professor Maizen was known to fail anyone she hated. Feeling incredibly guilty, Baek Yu-seol winced, realizing these poor guys were suffering entirely because of his own actions. However, Isekai quickly chimed in, urging them not to lose hope just yet. Still, one of the boys stammered, but she quickly explained that at least 3 alchemists from the association would be grading the practical exam. This meant Professor Maizen could not just arbitrarily fail them. Hearing this, her two teammates looked like they had just seen the light. They nodded and smiled in relief as hope sparked within them, instantly boosting their energy and morale. "We just have to do our best then." "Thank goodness. Honestly, this is a potion I've always wanted to try." Baek Yu-seol turned to her with a bright smile, startling her. Isekai quickly looked away to ignore him before continuing. "Anyway, the D-grade vitality potion assigned for this project is not that difficult if we combine what we know. It is just that the ingredients are rare. So who is going to gather the main item?" The fire lizard tail. Without a single second of hesitation, Baek Yu-seol raised his hand. "Leave that to me." The whole team immediately started buzzing. "You guys know monster remains are the most critical ingredients in alchemy, right? We have to choose the freshest ones." "Naturally." "All right." Isekai stole a quick glance at Baek Yu-seol, quietly thinking that since he looked so confident, things would probably be fine. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol smiled, thinking about hunting that fire lizard himself. Later that evening, in a dark corner of the academy, a student met with Professor Mason Tyron. "You summoned me, Professor." Right then, Mason held up a contrast paper. "Deliver this notice to the Class C alchemy groups," she said, before flashing a wicked smile. "And make sure to exclude Group 12. The student took the note and nodded. "Yes, Professor." Mason smirked, having already planned her next move. "You and I know this practical exam was set to be watched by elite professional alchemists from the association. If those experts witnessed Baek Yu-seol failing miserably, his future in the field of alchemy would be completely ruined." Leaning against the wall, Mason muttered smugly, "Baek Yu-seol, I will teach you the consequences of defying your professor." The next day, inside the Class S training facility, Flame was busy practicing her magic when she heard a voice call her name. A student handed her a note explaining it was an urgent announcement meant for the alchemy class. Taking the paper, Flame nodded in thanks. The student lowered his voice. "Just make sure you do not tell anyone." With that warning, the boy quickly walked away. Flame sighed, watching him leave. She knew exactly what that meant. They wanted her to keep Baek Yu-seol and his team in the dark. But Flame was not one to blindly follow orders. She unfolded the paper. The exam was officially changed from the D-grade Vitality Potion to the Advanced Tyren Point Potion. Flame was stunned. Wait a minute. She realized that if Baek Yu-seol already knew the original sequence of events, he would easily bypass this trap. Instead of collecting fire lizard tails, he would simply gather the italic shells required for the Tyren Point Potion instead. Clutching the paper tight, Flame made a quick decision. This was the ultimate chance. She wanted to see how he would handle an unexpected challenge. Meanwhile, to prepare his ingredients, Baek Yu-seol teleported straight to the Derby Grand Arena. Stepping through, he held his head, groaning about the post-teleportation dizziness. "Stepping out of those gates always makes me so dizzy." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called out, "Welcome, Mage Baek Yu-seol." A blonde receptionist welcomed him with a warm smile. "It is our honor to host you here." Baek Yu-seol quickly shook his head. "I am not an official mage yet, just an academy student." She giggled. "Well, Stella students get the exact same privileges." The moment she mentioned Stella Academy, the surrounding crowd immediately began whispering in excitement. "Hey, look over there. Is that a Stella student?" they muttered to each other, pointing. "Seriously, that is my first time seeing their uniform. I am so incredibly jealous." The receptionist smiled warmly. "How can I assist you today, sir?" "Just let me know." Baek Yu-seol thanked her and headed out. He realized that carrying a Stella pass and pocket watch earned him immediate respect anywhere. It was like being treated as a high-ranking mage. Stella Academy was truly incredible. Plus, he got free portal access, which usually cost 100,000 credits. Because of that, he spent his weekends taking portals to explore nearby cities. Through this, he confirmed that his knowledge of the game world was perfectly accurate to this actual reality. After walking deep into the forest, Baek Yu-seol scanned his surroundings. This should be the spot. He knew his target was a level 2 monster, the fire lizard. While they were only slightly stronger than standard wild beasts, they had immense magic resistance and high agility. Defeating them normally required using at least level 2 spells or higher. He was pretty confident. After all, you and I watched him clear level 1 monsters easily, so level 2 was nothing. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept past him. Recognizing the sudden presence of the monster, Baek Yu-seol immediately drew his sword. He stood absolutely still, focusing all of his senses on the surrounding environment, waiting for it. A pair of glowing red eyes glared from the thick bushes. Locking onto its target, it lunged forward at extreme speed. Baek Yu-seol instantly triggers his combat intuition. With zero wasted motion, he spins around just as his sword pierces deep into the fire lizard. Spitting blood, the beast screeches in pain as Baek Yu-seol coldly watches its lifeless struggle with zero emotion. The lizard stiffens and collapses, letting him draw a fell sigh of relief. He swings his blade down. That is one. Hearing rustling nearby, Baek Yu-seol quickly glances back and spots several fire lizards rushing over, drawn by their allies' dying cry. Smirking, he grips his sword and charges forward to happily gather materials. Finally, the day of the practical exam arrives. Isekai gapes in shock at the sparkling ingredients he brought, gasping at how incredibly fresh they are. He proudly nods. She hesitates, admitting he at least knows how to choose quality ingredients. but he tells her to be quiet. Isomorph is thrilled to have everything they need to start. Now they just have to combine them. The group exchange encouraging smiles, cheering each other on. Meanwhile, Professor Misen Tyran stands beside 3 other judges and asks if everyone has arrived. She addresses the panel, announcing that today's practical exam will be conduct under the watchful eyes of master alchemists from the association. Doing well here will open up massive opportunities for their future careers. With that, Professor Misen Tyran reiterates the task for today's practical exam is the Misen Tyran Point Potion Type B. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol's team is stunned. She then asks if they have all their ingredients ready. Isomorph raises her hand in a panic, saying they thought it was the standard vitality potion. The professor sneers, claiming she already announced the change to a Misen Tyran Point Potion instead. Looking down at the class, she asks if that is correct, and Isomorph looks around in silence. Since no one speaks up, proving everyone knew, except for their group, Baek Yu-seol realizes she is playing extremely dirty. He will survive, but if his teammates fail, they are in serious trouble. He tries to remember if this ever happened in the original story, only to see Flame looking down at him and quickly turning away when he notices, leaving him confused. Flame frowns, deeply concerned about what is happening and wondering why Baek Yu-seol did not prevent this if he knew the original story. Meanwhile, Professor Misen Tyran feigns concern, asking Isomorph if she brought the wrong materials. As Isomorph stammers, the professor coldly lectures that an alchemist seeking truth should never lose their objective or bring the wrong ingredients, before flashing a sinister smirk, stating that Group 12 has no choice but to fail when a voice suddenly cuts her off. Raising his hand, Baek Yu-seol confidently claims brewing a Misen Tyran Point Potion is actually quite simple, leaving her utterly stunned. He declares he will brew it using completely different ingredients, promising a much superior formula. He smiles, completely confident as always. The 3 visiting alchemists begin to whisper among themselves, while the professor sneers, knowing the core ingredient for a Misen Tyran Point Potion is an italic spider shell, which is incredibly rich in vital nutrients. That shell is the sole reason why the potion even works, and yet he plans to substitute it with a fire lizard tail. Amused by his foolishness, Misen Tyran gloats, deciding to use this mistake to utterly ruin his alchemy career in front of everyone. She looks at his group and gives her approval. She coldly announces they have 1 hour to complete the Misen Tyran Point Potion, within the time limit. Staring at the fire lizard tail, Maliwan screams, asking if he is crazy, while Kasahun stammers in panic. Baek Yu-seol simply shrugs and smiles, telling them they have no choice but to take a risk. At this point, he reassures his anxious teammates, urging them to trust his lead because trying is better than failing without a fight. Fired up by his words, the group is ready to prove their doubters wrong and show them what they can do. Pleased with their energy, Baek Yu-seol grins and begins explaining as a golden magic circle glows to life. He silently reflects on his time in the real world, where throughout his journey of conquering the game, alchemy had always been one of his absolute favorite specialties. He had carefully and meticulously documented every single formula down to the finest detail, leaving absolutely nothing out. And the Misen Tyran Point Potion Type B was no exception. At first, he had no intention of using this formula since it was actually a masterpiece that the future Professor Misen would spend years researching. He points to the lizard tail on the table to explain that italic spider shells are nutrient-rich because they are vital for reproduction, and the fire lizard's tail has a very similar biological function. Exactly, these are the blood vessels, he added. I heard that the Alaco tribe in the southern desert uses the blood of the fire spirit lizard to nourish their chiefs. Since they live incredibly long lives, these blood vessels can definitely be used to replace the italic spider carapace. Maliwan raised his hand to propose, well, I know a bit about processing materials from the processing Alaco tribe. Why don't I handle this part? Baek Yu-seol immediately agreed. Sure, that works. He then looked down at the red leaves on the wrapping paper. And this mistletoe must be dried using a special desert method. Does anyone here know how to do it? Kasahun quickly got his drift. You mean the solar drying method, right? I actually learned that trick while traveling with my father. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry them in under 5 minutes. He continued. Then, what about the processing part? Iseol quickly volunteered, "I will take care of it." He thanked her politely, much appreciated. After assigning everyone a task, everyone focused seriously on their respective duties. Baek Yu-seol watched his teammates and thought with immense satisfaction, "These guys are actually pretty good." Once he saw that the preparation was almost completed, he spoke up, "Now let's start brewing according to my instructions." Professor Tiran stared in utter disbelief at the finished product, a mystical glowing purple potion that matched her wildest imagination. "This is," he introduced with a proud smile, "the Type B Tyren supplement potion, Professor." The red-cloaked professors standing right behind her whispered among themselves, "Is it really possible those kids actually pulled this off?" Tyran thought with bitter resentment, "Ridiculous. It took me years of intensive research just to successfully develop the original Tyren supplement potion. How could they possibly finish it so easily?" One of the red-cloaked professors reached out and grabbed the potion. "Let me inspect it." She closed her eyes to examine it with magic, then opened them wide in shock. Another professor asked, "What are you doing?" The inspector replied, "Though there are still minor errors and a lot of ingredients were wasted," she concluded, "the effectiveness of this potion is actually superior to my own Tyren potion." Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol's group was absolutely thrilled. The professors showered the potion with endless praise, exclaiming, "Excellent! You young students truly possess such innovative knowledge." Tiran suddenly yelled out, "Hand that over to me." Seeing that things were not going as she expected, she grew furious. Grabbing the vial, she snapped, "Let me examine it myself." But the moment her fingers touched the bottle, her eyes widened in complete and utter shock. Staring at the vial, she thought, "There is no mistake. This potion applies the exact technique of converting monster nutrients into human energy that I researched." She scowled, gritting her teeth as she gripped the vial tightly. "It's a perfect Tyren potion, but how? How could they produce such a superior product in such a short time?" A malicious plan immediately flashed through her mind. "Well, whatever, I am the examiner after all." She set the vial down, plotting to fail them right on the spot by blaming the wasted ingredients. She declared aloud, "The evaluation is complete," as she prepared to announce her verdict. "It seems Group 12, but she was suddenly cut off by another professor. "For Group 12, an A grade is the bare minimum." Smiling, they looked at Tyran and asked, "Professor Tyran, what do you think?" She scowled, gritting her teeth in fury as she glared at the speaker. "Damn, these old geezers." In the end, Tyran reluctantly announced Group 12 passes. Every single member erupted in bright, happy smiles. "We did it," they shouted in unison, excitedly chatting among themselves. "That wasn't bad at all, right? That was seriously incredible." Behind them, Tyran clenched her fists as her face twisted in pure rage. "I will deal with you later, Baek Yu-seol." Meanwhile, the system warned that Tyran's darkness corrosion rate was rising. Over at the training grounds, the students were diligently practicing their spells, attacking training dummies with their wands. Flame stretched and sighed deeply, saying, "Finally, finished. Classes, even after all of that, I am completely exhausted." Suddenly, a nearby voice caught her attention. "It's all right, Arshwang." Two students comforted the pink-haired girl as she wiped away her tears, saying, "You did great. Honestly, you are still much better than the princess." Flame watched Arshwang wipe her eyes, remembering that this pink-haired girl was known as a genius of fire magic. One of the girls comforting Arshwang added, "But the princess's rate of progress is just terrifying. We've been training for so many years, yet she." The other girl continued, "Sooner or later, the princess will completely surpass my own level of control." Flame gasped upon hearing this. "Wait, her magical control shouldn't start developing until the second year. Why is this happening?" She glanced back at the girls. Could this also be because of Baek Yu-seol? She deeply pondered, recalling that the practical alchemy exam was also incredibly strange. She began to connect the anomalies. The actual formula for Type B Tyren was discovered by future Aunt Teresa, stolen by Tyren, and perfected. Flame stroked her chin, deeply lost in her thoughts, wondering how Baek Yu-seol knew a formula that never appeared in the original story. It seems that in the original novel this plotline never existed. Then, a sudden realization hit her. Wait, he knows future events, but he is not knowing the original story. Flame considers an unbelievable possibility. What if Baek Yu-seol didn't transmigrate, but actually regressed? A regressor. Lowering her gaze, Flame starts to piece everything together. If so, it makes perfect sense. If Baek Yu-seol came from the future, he would only possess general future knowledge. He couldn't possibly remember every minor detail that happened to Iseol. She suddenly remembers that in the original novel, Ma Yu-sung actually regressed once before. 2 hands, surrounding a glowing golden hourglass. Silver Age November, the only entity in this entire world who holds the power to control time. If it truly is that being's power, suddenly a voice cuts off her thoughts. Is something wrong? Surprised, she looks at the person walking up Haewon-ryung. She quickly rushes over to him. Glad I ran into you, do you? No, Baek Yu-seol, did he leave any kind of impression on you? Haewon-ryung looks totally bewildered and asks, what do you mean? I just see him as a slightly unusual student, that's all. Flame presses further. Nothing else. Didn't you feel anything different? Haewon-ryung shakes his head. Disappointed, she sighs, resting her hand on her forehead. Really? Haewon-ryung asks out of curiosity. Flame, do you have feelings for Baek Yu-seol? She hesitates before replying. I think I do. His eyes widen in surprise as he murmurs, is that so? Flame nods, confirming it. She thinks that Yu-seol, just like her, knows the original story's plot. Golden sunlight streams into the lecture hall where they chat. But doing nothing like this just won't work, she notes. What do you mean? Flame, full of determination, tells Haewon-ryung. Just staying put here really does not suit my style. Speaking of Baek Yu-seol, maybe I should just go find him and confess my feelings. Hearing this, Haewon-ryung is frozen, thinking, confessing her feelings. After sharing her thoughts, Flame smiles and waves, thanking him for listening to her. I am off now. With that, she turns and leaves, leaving Haewon-ryung standing there with a forced, awkward smile. As Flame fades into the distance, his smile vanishes. His face turns serious as he mutters. Meanwhile, Flame stands alone, in the middle of the schoolyard, looking slightly lonely. The next day, in the academy cafeteria, Baek Yu-seol sits alone, drinking tea, with the sound of laughter all around. He anxiously wonders what to do since Maizen Tyron's dark corruption rate has reached 37%. In less than 3 months, tragedy will strike as Maizen Tyron's dark corruption will spread disaster to a random student. He reviews the list of potential targets: Jackie Flame's close friend, Arshwang Haewon-ryung's loyal knight, and Haewon-ryung, the sole heir of the Morso Dorden Shadow Tower. If Haewon-ryung falls into the dark vortex, the consequences will be truly catastrophic. Thinking of this, he stands up and hurriedly leaves, filled with anxiety. Although the probability is extremely low, Haewon-ryung's corruption would mean the absolute worst ending, so he must be especially cautious with the 3 of them. The person with the highest probability. Just as he's thinking, right after leaving the cafeteria, Baek Yu-seol runs into Flame. Immediately, she crosses her arms and questions him. What are you doing, Baek? Yu-seol asks. What are you talking about? Flame replies. Last time you did not answer my question about your identity clearly. Baek Yu-seol gets flustered. That question again. You are really making things difficult. Looking at Flame, a thought flashes through his mind. Should he just tell her the truth? Maybe they will get more info for a better ending. Let's go all in and try. But just as he opens his mouth to say, I am, suddenly something unexpected happens. The system displays countless red warnings surrounding Baek Yu-seol. Story power, insufficient warning, do not reveal your transmigrator identity to this character. Warning, do not share the knowledge and information you hold with this character. Baek Yu-seol rubs his forehead, completely exasperated. This is seriously driving me crazy. What the hell? Ultimately, he is forced to follow the system and find another way, proposing, let's do this. Everyone has secrets, so let's only share half the truth. How about it? Flame replies. Fine, I agree. He lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Flame then speaks up. Let me ask first, do you know the future? Baek Yu-seol breaks into a cold sweat, thinking I said only half the truth. Why is she laying it out so bluntly? He asks. Since you ask that, you must be the same, right? What is your purpose here? Flame answers, to save the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Baek Yu-seol silently sighs in relief, though he wonders if she is telling the truth. Flame crosses her arms, asking, Now it's my turn. Why do you act like that? Baek Yu-seol is puzzled. Act like what I don't. No, but I will just bluff my way through. So he replies, no reason, I just do what I think is right. He worriedly thinks, is that enough? But unexpectedly, Flame's reaction is quite intense. She trembles and yells out, don't lie. How can a person be so kind? Baek Yu-seol is stunned by her outburst. Flame asserts there must be a purpose, something you want to achieve. He stammers, there is not. She yells, what? He rubs his head in frustration, thinking, something I want to achieve. Honestly, I do not really know either. Flame wonders, you do not know. Baek Yu-seol honestly replies, I just want to survive. But these words leave Flame utterly shocked. Survive. Hearing this, she is left speechless. Sensing her thoughts, Baek Yu-seol softened his tone. I guess so. Sorry, my bad. He was totally clueless, leaving Flame completely baffled. Overwhelmed by whatever she was imagining, Flame covered her face in tears and bolted, leaving only a hasty goodbye. Baek Yu-seol stood there, utterly baffled. Wait, it was my turn to ask. Was she seriously crying? But before he could stop her, a voice called out from behind, Baek Yu-seol. He turned around only to see a furious Haewon-ryang stomping toward him, radiating pure cold bloodlust. Baek Yu-seol. No time to stutter, Haewon-ryang demanded with a dark, threatening glare, answer me. Why was Flame crying? Lie and you're dead. Baek Yu-seol froze. Getting glared at by the ultimate rival of the strongest character was absolutely bone-chilling. But then a realization hit him. Right, Haewon-ryang had a massive one-sided crush on Flame. A misunderstanding now would be a total disaster, so he had to clear things up. He didn't beat around the bush. Look, Flame and I have absolutely nothing going on. Why are you even asking? Yet Haewon-ryang remained, decidedly hostile. You expect me to believe that Baek Yu-seol offered an awkward chuckle. Seriously, believe me. Whatever you're imagining, not happening, so don't worry. He silently hoped that would suffice. Haewon-ryang paused to process this, then surprisingly bowed right in front of Baek Yu-seol. My question was uncalled for. My apologies. Baek waved it off. No worries, man. With that, Haewon-ryang turned and walked away. I shall head out then. Baek Yu-seol smiled as he watched him go, but a nagging doubt lingered. What was that? It wasn't like him at all. Haewon-ryang, the ever-cool and logical genius, acting this rattled. This sudden shift definitely left a lingering sense of unease. Later that evening, Isekai closed her book with a heavy, troubled sigh. She hadn't been able to focus on anything all day. She recalled their conversation after class. She had approached him saying, Baek Yu-seol, I have a question. He had asked what was up. A formula from earlier. Did you come up with that on the fly? He casually shrugged, saying yes. Her quiet response dealt a massive blow to her pride. She had always believed she was a true prodigy, convinced that raw talent alone was enough to overcome any obstacle, but now she felt utterly pathetic. Gritting her teeth, Isekai realized that if she kept faltering like this, her ultimate goal would remain forever out of reach. How could she avenge her father? Her hand clenched tightly over her book as memories of his tragic betrayal flooded her mind. Framed as a traitor and hounded to his grave by the corrupt Adalabit family, she swore she would make them pay. She couldn't give up now. Giving her cheeks a sharp, stinging slap to snap herself out of it, she declared that this was only the beginning. She had to become far stronger. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol had a proposal for a trembling assistant. Want a shot at some sweet revenge? He posed the question with dead seriousness. Aunt Teresa nervously stammered, trying to play it down. She was just a lowly assistant after all. Why would I want revenge? If I get fired, I'll be homeless. But Baek Yu-seol casually joked that the nomadic lifestyle had its charm. Ignoring her protests, he sweetened the deal. All right, how about this? What if you became an alchemist far more brilliant than Professor Mason? The sheer scale of his claims sent her into a panic. Wait, what? But Baek Yu-seol pressed on, determined to elevate her status, ensuring that absolutely no one could ever look down on her again. Her gaze grew dreamy as she murmured her quiet gratitude. Observing her reaction, he knew she was reaching her limit. There was no way she was truly satisfied just being a background helper, stuck sweeping a dusty storage room for the rest of her days. He recalled how hard she worked whenever she did her tasks. Aunt Teresa harbored a deep burning desire to become a licensed alchemist and bring her unique creative inventions to life. And honestly, she possessed more than enough raw talent to make it happen. With that in mind, Baek Yu-seol's gaze sharpened. In the future, she was destined to become the greatest alchemy pioneer of the age, crafting legendary items with her sheer genius. Yet the timid assistant standing before him now was a far cry from the legendary figure she would eventually become. She sheepishly apologized. "Sorry, I couldn't even treat you to a simple cup of coffee." Baek Yu-seol just smiled warmly. No big deal, assistant. He was absolutely certain of his plans. Even if harsh reality forced her to shelve her dreams, he was fully prepared to lift her up. As the grueling Stella Academy midterm exams drew to a close, he visited her frequently. Stella was wrapping up, and he visited Aunt Teresa often. She would excitedly clap her hands upon finding someone who shared her ideas. "You really agree? I wanted to add a button to switch ink colors on this magic pen." He casually suggested adding an eraser too. She immediately caught on. "Oh, like a mechanical pencil, that's brilliant." Watching her dive back into her work, Baek Yu-seol smiled. Her prototype collection was growing rapidly, which was fantastic. However, her core formula deciphering skills still needed some serious work. Having witnessed her tireless dedication day in and day out, he wanted nothing more than to see her break free from her mundane fate. He had to guide her toward the solution before Maizen Tyron could beat her to it. But executing that plan was incredibly difficult. While lost in deep thought, a familiar voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. "Hey kid, why are you wandering around looking completely dazed? Keep walking like that and you'll crash into someone." Spotting Flame, he scowled and muttered, "Who are you calling a kid?" She fired right back without hesitation. "Just look at yourself." Annoyed but utterly defeated, Baek Yu-seol could only sigh and stay quiet. He keeps nagging her, pointing out that she never even told Jackie her age. They must be hanging out a lot lately. He was just trying to diffuse the tension. Still, meeting him was a good opportunity. He cornered her to resolve his doubts. "Hey, do you know?" Jackie Wright Flame immediately raises her guard upon hearing that name. Dodging the question, she warily warns him, "What are you trying to do? Are you planning a crime?" Dumbfounded by how quickly her mind jumped to that conclusion, he desperately defends himself. "I haven't even said anything yet." Despite Flame's lingering suspicion, he presses on. "Just keep an eye on him, okay?" Staring intently at her, he explains, because who knows, maybe he's going through some serious trouble. Analyzing the situation, Baek Yu-seol silently notes, if the dark energy has affected him, his mental state will be completely unstable. Crossing her arms, Flame offers a bit of info. "I don't know much, but we already planned a hunt together this weekend. I'll keep an eye out then." Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol immediately takes the chance to ask her, "Please do. I'm counting on you." He starts calculating his next move. There's no need to ask where they are hunting. It has to be the location of Chapter 4, the Martevis Cemetery. A desolate wasteland choked by thick, dark energy. It's the place where key players, like Ma Yu-sung, Isekai, and Flame, will gather for a major event, triggering a massive clash with the terrifying arrival of a Class 5 necromancer. Baek Yu-seol secretly schemes. "Even though I'm an extra in this plot securing, the hidden reward here would be massive for the Familia contract." Later, Baek Yu-seol politely hands documents to Professor Lee Han-won. "Here is the pass, sir." The professor glances at the paper, murmuring his approval. "Out of school training, huh? Makes sense. It's not like anyone at Stella teaches proper swordsmanship, or the way of the knight." Sensing something off, Yu-seol tries to pry. Lee Han-won quickly brushes it off. "No, nothing." But Yu-seol's eyes are already locked on a specific spot. Spotting a stack of documents on Lee Han-won's desk, he wonders, is that Ma Yu-sung's leave request? Could it be time to do a little digging? Acting on instinct, he looks up at the professor and casually asks, "Quite a few people are requesting leave for hunting trips lately, right?" Surprisingly, Professor Lee Han-won is quite open about it. Yes, they're heading to the Martevis Cemetery for club activities, likely hunting for rare resources. Baek Yu-seol immediately steers the conversation toward what he actually wants to know. As expected of Ma Yu-sung and Hae Won-ryang. They are brilliant, hard-working students. But Lee Han-won quickly corrects him. Actually, no. Ma Yu-sung stated he was just heading back home. The professor adds, and Hae Won-ryang went with Flame. Hearing this, Yu-seol feels completely struck by lightning. Wait, what? Without Ma Yu-song there, how on earth are they supposed to survive the necromancer's attack? He recalls his usual arrogant and prideful demeanor, wondering what could have possibly gotten into him. Ma Yu-song is someone who never goes home without an incredibly important reason, yet here he is requesting leave. Analyzing the situation, Yu-seol realizes one hard truth. With their current lineup, defeating a Class 5 necromancer is utterly impossible. Stroking his chin in deep worry, he thinks, what do I do? Without concrete evidence, there is no way to call for backup. On top of that, the constraints of the original plot prevent him from warning them directly. Clenching his fist with absolute determination, he resolves, but I can't just let them die out there. His gaze turns dead serious as a reckless idea takes shape. There is no other choice. He must handle this himself. A few days later, at the Martavis Cemetery, dark energy blankets the area. The desolate, freezing atmosphere is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. A student slams a massive, defeated monster fish onto the cold ground. Smirking arrogantly, the second year known as Mad Poison sneers, with a mocking grin. For a rank 2 beast, this predfish is shockingly pathetic. From a distance, another team member snaps back. Hey, you idiot, you're ruining the entire hunt. Stepping forward, their leader, second year, Kashif Derek, barks, did you even listen to my orders? Mad Poison casually scratches his head, offering a lazy shrug. Oh, my bad. This completely detached attitude drives Kashif absolutely insane. You think this is a joke? Watching the drama unfold, second year Bandis sighs. Just leave him be. It's pointless to argue. Turning to Iseol, she reassures the junior. Don't let them get to you, okay? Still quite nervous. She quickly nods. Right, senior. But their little chat is immediately cut off by the boys complaining. Hey, we can hear you over here. Bandis shoots back with a smirk. So what if you can? Her teammate immediately yells in response. Shut up, have some decency, and watch your mouth in front of our junior. Bandis just giggles and keeps teasing. Despite the bickering, the three seniors seem incredibly lively, completely ignoring the awkward junior standing nearby. Watching them, Iseol can't help but feel a wave of relief. She joined because of the special outdoor activities, and thankfully they aren't bad people. Suddenly, Bandis calls out, to get her attention. Hey Iseol, she quickly responds. Yes, Senior Bandis, but before she can finish her sentence, a massive shockwave of magic explodes in the distance, freezing her in her tracks. Bandis frowns. What on earth was that? Mad Poison, hands in his pockets, shrugs. Looks like someone is having a massive showdown nearby. Bandis turns to Kashif Derek with a grin. Maybe we should go introduce ourselves, so we don't accidentally cross into their territory, Captain. Reacting slowly, Kashif stammers out, right. With that, the team of four hurries toward the source of the immense magical pressure. But as they arrive, Iseol freezes, staring in absolute shock at what lies ahead. Right before her eyes, Flame and Hong Bi-yeon stand face to face, surrounded by a swirling vortex of pitch-black dark energy. Dumbfounded Io stares at the explosive tension between them, utterly confused as she narrows her eyes to observe them closely. The entire town sinks into a suffocatingly heavy gloom, amplifying the crushing tension that hangs over Hong Bi-yeon and Flame. The two girls stand silently facing each other. Hong Bi-yeon and Flame lock eyes, both of them burning with intense determination. An unspoken question hangs in the air. Why are Hong Bi-yeon and Flame even here? Suddenly, loud shouting breaks the silence. Clashing voices from the party members erupt, one after another, spiking the tension as someone barks out an angry accusation. I clearly took down that giant piranha first. Another voice immediately snaps back, dripping with pure irritation. Nonsense. It was in our hunting zone, so it belongs to us. Then another startled voice gasps out. What? Io stares at the massive fish on the ground in utter shock, wondering if that really is a giant piranha. Surprise and curiosity mix inside her as she realizes just how incredibly rare this bizarre creature actually is. A Tier 3 monster, and extremely rare at that. Watching them bicker, she remains completely detached, observing without a word. She quietly backs away, letting them settle it. She figures they are just fighting over the spoils of war. Looking at the chaotic scene, Io realizes that getting involved will only drag her into a massive headache. Something makes her hesitate, though, as she looks over at Hong Bi-yeon, who is standing completely still with her head bowed. Io reminds herself that she wants absolutely nothing to do with the sister of the person who murdered her father. She knows she has to get out of here immediately. Just then, a male student dashes right past her toward the commotion. Now, juniors. He shuts his eyes and flashes a mischievous grin, clearly basking in the attention as he speaks in a charming voice. If anything is bothering you, just tell your favorite senior. He continues, sounding incredibly smug and smooth. But before he can even finish his sentence, Flame and Hong Bian immediately cut him off, yelling in perfect unison. Shut up and get lost. Embarrassed, but trying to save face, he stammers back, attempting to sound authoritative. How dare you speak to your senior like that? Hong Bian glares back with icy eyes, refusing to back down. If you want respect as a senior, try acting like one. He stutters, staring at her with complete bewilderment. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently tremble. Hong Bian and Flame snap their heads up, their faces frozen in absolute shock. Panic sets in. The earth quakes with terrifying force, as if something monstrous is clawing its way up from below. A wave of raw, ancient energy washes over them. That is when a skeletal arm suddenly bursts from the dirt. Hong Bian's pale fingers emerge, moving with slow but terrifying strength. It is a gruesome sight that leaves everyone paralyzed. Io and the loud-mouthed senior stare in absolute silence, their eyes wide with sheer horror at what is unfolding. As the skeletal arm reaches toward the sky, Hong Bian freezes on the spot, unable to tear her eyes away. Flame stares at the grotesque sight, her eyes wide, completely speechless as panic tightly grips her throat. No way. This cannot be happening. Dozens of pale skeletons drenched in foul dark energy rise all at once, creating a nightmarish grim scene. The skeletal army has finally awakened. Across the graveyard, thick mist wraps around the tombstones. The atmosphere turns dark and dreary. Then a sharp system notification chiming in the quiet ruins of the graveyard. Skill experience has increased. The cold mechanical voice rings out again, even clearer. Stats experience has increased. A weary voice sighs in the desolate wasteland, staring down at a defeated monster. Man, I wish I could use magic too. Baek Yu-seol rests his sword on his shoulder, his expression neutral but tinged with deep disappointment. He mutters, "Why did it have to be Blink?" Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol looks up, his eyes sharpening. Actually, it is time, isn't it? He looks around, his gaze scanning the eerie silence, searching for something hidden in the shadows. Peering through the dense fog ahead, his eyes turn serious as a low whisper escapes his lips. Standing before him is a massive ancient tomb. He smirks, whispering under his breath. "Found you." He pauses realistically, acknowledging that he lacks any cheat skills to wipe out a skeleton army like Ma Yusong. No overwhelming power either. Taking a deep breath, he tells himself, there is only one way to survive this place. Standing tall in front of the ancient tomb, Baek Yu-seol locks his gaze forward with absolute resolve and a single thought. He has to fight like a real player. Standing tall, his eyes never waver as he prepares to face the trial. Then a cold, dramatic system alert blares out. Chapter 4. Necromancer's Raid begins. A sudden sound echoes. Baek Yu-seol narrows his eyes, turning his sharp gaze toward the source. A thought flashes in his mind. Before him, a skeleton radiating a powerful, commanding aura slowly rises from the ground. He narrows his eyes as a realization strikes. Could this be the skeleton general, commander of hundreds of undead? He watches the aggressive skeleton, clawing its way up, his gaze locked onto it. The thought races through his mind again. This is the skeleton general, a mini-boss, who only appears 3 times in this chapter. At his current power level, fighting this boss head-on means certain death for him. His eyes widen as a clean plan takes shape. Obviously, he has no intention of fighting fair. Baek Yu-seol suddenly reaches out, punching the skeleton's head with a cold, ruthless command, telling it to go back down. The growling undead can only retreat in agony. While Baek Yu-seol stands there looking triumphant, he recalls an unwritten rule of manga. Whenever a monster is transforming or summoning, you are supposed to wait politely. But since Baek Yu-seol chooses violence, the skeleton general is left completely helpless and miserable. He continues his train of thought. Standing still like a statue during a summon is just begging to get caught red-handed. Snatching the skeleton's head, Baek Yu-seol begins assembling something in silence. Then he proudly declares, "The spinal magic staff is complete." A devious smile creeps onto his face, eyes full of smug satisfaction. In his hands, the makeshift bone weapon is ready. With the system interface chiming in, he officially hijacks the command rights of the skeleton general. The boss is now his. His playful attitude vanishes instantly. His voice drops and his eyes harden with absolute seriousness. With a steady breath, Baek Yu-seol pauses, then issues a chilling command to begin. Meanwhile, on Isekai and Flame's side, a chilling army of skeletons stands frozen. Their empty, lifeless eyes stare down the terrified students. Backs pressed against each other, the students feel the overwhelming dread of Tellus, being completely cornered in all directions. Undead forces encircle them, tightly tracking their every move with cold, calculated precision. Raising her staff, Flame's brow furrows as waves of anxiety crash over her. This nightmare is worse than she anticipated. She realized she let her guard down during this dangerous necromancer event. But suddenly, a strange feeling of abnormality strikes her. Squinting in confusion, she realizes something is completely off. Watching her classmates fight for their lives, a sudden realization hits her. If her memory serves, Ma Yu-sung was supposed to clear this dungeon. Flame looks around in deep confusion, wondering where Iseol is and why she is with this group. Gripping her staff, a heavy, suffocating pressure weighs down on her heart. Can she really survive a level 5 necromancer with just this ragtag team? While Flame is lost in her grim thoughts, a familiar voice snaps her back to reality. It's Haewon-ryang trying to keep everyone's hopes alive amidst the chaos. He explains he sent a distress signal to Stella Academy using his pocket watch. They just have to survive until backup arrives. Another student nods, clutching at this small hope like a lifeline to calm the mounting panic in the group. Yes, they just need to survive. The Academy's powerful professors will save them. But right now, their lives hang by a thread. Skeletons are closing in from all sides. Suddenly, one of the girls speaks up, stealing her resolve with a firm shout. Even if defeating a necromancer is impossible, they can still break through and escape. Iseol Morph raises her brilliantly glowing staff, her expression dead serious. Her voice rings out with sharp authority, telling them to cut the useless talk of comfort. Assessing the battlefield with razor-sharp eyes, Iseol Morph quickly points out the truth. They are fighting inside a cemetery, and every passing second means the undead horde will only keep growing. Right on cue, more skeletons begin crawling out. Step by agonizing step, they advance. Iseol Morph urges the team to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, Jackie begins to panic, as two terrifying skeletons slowly corner her. Her voice cracks, screaming in absolute horror for them to stay back. But the mindless monsters ignore her desperate pleas. Growling fiercely, they lunged directly at her with brutal, savage force. Sharp, bony claws slice through the air towards Jackie. But at the last second, a protective shield of mana blocks the blow. It is Iseol who saved her life. Iseol checks on Jackie with deep concern. Drenched in cold sweat, Jackie nods weakly. Nearby, a reliable senior is busy slinging spells left and right. With a smug grin, he compliments the freshman's skills. Iseol has been analyzing the situation this whole time. She is now certain that this necromancer came prepared for a war. She reasons that the enemy has likely prepared a massive mana vessel, a forbidden technique used to store vast amounts of mana. By drawing from this stored energy, a dark mage can bypass their natural limits. Iseol's brow furrows as she thinks. Even necromancers have strict mana limitations. Under normal circumstances, summoning and maintaining a skeleton army of this scale is mathematically impossible. A mid-tier necromancer can barely control 15 summons at once. Yet as she looks at the battlefield, she is stunned by the endless wave. How is he managing to control such a massive territory with so many undead? A nearby senior glances around, his anxiety peaking as more skeletons rise from the grave. Weariness and panic set in. He warns the team that the undead are completely surrounding them, his eyes reflecting the dark, inevitable despair of their situation. Realizing the truth behind this sudden ambush, he let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. It looked like this whole trap had been planned for a very long time. His gaze remained locked on those creepy skeleton mages casting spells. In a dead serious voice, he warned everyone, "They want to kill us to harvest more skeleton mages." Beside his senior, the younger student forced a fake laugh, desperately trying to mask his rising terror. Deep down, he expected their team leader to step up and handle this. But as he stared at the approaching monsters, doubt started creeping in. Trying to shake off his panic, he swore he would blast these bony freaks to pieces with a massive high-tier spell. Clenching his staff in a frantic rush, his fingertips sparked with energy the moment he gripped it, instantly initiating the casting sequence. A small magic circle flared to life. But right then, a skeletal hand burst from the dirt claws ready to tear. Sharp bony talons reached out and clamped tightly around his leg, trapping him in place. In an instant, his confidence completely shattered. His eyes went wide with pure terror, desperately trying to pull away from the freezing, crushing grip of that undead hand. A pathetic whimper escaped his lips, a useless cry for help as he realized how helpless he actually was against this nightmare. Right then, the skeleton let out a horrifying screech that echoed through the dark ruins, sounding like a demon straight from hell. Seeing his junior lose his mind, the senior reacted instantly. Without a second thought, he lunged forward with a brutal punch. He smashed the skeleton square in the face to free his ally. But unfortunately, his frantic rescue attempt completely backfired. He accidentally bumped right into his junior mid-cast. With the spell disrupted and unstable, the magic energy went completely out of control. The spell misfired wildly as the kid screamed in agony. Realizing the danger, the senior broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide. Looking at his teammate, his heart hammered in pure panic. He quickly realized they had stumbled into a total worst-case scenario. "Damn it, they are casting," someone roared. "Get down!" Before the warning could even register, a bright blue mana circle erupted. Crackling with lightning-like energy, the magic circle expanded rapidly. Hearing the commotion, Flame and her friend spun around in shock. They stared back in absolute horror. Seeing the imminent disaster, Flame gasped out a desperate no, her voice trembling with raw panic. Every muscle in her face tensed up. She watched the unstable spell swell up, completely powerless to stop the impending explosion. If that goes off, we are done for. Meanwhile, inside this remote ruined academy, lifeless bodies were scattered everywhere across the battlefield. Surviving students fought tooth and nail against the relentless waves of skeleton soldiers. But the battle had dragged on way too long. Flame's vision was starting to blur from sheer exhaustion. Panic set in. She was running on empty and had hit her absolute limit. Most of her allies were already down. To make matters worse, her mana pool was depleted with zero time to drink a potion. A skeleton soldier with hollow pitch-black eyes snapped its empty jaws at her, slowly closing the distance with a horde behind it. There were just too many of them. As the mob lunged forward to tear her apart, Flame grit her teeth, her vision fading. "Is this how it ends?" she thought in utter despair. The monsters were practically on top of her, ready to strike the final blow. They were inches away from her face, when suddenly Flame froze in disbelief. What on earth was happening right now? The skeletons abruptly halted their attack, standing completely still as if frozen by some unseen command. Then heavy footsteps echoed. Walking out of the shadows, a mysterious dark-haired guy stood calmly behind the undead army. His cold eyes showed absolutely zero fear. Flame could only stare, her mind racing. Why was Baek Yu-seol here? But before she could make sense of it, a massive shadow loomed. An incredibly menacing, furious elite monster stepped forward, making her heart skip a beat. Was that the skeleton general? It roared, releasing surges of dark magic. This boss-level general was leagues above regular monsters, flanked by elite royal guards. Yet Baek Yu-seol stood there completely unbothered, having already neutralized the guard squad and cornered the general all by himself. With one casual swipe, he delivered the finishing blow. Dark blood splattered across the floor, painting the walls right next to Flame. She stood frozen in absolute disbelief. It seemed they were finally safe. Meanwhile, outside the ruined gates of the academy, things shifted. An orange-haired student let out a sigh of relief, thanking him. "We owe you our lives." Baek Yu-seol just shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't sweat it," he replied casually. Isekai tilted her head in confusion. "But how did you decapitate that massive general so easily?" Flashing a thumbs up, Baek Yu-seol joked he found it in some bone broth soup, secretly glad he didn't have to explain his actual method. He didn't want to admit he just camped the spawn point. Seeing her confused look, he cleared his throat to shift the topic. "Look, we need a plan fast," he said seriously. "If the necromancer takes direct control of the horde, we're in deep trouble." The dark-haired student stepped forward, looking intently at Baek Yu-seol. "So, do you have any brilliant ideas on how to handle this?" Baek Yu-seol turned to him. "On my way here, I noticed the necromancer has already sealed off all the routes leading back to base. An escape is completely out of the question," he added in a grim tone. "We only have one option, charge straight at the boss." Hearing this insane plan, both of them broke into a cold sweat, staring in speechless shock before finally yelling in protest. "Wait, what? Are you crazy?" they asked Baek Yu-seol. "Did you skip class? A necromancer is a summoner, but their physical bodies are extremely weak," the gray-haired girl argued. "But he is bound to have heavy guards surrounding him." He nodded slightly at her words, his tone remaining firm. "This necromancer already controls a massive area. Without a direct frontal assault, escape is impossible." Beyond analyzed the situation with a dead serious expression. His guard has 1 skeleton general, 6 elites and 50 standard skeletons, and their numbers will only keep growing. This is our only shot, but how do we convince them? Just then a voice spoke up agreeing with his plan. Sounds good to me, Flame stated. He might look like a fool, but his combat experience is on another level. Beyond agreed next. I am in. Honestly, I do not think we can break through this siege any other way. Besides that, Necromancer will never expect a direct frontal attack from a bunch of academy students. The brown-haired boy and the gray-haired girl shared an anxious look, both clearly feeling the heavy tension. We do not know where you get your confidence from, but we cannot escape alone. We will work with you. Fine, let us give it a shot, another agreed. Facing the group, Baek Yu-seol let out a confident smirk. Deep in the dark forest, a sinister church stood shrouded in a cold, eerie fog that felt incredibly menacing. Then a man stepped out from the shadows. How lucky to run into Stella's little chicks out here, he sneered. Looking absolutely grotesque, he grinned. If I turn them into skeleton mages, those dark mages will never look down on me. The Class 5 necromancer, Baek Yu-seol, walked slowly toward the mana of the graveyard, his dark mana heavy in the cold, misty air. Staring at the tombstones, he muttered, 3 years of gathering mana in this vessel and now 700 skeletons await. Flashing a grotesque, highly confident grin, he declared that absolutely no one could look down on him ever again. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in sheer panic. What my senses, has my skeleton general been stolen? His face darkened with sudden dread. Right at that moment, a blinding blue magic light erupted directly behind him. Spinning around in a panic, he was instantly met with a terrifying wave of magic blasting straight toward him. Sweat poured down his face in sheer terror as his bone shield shook violently under the pressure starting to crumble. Stumbling back in absolute shock, he gripped his staff tight and roared in anger. A Class 4 shield shattered. I will destroy you. But his eyes widened further as he noticed something far more terrifying than a cracked shield. Boom! A massive earth-shattering explosion rocked the area as blinding arcs of fiery lightning rained down from the sky. Standing nearby, 2 mysterious girls suddenly appeared in the distance, watching the absolute chaos unfold. The bone shield was scorched to absolute ashes, leaving only black smoke. He stood dazed, unable to believe his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Baek Yu-seol gripped his magic staff as an overwhelming sense of dread began to wash over him. I was too careless. I never expected them to attack head-on. From the distance, 4 figures slowly approached him. They might be complete novices, but they are still Stella students, he realized. I didn't want to do this, but fighting them head-on like this is too dangerous. I have to summon my elite skeleton army right now. Biting his index finger until blood dripped, Baek Yu-seol threw his arms wide and roared, "Soldiers, rise and serve me." Dark purple magic flared around him, alongside splatters of fresh blood. The buried skeletons began to claw their way up. Soon an entire army of skeletons surrounded him. Suddenly he coughed up blood, wiping it away in pure frustration. Summoning this many caused internal injuries, but this is enough, he screamed, ordering his minions to crush the intruders. They rushed forward in a chaotic frenzy. Baek Yu-seol smirked with satisfaction. Good. Tear them apart. I can finally relax. Then Baek Yu-seol raised a staff crackling with yellow lightning, his expression incredibly tense as he gripped it tight. Baek Yu-seol whipped around his jaw, dropping in absolute shock. Who the hell are you? He stammered. Yu-seol just smirked with pure confidence, ready for battle. Around them, the chaotic battlefield filled with thick, blinding smoke. Baek Yu-seol stood tall, holding a menacing skull staff. Seeing this, Baek Yu-seol shrieked at him in pure, unbridled rage. Who are you? Where did you come from? In response, Yu-seol merely smiled, causing the necromancer to freeze in terror. I have been tracking every single Stella student through my skeleton's vision. How did he? But before he could finish, what truly terrified him in that split second was the exact item clutched tightly in Yu-seol's hand. That is my skeleton general's staff. Without giving him another second, Yu-seol slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! Instantly, a devastating surge of magical power erupted violently from the core of the defeated skeleton general. Shatters into a million pieces. Clutching his chest in agony, Baek Yu-seol spits blood, coughing in pure rage. He snarls, damn it, pale and completely shaken. Baek Yu-seol realizes his mistake. Right before him stands Baek Yu-seol, standing tall with an imposing, majestic aura. In awe, Baek Yu-seol wonders if this is Stella Academy's true power. But just a second later, that badass cool expression completely evaporates into pure confusion. Wait, this wasn't part of the plan. Panicking, he recalls his original strategy. Du Guang and Bandi Joan were supposed to clear the elite skeleton generals, and back him up, but these elite soldiers have them completely pinned down. Currently, they are fighting for their lives, trying to clear the massive mob. This leaves Baek Yu-seol sweating. Does he really have to handle this solo? Going solo gives him an absolute headache. After all, he is the weakest one here. Maybe running away is an option. As Yu-seol gets lost in these ridiculous thoughts, a violent cough from Seo-pyok snaps him back to reality. He coughs. Seeing the villain barely able to stand, Yu-seol's eyes narrow. Wait, is the necromancer heavily injured too? A theory flashes in Yu-seol's mind. Hyuk must have overexerted his mana, summoning those elite skeleton soldiers, causing internal damage. Confident his guess is right on the money, Yu-seol flashes a smug grin, hyping himself up. Looks like he can actually win. Meanwhile, the surrounding battlefield is pure chaos. Fire and magical explosions erupt everywhere in this endless, brutal war. Hong Byun finds herself completely surrounded by elite skeletons, but her main worry is actually Baek Yu-seol's safety. She needs to clear these monsters fast and reach him. Suddenly, Adelia runs up to her in a total panic. "Princess, this is terrible. The necromancer and Baek Yu-seol are fighting one-on-one." Byun can barely believe her ears. She gasps in sheer shock. What? Yu-seol is only a Class 1 mage. He's up against a Class 5 necromancer. That's an impossible matchup. Everyone knows he's going to lose. Right then, a massive explosion booms in the distance. A blinding flash of purple light illuminates the dark sky. Byun grits her teeth in frustration, muttering under her breath, "If you die, I will never forgive you." Meanwhile, Yu-seol watches in awe as Seo-pyok unleashes devastating majestic force. The necromancer is still actively pushing back against Yu-seol's pressure. Massive bone claws erupt violently from the earth. Just looking at them makes Yu-seol's survival seem impossible. Instantly, the smug confidence in his eyes vanishes, replaced by caution. Without giving him a second to think, Seo-pyok launches a deadly direct magic attack straight at him. A blinding beam of dark magic blasts from the center, but Yu-seol quickly sidesteps, dodging it in the nick of time. Capitalizing on the opening, Yu-seol blinks right behind Seo-pyok, unleashing a swift counterattack before the villain can react. But a Class 5 mage doesn't go down that easily. The villain roars in fury. "You think it's that easy?" Evading the incoming strike, Yu-seol reaches into his pocket and pulls out 2 custom-prepared potions, flashing a knowing grin. He made this special cola potion specifically for this exact situation. It is the absolute ultimate bane of skeleton soldiers. He hurls the liquid directly at the summon. Sensing the danger, Hyuk glares at the flying cola potion in horror. He screams in panic. "What?" As the acid eats through his magic, his bone shield dissolves into nothingness, driving him mad. Losing his mind, the necromancer doesn't wait for a reply. He lunges at Yu-seol with shadow claws, aiming to pierce him. The magical strike looks absolutely lethal, but Yu-seol is way too fast. He activates his signature blink skill instantly. He vanishes, reappearing directly behind Seo-pyok. The necromancer doesn't even realize he has lost his target's position. Yu-seol swings his blade, aiming for a decisive backstab. This is the moment, but suddenly, the sinister necromancer turns around. He wears a grotesque, creepy smile. Yu-seol has been spotted. It was a trap from the very beginning. Yu-seol gasps. "Damn it." At that exact moment, a sharp bone spike shoots up from the ground underneath him. The trap was set and waiting for him to step right in. The massive bone spike pierces straight through Yu-seol. He lets out a painful groan, his face turning pale. Suppressing the agonizing pain, Yu-seol grits his teeth. He leaps backward to put some much-needed distance between himself and the vicious Seo-pyok. Hyuk retrieves, the bloody bone spike, admiring it proudly. "Humph, you arrogant brat. You ran wild, and now you pay the price." Panting heavily, Yu-seol admits he underestimated his opponent. Even injured, a Class 5 necromancer is still a serious threat. Despite the overwhelming level difference between them, the young student refuses to back down, forcing himself back onto his feet. Yu-seol studies him closely. In reality, the necromancer has hit his limit. Even as a Class 5 mage, he is completely drained of power. One more hit would finish him. Unfortunately, Yu-seol is also severely wounded. Frustrated, he realizes the intense pain is shattering his concentration, making it impossible to focus his magic right now. But he couldn't cancel the animation of his blink mid-cast. What should he do? At this moment, you and I can see Baek Yu-seol starting to panic. Drowning in his thoughts, there was no time to stay calm. But right then, a sudden realization sparked in his head. Yes, that was it. As Baek Yu-seol remained on his knees, Seo-pyok saw the perfect opening to close the distance. The necromancer stepped forward and aimed a lethal blow right at him. "Die," he screamed in triumph. Reacting purely on instinct, Baek Yu-seol managed to dodge the strike. He desperately tried to back away, but his heavy injuries sent him crashing face down into the muddy ground. Seeing him like this, looking at his terrified state with all of his earlier high and mighty image completely shattered, Sapyuk burst into a hysterical, mocking laugh. "Look at you scrambling for your life like a rat." Ignoring the villain's taunts, Baek Yu-seol steeled his gaze and crawled forward. He kept whispering to himself that he just needed a little more. Watching him struggle, Sapyuk only grew more excited to hunt him down. He cackled wildly and yelled out, "Struggling is useless. I'm going to end your life right here." Yet Baek Yu-seol didn't seem to care. Instead, a knowing smile played on his bloody lips. He had already won. Chapter 39. Covered in wounds, Baek Yu-seol gasped for air. Suddenly, Sapyuk's chilling voice echoed right behind him once again. "I will end you here." Hearing that, Baek Yu-seol stopped his heavy breathing. He smirked, fully confident that victory was already in his grasp. Turning around, he gripped his sword tightly and lowered his stance. He readied himself to strike, calculating that the distance between him and the necromancer was exactly 13 meters. With a confident smirk, he realized something crucial. He didn't need to cancel his blink animation after all. With a blinding flash of light, Baek Yu-seol activated his signature teleportation skill. The sudden move caught Sapyuk completely off guard. Before he could even process it, a blinding flash erupted right next to him. What? Sapyuk gasped as Baek Yu-seol materialized beside him. He swung his blade with such speed that the necromancer couldn't even react. Pouring all of his remaining strength into the blow, Baek Yu-seol drove his sword straight through Sapyuk, sending blood spraying everywhere. But wait, stick with me here, because the entire battlefield suddenly shifted as the elite skeleton soldiers froze in their tracks. Their movements ground to a complete halt. Dok Cheolguang stared in absolute disbelief as the undead army began to crumble into dust. "No way," he stammered. Did Baek Yu-seol actually defeat the necromancer? Exhausted Jackie sank to her knees, looking completely stunned. "I can't believe it," she muttered. An instant later, ecstatic cheers erupted from the survivors. They were actually going to live. The nightmare was finally over, and Sapyuk lay defeated at Baek Yu-seol's feet. Exhausted, Baek Yu-seol sat up, his face caked in grime. "Man, I'm exhausted," he groaned. "Time to go home." Soon after, Stella's magic knights arrived to escort the students back to the academy. Back at school, the head professor confronted Baek Yu-seol with a stern look, his arms crossed tightly. "I believe you told me that you were going to train in some peaceful countryside. Tell me, is the graveyard air really that refreshing for you?" Hearing his teacher's sarcastic scolding, Baek Yu-seol kept a straight face. "I apologize, Professor." Laywood then adjusted his glasses and replied sternly, "Rules are rules and you will be disciplined, no exceptions." Baek Yu-seol had expected this, so he didn't let the threat faze him. But the professor's very next words caught him off guard. Turning around, Laywood cleared his throat and continued, "Still, putting your life on the line to save your classmates is highly commendable. The Academy will grant you a proper reward and merit points." This was completely unexpected for Baek Yu-seol. He watched the professor walk away, still trying to process the sudden good news. He quietly offered his thanks as the door closed. Done and dusted. Letting out a long sigh, Baek Yu-seol stretched his aching body. "The doctor said it'll take a few days for my thigh to heal up, so I'd better take it easy." But just then, a familiar figure appeared. He blinked, surprised to see Iseol standing right in front of him. Before he could say anything, she reached out and grabbed his hands. Hesitatingly, she looked down tightly, squeezing his hands, and thanked him for his bravery. "Thank you for everything today," she whispered. In typical fashion, Baek Yu-seol gave a deadpan response. "Sure, just buy me lunch next time." His casual attitude left Iseol completely speechless. She looked down nervously, fidgeting with her fingers. After a long, tense silence, she finally gathered the courage to look up. "Do you think I could ever become strong like you?" Her question caught Baek Yu-seol completely off guard. He stared at her in shock. Misinterpreting his silence, she quickly clarified her words. "I mean, if I train as hard as I can, could I achieve what you did?" Baek Yu-seol had never expected such a question from her. He stared at Iseol, realizing her out-of-character behavior was actually a major warning sign. This was bad. In the original game storyline, Iseol would never doubt herself like this. His own interference had clearly broken the narrative. By meddling in the event, he had forced her to face a trial without letting her earn the victory herself. Yet there was one thing that bothered him even more. Shaking off his worries, Baek Yu-seol looked at Iseol and offered a gentle smile. "You don't need to ask me that," he said, watching her face fall. "You have already accomplished what everyone else called impossible. That Iseol is what we call a miracle." His words struck a deep chord. How could this guy possibly know so much about her? How? How do you know? She whispered. But Baek Yu-seol merely cut her off with a soft smile. "Because I have always been watching you." Iseol's eyes went wide. Shocked by her sudden reaction, Baek Yu-seol froze, immediately, regretting the words that had just slipped out. Wait, didn't he just basically admit to being a stalker? It sounded like he'd been watching Iseol for ages. What was he thinking? The damage was done, and there was no taking it back. Flustered, Yu-seol scrambled to find any excuse to flee the scene. I'm off." Whew, that was a close call. But as he hurried away, Iseol lowered her gaze, completely silent, and lost deep in her own thoughts. Staring at Yu-seol's retreating figure, a wave of intense emotion washed over her. After all, nobody had ever shown her this kind of warmth. No one ever cared about the child of a traitor. Iseol stared at his back, a quiet question echoing in her mind. But, has he really been watching me all this time? The thought sparked a new hope inside Iseol. At least someone out there cared. A miracle, maybe. But it was exactly the massive boost she needed. The next morning, the Academy Plaza was buzzing with an unusual crowd. The sudden arrival of so many high-profile figures left Yu-seol feeling a bit curious. With a puzzled look, he tried to make sense of it. Why would a simple award ceremony bring out the magic ministry, endless reporters, and high-ranking nobles? Talk about completely overdoing it. But soon his attention shifted elsewhere. Watching Bion, looking incredibly cheerful and excited, he couldn't help but wonder what was up with her. She seemed way too thrilled. Realizing his blatant stare, Bion immediately grew defensive and shot him a sharp warning glare. "What are you staring at?" she snapped. "Nothing," he replied casually. Just then, Professor Lee Hanwol's booming voice silenced the entire crowd. He commanded order, drawing everyone's focus. Today, they were honoring the 12 brave students who stood up against the vicious dark mages. As the professor's words echoed, a prominent figure stepped up to the podium. The Academy's highly anticipated principal had finally made his entrance. Stepping up gracefully, he waited for the next announcement. And as for who would be presenting these prestigious honors, the professor paused, sweeping his eyes over the crowd. Meanwhile, the principal stood there, keeping his perfectly practiced business-like smile. Without keeping the crowd waiting, the professor delivered the exciting news. They will be presented by our principal himself. The announcement hit like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone, including Yu-seol, completely dumbfounded with their jaws on the floor. Yu-seol couldn't take his eyes off him, totally awestruck. He stared at that gentle face, thinking, the peak of humanity, a 9th-class mage, Eltwin. Despite his warm, grandfatherly smile, this legendary 300-year-old wizard carried a terrifying reputation as the world's most brutal magic butcher. As the strongest mage alive, he was a total enigma. But despite his age, his youthful, friendly appearance left everyone completely stunned. He gently patted a student on the shoulder, saying, "You've all done remarkably well. Stay brave, and keep pushing your limits." His sheer presence made the poor student tremble in fear, instantly snapping into a stiff, dead-straight military posture. The principal moved down the line. His deep gaze, PFing right onto Yu-seol. Though meant to be serious, the scene looked almost comical. The tall Yu-seol was literally looking down at the principal. Suddenly, a powerful, swirling blue-purple aura erupted around Eltwin. The raw, unpredictable energy was absolutely terrifying, leaving Yu-seol sweating. Just staring at the man brought an incredibly heavy, crushing pressure. This was the absolute might of a 9th-class mage, one of only 10 on the entire planet. It felt rude to keep staring, yet Yu-seol simply couldn't control himself. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't tear his eyes away from him. Noticing the kid's intense, unblinking gaze, even the legendary principal felt a wave of genuine surprise at Yu-seol's bold behavior. But instead of questioning him, he just offered a warm, gentle smile. "Still working hard as always, I see." Just as expected, with that cryptic parting shot, he walked away, leaving Yu-seol completely questioning his life choices. Absolute question marks filled his head. What on earth did he mean by that? Before he could ponder, the professor's loud voice wrapped up the ceremony. The ceremony was finally over. Looking at his massive hall of loot, Yu-seol couldn't hide his smug grin. Whoa, a whopping 5 million credits. Talk about incredibly generous. Now he wouldn't have to stress about cash for a while, but his grin widened even more. Glancing at the glowing orb beside him, he murmured, "Plus, I secured the necromancer's heart energy core. That legendary item alone made the entire dangerous ordeal totally worth it." Although he couldn't use it yet, Altarisha would soon construct a subspace. Once she pulled that off, hauling his massive inventory around would be a complete breeze. No more dragging heavy bags. First, though, he had to decipher the complex magic alchemy formula. Luckily, the other students had willingly surrendered their shares to him. Just then, his system suddenly pinged with a bright notification. Time for the sweet, sweet extra game rewards. The text popped up. Chapter 4, The Necromancer's Attack Cleared. He'd gained massive EXP, but the system had one more surprise. Because of his unique story choices, Project Constellation awarded him bonus rewards, including a weaker version of an item used in the game, 2 weaker versions of skills, and 3 stat points. Yu-seol wasn't even shocked by this absurd generosity anymore. "This again," he muttered. He was actually debating his choices, but deep down he knew exactly what he needed first. He absolutely had to dump his points into his blink skill. Recalling the recent life-or-death battle, he carefully analyzed his next move. The recent battle showed Baek Yu-seol just how weak he really was. He realized hard work alone wasn't going to cut it. He had to use his mind to push further. That brain power would take him to the next level. Suddenly, the system chimed in, rewarding him with a major upgrade for his blink skill after racking up tons of experience. Level Up Blink is now level 2 with a maximum range of 12 meters. He can now store up to 3 charges with a faster cooldown time. Baek Yu-seol stared at the raw energy swirling around his body. This massive reward was a huge deal, boosting his overall power to an entirely new level. Clenching his fist with a satisfied smile, he celebrated. He finally had 3 charges of blink stored up. Now he could really let loose in battle. He could use his signature move with zero hesitation. But as he looked out the window, a dark, intriguing thought suddenly crossed his mind. Who was next on his list, Iseol? Meanwhile, over at the academy, a deep meditation class called Journey to the Soul was currently underway. Iseol was trying hard to focus when a sudden shout snapped her right out of it. Startled, she blinked, realizing she had actually fallen fast asleep. She had dozed off mid-session. How embarrassing. Seeing her space out without replying, the strict class supervisor stepped forward to call her out. "What are you doing? Why are you casting magic during meditation class?" Iseol, completely lost, could only offer a clueless, innocent response. The supervisor pointed upward, telling her to look above her head. Iseol looked up, and what she saw left her absolutely speechless. A gorgeous, glowing blue meteor was floating right above her. It was stunning. Iseol stared at it in awe, completely baffled by its presence. "Wait, when did I make this?" she wondered. "I didn't use any formulas." She carefully scanned her surroundings, trying to figure it out. She scanned her surroundings, wondering if the others had really not noticed. Even though it was just level 1 magic, there should still be a visible flow of mana upon completion. Iseol's face grew anxious. If this truly resulted from her meditation, had that person actually calculated all of this beforehand? Once the session wrapped up, the students invited each other to a nearby pastry shop. Staring at the warm, delicious treat in front of her, she felt immensely grateful. Thanks to her reward money, she could finally afford this 1,500 credit red bean cream bread. She was in absolute heaven. But then a polite voice broke her peace. It was Jeremy Scalvin, staring intently before flashing a friendly, charming smile. "Have you joined a club yet?" Iseol honestly admitted she was still waiting, prompting him to quickly ask if she wanted to join his group. Setting her bread down, she cautiously asked him what the conditions were. Seeing her guard up, Jeremy laughed. "What conditions? I just purely like you, that is all." But Iseol immediately suspected he was completely lying. "You are just trying to turn me into a trophy," she thought. As Iseol remained silent, refusing to give him any answer, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Don't you trust me, Iseol? I promise there are absolutely no strings attached here. Just join my club and stay by my side. I can give you anything you want. After all, you know exactly who I am." He stared with a suggestive gaze as Iseol fell into deep thought. She knew his background better than anyone. His family ruled the Scalvin Empire, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's immense power, her current miserable life could finally end. No more celebrating over a cheap piece of bread, and no more enduring the painful humiliation of being a trader's daughter. Even though she knew it was a terrible trap, she slowly began to reply. But seeing her hesitant, trembling reaction, Jeremy let out a creepy, twisted smile. But right then, a sudden hand flashed through the air, cutting through the tension. Smack Flame charged in and slapped Isel right across the face. The sudden shock left Isel completely speechless and utterly confused. Even Jeremy stood there completely wide-eyed. Flame looked completely drained of energy, standing perfectly still while panting heavily. Isel stared in shock. Flame didn't offer any explanation immediately, screaming and calling her absolute trash for betraying her. "How dare you sneak around and flirt behind my back? I told you I liked you, and now you try to abandon me." Isel was absolutely stunned, unable to say a single word. Without warning, Flame grabbed her hand and began dragging her away. "We need to talk," Flame snapped. Isel could only stammer in confusion as Flame aggressively pulled her along. "Stop standing around and follow me," Flame barked as Isel pleaded for her to wait. Watching them leave, Jeremy smirked again. He flashed a sinister smile, as if he knew exactly what they were doing. Flame dragged her to the outer wall. Once safe, Flame let out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. Isel demanded to know what was going on. Flame brushed it off, telling Isel she should be thanking her instead. "If you had rejected that creep directly, he would have harassed you to death." Having accomplished her rescue, Flame prepared to leave, offering a hasty apology. "Sorry for hitting you," she tossed back. Isel, still completely bewildered, could only nod and offer a weak response. Flame hurried off, but her face was clouded with deep worry. She couldn't help but wonder if she did the right thing. If Isel joined his club, she would have been utterly ruined. Flame had tried so hard not to disrupt the original plot, but seeing Baek Yu-seol struggle so hard, she realized some changes weren't so bad. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks. Isel looked back, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety. Had he already caught her in that lie? Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Jeremy relaxed with some tea, his mind drifting back to the intriguing schoolgirl from earlier. He couldn't help but smile, finding her adorable for lying just to steal someone right from under his nose. Her sense of justice had completely sparked Jeremy's curiosity. This was highly amusing, far more entertaining than even Isel. It awakened his deep desire to conquer. "I will have her," he murmured. Meanwhile, back at Stella, Professor Lee Han-won pointed toward the screen. The combat locations appeared one by one. "Today we begin our beast combat simulation training," he announced. The students watched intently, hanging on to their instructor's every word. Their target this time was on a whole different level. They wouldn't be facing low-level Class 1 or 2 beasts anymore. Instead, they were up against formidable Class 3 mid-sized monsters. The professor's face remained blank, his voice calm and steady. "The rules are simple. Form a team, study your target, and eliminate them using a sound strategy." Baek Yu-seol listened closely, clearly taking this challenge very seriously. The professor's voice droned on. "Once you select your mid-sized beast, you'll have time to prepare your counter strategy. Then, he ordered the classes to move out and coordinate. Head over to the Stella Dome, find a suitable terrain, and hunt a mid-sized monster matching your magic attribute. Class A and Class S will be training together. Your assessment will take place in 4 days. Next, he laid out the rules for the party sizes. Leaving them with one final rule, he walked out. Teams of 6 maximum. Submit your rosters. Isel, standing alone in a corner, couldn't help but sigh. "Man, I absolutely hate group projects." But a sudden voice quickly broke her train of thought. "Princess, will you join our group?" Across the room, a girl with long, vibrant red hair was surrounded by classmates. Their voices were thick with desperate flattery. "What are you saying? It's my turn. No, I'd make a much better teammate." The center of all this fawning attention was none other than Hong Biyun, princess of the Adelavid imperial family. Watching them, Isel's mind drifted back to the old days, back when she was still at the peak of glory. Before Adelavid ruined her family, she was also surrounded by flatterers. Both she and Biyun since birth had started, with the exact same potential. The Duke of Morph's ice attribute versus the Adelavid royal family's fire attribute. Back when their families clashed to rule the magic world, Biyun and Isel were born as the ultimate prodigies. But with completely opposite attributes, they couldn't stay at the top together forever. Only one could emerge victorious. Isel clutched her arm, hugging herself tightly. Back then, she truly believed she was the chosen one. Could she ever hope to exact revenge on Adelavid now? But then someone began walking over, noticing her. And just like that, Isel's dark thoughts were interrupted by another voice calling out to her from nearby. "Hey, are you on your own?" She looked up to see Baek Yu-seol standing there. Iseol stuttered in surprise. Is something wrong? Yu-seol smiled, pointing a thumb at himself as he made a bright, unexpected offer. How about we team up? Nearby Hong Bi-yeon caught wind of this and immediately turned her gaze over. Baek Yu-seol, seeing him standing there with Iseol of all people, instantly soured her mood. Why her? Iseol was just as stunned by Yu-seol's sudden out-of-the-blue invitation. Wait, did you just say team up? He nodded quickly, confirming her suspicion. You know there's no minimum limit on team members, right? If we form a duo, we get bonus points for a smaller group. Iseol immediately shot the idea down. She didn't believe a duo could survive this. Are you insane? How can just two people handle a mid-sized Class 3 monster? Her eyes filled with complete and utter doubt. Yet Yu-seol remained absolutely resolute, flashing a highly confident grin as he asked her one more time. Are you in or out? Startled by his sheer determination, Iseol found herself slowly getting swayed by it. Finally, she gave in, and they officially became partners. All right, I'm in. It's not like I have options anyway. Having gotten his way, Yu-seol's grin widened even further. Awesome, since we're set, let's go submit the list. As Iseol watched him walk away, another set of elegant footsteps slowly approached. She quietly looked up, to see Hong Bi-yeon standing there with crossed arms, narrowing her eyes. Iseol still felt deeply uneasy around her, but she forced herself to stand tall and sound tough. What if you're trying to compete with me? Bi-yeon cut her off, thoroughly irritated. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Raising her chin haughtily, she scoffed. Every word was a jab designed to sting Iseol. Worry about yourself, you pig in human clothing. With those parting words, Bi-yeon turned on her heel and walked away, her stunning, long hair swaying with every step. Iseol clenched her fists as if finalizing a crucial choice, while, deep inside, Bi-yeon's mind was churning with heavy thoughts. This wasn't about competing with Iseol, it was all about Baek Yu-seol. The fact that he, paired up with Iseol, annoyed her to no end. Pausing her steps, she gritted her teeth in pure frustration. Was she really going to lose to a total failure and a mere commoner? Bi-yeon turned her head, scanning the entire room as she began calculating her next strategic move. She knew that while she could form a group with anyone, securing the strongest magic warrior would give her the ultimate competitive advantage. And then she spotted a tall figure standing completely alone in a corner of the room, softly bathed in the gentle sunlight from the window. Ma Yu-seong immediately sensed her gaze locking onto him. He glanced over at Hong Bi-yeon and casually offered a brief greeting. Hello, princess. What is on your mind? Not one for small talk. She got straight to the point. Have you formed a team yet? He simply replied, No, I plan on going completely solo. Just as Bi-yeon anticipated, she seized the moment and offered, Then, join my team. However, Ma Yu-seong did not seem too enthusiastic about it. Is that really necessary? But then she mentioned Baek Yu-seol and Iseol had already teamed up. That piece of news clearly hit a nerve with him. Seeing his hesitation, Bi-yeon quickly pressed her advantage. I doubt they are targeting average mid-sized monsters. They are likely going after unique medium or large-sized ones. Her gaze then drifted toward the newly formed duo who were currently laughing and talking together. Seizing on Ma Yu-seong's obvious hesitation, Bi-yeon firmly repeated her pitch. So I will ask you one more time. Join my team. He smirked, taking a brief moment to ponder before replying. A confident, combat-hungry grin slowly spread across his handsome face. Intrigued by the challenge, Ma Yu-seong readily accepted her strategic proposal. That sounds incredibly interesting. I've been wanting to test my skills against Baek Yu-seol anyway. Delighted to have gotten her way, Bi-yeon smiled. Perfect. I am counting on you then. Her eyes grew sharp as she glared at the duo across the room, fueled by determination. Baek Yu-seol and Iseol morph. This time I will definitely defeat both of you. Days quickly flew by after the teams were finalized, and after 4 days of preparation, the mock beast combat exam finally commenced. A massive, grotesque purple monster stood tall, staring down the crowd of students. Instructor Lee Han-won looked down at his clipboard, reviewing the team rosters. All right, I now declare the assessment for Class S and Class A officially open. 2 students quickly formed magic circles, unleashing a combined spell upon the snail monster, but the tree beast easily destroyed it with fire. Onlooking students whispered as they watched the Mugre. Oh, Group 16 went for Mugre. They chose a Mugre. That mid-sized monster seems like an easy target. Flame took a deep breath, mentally reassuring herself. It is all right. I have practiced enough. Even if I cannot hunt a special monster for attribute bonuses or tackle a large-scale special beast, simply defeating a Tier 3 mid-sized monster solo is enough to secure a perfect score. Meanwhile, another group of armed students stood nervously before the hideous purple monster. Normally, 5 level 1 mages working together could comfortably deal with a single mid-sized monster of that level. With the right elemental matchup, solid experience, and the proper environment, taking down an even higher tier target was entirely possible. Flame cast her eyes down in mild resignation, knowing her own light magic didn't give her an elemental advantage against any targets. It was what it was. Her focus shifted when she noticed Iseol standing quietly in the corner, and she offered a silent prayer, hoping her classmate Iseol would excel in this test. She began recalling the plot of the original novel. In that timeline, Beyond made things so difficult for Iseol that she couldn't find a partner, ending up with the lowest grade. Back then, Flame had even planned to recruit her into her own team. "Are you back?" "Yeah, I'm back." Baek Yu-seol grinned, scratching his head sheepishly. "Just ran to the restroom." Iseol sighed. "Honestly, you." Flame thought to herself that as long as Baek Yu-seol stayed by Iseol's side, her future would certainly shine brighter. A sudden announcement snapped her from her thoughts as the giant monster collapsed. Instructor Lee Han-won proudly called out, "Great job, Group 16. The instructor then called up the next roster. "Next up, Group 17 to the stage." Flame confidently called out her response, "Coming." She swiftly ran down the corridor toward the arena, passing by Baek Yu-seol and Iseol. However, as Flame brushed past, she paused slightly. She had stepped on her undone shoelace. Losing her balance, Flame began falling forward. "Huh!" In a flash, Baek Yu-seol grabbed her collar and yanked her back. Caught by surprise, and pulled backward from behind, she stood there in a total daze. Baek Yu-seol looked flustered. "Whoops." Flame managed a quiet nod. "Right." He gently let her down, allowing her to land safely. Turning to face him, she managed a soft, "Thank you." Baek Yu-seol pointed at her feet, warning, "No worries, but tie your shoelaces." Only then did Flame look down at her boots. She suddenly remembered her overly friendly classmate from earlier, who had insisted on helping her. Jeremy tied them so securely earlier. "Let me help you with those laces." "Oh, thank you." Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol offered to tie them for her. Flame quickly waved her hand. "No, it's fine." Glad she caught it, because that could have been disastrous. Stepping confidently onto the arena floor, she drew her weapons and assumed a combat-ready stance. Whispers from the observing students broke out, echoing through the hall. "Is she seriously going in solo? Seems like it," one muttered. Another student spoke up, his face full of pure disbelief. "No way. Is she really planning to take down that monster all by herself?" A massive, aggressive wild boar was summoned to fight Flame. Faced with this terrifying beast, she calmly analyzed its lack of any special attributes or elemental counters, meaning she could not exploit a weakness. Han-wol shouted, signaling the start. "All right, Group 17, let the exam begin." The students watched in awe as the wild boar charged with overwhelming force, whispering, "Look at how reckless she is. Can she really survive?" Alone, Flame calmly started to cast her magic, whispering the secret spell of petals riding the wind. She focused, her mind staring straight at the rampaging beast charging toward her. Suddenly, thick ivy branches erupted from the ground, rapidly wrapping around the bloodthirsty boar. Bound tightly by the magically summoned vines, the giant beast shrieked in absolute agony. Flame did not stop there, and steadily chanted a physical transmutation spell. The fragile ivy vines quickly turned to stone, solidifying into rock-hard chains. The wild boar, now bound by solid stone, grew even more furious. Flame stared at the struggling beast, knowing this was not over yet. A brilliant magic circle materialized above her head, but the stone chains were already cracking under the boar's frantic struggles. Under the intense thrashing of the beast, the stone bonds finally snapped. Completely freed, the wild boar charged directly at her. Flame was already waiting, gripping her magic staff and bracing for the impact. The boar let out a deafening roar as it closed, in opening its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs, ready to swallow her. Yet Flame did not show a shred of fear. She waited for the beast to draw near, then funneled every ounce of her mana into a direct counter. Blinding golden light gathered in one spot, blasting the boar straight down its throat before it could even squeal, a radiant aura piercing right through its glowing red eyes. The beast could only stare at the human who had defeated it. Flame gripped her weapon, panting heavily as the massive creature collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash right before her. The surrounding students froze, completely dumbfounded by the sight, for several long seconds. Finally, murmurs broke the silence, saying, "That is insane. Our 5-man squad could not even take down a mid-tier beast. Who even is she?" Flame paid no mind to the chatter and let out a soft sigh, thinking, "Phew, it is finally over." But as she walked back, another female student caught her eye. She stared in utter confusion, wondering, "Wait, am I seeing things, or is that really her?" Lee Hanwol then announced the next round. Byeon and Yusong had already taken their positions. "All right, let us begin." Group 31's exam. Right now, Byeon and Yusong stood side by side on the platform as the waiting crowd cheered them on, enthusiastically chanting, "Look, it is the princess. Go, princess." Flame watched in surprise, wondering why Byeon was partnering up with Ma Yusong instead of her usual allies. In the original novel, those two had absolutely nothing to do with each other. It made no sense. What is this team composition? Right then, a mysterious green light flared up, signaling that the magic beast summon was starting. A massive, muscular beast emerged, covered in incredibly thick green scales and bearing deadly fangs. Red patterns pulsed across its massive body as it let out a roar. One student immediately recognized it, yelling, "Wait, is that?" The swamp wyvern's shouts of shock and admiration instantly filled the arena. "Oh my god, that is an elite, mid to large tier beast. She really is a princess. Finding such a rare monster to hunt is incredible." Flame, on the other hand, kept her eyes locked on the creature, realizing it was far more dangerous than just an average mid-tier beast. She carefully analyzed Byeon and Yuseng's attributes: fire, earth, and lightning. Then she looked back at the beast, which was radiating a savage pressure. The swamp wyvern is a water type with high fire resistance and flight capability, giving it a massive elemental advantage over both of them. She concluded they were not just targeting a giant boss that others failed to beat, they even threw away their elemental edge to secure the absolute maximum score. But she knew that perfect grade only mattered if they actually managed to pull it off. The beast's deep blue wings flexed, whipping up a violent gale as it opened its massive mouth and let out a roar. Byeon calmly raised her staff, staring down the creature. "Let us begin." Yusong drew his blade right on cue. "Understood, princess." He then took several paces back, leaving the surrounding spectators in total shock. "Wait, what are they doing? I thought they would attack." Immediately, a student muttered in curiosity, "Why is a knight backing up behind a mage?" Yusong did not explain and simply smirked. He vanished instantly, leaving behind nothing but a streak of dark purple light. A second later, Yusong reappeared, floating directly through a magic circle hovering in midair. A senior rubbed his chin in approval. "Nice leap, especially for a freshman." The girl next to him agreed, but with just that, he will never be able to touch the flying swamp wyvern. Flame watched, utterly puzzled. Leaping magic cannot be used midair, so what is their plan? Yusong just smiled, channeling starlight magic into his sword, releasing a vibrant green glow. The sheer pressure of his mana actually forced the surrounding stone rubble to levitate high in the air. Yusong leaped onto one of the floating rocks, which suddenly ignited into a roaring blaze underneath him, allowing him to propel himself way higher than the flying beast. At that exact moment, the stone exploded behind him in a burst of flames. Eshu squeals with excitement. The girl beside her stands completely dumbfounded. Down on the field, Hongbon raises her staff, ready to cast, unleashing fire magic to back up Ma Yusong. Up in the air, Yusong glances down at her, leaving the audience utterly speechless. Their teamwork is mind-blowing. With one hand, he summons a boulder twice his size and uses the momentum to leap toward his target, charging right at the monster. Just as he predicted, the beast tries to flee, but he hurls the massive boulder, slamming it down hard, crushing it flat. The monster's tough green scales begin to crack under the heavy impact. Yusong immediately channels his mana into his sword. Casting his spell, massive green glowing boulders erupt violently from the earth. The rocks tightly encircle the target, completely trapping it. trapping the swamp monster, forcing it to roar in agony as it struggles to break free. Its eyes flash gold as it lets out a deafening screech. In seconds, the beast shatters the stone prison and breaks free. Yu-seol lands gracefully, giving a quiet smirk. This was all part of the plan. The beast tries to run, but it is already too late. A massive wave of orange-red fire magic is already swirling around Hongbon. The princess's ultimate magic is finally complete. Hongbon stands ready, unleashing a massive, blazing pillar of fire straight down on the target. The crimson beam crashes directly onto the swamp monster. Witnessing this epic attack, a student gasps, completely unable to believe their eyes. Everyone watches in awe as the beast is completely overwhelmed by Hongbon's moves. It writhes in pain, absolutely helpless. But wait, this monster has high fire resistance. That's when Yu-seol raises his sword, a brilliant blue mana radiating from the blade. With a confident smirk, he declares it's over. The deep blue magic fuses with the roaring red fire, striking the beast simultaneously. The devastating combo obliterates the monster. Its body freezes solid, turns pitch black, and crumbles into ash, scattered by the wind. Silence fills the entire room. After a tense moment, someone finally breaks the quiet. They defeated that beast without even letting it fight back. This year's students are absolutely terrifying. This level of skill easily rivals the S-class seniors in their third year. As Hongbon and Yu-seol step down from the arena, others watch in envy. Is this what a true genius looks like? Hongbon smirks proudly. How about that Baek Yu-seol? She turns and glances down at the stage, thinking no matter what beast you pick, you can't beat me. A sly smile plays on her lips. Watching Yu-seol and his partner step onto the platform, she is absolutely certain she has won this round. I win this time. But down below, Yu-seol calmly looks at the examiner and asks for 5 beasts. Hongbon stares at him in sheer disbelief. The other students immediately erupt into a frenzy of whispers. Did they hear that right? A whole party struggled with just one mid-tier monster. And now just 2 people are taking on 5 at once. All eyes are locked on Yu-seol and Eshu, skeptical despite the rumors. But Yu-seol doesn't pay any attention to the shocked crowd. Someone in the audience gasps, asking if he has completely lost his mind. As requested, the summoners activate the portal. In an instant, 5 massive dangerous beasts materialize and completely encircle the duo. The summoning is complete. Up in the stands, Professor Baek Yu-seol, a monster specialist, immediately notices something highly unusual about this lineup. That long-tongued frog-like creature is an H-radal. The beast with the nose ring and white mane is a black sand bison. And then, the bird with the massive yellow beak is a cardon. Beside it stands a Nami slime looking like pure crystallized water. There is also an oversized glowing purple bat, a highly sensitive species. The professor gasps in shock at the bizarre combination. Could this lineup actually be? Crossing her arms, Hongbon turns to her partner, asking Yu-seol if he understands this strategy. Probably not. Yu-seol shakes his head, keeping his eyes locked on the stage. He admits he is curious to see what Baek is planning. Watching Yu-seol and Eshu stand back-to-back fully prepared to fight, he is genuinely excited to see them in action. Professor Lee Han-won. Frowning, Han-won asks a critical question, wanting to know who set up this lineup. A young examiner steps forward and takes credit. I did, sir. Han-won looks at the beasts with deep concern, noting that while a knight can handle danger, a priest cannot. This strategy feels far too overwhelming and risky for a support role. It might end up being way too much for her. The examiner simply smiles confidently, stating that this setup was actually designed specifically to make a priest shine. Hearing this, Han-won drops the issue. Nodding in agreement, he signals the start of the battle. Standing on the field, Yu-seol turns and whispers, asking his partner if she can really pull this off. She confidently tells him to just put his trust in her, smiling back. She jokingly complains that his words are getting old. But then, his sudden confession makes her freeze. He actually puts his trust in her. She opens her mouth to reply, but the words escape her. She quietly realizes that Yu-seol is truly an enigma. Head down, Eshu silently trails behind him as they venture into the forest. Lost in her thoughts, she finally gathers the courage and calls out to him. Yu-seol turns around, waiting. She finally voices the question that has been bothering her. Why her talented knight like him had endless options. He could have picked anyone else. Instead of answering right away, he scratches his head, deeply lost in his own thoughts for a moment. After a long pause, he finally speaks, admitting there are plenty of geniuses. In terms of raw, destructive power, Bizon is unmatched. For crowd control, Flame is absolutely peerless, and as for Ma Yuson, he is easily the strongest student of our year. The absolute best without a doubt. Even Warrion or Adalin's single-target combat specialists would fit me well. She hesitantly asked, then why? He turned around offering a final answer. Even so, I still feel you're the most suitable. 1. He turned with a smile, adding, that's all. Baek Yu-seol then snapped her out of her daze. Well, let's keep going. Then, now it is Cardin's turn. She stared blankly at his back. Snapping back from the flashback, Iseol tightly gripped her weapon. She closed her eyes, whispering to herself, I still don't understand your reason, but you chose me for a purpose. Her feet slowly lifted, off the ground. So let me show you. A deep blue magical aura erupted, completely enveloping Iseol. Watching this, the other students erupted into a wild frenzy. Hold on, wait a second, isn't that supernatural resonance? No way, that's impossible. It's a legendary phenomenon that only happens when level 6 mages or higher enter an unconscious state. Everyone's attention in the room locked onto Iseol, who was floating mid-air. Ice magic swirled around her. One slip of focus, and the mana flow would reverse, permanently crippling her. And she is only a first-year student. Baek Yu-seol glanced over toward her with a look, smiling with pride. She truly is worthy of being the Winter Queen candidate. Steel-hard determination shining in his eyes, he resolved, let's get this started. Gripping his dagger, he stared directly at the giant beast without a shred of fear. 2 students against 5 massive mid-sized monsters. Launching himself off the ground, he leapt high into the air. Activating Blink, he instantly materialized, right behind his target. With lethal precision, he swung his dagger, carving a brutal slash across the beast. His golden eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent, leaving a massive bleeding gash. The monster roared in pure agony. Cut right across the belly before it could react, the frog monster wept. He calmly analyzed the entire battlefield. First, the Hierodon. He glanced toward the red-eyed bull beast, followed by the black sand bison. All right, now it's your turn. Just as he planned, the frog's loud cry caught the bison's attention. That glowing red horn on, the frog's head sent the bison into a blind rage. Breathing heavily, the beast's eyes burned red with surging bloodlust. Showing zero fear, he smiled. Perfect, everything was going according to plan. This is how you take down 5 giant monsters, at the exact same time. The bison's eyes flashed, sending them into chaos as they got targeted by both bird and bat. He watched, satisfied, as his plan unfolded flawlessly, turning the beasts against each other. Up in the stands, some students stared down in absolute horror. The sheer scale of the chaos below left one student completely speechless. What in the world? Right below them, 2 colossal beasts were tearing each other apart with savage, merciless fury. All they saw was pure slaughter. The boys watching could barely process what was happening. Are these monsters seriously destroying each other? Meanwhile, from a perfect vantage point, Baek Yu-seol let out a subtle smirk. Everything was executing perfectly, baiting the beasts to target one another. In other words, it's the classic strategy of borrowing someone else's blade, using their own strength to destroy themselves effortlessly. Veterans of Aetherworld always wondered how a tiny squad could wipe out massive hordes of monsters. After countless trials, they discovered the golden rule: exploit their natural instincts and unique traits. It all starts by striking the Hierodon first. This clever tactic involves using the monster's biological features. First, launch a quick assault on the giant Hierodon. Every single strike is a setup. When hit, the crest on the Hierodon's forehead begins to glow a bright red color, and that is the exact biological trait we can exploit. This crimson light triggers the primal aggression of the nearby black sand bison, forcing them to completely lose control of their instincts. Once enraged, the bison kicks up blinding sand everywhere, and when that sand hits the Nami Slime's beautiful yet highly dangerous blue creatures, they will immediately react to the threat. To survive, they create an absolute torrent of water, enough to completely drown anything in their path. Ready for action, Baek Yu-seol stood in a combat stance, gripping his blade tightly as his gaze locked onto the rising water levels. Perfect. Thanks to the Academy's barrier, the water level was rising incredibly fast. He glanced back toward the silent beast, grinning subtly. Now for the next phase. Living up to Baek Yu-seol's expectations, the giant avian beast opened its massive beak. From it erupted an ear-piercing, terrifying screech. When the Carden beast senses a temperature shift, it unleashes an ear-piercing high-frequency scream exceeding 7 octaves. And it doesn't stop there. That piercing sound instantly draws the attention of another highly dangerous predator, the echo-sensitive bats. Highly sensitive to noise, they aggressively target the shrieking avian beast. A massive bat slammed its dark claws directly onto the bird's head with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the Nami slimes also couldn't miss out on this clash. Charging forward with a powerful stream of water, it aimed directly at the screeching bird. Out that piercing sound. Bird and bat silently locked eyes, appearing to communicate in a mysterious, wordless language. It is completely beyond comprehension. 3 massive beasts clashing head-on, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, a lone figure stands, watching from above, analyzing this wild battle. The monsters are actively provoking each other, while the brown-haired man strokes his chin, utterly amazed. Is this kid really reading every monster's trait perfectly? It is wild, because even a veteran monsterology expert would never have predicted this level of strategy. Truly mind-blowing. The blonde woman nearby crosses her arms. Frankly, she is paying way more attention to Baek Yu-seol's teammate. But what is truly insane is Iseol's sheer focus. Despite this intense, chaotic battlefield, she somehow keeps her mana flowing without losing a single beat. To stay this calm in total chaos is highly impressive. This insane synchronization is only possible because of their powerful bond. She clearly has absolute faith in her knight, guarding her with his life. Iseol completely trusts the young swordsman, shielding her from harm. He is keeping her safe. But then in a split second, disaster strikes, forcing Baek Yu-seol to abandon his defensive post. A giant avian beast swoops down, targeting Iseol directly below. Baek Yu-seol instantly flashes forward, delivering a brutal high-impact kick straight into the massive bird's body to intercept it. The beast's head whips back from the sheer force. That blow was incredibly heavy. Retreating, Baek Yu-seol glides backward across the water, positioning himself right behind Iseol. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a surprise attack comes flying out of nowhere, causing a massive mid-air explosion. Yet Iseol keeps her eyes closed, completely focused, oblivious to the chaos. Unleashing a flurry of rapid sword strikes, Baek Yu-seol does absolutely everything he can to defend her life. Watching them, Ma Yuksong smiles and calls out to Hong Hong Bion. "Hey, princess." She glances over at them. She looks over, asking, "What is it?" Honestly, the meaning behind his question is pretty easy to figure out. He wonders if Baek Yu-seol looks like the perfect knight. Guarding Iseol like that really resembles a loyal knight protecting his princess. Every slash is packed with explosive power. Suddenly, darkness sweeps in, swallowing the brilliant blue light, radiating from Iseol's body, enveloping her small frame. She seems to float in a vast, empty cosmic void, surrounded by complex circles filled with glowing runes and strange symbols. Ancient, mysterious lettering rings the outer boundary. Sparkling streams of starlight begin to rain down, slowly flowing wave after wave into the mind of Iseol. Slowly opening her eyes, glowing ice crystals manifest. She has finally unlocked her true hidden power. Blue crystal. Shards begin forming all around Iseol in rapid succession. They swirl around her, aligning into a specific pattern, and forming a gorgeous blooming flower made of pure ice. Watching this spectacular display unfold the other academy, students gasp in awe. Finally, the massive ice crystal flower is complete, radiating an incredibly intense freezing aura. The surrounding beasts hesitate, feeling a bone-chilling cold emanating from the flower that warns them to stay back. Someone whispers, "How beautiful." Iseol softly parts her lips, quietly whispering her final command. Shatter. Just like that, the ice flower detonates, bursting into thousands of sharp shards that shoot outward with immense, overwhelming force. The deadly, razor-sharp crystal shards act like flying blades, tearing directly into the massive bodies of the beasts. They pierce deep, striking too fast for any of the monsters to react. In mere moments, the ice freezes all 5 massive beasts solid. The crowd erupts. Is it over? Did they really just defeat 5 mid-tier monsters by themselves? But things are never that simple, are they? Look closely. The thick ice begins, cracking as the absolute freeze fails. The beast's eyes flare with pure rage. Now they are truly furious. They are breaking free. It looks like Iseol's freeze failed. The spectators watch with a hint of disappointment. Too bad they could not finish them off. Someone sighs, but they still deserve a very high grade. Before they can even finish that thought, Iseol raises her hand, summoning a massive, brilliant golden power source. It is absolutely breathtaking. Channeling the immense magic flow, she commands it to descend. Obeying her voice, a colossal pillar of golden energy strikes the monsters. This unbelievable magical force, centered around her, triggers a cataclysmic explosion, completely vaporizing the hideous beasts. The magical shockwave expands outward with absolute destructive power, wiped out in a single shot. Surveying the absolute devastation they just caused, Iseol stands frozen in disbelief. Her eyes are wide with wonder. She whispers, "So this is my magic." Looking down at her hands, she realizes she is truly capable of greatness. It reminds her of a memory where she scolded Baek Yu-seol in utter disbelief. 5 At the exact same time, she had lost her temper right then and there. "Are you completely insane?" But despite her absolute panic, Baek Yu-seol remained completely calm and unbothered. He firmly told her she could do it and that he believed in her. She froze at his next words, "So please trust me." Clenching her small fist, scattered memories flooded back. Before this, she had absolutely nothing. No faith in the path she had chosen, nor anyone who could tell her she was on the right track. In Iseol's memories, there was absolutely no one standing by her side. But his voice snapped her back. Ever since meeting Baek Yu-seol, she had watched every step he took forward, gazing at his resolute back. Slowly, her shyness began to fade, and she started taking her own steps to chase after that silhouette. Now things were different. Following in his footsteps, she whispered to herself, "I will never lose my way again." Suddenly, the announcement rang out, bringing her instant relief. The exam for Group 32 was officially over, and Iseol let out a highly satisfied smile. But unlike her peaceful state, Baek Yu-seol was leaning against the wall, muttering how he almost got caught up in all of that. He wished she had given him a warning first. Meanwhile, Hong Bi-yeon and Ma Yu-seong stared at the scoreboard on the wall, showing the mock monster battle results. Group 32 with Baek Yu-seol and Iseol scored 199, beating Ma Yu-seong's Group 31. He sighed, admitting complete defeat. She crossed her arms and muttered that despite choosing a large attribute-countering special monster, they still lost. Ma Yu-seong cheerfully added that they just had to accept it. She raised an eyebrow. "Wow, you accept defeat that quickly." She glared with a cold expression. He just smiled. "Yeah, shut up." Despite her playful banter, Hong Bi-yeon glared at him, her mind drifting to Baek Yu-seol. Clenching her fists, she stubbornly thought that if he were her personal knight, she also could cast magic that wouldn't lose to Iseol's. In her selfishness, she simply couldn't comprehend why a mere commoner like him would be so deeply devoted to Iseol. Soon, Hong Bi-yeon's dangerous train of thought drifted even further. If a perfect knight existed in this world, he should belong to her, the perfect queen. She gritted her teeth, her glare and expression full of bitter envy. Admitting defeat had been a complete lie. She couldn't accept this outcome at all. It was just so incredibly baffling to her. Turning around, Hong Bi-yeon resolved to investigate Baek Yu-seol thoroughly. Suddenly, her steps froze and her eyes widened in sheer surprise. Standing right in front of her was a girl with glasses and sleek long hair. Hong Bi-yeon stared, calling her name in her head, "Kaein." Hong Bi-yeon picked up her pace and walked right past her, her mind still completely cluttered with chaotic, fleeting thoughts. Did she come all this way just because she heard they lost to commoners and a traitor? What an incredibly annoying woman. The two of them brushed past one another, leaving Kain's shadow lingering behind the door. She glanced back at Hong Bi-yeon's departing figure. With a subtle smirk, she muttered, "Still so green." Meanwhile, in another room, Flame was busy working away in her notebook. Her small hand glided smoothly across the page, writing down neat, elegant characters one by one as she sketched her thoughts. A single bead of sweat rolled down her pretty face. She hadn't expected Iseol to manifest her magical crystal flower this quickly. Flame tried to visualize Iseol's crystal flower spell. In the original story, that magical flower was supposed to be Iseol's signature move, manifesting only after she had overcome immense hardships and finally regained her confidence. That was supposed to be the trigger. Though her pen had stopped, Flame's mind raced. If things had gone by the book, Iseul should be sinking deeper into despair. Instead, she had manifested the crystal flower right in front of everyone. Flame pictured Baek Yu-seol, realizing he was behind this shift. In the original romance novel, Ma Yu-sung and Iseul were supposed to face the end of the world together. But she wondered, what if there was a hidden side story she didn't know about? What if Baek Yu-seol, an extra who loved Flame, had actually chosen regression instead of Ma Yu-sung? At the very moment the world fell to ruin, her thoughts spun deeper. Resting her chin in her hand, she looked away. Regressing for the one you love, even if the price meant being forgotten by that very person. Did Baek Yu-seol truly have no regrets? Flame tapped the pen against her cheek, her eyes drifting. What must it feel like to love someone so much that you would sacrifice your entire existence just to turn back time? Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol crossed his arms solemnly, reading the notifications popping up. Chapter 51. Mock Monster Battle has officially ended. You have received massive experience points. You have successfully guided the story in a positive direction. The Constellation Project will award an extra bonus. Baek Yu-seol frowned, muttering to himself as he carefully weighed his options. What should he choose? His gaze sharpened with cold calculation. His skills were already upgraded enough, so it was best to prepare for the next chapter. After careful deliberation, he commanded the system, I choose the item, Jafel's leaf key. But he was met with total silence, which made him slightly anxious. After a tense moment of waiting, the system finally responded, noting that it was currently verifying. The reward has been delivered, he cheered happily. Awesome. Although Jafel's leaf key was not classified as an ancient relic, it was an extremely rare item that only high-level players could obtain. In fact, this key was a direct gateway to the abode of the gods. Stroking his chin, he carefully calculated his next move. To use it, he'd have to venture outside, but with the deadly. Thanks to the recent necromancer incident, leaving school grounds just became nearly impossible. What can he do now? Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. The club sat in an ancient grand building bathed in the gentle morning sun. A recruitment letter detailed a long story of personal growth. I grew up dirt poor. We rarely ate out like other families. Whenever my mother went to work, I had to cook instant ramen for myself. Eventually, I got so sick of ramen that I begged for delicious food. So my mother spent her hard-earned savings to buy me some chewy black bean noodles. I was incredibly happy, but even though she sat with me, my mother didn't eat. She claimed she didn't like black bean noodles. Having finished his tasks, Baek Yu-seol stretched and relaxed, his gaze sharpened. It was time for business. Now he needed to find a club. Standing before a bulletin board overflowing with various club flyers, he found himself a bit overwhelmed. Baek Yu-seol stroked his chin in deep thought. Which one should he actually choose? The board displayed quite a few options. There was the literature club, the college prep club, and sorcerer's chess, which was known as the ultimate sport for mages. There was even a classic book club. Standing before so many tempting options, he obviously had to calculate his next move carefully. You see, out of all these clubs, very few actually had special permission to operate off campus. He really had to think this through. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol glanced sideways at Iseul, who was watching him with a curious look. Haven't joined one yet, she asked, sounding slightly annoyed, but clearly flustered as she shot back. What's it to you? Baek Yu-seol shook his head. I mean, a prodigy like you should be scouted by basically every club in school, she said, sighing. Don't you know who I am? He calmly replied. Of course I do. You're pretty famous lately, she mumbled, getting flustered. And she was right. As you and I know, Iseul's reputation skyrocketed after that exam, and she was clearly realizing it herself. But interrupting his train of thought, she warned. But you really need to choose your club carefully. It's a big deal. The two whispered to each other, totally unaware of the figure creeping up behind them. Hey, can we get a buy one get one deal? Ma Yu-sung sneaked up and slapped his shoulder playfully. Hey, Yu-seol. But the cold-hearted protagonist didn't hesitate to brush his hand off. Why on earth was Ma Yu-sung completely ignoring his annoyance? Still talking non-stop, he went on. I watched your exam footage, and I heard you even led the raid against the necromancer. You're seriously amazing. Baek Yu-seol simply dusted his shoulder off. He brushed away where he was touched and casually muttered, just got lucky. Ma Yu-sung stared at him with analyzing eyes. After a tense silence, he finally concluded, I knew it. You've got something special, he whispered, sending a shiver down Yu-seol's spine. You're just completely different from the rest. Baek Yu-seol stayed quiet, calculating his next move before speaking up. Well, I'm just a commoner, so I always have to find ways to outperform everyone. Ma Yu-sung chuckled in response. True, you use your time way more efficiently than I do. Trying to change the subject, Yu-seol asked, What are you doing this weekend? Ma Yu-sung replied naturally, I'm studying. That blank confession completely froze both Baek Yu-seol and Iseol on the spot. He grumbled internally. I only asked to be polite and he gave me a textbook answer. The guy quickly clarified. No, really, I'm studying. I'm studying and training. Hearing this made him even more stunned. Wait, what? You don't usually do that kind of stuff, do you? He looked slightly embarrassed. Yeah, I guess you're right. But for some reason lately, I just felt like I had to do it. Baek Yu-seol immediately started calculating the timeline of events. Ma Yu-sung, beginning to train intensely, wasn't supposed to happen until much later. What could have triggered this? Suddenly Iseol chimed in. It's because of the dungeon training, right? Ma Yu-sung instantly beamed and nodded. Exactly. If you hadn't intervened back then, my lady, I would have been in serious trouble. She snapped back. Don't call me that. Everything clicked for him. In the original story, Ma Yu-sung was supposed to team up with Flame to easily defeat Hae-jeon-ryong. He recalled the original sequence. But because of his own interference, Flame got stuck, forcing Ma Yu-sung to face Hae-jeon-ryong alone. Could this unexpected twist be why Hae-jeon-ryong's behavior changed so much? Regardless, this development was actually a good thing. This way, both Hae-jeon-ryong and Ma Yu-sung would push themselves to train harder. Looking at them, Baek Yu-seol made his calculations. Unlike his own irregular path, their steady growth would undoubtedly have a major positive impact on securing a happy ending. Ma Yu-sung suddenly interrupted his thoughts. By the way, Yu-seol, have you still not joined any clubs? It's been a while since orientation. He bluntly replied with a completely deadpan face. I've been busy lately. The guy practically leaped with joy, pointing at himself. Then why don't you join my club? Shifting his gaze away, he casually said, Only if you can meet my specific conditions. Curious, Ma Yu-sung asked, What kind of club are you looking for? And that's when Baek Yu-seol dropped a massive list of demands. He began rattling off conditions that left the other two completely dumbfounded. Quiet, low member count, no mandatory social gatherings, full benefits, daily cheese, pork cutlets for lunch, complete off-campus freedom, total respect for individual boundaries, and special permissions to leave campus. Cheese, pork cutlets. Iseol muttered in disbelief, while Ma Yu-sung stood completely dazed by the sheer absurdity of it all. Classic Baek Yu-seol. That completely shattered his delusions. There was no way a club like that existed in this world. Dumbfounded, Baek Yu-seol realized that, of course, it did not exist. It was just a pipe dream. But ignoring their obvious disappointment, Ma Baek Yu-seol smiled and said, Is that so? Full of boundless energy, he pointed at his own handsome face. Then I will just create a club like that for you. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol was completely stunned. He could not believe his ears. Can you seriously set up a club that has special permission to leave campus? Baek Yu-seol nodded with absolute confidence. Yeah, I can. And you and I know that with his massive connections, it was totally possible. Still, Baek Yu-seol crossed his arms, questioning him. But what do you even gain by making a club just for me? Baek Yu-seol answered instantly, leaving our main character completely dumbfounded. Of course I get something. It is because you are special. Breaking into a sweat, Baek Yu-seol muttered, You know something, do you not? He quickly shut his mouth, realizing something crucial. Right, one of Baek Yu-seol's biggest weaknesses in the original novel was his crippling fear of being alone. After hesitating, Baek Yu-seol finally relented. Fine, go ahead and make the club. Special my foot. Hearing those words, Baek Yu-seol lit up like a kid on Christmas. For real, Baek Yu-seol shrugged, barely caring. Yeah, really. Then he suddenly pointed directly at Iseol, adding one condition. But she has to join us too. Surprised, Iseol blinked. What, me as well, Baek Yu-seol calculated silently. In the original novel, they were a perfect match. Iseol would be perfect at keeping Baek Yu-seol's mental state in check. Beaming with joy, Baek Yu-seol chimed in. If the beautiful Lady Iseol is joining, I would be absolutely thrilled. But she immediately threw cold water on his excitement. Do not call me lady. It sounds incredibly annoying. Their frosty interaction made Baek Yu-seol instantly doubt himself. Was this really a match? Maybe anyway, Baek Yu-seol was still hyped. So what should we call our club? Baek Yu-seol smirked. Well, I already have an idea. The application form was filled out. Club name, the Culinary Club. President Baek Yu-seol. Members Ma Baek Yu-seol and Iseol. Purpose food exploration. Iseol stared at the paper completely skeptical. Is this seriously going to work? To get a special activity permit we need an advising professor and at least 4 active members. But Baek Yu-seol just grinned confidently. I will handle the members and the seal. He hesitated slightly, his tone dropping. Though finding an advisor might be a bit tricky. Baek Yu-seol raised an eyebrow, genuinely confused. Why? You have the power to get us special off-campus passes, but you cannot find a professor. Baek Yu-seol's face darkened at the question. They are all just a bunch of trash. That blunt response left Baek Yu-seol totally speechless. Wave off finished, Baek Yu-seol stood up and waved the application form. All right, I will go secure the official stamp. Baek Yu-seol nodded. I am counting on you. Watching him walk away, Baek Yu-seol pondered. Obtaining a special activity seal was normally near impossible. But if Baek Yu-seol could pull it off, he had high-level backing. Meanwhile, a warm sunset bathed the academy's first main tower. Inside the vice principal's office, a middle-aged man was admiring a delicate ceramic vase when the door suddenly swung open. He looked up completely stunned into silence. Seeing Baek Yu-seol stride through the doorway, the vice principal gasped in sheer disbelief. Good heavens, Hedden stammered, instantly bowing. Welcome, young master. Baek Yu-seol did not even bother returning the formal greeting. Right, it has been a while, old man. Sitting down comfortably in the vice principal's chair, Baek Yu-seol smirked. Quite cozy here. Hedden forced a tense, nervous smile. Is that so? He narrowed his eyes, screaming inwardly. Why on earth is this psychopath here? Baek Yu-seol casually slid the paper across the desk. Hedden swallowed his anger. So, what brings you to my office today, young master? Baek Yu-seol leaned forward on the desk with a sharp, chilling grin. It is a club application. Just stamp it for me, Hedden. Hedden slowly reached for the document. A club registration. Well, first I must review if it meets all the standard requirements. Baek Yu-seol forcefully pinned the paper down. Hedden froze, his eyes widening in absolute shock as he stared at the boy. There is no need to read the contents, is there? Baek Yu-seol sneered, his expression radiating pure menace. Just stamp the paper. You will do that for me, right, Hedden? Swallowed hard, staring at Baek Yu-seol's smug smirk. Resistance was completely out of the question. He knew that as long as this kid was the successor of that terrifying monster defying him was a death sentence. Of course I will stamp it right away. Hedden grabbed the paper. Baek Yu-seol casually adjusted his tie, looking thoroughly pleased. Appreciate it. I will take my leave now. Baek Yu-seol turned and walked out. Hedden glared at the closing door, his blood boiling. He gritted, his teeth trembling with rage. Like father, like son. They were exactly the same. How dare a mere bastard act so arrogant? Leaning against his desk, Hedden's eyes burned with pure malice. He muttered under his breath, promising himself that this would not last long. One day I will cut down that prideful brat with a single strike. The next morning, a bright, clear day dawned at the academy. All right, class is dismissed. The instructor packed up his things and left. Jackie quietly organized her notebooks amidst the usual chatter. Whispers rippled through the classroom. Finally, it is over. Students complained about how nitpicky the professors always were during their presentations. Seriously, they always target us commoners way more. Hearing this, Jackie's hand paused over her notebook as she packed up her things. Stopping in her tracks, Jackie bites her lip, staring down anxiously at the papers in her hand. She really should have done so much better. In front of everyone but her, nerves got the better of her. She knew she could easily outperform Fleur. Just then, Fleur smiles gently and approaches her friend. Hey Jackie, you did amazing on your presentation today. Squinting her eyes, she comfortingly adds, Don't worry about what, the professor said. You did just fine. But Jackie is not having it. Cutting her off, she snaps. That is enough before walking away. Fleur frowns, sighing heavily. She complains that Jackie is so ungrateful, ignoring all the genuine care Fleur showed her. It is definitely true indeed. A voice suddenly chimes in from beside her, making her jump in surprise. What is going on? Baek Yu-seol asks, acting totally nonchalant. Not much, Fleur replies. By the way, aren't you close with the professors? Baek Yu-seol is trying to start a club, so could you talk to them for me? Fleur looks puzzled. Why can't you just ask them yourself? Well, Baek Yu-seol admits honestly, the truth is, the professors absolutely despise him, so he is a bit too embarrassed to ask. Fair enough, considering his daily attitude. Fleur narrows her eyes, saying, You always talk back and sleep through lectures. Honestly, you are lucky they have not expelled you yet. Baek Yu-seol chuckles awkwardly, saying, It is not that bad. Fleur closes her eyes, turning away, wondering who would help with such a troublesome chore. Suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise. Wait, Baek Yu-seol is taken aback as she asks, Come to think of it, aren't you close with teaching assistant? And Teresa. Walking down the academy hallway with his head lowered, Baek Yu-seol is lost in thought. He had no idea a teaching assistant could sponsor a student club since he only played the game for the main storyline. Pursing his lips, Baek Yu-seol suddenly notices someone walking right toward him. A female professor wearing a long robe and holding a stack of books glides past. Professor Tyrion flashes a wicked smirk, leaving Baek Yu-seol standing there dazed. He stares after her, lost in thought. What was that about? Soon he spots a wooden sign outside a room. Aunt Teresa's private research lab. Baek Yu-seol smiles and steps inside, calling out a friendly greeting. But his eyes instantly widen in shock. The entire room is completely trashed with papers. Teaching assistant, Aunt Teresa is biting her lip, looking over at him with sheer panic. Wiping her tears in a rush, she stammers, Oh, you are here. Baek Yu-seol asks with deep concern. Instructor, what on earth is going on here? He frowns, deeply troubled by the shaky, broken tone in her voice. Well, you see, it is like this, she stammers. Looking down at the messy papers on the floor, Baek Yu-seol asks a sudden question that startles her. Instructor, where is the thesis paper you said you had finished? Hearing this, she tightly clenches her fists, consumed by absolute dread and anxiety. Aunt Teresa forces a weak smile, saying she handed it to the professor. He told her he would use her paper for the upcoming academic seminar, and that she should feel grateful. But mid-sentence, Baek Yu-seol lowers his voice and suddenly cuts her off, his tone turning serious. At an event filled with such legendary alchemists, Instructor, he says, narrowing his eyes with a cold, sharp glare. Wasn't your work just completely stolen from you? Is your name even going to be credited on that paper? Aunt Teresa tries to brush it off, awkwardly smiling. It is fine, this is just a learning experience. Baek Yu-seol purses his lips, scratching his head, and turning away. Man, he should not have just asked her to sponsor his club. His mind starts racing with deep calculations as he notices the blackboard covered in magic circles and complex formulas. Soon enough, Professor Menzin is bound to crack this equation too. Though he wants Aunt Teresa to finish it herself before that happens, Baek Yu-seol decides to take action and suddenly speaks up. Instructor, aren't you preparing another thesis paper? Didn't you actually work on solving that one with me last time? Aunt Teresa blinks, in utter confusion. Huh, you mean the chi-integrated random interference theory? On the board, a massive, intricate magic circle is drawn. I tried applying your unique concepts to it, but nothing worked. There is a reason this has remained an unsolved mystery for over 3 whole years. Aunt Teresa stares at the board. If we could just break through this one single bottleneck, the path forward would finally be clear. But Baek Yu-seol's next words make her eyes bulge in shock. Oh, I already solved that part. Aunt Teresa stammers in disbelief. What did you just say? You actually solved it. Baek Yu-seol calmly walks up to the blackboard. Yes, but he only used a shortcut, so he does not fully grasp the theory. Baek Yu-seol grabs a piece of chalk and begins writing. Aunt Teresa stands frozen, staring at his back. Her eyes widen as she watches him write without moving a muscle. Baek Yu-seol smiles, turning to look back at her. But in your hands, things will be different. Aunt Teresa rushes over to the board, scanning the equations. Of course, if we factor in dispersion and reflection into the Gini coefficient here, and then integrate the flow of Panusen. Baek Yu-seol stands, nearby, smiling to himself as she mutters the formulas. She is already completely lost in her research. What incredible laser-sharp focus! He quietly turns around to leave. Unlike a mimic like him, who only copies what he sees, she is a true prodigy. She is a real genius, one who could genuinely reshape the future of humanity. His job here is finally complete. Baek Yu-seol smiles to himself. Now he just needs to trust her talent and wait. Meanwhile, a plume of smoke drifts outside the train carriage. Stepping off Baek, Yu-seol lets out a heavy sigh. Finally, he has arrived. He yawns sleepily, stretching his stiff neck. Later, with help from Aunt Teresa, he successfully managed to set up his culinary club as the leader. I got the permission slip. His body was completely sore. He laughed to himself, remembering how deadpan Professor Hanwon looked while reading his request. Honestly, he did face a tiny bit of suspicion during the process, training under the guise of a cooking club just to get out. Yeah, that was his excuse. But hey, at least, getting the permit turned out to be incredibly easy. Baek Yu-seol strolled down the stone path, thinking everything was fine as long as he stayed out of trouble and avoided trouble. He blinked in surprise. Right in front of him stood a massive tree with inverted branches wrapping around its trunk. This was the legendary third world tree of the Southern Flower Spirit Garden. Its long branches lined the path as Baek Yu-seol ventured deeper inside. His jaw dropped. The view was way better than any video game graphics. Suddenly, a white-haired spirit smiled warmly and welcomed him, saying she was honored to meet a Stella Mage. Another spirit spoke softly, wishing that the sincere hearts of friends would reach Mother Earth. He smiled and replied warmly. This friendliness made sense since the Elm and Elchwin once rescued them from the burning and collapsing Second World Tree. May you always receive the blessings of the World Tree that granted us this beautiful garden. Seeing his Stella Academy uniform, many elves acted incredibly welcoming. Baek Yu-seol looked around silently, praising the breathtaking environment in his heart. Just like the game lore, everyone here was ridiculously gorgeous, but among them one elf stood out as absolutely breathtaking. The memory of a white-haired elf wearing a long veil flashed in his mind. The legendary monarch of the elf race, Seorin. Blessed with a goddess-like beauty, Seorin captured the hearts of countless male players, becoming one of the game's biggest fan favorites. But there was a catch. Elves in this world are actually born genderless. They only develop a gender after experiencing true love. Their gender shifts based on the person they fall for. Because of this, Seorin had both male and female character designs. Seorin started out with a female appearance, but since she never loved anyone, she technically remained completely genderless in the lore. Later on, after falling in love with Flame, Seorin chose to become male. Baek Yu-seol continued walking along the forest path. He suddenly remembered that no matter which story route players chose, Seorin never had an option to remain female. That tragic detail drove countless male players to absolute despair. What a hilarious, bittersweet story. He had a crush on her too. He grinned as he finally spotted it. A stone door hidden behind dense foliage, marking the entrance to the secret labyrinth. The Garden of the Heavenly Spirit, Lai Hino. Looking around, Baek Yu-seol knew his skills were solid now. It was time to prepare for the chaotic events ahead. Recalling the system tips he had received, he decided to unlock it using a specific item, the Leaflight Key of Lee Henel. Smiling, Baek Yu-seol pulled out a sleek silver key. Lucky he could use it so early. He stepped up and inserted the key. Instantly, a system warning popped up. Opening this gate might alert other key holders nearby. Baek Yu-seol squinted. He definitely remembered seeing this warning back in the game, but players always claimed nothing ever happened. There was absolutely no special event triggered by it. Brushing off the warning, he quickly turned the key in the lock. Seriously, what could possibly go wrong now? Right on cue, a blinding flash erupted, and the ancient stone gate creaked open. The path to the Garden of Heavenly Spirit Lai Hino was finally revealed. Suddenly, the space shifted, showcasing a massive floating rock, the legendary Elf Kingdom, the cradle of the sacred tree. Perched on top of that floating rock was a majestic castle. Inside, Seorin was fast asleep. She slowly sat up, slid out of bed, and walked over to push open the large windows. Leaning against the frame, she gazed out at the majestic world tree. She frowned, looking down with a heavy heart. Today was peaceful as usual. As the elf monarch, Seorin watched a white bird soar gracefully through the crystal-clear sky. Looking up, she wondered if she would ever experience that kind of freedom. With a sad smile, she watched the birds. Honestly, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. But suddenly her eyes narrowed. She sensed a strange, unfamiliar aura. She clutched her head in worry. Had an intruder breached the secret garden where Lai Hino slept, that should have been impossible. Who could it possibly be? There was no time to lose. Seorin quickly grabbed her veil, her mind racing with anxiety. Rushing to the door, she smoothed down her headpiece. After decades of patience, she could not afford to act rashly now. Her face went pale as she stared at the ground. What if her curse flared up and drove whoever entered into complete madness? She bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry. She decided to wait until the upcoming ritual day to investigate this intruder. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol suddenly sneezed as he navigated the hazy path of the hidden pocket dimension, completely unaware of her concern. This damn pollen. Baek Yu-seol gritted his teeth and dashed away as aggressive roots and wild vines lashed out at him. He slid across the ground to dodge. Giant aggressive plants blocked his path. Fighting them directly would be an endless, exhausting battle, but Baek Yu-seol just smirked, pulling out a potion. Anticipating this exact situation, he had already brewed some alchemical firebombs. Leaping high, he threw the potion. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the plants in flames. Baek Yu-seol reached back and drew out holding a small dagger. Baek Yu-seol immediately dashes toward the mutated flower monster. This is a chance he can't afford to miss. Blink, his eyes widen, staring intensely ahead. A tiny pair of eyes peeks out from behind the flower cluster. Found you, Baek. Yu-seol leaps up, gripping his weapon as the blade shines, plunging straight down. With a soft groan, the massive stem slowly crumbles away. Baek Yu-seol calmly takes in his surroundings. The system alerts him that he has earned experience points. For trivial monsters like these, a basic move is more than enough. He purses his lips, looking ahead. A faint, mystical glow shines before him. Now it's time to tackle his real objective. Entering the boss room of the labyrinth. Hwaseoran sits leaning against a stone pillar in a vast field of flowers. Baek Yu-seol approaches absolutely stunned, letting out a breath. His eyes widen in utter shock as he stares at the distant praying figure. She is breathtaking, leaving him speechless. Is that heavenly spirit Lee Hino? In this endless field, Hwaseoran leans on the pillar, hands clasped in prayer. The most mythical creature in existence. A heavenly spirit is a pure soul that trains for centuries, eventually reaching enlightenment and ascending into a transcendent being. Even in this fantasy world, such entities are incredibly rare. But the sight right in front of him is far from a complete heavenly spirit. Baek Yu-seol stands at a distance, watching her closely. This tragic woman, right before achieving her ascension, had her heart stolen, freezing her body forever in this very pose. Squinting his eyes, he exhales a long, heavy sigh. Gathering his courage, Baek Yu-seol takes a step closer. Suddenly, the entire space begins to tremble violently, shocking him to his core. Gritting his teeth, Baek Yu-seol collapses onto the ground. This is sheer mana pressure. Even in death, a heavenly spirit is still a force of nature. He cries out in agony, but giving up is not an option. Baek Yu-seol struggles to lift his legs, trembling as he crawls closer to the statue of Hwaseoran. Reaching her, he drops to one knee, exhausted and gasping for air beside the Spirit King's statue. His eyes suddenly widen as the system alerts him that his experience in the mana leakage trait has increased. Drenched in cold sweat, Baek Yu-seol slumps back, finally breathing easier as his stats rise. Pursing his lips, he stares intently at Hwaseoran's statue. Yes, this is the ultimate natural cultivation spot in this world. Let's be real, this is a legendary mana vein that every master mage across the globe desperately seeks. Even basic training here yields hundreds of times the normal results. By absorbing the lingering aura of the heavenly spirit, his natural affinity skyrockets. A smirk plays on his lips as he mutters, "Basically, I went through all this agony just to find the ultimate gym when I don't even work out in real life." He looks up. At the statue of Hwaseoran, there is a glowing branch held between her fingers. Reaching out, Baek Yu-seol grabs the piece of wood with a satisfied grin. The system chimes, "Artifact acquired, the branch of resentment." The item description reveals a deep, ancient wrath that never fades, only burning hotter over time. Its unique effects are absolutely insane. First hitting a target inflicts a state of resentment. First hitting a target inflicts the resentment effect. Second, hitting them a second time detonates it for huge damage. Third, the resentment accumulates over time, increasing damage every single day and can store up to 8 months of power. Fourth, if the target is a danger level of rank 6 or above, the damage is halved, triggering only once. Baek Yu-seol is ecstatic. With this artifact, he can finally face the main boss of Episode 8, Mizan Tyran. Now that he has the artifact, it's time to train. A few weeks later, his system screen updates with new stats. Mana leakage, level 3. strength plus 8%, agility plus 12%, perception plus 20%. Sixth sense now consumes stamina to detect mana within 24 meters. Upon activation, his cognitive speed accelerates automatically if the system detects danger. His blood mana circulation rate has reached 2%. Rubbing his chin, Baek Yu-seol exhales a breath of pure exhaustion. Judging by these stats, he is easily at the mid-tier 2-star level. Frowning, he pushes through intense training in the meadow. But there is still a long road ahead. The actual protagonist has multiple stats well over 4 stars after all. Pursing his lips, Baek Yu-seol swings his sword. With no master here to teach him, he must constantly thrust and slash, honing his strikes until they can pierce any enemy's weak point. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burn with determination. He has to push harder. Baek Yu-seol swings again, raw magic swirling around him. He is trading sweat, blood, and tears for power. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, Baek Yu-seol drops his sword and begins to cough violently. Gasping for air, a system prompt flashes. He has partially mastered a unique mana-breathing method, Breath of the Heavenly Spirit. His face grows pale and utterly exhausted as the scenery blurs. Baek Yu-seol's heavy eyelids begin to close, sliding into darkness. But a sudden high-pitched scream from the distance startles him awake. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can you hear me? Hello? Are you seriously ignoring me right now? You better not be. Answer me already. I am waiting. Come on, hurry up and answer." Baek Yu-seol stumbles backward, completely bewildered. What on earth is going on here? Where on earth was that voice coming from? Suddenly it echoed again, asking if he heard it just now. He looked back in confusion, wondering if the frozen flower statue standing next to celestial spirit Lee Heno was speaking. Baek Yu-seol stood completely still, deep in thought, wondering if Lee Heno had just spoken. He frowned, his jaw dropping in shock at the talking corpse. The voice ringed out, sounding highly annoyed as it snapped that it was not dead, calling him a foolish human. He was filled with doubt, questioning how it could even speak. Yet the flower statue of Seorin remained motionless, claiming it was always talking, but that he was simply too deaf to hear. Baek Yu-seol wondered why he could hear it now, and bent down to retrieve his sword hilt. The voice suggested it was because he had become like her. He looked up in confusion as she explained that he had breathed in perfect sync with her rhythm. Suddenly, a notification popped up about acquiring a new skill. Level 1, Breath of the Celestial Spirit, allowed him to harmonize with nature, vastly increasing mana circulation in his bloodstream. But at the same time, Divine Beast Erosion was triggered. First, Form Strength plus 107%. Second, Form Agility up 125. Third, Perception up 147. Fourth, Taste up 101%. Maximum duration, 15 seconds. Divine Beast, erosion level 1%. Baek Yu-seol stared at the system screen in absolute awe. What was this? The duration was short, but it could temporarily boost his physical stats to match a 4-star warrior. Wait, the penalty was Divine Beast Erosion. He bit his lip, his mind heavy with dark thoughts. This was basically saying that he would lose his human body. Divine beasts could maintain their form using mana, but for someone like him with mana leakage syndrome, losing his physical body meant certain death. It was a skill that literally consumed his lifespan. Baek Yu-seol frowned, his eyes turning resolute. No, he had to stay positive. Either way, this was still an incredibly useful skill in an emergency. The flower statue of Seorin fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up once more. She noted how strange it was. This was only the second time a human had breathed like a spirit. His presence was so faint with absolutely no mana inside, as if he did not truly exist in this world at all. Baek Yu-seol suddenly asked who that other person was, and her answer made his eyes widen. A swordsman just like him, someone who could slash magic itself and even slice through celestial spirits. What? Baek Yu-seol clenched his fist, thoroughly confused. In the game, there was never any mention of such a swordsman. If he was strong enough to cut spirits, he must have been a formidable master. When he asked if he could meet him, Seorin coldly refused, stating he was killed by the founding archmage's disciples. He stood frozen, completely stunned by her words. The founding archmage. Then that swordsman must have died a very long time ago. Her sudden proposal caught Baek Yu-seol's attention as she offered to teach him, claiming she was very close to him. She had recorded all of his breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Really? The flower statue of Seorin remained completely still. She said softly that there was a condition. She could not leave this place, nor could she talk to anyone else. She was basically dead, which stunned him. So she pleaded for him to find her heart and save her. He thought it over carefully and spoke slowly, saying he already knew what she would ask, but it was simply impossible. His words made the atmosphere grow heavy. With his current strength, finding the heart of another celestial spirit was impossible. The statue remained motionless, and the voice went silent. Then Sioran spoke up, saying it did not have to be a celestial heart. Just a pure heart of a divine beast was enough. Baek Yu-seol was skeptical, asking if she would lose all her power. Her voice echoed softly through the quiet, empty space, saying she did not care, as it was better than being alone. Baek Yu-seol blinked, sheathing his sword in compromise. That was true. It was better than being trapped here forever in solitude. If it was just an ordinary divine beast's heart, it might not be entirely impossible. He smirked, his eyes full of confidence. Besides, he was currently training for the upcoming summoning contract ceremony, where he would be encountering countless divine beasts. Compared to finding a celestial heart, this was much easier. He promised to do his best to bring back as many as possible. Sioran was touched, thanking him and promising to wait. Suddenly, she mentioned she had something to give him, surprising him. Thin, withered branches wrapped around the stone pillar. She told him to check behind her, making him ask what it was. He received a small flower ring from it. She explained it was proof of their friendship, though it had 0 stats. He closed his eyes, thinking, and calmly put the ring in his pocket. He had never heard of this item in the game. But whatever, if worst came to worst, it could at least be used as firewood. Then Baek Yu-seol suddenly froze mid-motion. Wait. She was a celestial spirit. He smirked, looking at the flower ring in his hand. A celestial spirit's proof of friendship. Maybe this would actually turn out to be a highly useful item. As sunlight peeked through the window, a hand holding chalk. Aunt Teresa froze in shock, collapsing to the floor. More so, Dordan light cast her silhouette against the blackboard, which was covered in dense formulas. Min had actually succeeded. She quickly shook it off. No, now was not the time to get distracted. Aunt Teresa immediately sat at the desk to write everything down. Ink dripped from her shiny pen. Aunt Teresa squinted, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Tomorrow, a brand new era would finally begin. She walked away, leaving behind a page filled with strange, complex symbols. If he knew about this, he would be absolutely thrilled. Night descended over the land of the dwarves. Amidst the vast, encroaching darkness, the glowing kingdom slowly came into view. The brilliant tower sparkled in the dark. This was the dwarven capital, the iron heart of the Dark Iron Empire. Under the calm night sky, a group of travelers walked slowly, their eyes fixed on the magnificent tower ahead. By the entrance of the structure, Aunt Teresa and Baek Yu-seol stood side by side, taking in the view. We are finally here. Indeed. Across the Grand Academy grounds, warm golden lights cast a glow over the stone steps as the crowd headed inside. Today was the big academic seminar. This prestigious event was held in a completely different location every single year. This year, the venue was the Golden Light Academy, the premier school of alchemy in the entire Dwarven Kingdom. Since dwarves are the literal ancestors of physical magic, the scale of this event was bound to be absolutely massive. Amidst these thoughts, the image of a legendary scholar came to mind, a symbol of authority no one dared to underestimate. Baek Yu-seol smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After all, the top master alchemist, the Golden Alchemist Koden, was attending. This made it the absolute perfect moment to announce Aunt Teresa's incredible research findings to the world. But a sudden whisper broke their focus. Baek Yu-seol, is this really okay? Aunt Teresa frowned, looking incredibly hesitant and worried. This is the research the professor spent half her life pursuing after all. She was too kind for her own good. How could she still say things like that even after her research was stolen? She looked up at Baek Yu-seol, completely shocked. Do not worry, Baek Yu-seol smiled reassuringly. It is not like we are actually stealing Professor May's research anyway. As Aunt Teresa stared back blankly, Baek Yu-seol smirked and added, the assistant is simply far superior to the professor. They walked inside together. Thank you. That red carpet looks way too intense. Let us take the back door instead. Good call. Inside, the seminar had already begun. Welcome doctors, professors, and prestigious members of the Alchemy Society. The host on stage held his notes, guiding the massive seminar. Now let us begin the main event. We will now begin the 87th Golden Section Academic Seminar. Suddenly, the clicking of high heels echoed on the marble. Step by step, someone slowly walked onto the high stage. For our first session, we will present a new potion. Under the bright hall lights, Professor Tiran stood tall in immaculate attire, smiling calmly at the massive crowd. First, we invite Professor Menon Tiran from Stella Academy. The audience watched as she confidently stepped up to speak. Speaking clearly, she gestured toward the screen behind her, prompting everyone to look at the glowing display. I am Menon Tiran from Stella Academy, and I am here to present the alpha version of our red potion. First, if everyone could look at this section here. A knowing smile flashed across her face. Her glasses caught the light, reflecting absolute confidence in her work. Down below, some audience members began whispering. They watched closely, their expressions shifting as they listened intently to Professor Tiran's unbelievable breakthrough. As she concluded, the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause, with cheers and admiration filling the air. Everyone praised her dedicated work. Thank you, that concludes my presentation today, she announced very warmly. Down below, Baek Yu-seol sat with folded arms, listening quietly. He had to admit her acting was superb. Professor Tiran, presenting that stolen formula as her own, was bold, but her little show was about to end. Baek Yu-seol's eyes sharpened. There were endless ways to make her pay. Next up, the real main course was about to begin. Up next, walking to the center of the stage, was the presentation by assistant Aunt Teresa from Stella Academy. Aunt Teresa spoke up, her voice carrying a trace of anxiety. Hello everyone, I am Aunt Teresa from Stella Academy. Baek Yu-seol listened intently from the crowd. The murmurs began. Is she the genius from that famous pharmaceutical company? Whispers filled the room about her previous work. People were highly curious about her cellular regeneration theories. They debated her potential, mentioning the advanced magic staff coding research. Baek Yu-seol just smiled in the audience. The topic I am presenting today, Aunt Teresa began. Baek Yu-seol's smile widened. It was time to blow everyone away. Aunt Teresa spoke clearly. My topic is the complete synthesis of alchemy, combined with advanced magic engineering. The audience listened intently, their eyes widening in pure shock as the weight of her words sank in. Unable to believe his ears, he demanded loudly, "Do you even know what kind of place this is to dare speak like that? Of course a place this grand and prestigious is honestly too overwhelming for someone like me," Teresa anxiously replied. Then, how on earth should we interpret the words you just said, that you just uttered? Teresa clutched her hands tightly over her chest, firmly answering the question. Please understand it from the perspective of an alchemist. Whispers broke out across the hall. But combining alchemy and magitech, that was completely absurd. Theoretically, magitech and alchemy were two fields that could never overlap with each other. Professor Talcorden fell deep into thought, a problem that had plagued the academic world for over 300 years with no solution. And now she claims to have the answer. He sternly demanded order, silencing the crowd. Looking at Teresa, he knew that giving up after a few failures wasn't an alchemist's way. Calling something impossible just because others failed wasn't real alchemy. He smiled inside. This was going to be highly anticipated, a young alchemist trying to grasp the ultimate truth of an impossible theory. Teresa grew anxious. Go ahead and present it, he said, the truth you have uncovered. She listened in a daze to Professor Talcorden's words. But before she could speak, Misen Tyran hastily stood up. Thank you, sir. If I may, I have an objection. In the grand solemn hall, the professor rose before the crowd. Misen Tyran's sharp eyes showed she was fully prepared. Before assistant Teresa announces her thesis, she began, I have a concern. I must raise a serious question about it. Professor Talcorden paused, completely taken aback by this unexpected accusation. An objection? What do you mean by that? Misen Tyran smirked, a calm yet absolute confidence radiating from the center of the hall. She made a decisive declaration, her voice echoing under the bright stage lights. Teresa's eyes widened in sheer panic. She clutched her chest, repeating the terrifying accusation that had just been hurled at her. Plagiarism. Pure dread washed over her face. Oh my God, plagiarism, an accusation of plagiarism, Professor Talcorden chuckled. Things were getting highly interesting. Do you know what happens if you raise such a claim and fail to prove it? Talcorden asked seriously. Of course I do, Misen replied, stepping closer. She stood confidently in front of everyone, staring down Teresa. As we all know, combining alchemy and magitech presents 5 core challenges. Every single one of those 5 challenges must be solved before alchemy and magitech can finally merge into a harmonious system. Baek Yu-seol watched with sharp, focused eyes, his lips pressed thin. Until now, the academic community has only ever solved two, she continued, and even those two solutions cannot be considered complete. Maizen Tyran stood with absolute confidence, her cold eyes brimming with conviction. Her face was calm, yet she radiated an intense energy that proved she had absolute faith in her own research. But I have already solved 4 of those 5 challenges. She turned her sharp gaze to the trembling assistant. And Assistant Altarisha here has merely been my alchemical assistant. Murmurs erupted across the hall. If that was true, then this thesis was stolen. Yes, this work belongs to me, Maizen claimed coldly. Even if Assistant Altarisha somehow solved the 5th, can anyone guarantee she solved the other 4 by herself? Altarisha stood on stage, trembling violently under the intense pressure. Maizen glared at her with predatory eyes, thinking to herself what an insolent little brat she was with a smug grin. She silently mocked her, admitting her outstanding talent, but declaring her career would end right here, her genius stolen forever. She stepped closer to Altarisha, resting her hand confidently on her hip. Now what do you have to say to this, Assistant Altarisha? Altarisha's body shook slightly. She had anticipated this trap, but her mind had gone completely blank. She didn't know what to do. Just as she felt she was about to break, a sudden memory flashed in her mind. Please call my name. Clasping her hands together, as if in prayer, she suddenly raised her hand to speak. I would like to invite someone who will assist me in this presentation. Professor Talcorden's brow furrowed, his sharp eyes locked onto the stage. And who might that be? Talcorden asked. She nervously pointed her trembling hand forward. The co-author of this thesis, my classmate Baek Yu-seol, sitting right over there, she announced loudly, pointing directly at his seat. Baek Yu-seol blinked in pure confusion. Wait, since when am I a co-author? Altarisha stood on stage waiting anxiously. Chaos erupted in the hall. No way a young student is a co-author, but even so, what difference could a kid make? Professor Talcorden folded his arms, silently observing the crowd's reaction with an intense, calculated gaze. Baek Yu-seol confidently strode onto the stage. Now things were about to get epic. He walked right up to Professor Maizen. Looking her in the eye, he brushed right past her. Suddenly, a blue-purple light erupted from his wooden staff, activating special ability, Branch of Resentment. Target locked onto Maizen Tyran. The sudden curse hit her instantly. She grimaced in intense discomfort while he smirked. How insolent. Perfect, it worked. He stood tall before the audience. Lifting his head, his clear and decisive voice cut through the silent hall. His declaration was brimming with confidence. There was zero hesitation in his eyes. First of all, I have heard Professor Maizen's argument loud and clear, he announced. Down in the audience, Gu Ting sits straight in the crowd, her eyes locked on the stage, hanging on his every word. She listens intently with a serious expression, determined not to miss a single detail. After all, seeing is believing, right? He tightens his expression, flashes a quick smile, and continues speaking in a calm, steady voice, completely composed. It is like he is fully prepared for what comes next. So why do we not unleash the combined magic right here? Aunt Teresa slowly approaches with a worried look, her steps hesitant, and her eyes filled with clear anxiety as she looks ahead. She stares at the person in front of her. A battle between a professor and an assistant. That sounds incredibly exciting. Baek Yu-seol sis. She suddenly flinches her shoulders, trembling and her eyes widening as if dragged back to reality from her thoughts. Assistant Aunt Teresa, do you not trust me? Of course I do not. He turns to look at her with a grin. I have been watching over you this whole time. Don't worry, Assistant Aunt Teresa, you can definitely do this. Just trust in me. Trust the person who believes in you. Aunt Teresa's face is pure shock, her eyes wide. Can I really pull this off? She places her hand on her chest, clenching it tightly. Then she pushes up her glasses with a quick, decisive motion. It is a small gesture, but it calms her rising emotions. That is right, Baek Yu-seol, is correct. She has to believe. She reaches behind her head to smooth her messy hair. A natural gesture to fix her appearance and regain her composure. She needs to trust everything she has achieved up until now. Suddenly, Kieran's fierce gaze demands everyone's absolute attention. Kieran glares fiercely as if to steal the spotlight, but panic sets in. Aunt Teresa whispers, Well then, let us begin. Her eyes burn with determination. Professor Mayron's ancient patterns begin to spread like traces of a long-lost forgotten knowledge. A cold light shines down on the wet ground, where scales and chains lie silently, symbolizing judgment and equivalent exchange. They represent the heavy price of forbidden knowledge and chaotic intersecting magic formulas. 300 years ago, an alchemist said, I have discovered an incredible formula to solve this equation. But then, he died from a slip in the restroom. That ridiculous death left the formula famous for being unsolvable. Now, glowing red magic circles rise up in the darkness. Ancient runes spin around like the eyes of an otherworldly entity watching from the dark. Dirty papers and footprints remain. Since then, countless alchemists have attempted this challenge, but every single one of them failed miserably over the years. Eventually, no one dared to try anymore. The unsolved formula was deemed an absolute impossibility by the entire magical community. Sen has been watching this play out, a lit cigarette in his mouth, slowly blowing out trails of white smoke. The smoke curls lazily, creating an atmosphere that feels both relaxed and incredibly tense. Yet someone claims they can solve it. How interesting. Standing right next to him, Heejin covers her mouth with a yawn, looking completely bored out of her mind. Interesting, more like boring to death. They stand concealed in the crowd, relaxed yet highly alert, blending in perfectly. No one notices their presence or their sharp gazes. But Captain, is that professor over there really a dark mage? Also, do you smell cigarette smoke? Meanwhile, Aunt Teresa and Kieran stand on the stage, chalk in hand, focused on the board. They write down their research, each stroke precise and careful, completely locked into the formulas appearing before them. Thinking about it, this mission is pure bad luck. Sen keeps his eyes glued to the stage through the swirling smoke. Heejin turns her head to look at him, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and silent interrogation. She closes her eyes and rubs her head. Well, it is all because the captain blindly trusts that old geezer. Suddenly her brow furrows and her eyes widen as if she has just noticed something shocking, pausing for a brief second. Both of them stare up in confusion. Up on the stage, Aunt Teresa and Kieran are now standing face to face. Wait, did the atmosphere in the school just shift? Yes, at this exact moment the first solution is completed. Gu Ting looks dazed. Those two solutions are similar yet fundamentally different. One is short, the other is long. Same basic approach but with a slightly altered perspective. Sen's expression twists into a frown as he watches. Sen's face looks a bit troubled, but compared to Professor Mayron's method, the assistant's solution is clearly much simpler. There is also a slight difference in the final answer. The two on stage immediately move to the second problem. As the second solution unfolds, the audience stares in utter disbelief, their faces showing a mix of shock and confusion. This is absolutely mind-blowing. I have seen many ways to solve this second problem, but never anything like this. Aunt Teresa turns around, chalk in hand. A problem that usually takes 200 lines was solved in just 12. Standing below, Baek Yu-seol watches the crowd's positive reaction with a smirk. The real show is about to begin. The audience's response is incredibly positive. He grins, knowing that the real battle has only just started. Faced off, their cold eyes locked and bodies tensed. The air between them grew so heavy with suffocating tension that absolutely anyone could feel it. Every single movement felt heavy and deliberate. Right now, the solution to the legendary third formula is finally unfolding. Can this impossible third problem, which has defeated everyone before, actually be conquered today? Altarisha stands there completely anxious. While Maizen Tyron's face tightens with stress, Talcorden watches in utter disbelief. There is no way. Did she actually just solve it? As the crowd gasps in shock, Maizen Tyron begins to panic. For Professor Maizen Tyron to solve this supposedly impossible problem was already a miracle, but her assistant Altarisha is taking things to a whole different level. What she is doing right now goes way beyond that. The professor shakes with rage, her teeth grinding together as her face contorts with sheer uncontrollable fury. A truly terrifying aura radiates from her. She mutters, wondering how that solution is even possible. Watching the chaos unfold, Baek Yu-seol simply smiles, completely unfazed. Who could have ever thought of such an approach? Even witnessing this live, the spectators struggle to believe their own eyes. Usually, alchemists treat the 5 legendary equations as separate puzzles to be solved individually. But Altarisha took a completely different path. She treated all 5 as one unified system, solving them simultaneously. Nearby, Maizen Tyron's hand holding the chalk begins to tremble violently. This is the absolute gap between Professor Maizen Tyron and her former assistant. As the demonstration continues, the old woman's fury boils over. She shakes with rage, her gaze sharp enough to slaughter anyone in her path. But wait, what is that final formula? The chalk lines cover the entire board, running completely out of space. Frustrated, Maizen Tyron spins around and barks at the staff. She demands they bring in another blackboard immediately, her eyes wide. She claims she has already solved the final part. Then she suddenly darts her eyes to the side, warily scanning the crowd with suspicion. She glares at Altarisha, who has completed the total synthesis of the chaotic interference formula. The young assistant is absolutely radiant. This is the definitive, flawless analysis of the chaotic interference theory. Realizing the historic moment, someone in the crowd shouts out. Their voice rises in disbelief. This is absolute madness. Everyone realizes they are witnessing a legendary piece of history. It is deeply emotional. Bathing in the spotlight, Altarisha lets out a soft smile. This is truly her century-defining moment. She actually pulled it off. Standing in the crowd, Baek Yu-seol smiles and claps for her. In her heart, she deeply thanks him. Her eyes sparkle with gratitude. But suddenly, a terrifying wave of killing intent erupts from Baek Yu-seol, instantly chilling the air. The pressure is absolutely suffocating. Seeing Professor Misen Tyran advance toward Altarisha with madness in her eyes, Baek Yu-seol takes a step forward. He shields Altarisha as the old professor creeps closer, muttering incoherently. Grinding her teeth, Misen Tyran demands to know her intent. How long do you plan to humiliate me? Stealing my thesis, altering it and pretending it is yours. Do you find this amusing? Standing firmly in front of Altarisha, Baek Yu-seol quickly analyzes the situation. Is this old witch really about to demonize right here? It is earlier than planned, but perfect. Transforming into a demon in front of this crowd will ruin her forever. Her fists clench repeatedly, chanting Altarisha's name. Misen Tyran's eyes bulge her face, contorting into a horrific mask of pure hatred. Terrified, Altarisha begins to tremble. But she forces herself to stand her ground, gathering every ounce of courage she has left. Pushing her fear aside, she shouts, "Please just admit it. My research is far superior to yours, and my presentation proved it. How much of my work do you have to steal before you are satisfied?" Hearing this, the crowd erupts into furious whispers. They realize the groundbreaking red potion thesis actually belongs to the assistant. No wonder Altarisha's anger reaches its absolute boiling point. She snaps, calling the professor complete trash. Even Baek Yu-seol is stunned by her sheer boldness, and the audience gasps in shock. Misen Tyran freezes in absolute shock. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoes through the hall. It is Lord Talcorden, completely amused by the drama. He chuckles, calling the presentation incredibly entertaining. His booming voice snaps Misen Tyran out of her dark, demonizing trance. She finally realizes the sheer gravity of what she almost did. Shaking, she pulls back, realizing how close she came to ruin. That was incredibly close. Still, Misen Tyran spins around in fury, marching right up to her assistant, demanding answers for her insolence. But she is stopped cold. Baek Yu-seol is already there, shielding the girl. He warns her quietly to get a grip on her sanity. He tells her to back down. Her face turns pale as she finally notices the judgmental glares of everyone in the room. Every single movement she makes is being scrutinized by Lord Talcorden and the VIPs. Sweating, the disgraced professor tries to find an excuse. She frantically stammers, claiming it is all a misunderstanding. Beating her chest, she yells that the assistant is the real thief. But Lord Talcorden has heard enough of her pathetic lies. He coldly orders the guards to drag the crazy woman out. The guards immediately comply. Even as she is dragged away, Misen Tyran continues to scream, claiming she did absolutely nothing wrong. Nearby, Heejin and Ken watch the drama unfold. Misen Tyran's desperate shrieks fade away as Altarisha, utterly exhausted, feels all her energy vanish. She collapses onto the cold floor, gasping for breath. Looking up through her tears, she sees a warm hand reaching down to save her. Baek Yu-seol gently comforts her, saying she did a wonderful job today. Altarisha freezes in place, slowly processing his unexpected words. She smiles brightly, whispering a soft agreement that it's finally over. Meanwhile, Hyejin and Kyan make their quiet departure. Hyejin grumbles about the underwhelming conclusion, but Kyan remains perfectly calm, analyzing how such intense emotions suddenly exploded. There should have been warning signs beforehand, yet the dark magic corruption sensors did not trigger a single alarm. Hyejin nods, noting that the Crescent Morso Dorden Tower's detection magic is far from perfect. She then asks another curious question. She wonders if that high school kid was the co-author, smiling playfully as she mentions how cute he actually looks. Kyan only glares, asking about the investigation on him. Hyejin reveals that Matcha just sent over the full report. Before entering Stella Academy, Baek Yu-seol's hometown was completely wiped out by dark mages. He is just a regular commoner. His grades were dead last, yet he got into Class F. He attends the world's elite magic academy without using magic. Everything about him is bizarre. Today, he even requested to remove his name from the publication. Kane silently takes note. Kyan warns her to remember his name. But suddenly he freezes. Baek Yu-seol is standing in the crowd, staring right back. The boy locks eyes with him, then casually smiles and turns away. Kyan is utterly stunned, wondering if Baek Yu-seol spotted him. Hae-jin dismisses the idea, confidently claiming that their advanced perception-blocking magic and dark barrier are impossible to bypass. She assumes it was just a brief illusion, but Kyan knows better. His instincts are screaming that it was real. He silently watches Baek Yu-seol, who is still laughing and chatting happily. Wanting to drop it, Kyan simply turns away. He orders Hae-jin to follow, grumbling about how boring this place is. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious horse-drawn carriage, Professor Tyrion is anxiously biting her nails in pure frustration. Her face is twisted in absolute rage and malice. She curses, blaming Baek Yu-seol for her public humiliation. Realizing her plans are ruined, she decides he must be eliminated. Before she can finish her threat, the person sitting opposite her calmly tells her to compose herself, shocking her. Recognizing him as Raiden, she gasps. He coldly closes his book, telling her she has caused a massive mess. He warns her that this goes far beyond a simple mess. Tyrion trembles with fear as Raiden's expression darkens. It was close, but thankfully their binding contract kept things stable. Any more emotional outbursts would have ruined their entire plan. She can only offer a terrified apology, but he instantly shuts her down, asking if she thinks sorry is enough. He bluntly reveals that the Grandmaster is extremely disappointed, warning her that she has lost all her value, especially as a professor at Stella Academy. Desperate, Tyrion argues she still has strong connections to clean up this disaster. She claims she hasn't been fired yet and can resolve the issue, but he ruthlessly cuts her off mid-sentence. He tells her to shut up and crawl in the dirt, demanding total silence, as it is her only useful option. Raiden's expression turns terrifyingly fierce as he demands her obedience. Before vanishing into the shadows, he leaves one final warning. She must stay completely silent until the Grand Master orders otherwise. Clenching her fists, she blames everything on Baek Yu-seol. Enveloped in pure darkness, Tyrion glares with venomous hatred, whispering that she only needs to wait a little bit longer. Elsewhere, a train speeds through the landscape. Inside, Baek Yu-seol and Alterisha sit opposite each other as he contemplates. He regrets that triggering Misen Tyren's corruption at the conference couldn't prevent the tragic disaster of Chapter 8. He wanted to prevent the upcoming disaster, but she seems destined to hold back until her scheduled explosion. Reassuring himself, Baek Yu-seol leans back and closes his eyes, telling himself not to rush since the conference went smoothly. The cursed branch was successfully activated, but one lingering concern remains. As he recalls his encounter with Kyan, standing at a distance, their eyes had locked, and Baek Yu-seol was absolutely certain that man was Captain Kyan. He belongs to an elite squad from the Crescent Morso Dorden Tower, the absolute strongest force dedicated to hunting dark mages. Even within that legendary organization, Kyan reigns supreme as the formidable captain of the elite 13th squad. Without incredibly sharp senses, detecting someone of Kyan's caliber would be impossible. Baek Yu-seol can guess why they are here. They were likely monitoring Professor Misen Tyren, but Baek Yu-seol hopes he can turn this dangerous encounter into a future alliance. While Baek Yu-seol is busy racking his brain, Alterisha sits directly opposite him, slowly nodding off to sleep. Suddenly, a polite voice interrupts, asking for a moment of her time, leaving Alterisha looking up in utter confusion. She blinks in surprise, wondering who this mysterious visitor is. Could he possibly be a high-ranking noble? Dressed in an elegant white suit, he politely tips his hat with a warm smile. It's Million, President of StarCloud. As the game chapters unfold, the world expands massively, especially as the main protagonist, Flame, continues to grow stronger. And with that, the number of romanceable characters naturally increases. Among them, Melian, president of the StarCloud Merchant Group, is widely known as the heart of the southern Crescent Morso Dorden Plains. He possesses the Golden Fate trait, officially designated as the wealthiest man in the game's lore. Despite being over 50 with a daughter of his own, he remains a highly popular choice among the romanceable targets of this game. But the reason isn't his massive wealth or handsome looks. No, it's actually because of his daughter, the elf, Jeliel. True to her title as a villainess, Jeliel constantly torments the protagonist, driving players to absolute fury throughout the main episodes. So to get the ultimate revenge, players devised a brilliant, ruthless scheme, romance and marry none other than her father. Melian, the person Jeliel loves most, completely destroying her home. It sounds like a meme, but players absolutely love the chaos. Still, Baek Yu-seol had expected this, yet he was still surprised to see the president show up in person. To prepare for the future, Baek Yu-seol needs to leave a stellar impression today. Across from him, Melian flashes a warm, friendly smile. Sitting opposite the duo, the president speaks first. You must be alchemist Altarisha, and this is your anonymous co-author, correct? If you don't mind, could I ask for your name? Inside, Baek Yu-seol smirks, fully aware the man already knows. But playing along, the boy introduces himself. I am Baek Yu-seol, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Ah, a Stella student. A pleasure indeed. Cutting straight to the chase, Melian quickly explains the true reason behind his visit. Reaching into his pocket, Melian pulls out a document. I want to offer StarCloud's exclusive contract for alchemist Altarisha's magic formula. Naturally, the terms are highly generous. Would you like to take a look? Hesitant, Altarisha slowly opens the thick envelope. She gasps as she reads the terms. Unlimited raw materials, endless support from top technicians, and money she has never seen before. Her eyes sparkle at the thought. With this backing, she can finally build the dream invention she always wanted. Surely Baek Yu-seol would be thrilled too. But when she turns to him, his face is completely flat, offering zero excitement. Confused by his silent reaction, she hesitates. Excuse me, sir. Could you give me some time to think this over? Melian blinks surprised. Are the terms insufficient? If you have any further requests, please feel free to speak. No, it's not that at all. Altarisha waves her hands quickly. The terms are more than perfect. It's just, she whispers, I need to consult the co-creator of this magic formula. Baek Yu-seol stares, unable to believe her loyalty. Melian maintains his polite smile. Is that so? Internally, he is shocked. He had assumed the co-author rumor was a mere formality, yet here they are. Melian realizes that a teenager capable of solving a 300-year-old magical mystery must be an absolute genius. With a soft chuckle, Baek Yu-seol speaks up. You don't need to worry about me, Professor. But Altarisha immediately protests. How could I not? She gasps. Meanwhile, Melian recalculates. Genius or not, the boy is still just a high school kid. Confused, Melian slides the paper forward. Would you like to review the contract, young man? To him, a genius is still just a child. No matter how brilliant they are in magic or alchemy, kids are utterly clueless in business. Baek Yu-seol looks down at the pages. His expression remains cold. Melian gloats, silently certain no one could reject such massive wealth. But then, a sudden voice speaks. I must decline. Those 3 words hit Melian like a bucket of ice water, freezing him solid. May I ask why? If the terms are lacking, I will adjust them right away. Melian urges. Baek Yu-seol, however, is already analyzing the bigger picture. An exclusive contract with StarCloud, the world's largest merchant group, sounds incredible on paper. But Baek Yu-seol remembers the catch. Melian is a brilliant businessman, but he is incredibly greedy and possessive. If this magic formula is bound strictly to his hands, only the most profitable items will be mass-produced. The diversity, creativity, and overall performance of the magic gear would be severely limited. Worse, due to absolute monopoly, countless mages would lose access to these items, bottlenecking technological progress for everyone. Magic research would bend entirely to commercial greed, allowing rival dark mages to eventually catch up in terms of technology. In the game, players who chose this path made quick money, but ultimately ended up with a tragic bad ending. So Baek Yu-seol gives a straight answer. It has nothing to do with the money, sir. I simply do not want an exclusive deal. Melian frowns, thoroughly confused. What do you mean by that? Baek Yu-seol explains that this magic formula is a fusion of 2 arts, a perfect blend of magic and alchemy. Its impact will be massive, not just for daily life, but also for combat gear. We want this gear to be accessible to as many mages as possible, boosting their overall capabilities. Melian sighs, offering some fatherly advice. Big dreams and high ideals are fine, but to make them a reality, you need massive capital, and for that money is absolutely crucial. Unfazed, Baek Yu-seol quickly counters his argument, completely catching the tycoon off guard. Funny you say that. I just wrapped up talks with a long list of eager investors, including yourself, President Melian. Melian chuckles, amused. So you plan to sign with all of them alongside me? If so, most of my generous offers. I will end up cutting down any proposal you bring to the table. Hearing Melian's words, Baek Yu-seol just smirked. You are not wrong. Frankly, I would love to secure those terms myself. He really wanted those conditions. That was why Baek Yu-seol's gaze turned incredibly sharp as he made his move. We need to elevate our products into a luxury brand, he proposed. Baek Yu-seol went on to lay out his master plan. He would still do his best to distribute the basic items to the general public. However, when it came to the high-end goods, the rare high-tier ones that were nearly impossible to craft would be sold exclusively under a contract with the Starlight Merchant Guild. This was what they called premium branding. Melian kept her polite smile, but her tone carried a heavy weight. I see. But can you guarantee those high-end luxury goods will actually sell? She made it clear that she would never enter a deal where she lost profit. Understanding this perfectly, Baek Yu-seol offered a polite bow. Of course. And that is exactly why I am not asking to sign a contract right now. Confidence practically radiated from his face. He knew convincing a giant like her would take time. Within the next 6 months, he promised to host an exclusive investment presentation just for Chairman Melian. If by the end of that showcase, she was satisfied with the items on display, she would then sign their exclusive branding contract. Hearing this bold proposal, she was slightly taken aback. Melian chuckled, softly amused by his sheer confidence. Well, that does sound incredibly impressive. Hearing her warm response, a wave of relief washed over them. Melian agreed to his terms and handed over a special messenger letter along with her personal contact details. In this world, a messenger letter was a magical item used to write and send physical notes. Once released into the air, it would fly directly to the recipient without fail. They accepted the magical letters with deep gratitude. Melian then put her hat back on, offering them a gentle smile. With that, I shall take my leave first. The two watched her walk away until she was completely out of sight. The moment she vanished, Baek Yu-seol finally let out a massive sigh of relief. His confident facade completely shattered, leaving him looking utterly pale and exhausted. He felt so incredibly nervous he thought his heart would stop. Standing right beside him, Altarisha was completely baffled. Was that really how a nervous person was supposed to act? Baek Yu-seol quickly defended himself, insisting he was actually terrified. She stared at him, totally surprised by his sudden shift. Suddenly, Altarisha burst into laughter, realizing just how amazing Baek Yu-seol truly was. But he was left completely in the dark, unable to understand what she meant. She chose not to explain and simply brushed it off with a smile. Baek Yu-seol did not press any further, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. With one major problem officially out of the way, he thought about treating his club members to some delicious food. The chaotic academic seminar had finally concluded, allowing classes at Stella Academy to return to their normal, peaceful routine. But when a substitute teacher walked into the classroom, she made a sudden announcement. She explained that Professor Tyron was currently unwell, so she would be covering his lectures. Sitting in the back, Baek Yu-seol immediately began calculating the odds. Did the disgraced professor vanish for good? According to the game's original storyline, a massive disaster was supposed to awaken during the 8th chapter, bringing ruin to the academy. But because of his interference, the timeline was shifting. Anxious thoughts swirled in his mind. Had the main plot been dragged forward ahead of schedule, he could only pray that the situation remained under his control. Oddly enough, it was not just Professor Maizen who was missing. Altarisha had also skipped school today. Even after his classes ended for the day, Baek Yu-seol could not stop worrying about her. Then again, she was probably being happily overworked at the alchemy castle by now. Suddenly, the loud whispering of nearby students snapped him out of his deep thoughts. Hey, did you hear the latest gossip? One of them asked. Baek Yu-seol glanced over at the gossiping group. He overheard them talking about how Assistant Altarisha had finally unmasked the true culprit behind the recent academy chaos. Naturally, the surrounding crowd leaned in, eager to hear more. But rumors also whispered of a mysterious co-author who had helped her with the research. They wondered why this genius chose to hide their identity and remain completely anonymous. As the theories began to spin wilder, someone joked that the co-author was probably too ugly to show their face. Baek Yu-seol just rolled his eyes coldly, walking past the gossiping crowd as he exited the hallway. Honestly, he felt incredibly relieved. Thanks to keeping his identity hidden, he could still enjoy a quiet, peaceful life at school. After all, he had only used his knowledge of the original game to guide her. All the spotlight and recognition rightfully belonged to Altarisha alone. Looking ahead, Baek Yu-seol spotted a couple of familiar faces in the courtyard. Standing right there were Ma Yu-sung and Isekai Morph conversing quietly. Baek Yu-seol couldn't help but size the guy up. He was top of the class, incredibly handsome, and basically perfect. Talk about having a literal cheat code in life. Turning his gaze to the girl next to him, Baek Yu-seol was equally impressed. Isekai truly looked like a living doll, boasting a beauty that seemed almost surreal. Even though she came from a fallen noble family, her elegant looks were undeniable. With a quiet sigh, Baek Yu-seol muttered to himself, realizing he would never catch a break. Shaking off his thoughts, he walked up to them and waved. "Hey there, sorry to keep you waiting." Hearing his voice, Yu-sung gave a friendly wave. "Good to see you, Baek Yu-seol." Baek Yu-seol politely apologized for being late, but Isekai just shook her head to dismiss it. She immediately cut straight to the chase. "So, what is this internship you wanted us to join? You said you would pick it." Baek Yu-seol simply smirked with absolute confidence. "Just tag along and find out," he teased. Sometime later, the trio found themselves sitting at a cozy restaurant. 2 meticulously decorated glistening pizzas were placed right in front of them. Isekai stared blankly at the steaming food, her mouth practically watering from sheer anticipation. Noticing her intense craving, Baek Yu-seol couldn't help but find it amusing. Suddenly, a random memory flashed in his mind. He recalled Isekai once presenting on her favorite foods, mentioning she always drank pickle juice before eating pizza. With that in mind, Baek Yu-seol immediately slid a small glass of pickle juice toward her. "Here, this is for you," he said. Isekai blinked in complete confusion. She looked at the pizza, her face practically screaming the question of how she was even supposed to eat it. Baek Yu-seol stared back at her in pure disbelief. Don't tell him this was her very first time stepping inside a pizza parlor. He hesitantly spoke up, watching her nervously pick up the glass of pickle juice. She took a massive gulp and her eyes instantly widened in pure shock. It was absolutely delicious. Watching her reaction from across the table, Baek Yu-seol decided to pick up his own glass and take a sip. He smiled silently, agreeing it was pretty good though. Baek Yu-seol only had one thought running through his head. She looked like a model in a solo photo shoot. Still, he offered with a friendly smile. "Try some of this, Isekai." She picked up her spoon and fork to dig in, but right then, Baek Yu-seol cut in. "Come on, who actually uses a knife and fork for pizza?" He then lifted the slice, taking a huge bite. "You have to eat it like this." Isekai hesitated, thinking his way looked way clumsier. But unlike her, Isekai Morph enthusiastically chimed in. "Oh, that actually sounds fun." She copied Baek Yu-seol's style, leaving Isekai completely stunned. Isekai, still feeling a bit hesitant, slowly picked up a slice of pizza and copied him too. But the moment she took a bite, she began trembling all over, leaving the other two completely baffled. A look of pure bliss washed over her face. "The bell peppers. They are dancing on the cheese," she thought, "and the paprika and olives are watching with pure joy. What a brilliant combination. The savory bacon and sweet onions are holding hands, dancing, a passionate salsa." Baek Yu-seol grinned triumphantly. "Told ya. So how is it delicious, right?" Isekai, who was still chewing her food, stole a quick glance at him before shyly admitting, "It really is delicious." Seeing her enjoy it brought smiles to everyone's faces. They chatted happily. "We should come here more often." "Wait, can I tag along too?" "We will see about that." Soon a peaceful sunset painted the sky, accompanied by their lively, happy laughter. It was peaceful. Later, while heading back to class, someone suddenly called her name. "Hey Flame, did you hear?" She glanced over, turning around with a polite smile on her face. "Yeah, I already heard." Her classmate looked a bit flustered. "Oh, really?" Embarrassed, they quickly ran off. "Well, see you later then, Flame." Watched her classmate scurry away, then let out a heavy sigh. She did not need to be told to know they were coming to gossip about the rumor that Alterisha had solved the random interference formula. But Flame knew the truth. Deep down, it was all Baek Yu-seol's doing. As his image flashed in her mind, she turned around and kept walking, unable to stop her racing thoughts. How did he solve that formula? He should have forgotten almost all his future knowledge, keeping only major events as the price for his regression right. Could he actually still remember it? Or is he just a natural genius? Up ahead, a crowd of students was loudly discussing something. While she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out to her. "Hey Flame, Flame." She glanced over, and of course it was Jeremy. He walked up, flashing a bright smile. "For the upcoming Persona Gate training, do you want to partner up with me?" Seeing Jeremy's face, she turned away in irritation and started walking. "What are you even saying? Do you think I would just follow you?" Flame glared at him, her voice dripping with annoyance. "Go hit on some other girl and stop bothering me." With that, she walked away, completely ignoring him. Jeremy watched her small figure walk off and chuckled, thinking she was as amusing as ever. Meanwhile, on the school bulletin board, a new notice was posted. Persona Gate. First-year students, please select the Persona Gate you wish to train in. Flame's eyes remained locked on it. After all, the practical training was finally about to start. Elsewhere, in a pocket dimension born from the Dark Mage's dark magic, a Persona Gate emerges. If these gates are not cleared quickly, the surrounding area will turn into a desolate wasteland where nothing can survive. Furthermore, unlike standard dungeons that can be conquered easily by simply defeating the boss or destroying the core, a Persona Gate can only be conquered by thoroughly analyzing its complex rules and internal mechanisms. From analyzing spatial distortion density to differential geometry and soul isolation techniques, one must master and memorize thousands of different patterns and possibilities, while also possessing top-tier combat power. Flame's eyes kept scanning the details on the notice. Honestly, the main reason mages exist is to suppress these Persona Gates, making this class the absolute most important. Flame's hand clenched. If things follow the original timeline during this, one of these gates will be a real one. I cannot just leave everything to Baek Yu-seol. Her expression grew tense, but her eyes shone with fierce determination. This time I will stop it before any real disaster happens. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Cafe, high up in the 9 towers, 4 girls were chatting over exquisite desserts on the table. One of them started the conversation. "Have you guys tried the new dessert yet, the pumpkin tart with cream cheese? The flavor is seriously amazing." Right, I was completely blown away. While the girls were chatting happily, Beyond sat in silence, sipping her tea and thinking how incredibly boring this was. Suddenly, she opened her eyes as someone brought up some recent gossip. Rachel leaned in and whispered, "I heard from my father that the co-author is actually a student here at Stella." Her friends gasped in shock. "Oh my gosh, really?" Since Lady Rachel's father was the intelligence director, the news had to be true, solving a legendary formula that stumped experts for years, all while still being a student. Who on earth could it be? Who could it be? Isekai didn't know. As she gently set her teacup down, 2 faces flashed in her mind, Teresa and Baek Yu-seol. Had even the intelligence chief failed to uncover that Baek Yu-seol was actually the co-creator of the biometallurgy project? Her fingers lightly brushed her teacup, her mind spinning with countless questions. But why would Baek Yu-seol hide this? Was it to hand over all the credit to Teresa? Or were he and Teresa actually? Suddenly, Isekai stood up, startling her friends. Excusing herself, she hurriedly walked away, saying she had to go. Her classmates watched her leave in complete confusion. The tea wasn't even finished yet. Why was she acting so strange? Isekai clenched her fists, walking fast. But as she rushed along, a familiar voice suddenly called out her name. She froze, her eyes widening in shock at the figure standing right before her. It was Princess Hong Sihua. Sihua giggled, covering her mouth. She teased Isekai, telling her to call her older sister. But their relationship was far from simple. Born as the legitimate heir versus an illegitimate child, they were destined to be enemies. Isekai absolutely detested her half-sister. Seeing Sihua standing there, Isekai could not hide her intense irritation. She coldly demanded to know what she wanted. Sihua simply smiled and stepped closer, teasing her not to look so fierce. She kept her eyes on Isekai. Claiming she had her own business, Sihua casually brought up a rumor about an incredibly interesting first-year student. Those words made Isekai flinch as Yu-seol's face flashed in her mind. A commoner, embodying a long-forgotten chivalric spirit. Noticing her reaction, Sihua crossed her arms with a smug grin. She mocked Isekai for being so interested in him. She let out a dry, bitter laugh, calling him a knight who dedicated absolutely everything to his bishop. With a purely mocking face, Sihua called him the perfect Prince Charming. She then demanded that Isekai introduce them. Isekai stood in tense silence, clenching her fists. Frustrated, she simply brushed past her half-sister without a word. Telling Sihua to find him herself, she walked away. Sihua just laughed, calling her cold before suddenly remembering something. She brought up their late eldest sister, causing Isekai to freeze in her tracks. Her face instantly went pale. Her eyes filled with deep sadness as she hurried away to escape the pain. Sihua watched her go. Sihua sighed, wondering if she had gone too far. It was probably still too early to bring up their sister. Suddenly, Shaylin Khan walked up and called out to her. Sihua was quite startled to see her standing there. Asking what was wrong, Sihua watched Shaylin calmly hand over a detailed folder containing files on student Baek Yu-seol. It was a copy of an assignment he had submitted in class detailing a brief overview of his past. Sihua opened it, amazed that the mysterious past she had been searching for was hidden in a school assignment. It made total sense, since one of their classes required writing about personal history. She looked at his profile. The title read, "To Mother. Dear Mom, I miss you." Reading the very first line, Sihua burst out laughing. Amused, she laughed, thinking kids will always be kids. Calling out for his mom first thing was incredibly adorable. But just a moment later, her hands began to tremble. Shaylin watched her, completely shocked and confused by her reaction. Tears welled up in Sihua's eyes as she read. It turned out Baek Yu-seol's mother hated black bean noodles. Shaylin couldn't believe her eyes. Was the princess actually crying? Sihua quickly turned away to wipe her face. Denying it, Sihua stared at the file. She had never truly understood the harsh reality of real poverty. Yet despite living in such struggle, he stubbornly held on to his beliefs, embodying the true spirit of a knight. Her gaze softened, remembering that his entire hometown had been completely wiped out by dark mages. But soon after, Sihua smiled silently, apologizing to Isekai because she was becoming incredibly curious about this boy named Baek Yu-seol. When the practical exam day arrived, the students gathered in the garden. The professor stepped forward to explain. He announced the start of the Persona Gate training, instructing all the first years to step forward and enter. Watching from a corner, Baek Yu-seol listened to the excited whispers of the students around him. The gate looked identical to the textbooks. It was finally starting. He checked his system status, lost in thought. As a special reward from the previous arc, his glasses gate analysis function was now fully online and active. All his hard work training in Lily Hano's garden to boost his stats should finally be enough for this. With a thoughtful expression, he hoped so. Meanwhile, the professor pointed to the gate, calling out the groups. The students for Gate C7 were told to gather. He noticed the crowd. Are all these people going together? Not just Flame, but many others were there. This Persona Gate training was definitely going to be a team effort, from 4 to 18 players. Cooperating to survive this trial would be absolutely key. His gaze remained locked as the academy students. First years at Stella were generally at Class 2, for their first real-world combat trial tackling a Persona Gate with a difficulty level. Of threat level, 3 was definitely not easy. Only 16 students were allowed inside Gate C7 where this event would unfold. A real pity that Ma Yusung or Haewon Ryang weren't around. But with Flame Hong Biyun and Isel Morph clearing, this gate would be a breeze. Honestly, there was no need to get involved in the final boss fight. Step by step, Baek Yu-seol approached that very gate and stepped inside. After all, his only true objective here was that hidden reward from before the petal of the mesmerizing tree. Stepping deeper inside, he and the others were instantly teleported somewhere else. Shock washed over Baek Yu-seol's face as he took in his brand new surroundings. Suddenly, the system rang out, welcoming them to Ian's masquerade. Everyone gathered at the center of the massive grand hall. The girls stared at the breathtaking scenery in absolute awe. Then a voice suddenly called out, welcoming them, instantly drawing everyone's attention in the hall. Right there, a maid stood waiting with a warm, welcoming smile. She announced they had evening gowns and shoes ready for their esteemed guests. Hong Biyun asked in sheer curiosity and confusion. Gowns and shoes, what is this? Has a masquerade ever appeared inside a Persona Gate before? But this was no time to stand around in a daze. She had to analyze the Persona Gate and check the system's tutorial messages. Right at that moment, complex ancient runes materialized before her eyes. Hong Biyun gasped as a sudden wave of deep anxiety washed over her. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a simple training session for first-year students? Why on earth are there such incredibly advanced formulas in play? The maid spoke up, saying the banquet was about to begin and urging her to hurry. Hong Biyun turned to her in total disbelief. The maid's face remained perfectly composed with that polite smile as she asked if something was wrong. Hong Biyun questioned her suspiciously. Was that just some pre-programmed line? Her mind was filled with doubt. If this were a regular, non-playable character inside a Persona Gate, maybe it would make sense. But as far as she knew, gate characters created by mages shouldn't be able to act so independently. Looking closely at the smiling maid and recalling her previous words, A warning bell continuously rang in her head. No, there's just no way. There's absolutely no way a real dangerous persona gate could randomly appear inside Stella Academy. It has to be some advanced hologram tech. The maid's face remained bright, her polite expression completely unchanging as she repeated her question. Hong Bi-yeon decided to play along. Never mind, just bring the dress quickly. The maid bowed and complied. Watching her walk away, Hong Bi-yeon remained deeply lost in thought. She didn't know if it was just her intuition, but she had a bad feeling this training exam wouldn't end so easily. A short while later, Hong Bi-yeon stepped out. Her pink-red hair perfectly complemented the beautiful dress, highlighting her stunning elegance. She then glanced over at Baek Yu-seol, who had also changed his clothes. The outfit suited him so well, making him look incredibly handsome. Feeling a bit flustered, she admitted the attire suited him perfectly. But then Hong Bi-yeon fell quiet, recalling a past memory. Thierry had approached her to report presenting an assignment submitted by Baek Yu-seol. Word had it that it contained records of his dark past. Hong Bi-yeon brushed her hair back as she glanced over the document. Really, something caught her eye, leaving her in complete shock. Now, she couldn't take her eyes off Baek Yu-seol. Ever since she got her hands on his student files a few days ago, he seemed like a completely different person. To overcome such a past and still pursue the path of a Stella Knight. Sensing her gaze, he turned and teased, asking if she'd never seen a commoner yawn before. Blushing, she quickly looked away, muttering that it was nothing. Then, a voice echoed, "Everyone has gathered, right?" A woman approached the two of them immediately, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. She was a striking woman with vibrant red hair, holding an elegant fan. She announced they would be attending a ball hosted by Duchess Erin. Her eyes flicked toward a wall holding secrets behind 4 distinct doors and 4 long winding corridors. All of those paths led straight down to the mansion's basement. But the basement was a deadly maze of traps. One wrong turn, and the mansion's knights would hunt them down. She smiled softly, telling them they must rely solely on teamwork and intuition. Baek Yu-seol instinctively answered yes. Surprised, the woman walked closer to him, saying his confident attitude was quite refreshing, and she liked it. He calmly replied with a simple, "Thank you." Nearby, 2 other male students were completely shocked by the red-haired woman's realistic responses. What in the world? Didn't she sound exactly like a real human? Do non-playable characters seriously have dialogue lines as advanced as this? The woman left right after offering them a brief wish of good luck. The 3 boys looked at each other in confusion, realizing they had to move out. As everyone started heading toward the doors, a voice suddenly shouted for them to hold on, making them stop. Flame spoke up with clear worry, asking if anyone else found this whole training exercise strange. She pointed out several suspicious details, noting that the non-playable characters were acting too realistically. On top of that, she couldn't decode this persona gate at all. Does it even make sense for a first-year student training portal to be this ridiculously difficult? The male students ahead quickly agreed. Honestly, I found it bizarre too. We couldn't decode anything. And that guide character from earlier was way too lifelike. Flame thought they looked incredibly realistic, breathing a silent sigh of relief. She decided she would convince the others to follow this path. As Flame began to speak, Jackie suddenly interrupted. Crossing her arms, she asked if Flame was actually suggesting this was a real gate. Flame was caught off guard, utterly confused. Meanwhile, Jackie continued, claiming this whole situation was clearly just a test set up by their professors. After all, in real combat, they would not always be able to fully decode a persona gate. In other words, being thrown into a confusing situation they could not analyze was part of the plan. Jackie kept explaining her theory to everyone. She reminded them that Stella Academy trained the most elite magic mages and was home to a world-class order of magic knights. How could such powerful mages fail to notice a real gate appearing right inside the academy? Hearing this, the students began to believe Jackie's words, nodding along. But Flame felt a deep sense of dread. Anxiety and worry slowly began to consume her mind. If standard rules applied, this persona gate was absolutely real. But since no one would believe her, she tried to highlight the anomalies. Now she was completely stuck. Seeing Flame's desperate expression, Jackie let out a smug, triumphant smile. Once again, silence fell over the quiet hallway. Baek Yu-seol watched coldly, realizing things were heading down this path anyway. He quickly recalled his knowledge from before. Episode 6, Jackie's Corruption Branch. In the original novel, Jackie did not even exist, which explained why Flame was so incredibly confused. But this exact confrontation between Flame and Jackie was one of the many branching routes from the original game's lore. In this scenario, one of the 3 Academy students was destined to be sacrificed and fall to the dark side. Worry tugged at Baek Yu-seol, but his expression remained calm. He had hoped no one would be corrupted, but was fate truly unchangeable? Looking at the tense standoff, Baek Yu-seol knew that even if he stepped in to help Flame, the final outcome would not change. It was wiser for him to step back. Meanwhile, Jackie declared that regardless of what Flame said, she was moving forward. She turned and walked toward the door, ignoring Flame's desperate cries to wait. No matter what arguments Flame tried to bring up, Jackie stubbornly trusted her own judgment. She believed the professors had everything under control, and they just needed to stay calm. With a parting wave, she stepped forward and vanished right before their eyes, leaving the remaining students completely stunned. The rest of the group exchanged nervous glances before deciding to follow, preparing themselves for whatever lay ahead. Watching them go, Baek Yu-seol sighed in pure frustration. Nobody here had any sense of teamwork. Tapping his arm in deep thought, he realized he had no choice but to follow them. With his mind finally made up, a confident smile appeared on his face. He confidently marched forward, but a sudden strange feeling made him freeze and look back. He noticed a crowd closely tailing him. Confused, Baek Yu-seol asked why they were all sticking so close to his back. They just looked away, answering in unison that it was nothing. He let out a helpless laugh. It seemed these clever kids were all relying on him to lead the way. Well, it did not matter, since this area was supposed to be completely safe. Just then, they found themselves standing before a massive pitch-black hallway. It stretched on forever, without a single ray of natural light, illuminated only by occasional chandeliers casting a dim purple glow. As faint noises echoed from behind him, Baek Yu-seol could not help but wonder what was up with this incredibly creepy hallway. Hearing familiar voices, he glanced back to see that his group had arrived. Hong Bi-yeon also noticed his presence, but everyone shared the exact same question. Where had the others gone? Looking at his current companions, Baek Yu-seol was convinced his theory was correct. They could not all enter together. The 16 students had been split up into 4 separate hallways with exactly 4 people in each. He quickly calculated the layout of the entire exam. Then his thoughts turned to Iseol and Flame, hoping they were paired up. Being grouped with Hong Bi-yeon, however, was completely unexpected. He glanced over at Hong Bi-yeon, who was already bossing around another student, telling them to start moving. The student complied, calling her princess. Sensing Baek Yu-seol's gaze, she snapped, asking if he had some sort of problem with her. Caught staring, Baek Yu-seol quickly shook his head in denial. Hong Bi-yeon just sighed in disappointment, muttering how incredibly boring he was. Walking ahead, Baek Yu-seol thought it might actually be a blessing to have them here. But suddenly, he froze. Raising his arm, he blocked everyone behind him, warning them of danger. As the lights flickered, a chilling sight appeared in the corridor. Strange, creepy puppets were dancing all over the place. Puppets. Scanning the room, Hong Bi-yeon spotted a door in the distance. The group stared at the door, debating if unlocking spells would work. But they knew their skills were far too basic. With a gate, this complex attempting standard spells would be completely pointless. Besides, the entire place looked incredibly terrifying. Hong Bi-yeon turned to Baek Yu-seol, asking if a commoner like him could crack it. To her utter shock, he gave a flat, simple answer, saying no. Disappointment washed over her. Had she expected too much from a mere commoner, she looked away, frustrated. But then, Baek Yu-seol added that he actually had a rough idea on how they could escape this creepy place. Startled, she asks him in confusion. For real, ignoring her flustered state, Baek Yu-seol calmly points. It is those puppets over there. Their movements differ, but they are dancing the exact same beat. He analyzes with a wave, implying if it were him, he would definitely recognize the routine. Hong Bi-yeon quickly catches on to the critical clues hidden within his casual words. It is the dance of Sarana, who ended her tragic life with one final performance. Suddenly, he turns his head to ask if she remembers the steps. Flustered, she claims she does not, but her mind is already racing. Looking closely, every single puppet's movement connects to the next, meaning this empty spot is the key. Is everyone ready? Baek Yu-seol's voice echoes through the room. The other teammates shout back, confirming they are all set. Hearing their responses, he glances over at Hong Bi-yeon, who has already taken her stance. Right on cue, the heavy door slowly swings open, releasing a thick white mist. Through the open doorway at the end of the dark corridor, a faint light shines. The party wastes no time and dashes forward. Reaching the chamber, Hong Beyond freezes in shock. Inside, suits of armor stand frozen in various poses while bizarre patterns cover the floor. The two girls in their group whisper to each other, realizing that once again the hints lie with those strange statues. Yeah, let's take a closer look. While the rest of the team inspects the surroundings, Hong Beyond quietly observes Baek Yu-seol. Suddenly, she hears him mumble to himself. Makes no sense, does it? Could this be different from before? Seeing nothing suspicious nearby, she glances over and notices him carefully tracing the drawings etched on the stone floor. What are you looking at, commoner? After examining it for a moment, he stands up and calls out. The puppets are a distraction. The real puzzle is actually on the carpet. This entire test revolves around the dance depicted on this rug. Pointing down, he looks closely at the odd figures beneath his feet. Each sketch shows a person striking a specific pose. Let's try to piece it together. The other two quickly agree. Oh, you're right. I actually know this one. It's Sarana's silent tango. The team works together, and just as Baek Yu-seol finishes tracing the final symbol, the carpet suddenly glows. The door is open. Dashing through, Baek Yu-seol immediately takes charge, urging everyone forward. Great job now, move it, Hong Beyond glances at him, lost in thought. He is definitely not normal. Suspicions race through her mind as she watches him. Since learning to shift her perspective, she knew he was skilled. But this level of difference is staggering. His clearing speed is unbelievably fast, especially in a gate where decryption should be impossible. Strategy, mindset, observation, calculation, deduction, is this really the level of a freshman? A cold sweat breaks out across her neck. It is as if he has already cleared this Persona Gore gate dozens or even hundreds of times before. To you and me, Baek Yu-seol seems like an absolute master of its secrets, understanding every mechanic perfectly. She recalls hearing that before enrolling at the academy, his hometown was completely destroyed by a dark mage. Standing nearby, Baek Yu-seol remains completely oblivious to her intense scrutiny. Once again, puppets block their path. She ponders everything she knows about his past. A remote border village nobody has ever heard of, yet located on the front lines, where brutal battles against dark mages could erupt at any moment. Still, how does a mere commoner possess such profound foundational knowledge? His strategic grasp and flawless combat instincts surpass everyone else. Is it because he spent his entire life fighting dark mages in life-or-death struggles? She watches him confidently direct the rest of the party. You over there, help me adjust the weight, please. Got it. As you and I can see, she is becoming more certain. Whatever his secret, he is on a completely different level from the other students. While everyone else struggles desperately to achieve high marks, Baek Yu-seol acts completely indifferent, barely showing any effort. He skips homework and acts incredibly lazy in class. Realizing this, she freezes. Wait a minute. Why is he working so hard right now? What is his motive? Noticing her long silence, Baek Yu-seol glances over. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Go over to that side. Before he can finish, she abruptly interrupts him with a blunt, random question. Tell me, commoner. He stares back bewildered as she continues. Is this Persona Gate? We are challenging right now, actually real. They lock eyes for a long moment. He silently reflects on how sharp she has become. He closely studies Hong Beyond. Normally her past self would not have realized the truth until the very end, constantly getting in the way. This realization proves she is straying further and further from her role as a villainess. Amusement washes over him and he cracks a smile, leaving her completely baffled. What is with that face? Why are you laughing? Watching them stare at each other, the other two teammates begin to whisper. Why hasn't the princess joined us? Yet, did something happen? Baek Yu-seol quickly brushes them off. It is nothing. Turning back to her, he speaks with total seriousness. You are right. This place is real. You can get hurt, or even die. If we fail the real world, we'll synchronize with the underworld. That's why I plan to clear this gate as fast as possible. Hearing those heavy words, she realized that Baek Yu-seol only ever gets serious when there is a good reason. Pursing her lips, she silently vowed that she wouldn't just quietly stand by and accept his help. Her gaze sharpened with sudden determination, and she vowed she would survive, entirely on her own. Meanwhile, down a different corridor, a grim scene of blood and bodies lay scattered everywhere, as Iseol and Flame emerged from the dark hallway together. Both looked dusty and a bit beat up from their journey. Suddenly someone waved and called out, "Oh, Flame," waving her over to their side. Spotting her classmates, she ran over to check on them, asking if everyone was safe and where the others person was. Her classmate hesitated before revealing that Jackie had suddenly vanished. Hearing this, Flame could only gape in utter shock, mouth wide open. "Wait, what, Jackie?" The others exchanged uneasy glances, explaining that they only survived thanks to Jackie, yet right after, stepping through the final gate, he suddenly vanished into thin air. They had searched for a very long time, leaving Flame completely stunned. For that long, she quickly did the math. That meant they cleared their trials even faster than she and Iseol did. On top of that, they had absolutely no injuries. They explained it was not their first run, keeping Flame in a state of constant shock, leaving Flame completely dazed. Looking around the room, she spotted Baek Yu-seol resting by a stone pillar with his arms crossed, leaning against the pillar. She asked when he arrived, and Yu-seol merely cracked open one eye to reply, "Just now." Flame quickly pressed on, asking if he had seen Jackie, but his brief nope left her disappointed. With a quiet, "Oh, I see," she turned and walked away. Baek Yu-seol watched her go silently, realizing that even arriving early could not prevent Jackie from vanishing, leaving him with no choice but to focus on helping the main heroines survive this trial. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Stella Academy on a peaceful sunny day where a sudden scream shatters the silence. A voice cries out, "What the Persona Gate?" Actually spawned right in the middle of the training grounds. Professor Lee Han-won rushes over, completely shocked by the scene unfolding before his eyes. How could this happen when Stella Academy boasted the absolute best security system in the entire world? Yet, a massive Persona Gate had manifested right inside the Academy's training grounds, swirling violently as if arrogantly declaring its dangerous existence. A nearby assistant hesitantly informs Professor Lee Han-won that the wave detection system had been bypassed by the spatial anomaly. Because of this, the unique spatial fluctuations of the Persona Gate went completely undetected until it was too late, entirely. Security is scrambled to lock down the system, prompting Professor Lee Han-won to let out a frustrated curse under his breath. Damn it, but they have no time to dwell on that as a stern voice suddenly calls out from behind. The professor. It is Commander Aaron Blackwood of the Stella Knight Order. Stepping forward, he demands in a serious tone, "The only thing that matters right now is who ended up inside that Persona Gate." Seeing him arrive, the staff shout, "Commander Aaron." Keeping his composure, he asks the reporting staff if the situation allows for reinforcements to go inside at all. The assistant hesitantly replies that it is impossible because a trial is currently active. Hearing this, he immediately asks for the exact risk level of the Persona Gate. When told it is estimated between risk level 4 and 5, Aaron frowns. "Don't estimate, give me a precise number." The staff explains it was originally risk level 4, but the moment the students entered, the danger level immediately spiked by 1. In an instant, the commander realizes what kind of rare Persona Gate they are dealing with, one capable of emitting fake signals to mask its true danger. The assistant then hands over the list of students who are currently trapped inside. Arn narrows his eyes as he scans the names. A risk level 5 Persona Gate is a dangerous threat that even seasoned veteran mages must prepare extensively to survive. The more he talks, the darker his expression becomes, declaring it is absolutely no place for Academy freshmen to handle. Coldly, he orders 16 body bags to be prepared as soon as possible, leaving Professor Lee Han-won to gasp in absolute horror at such a grim command. But Aaron remains completely unfazed, explaining that it is merely an order to optimize their operations. Glancing over his shoulder, his eyes hold a fearsome, chilling coldness. Does Lee Han-won honestly believe that those green freshmen can successfully clear a risk level 5 Persona Gate? Even saying an ant could slay a tiger sounds more realistic. Professor Lee Han-won is left completely speechless, fully aware that the survival rate is practically zero. Staring at the swirling gate, the professor has only one silent prayer left. hoping that his students will somehow make it out alive. Meanwhile, the trainees are gathered at the end of the corridor when a sudden call draws Iseol and Flame's attention. A student steps forward with a sword in hand, asking if everyone is doing all right and if anyone was hurt. Seeing their companion arrive unharmed, the entire group lets out a massive sigh of relief, explaining how her sudden disappearance nearly gave them a heart attack. Watching from the sidelines, Baek Yu-seol notes that the group is finally complete, leaving only the final boss fight. Outside the sanctuary, a thick, ominous black fog begins to roll in, mixing with the heavy, suffocating atmosphere and the metallic stench of fresh blood. With everyone gathered and weapons drawn, the final battle was about to begin. "Oh, you're back. Thank goodness no one is hurt." Everyone sighs in relief at her return, but his sudden disappearance totally freaked everyone out. Yu-seol just watches them quietly, thinking to himself that their full party is finally assembled, leaving only the final boss raid ahead. Outside, a thick black fog blankets the palace, mixing with the heavy, gloomy atmosphere and the metallic scent of blood. The moment they cross the corridor, a bright red system notification pops up, right before Yu-seol's eyes. It warns that they've reached the ballroom clock, and going down leads to the masquerade. It seems the party has just started, so they must hurry. Now the group finally notices they are standing at a fork leading to a winding, spiral staircase that plunges into the deepest depths of the castle. It looks like they have to head down this way. Flame hesitates, casting her eyes upward. At the very top of this tower lurks the blade spider boss, a terrifying, risk level 4, monster with 8 razor-sharp blade legs. She bites her lip, deeply worried. That monster is incredibly dangerous, and they can't keep relying on Yu-seol forever. Besides, with his memory loss, he probably knows absolutely nothing about this fearsome blade spider boss. Since she studied it beforehand, she figures she must find a way to stall it herself. She stares at the endless spiral stairs, then looks back. If Yu-seol and the rest can focus on the final boss, they might actually clear this gate without facing any heavy casualties. Her mind is made up, so she speaks up, urging the team to stop. But before she can even finish her sentence, Yu-seol's voice cuts in from behind, startling her. Telling them to wait, he crosses his arms and stares upward, sensing something. He then looks down at his team, telling them to head down first while he investigates. Nodding, the rest of the group begins their descent. Flame walks down, her anxiety spiking. She's convinced Yu-seol doesn't even know that the deadly blade spider boss is up there. She recalls how he sensed its presence instantly. It makes no sense. Sighting an elite boss's aura like that should be impossible. Could his instincts really be that sharp? Resting her chin in her hand, she realizes he did block that powerful magic earlier. Suddenly, a piercing metallic screech echoes through the tower, sending a jolt of panic through the group. What is that noise? Bi-yeon immediately tracks the bizarre sounds to the ceiling. High above, a massive, grotesque spider is already diving down, hurtling down toward them at a terrifying speed. The absolute horror on everyone's faces is instant as they go pale. They scream in sheer panic, realizing it's the danger level 4 blade spider boss itself. Seeing this nightmare unfold, Flame curses silently, frantically looking around for Yu-seol. Bi-yeon also panics, remembering that he is still up there alone. She worries for that stupid commoner. But just as fear takes over, they spot someone standing right on the beast's back. It's Yu-seol. He delivers a brutal kick to the spider's neck, forcing the colossal monster to crash down even faster. He yells down, telling them to keep moving while he handles the beast. Flame watches him, anxious if he can survive solo. Gritting her teeth, she considers jumping in to help him out. But right at that moment, a voice cuts through her thoughts. It's Bi-yeon staring right at her. She tells Flame she knows what she's thinking, but they have to reach the ballroom. Dashing past, she turns back to add that clearing the boss is the best way to support that crazy commoner. Flame stands frozen, watching her run off. Was Bi-yeon always this level-headed? Suddenly, a massive set of doors creaks open, revealing a breathtaking, magnificent sight. Before them lies a majestic, gold-draped palace hall of unmatched, brilliant luxury. All around the central stage, mysterious masked figures are slow dancing. A girl covers her mouth in awe at the beauty. As the elegant music echoes, the lights suddenly plunge into pitch black, causing instant panic throughout the entire hall. Then the steady click-clack of heavy footsteps echoes. Bi-yeon whispers in fear, spotting a figure standing on the grand staircase. Flame quickly pieces the clues together, identifying her as Duchess Jekie Aharon. She warns everyone to stay on high alert. Suddenly, a single spotlight flashes down, startling them. Under the beam stands a gorgeously dressed woman, welcoming the guests. Introducing herself as Duchess Jekia Haran, she hides her wicked mocking smirk behind an elegant folding fan, watching them closely. She casts a chilling, malicious look at them as the crowd erupts, praising the Duchess's absolute beauty. They beg for just one smile, pledging their lives to her. These fanatical cries send shivers down the students' spines. Flame watches this bizarre madness unfold, completely bewildered. This twisted turn of events wasn't in the original novel at all. In fact, the character named Jeki wasn't even supposed to exist. Seeing the mounting pressure on her teammates, Flame's mind races with dark theories. It should be impossible for a normal human to become an NPC inside a Persona gate, especially not as the final boss. There's only one horrifying way someone could end up trapped as an NPC here. If that theory is actually correct, she is about to arrive at an absolutely terrifying dark conclusion. It flashed in her mind. Is Jackie really a demon? Knowing the truth, she anxiously gripped her staff tighter. So this was the reason Baek Yu-seol warned her to be careful of Jackie. But she could not give up now. With growing determination, she vowed to save her. Staring at Jackie standing proudly on the grand stage, she yelled out to her friend, "Jackie, if you keep losing yourself in that dark power, you will become a monster. Please, you have to calm down." Before she could even finish, Jackie scoffed. "What kind of nonsense is that I am now?" She paused, her voice growing heavy. Iharan. All around, the masked followers chanted her new name. Iharan. Iharan. Jackie. Jackie. Inside her mind, dark thoughts began to twist. This face, this pawn, this heart. Her voice warped, sounding stranger by the second, until finally, it distorted into a trembling, unnerving screech. Her face contorted, twisted into an expression of sheer ecstasy. She laughed hysterically, slowly, caressing her own cheeks. Watching this horrifying transformation, Hong Biyun felt his blood run cold. "This is bad," he warned. "Her mind is completely corrupted by the darkness." His companion agreed, saying there was only one choice. They had to clear the gate to restore her to normal. She quickly turned to Flame, who had been waiting for the signal. "Flame," she called. Flame nodded, focusing her mana with absolute resolve. "Just wait, Jackie," she determined. "I will absolutely save you." Suddenly, Jackie's ominous voice boomed out. "All right, playtime is officially over." Crimson lightning crackled around her body, radiating a terrifying pressure. She grinned, inviting everyone to join her deadly game. The boss battle of the tempting banquet had finally begun. Meanwhile, in a dark cave far away, green blood splattered everywhere. A massive spider was desperately trying to flee. But Baek Yu-seol closed the distance instantly, delivering a devastating slash. His blade sliced the beast clean in half. Exhausted from the brutal fight, Baek Yu-seol let out a heavy sigh. This stubborn bastard just would not die. He knew defeating this blade spider boss was entirely optional. It was basically a hidden side quest. Even so, Baek Yu-seol had two solid reasons to hunt it down. First, he stared at the beast's forehead, eyes narrow and calculating. He spotted a glowing red petal. It was the petal of the mesmerizing tree. Just as he planned his approach, the spider lashed out with its massive legs. Baek Yu-seol dodged the downward strike effortlessly. Activating his flash skill, he launched himself high into the air. He pulled out 3 distinct potions, throwing them down at the beast. Spark potion, oil potion, and grease potion. The mixture triggered a massive chemical explosion, instantly engulfing the giant spider in a raging inferno. It shrieked in agony as the flames consumed it. Now for the second reason, Baek Yu-seol whispered, readying his blade. A brilliant slash cut through the air. Seizing the opening, Baek Yu-seol aimed a lethal blow directly at its head, but his blade hit a defensive barrier instead. Within seconds, spiderweb-like cracks began to spread across the shield. With the barrier weakening, he was one step closer to the petal. Baek Yu-seol channeled his power to shatter the defense. This hidden strategy was crucial for saving Jackie from the darkness. A glowing red petal floated before his eyes. Consuming this mesmerizing petal would massively boost his mental strength. It was an essential item to master his skills. It would allow him to activate his cognitive acceleration skill perfectly. A must-have item with a hidden lore connection. The giant spider screeched in fury and charged. But Baek Yu-seol remained completely calm, knowing this item's deep secrets. This petal was directly linked to the final boss, Duchess Iharan. He had finally pieced it together. This blade spider was actually her husband, Duke Iharan. He had skipped the lore before, so he never noticed. Dodging a swipe, he leaped over the spider's massive head. But the beast turned, quickly attacking him again. He rolled out of the way, just in time. The relentless spider tracked his every movement, forcing him to dodge constantly. He also had to avoid the webs filling the cave. He realized that damaging the petal's shield would weaken the Duchess. This shared damage would make things much easier for the main party. Still, he had one slight worry. He was not sure if his timing would perfectly align with their battle. He grinned, deciding to just smash it. Baek Yu-seol dove straight down at the giant spider blade first. Caught completely off guard, the beast could not react. He chained his flash skills, teleporting rapidly around the cave to disorient the monster. With each blink, he tossed a grease potion onto the ground. The spider roared in frustration, unable to track his blazing speed. Baek Yu-seol finally landed on a ledge, catching his breath. Perfect, he thought, if I can just keep it pinned down. But then, his eyes went wide. The massive spider slipped, plunging straight down into the pitch-black abyss below. Had he thrown a bit too much grease? Panicking, Baek Yu-seol immediately dove right after the falling beast into the darkness. Plummeting at the speed of light, Baek Yu-seol gets frustrated. Below him is the ballroom. In panic, he suddenly realizes something. As he falls level with the spider, he starts calculating its trajectory. Even though he is anxious, he has to think fast. Now he knows exactly what to do. Adjusting his position, Baek Yu-seol's eyes flash with a strange calculated light at the perfect moment. He uses blink. A few minutes earlier, a red notification screen announced that the tempting dance boss battle had officially begun. Back at the ballroom, Sawa, Bi-yeon, and Iseol group up with the other students on high alert, surrounded by dancing couples. Duchess Iharan, currently possessing Jackie, lifts her skirt hem. Or rather, we should call her Jackie Iharan now as she readies herself. She begins swaying to the magical melody. This bizarre music combines with her movements, gathering a highly destructive red energy. Her crimson high heels step lightly onto a magic circle. Suddenly, violent red lightning bolts rain down from the sky. It is a surprise attack targeting the group. Everyone panics and scrambles to dodge. Princess Sawa screams for everyone to watch out. Seeing no one is hurt, she quickly checks on them. Is everyone okay? Another student nods. Breaking a sweat, Sawa realizes something. There is no time to hesitate. They have to fight right now because they are facing a true creature of darkness. Determined to fight, Sawa unleashes her magic. The crimson orb atop her staff glows fiercely, channeling intense fire energy. These hot flames envelop Sawa before she directs them to strike Jackie from behind. All while Jackie remains completely unfazed, dancing elegantly. But suddenly Jackie whirls around with a wicked smirk. She softly mutters, "You have zero chance." With a wave of her hand, a dark magic circle materializes in front of her, completely blocking the oncoming flames. Over on Iseol's side, ice magic manifests, shooting sharp icicles directly at Jackie. The other students quickly jump in to assist. They raise their wands, firing barrages of blue magical light at Jackie. Even with their forces combined in a massive barrage, their combined assault is completely useless. Her defense barrier is simply too strong. Panic sets in as their attacks fail. Their magic is completely useless against her. Above them, terrifying red lightning begins to crackle once more, threatening to strike down. Amid the chaos, the students shout warnings about another incoming attack. But in a flash, Bi-yeon deploys a massive magical shield. Her powerful barrier blocks the lightning, protecting everyone. Jackie stands frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Bi-yeon lightly grabs her skirt. Holding her staff in one hand and raising her dress hem with the other, she calmly sways. She spins elegantly. Iseol, watching in utter confusion, asks, "Why are you suddenly dancing?" Bi-yeon does not answer her. Her gaze suddenly shifts, and she halts her dance without a word. Without warning, she conjures a brilliant golden magic circle. She unleashes a powerful blast toward Jackie. Luckily for the possessed girl, the magical beam only grazes her cheek instead of hitting. Although it missed, Jackie is still visibly rattled. That is when Bi-yeon finally explains the truth behind this bizarre battle. Just like in the legends, the secret lies in the dance. Sawa and Iseol watch in utter astonishment at her words. Every stage they cleared had clues. This is not just a magical duel. It is a high-stakes dance competition. They must cast spells in perfect rhythm with the beat. Sawa suddenly has an epiphany. It makes perfect sense now. Duchess Iharan's dance cannot be broken by ordinary magic. Iseol also catches on, realizing they must counter with Serena's quiet tango. A musical score visualizes in their minds. They all recognize the melody. It is Serena's Requiem of the Dead. Sawa quickly lifts her skirt to match the rhythm. Iseol spins effortlessly, blending into the music alongside the other students. Everyone dances in perfect unison. As they do, Jackie's defense barrier suddenly shatters, leaving her completely exposed to their magic. Jackie takes the full force of the magical onslaught. Caught completely off guard, she cannot defend herself in time. A deafening explosion erupts before their eyes. The massive blast leaves everyone convinced that Jackie is finally defeated. Yet the strange music continues to echo through the ballroom. Iseol anxiously asks, "Did that actually work?" Suddenly, the music warps. The once gentle melody turns highly distorted and eerie. Iseol panics as the tempo begins accelerating at an alarming rate. As suspicion grows, a faint silhouette begins to emerge from the thick white smoke. The students gasp in sheer horror. What on earth is that? A bare foot is hovering in midair. It turns out to be Jackie. She survived. She was not destroyed by that attack at all. Wearing a twisted, murderous expression, she glares at the group. Someone screams in absolute shock. Does she have 4 legs? 1, 2, 3, and then 4 legs slam down. Jackie strikes a chilling pose. Behind her, a massive, eerie red magic circle glows, showing she remains completely unharmed. Not a single scratch is on her. Jackie's voice echoes with a cold, hollow tone as she looks at them. She flashes a sinister smile. "Now let's begin." Beyun desperately tries to reason with her. "Stop this, Jackie. If Duchess Iharan swallows your soul any further, you will never be able to return." But Jackie only shrieks. Boom, "What did you say I should stop?" Silence fell over the hall with only Jackie's voice echoing as she looked around. Standing on the stage, Jackie looked down as the crowd chanted her name, praising the great Jackie Iharan. The ballroom dancers stopped in their tracks, showering her with endless praise. She looked stunning, almost as if they were completely hypnotized by her spell. They cheered, begging the greatest dancer to punish those fools. That was when Jackie suddenly did something unexpected. She coldly muttered, "Flame, you are so cruel." Flame stood there, completely bewildered by the sudden accusation. What did she mean? That bitter voice brought back dark memories of a selfish past. Jackie remembered seeing Flame laughing and chatting happily with friends. Then came images of Flame and Baek Yu-seol sharing a deeply romantic gaze. Jackie craved that sweet, intoxicating feeling of pure affection. Even when Flame fought a giant pig monster all on her own, Jackie resented her for keeping all that glory to herself. Flame was always the center of attention, loved by everyone, which completely contrasted with her own miserable, lonely existence. As an invisible shadow, Jackie could only watch in jealousy. Back in reality, she seemed to go mad as malice consumed her. Once again, Jackie declared she would never let go of this power. Sensing the danger, Saiwa immediately noticed the shifting energy. She yelled for everyone to brace for impact. Right then, Jackie unleashed devastating beams of destructive light from her magic circle. Sawa and Iso quickly activated their barrier spells, just in time to shield themselves. But their other classmates were not so lucky. Iso watched in horror as her allies collapsed under the assault. Distracted by the chaos, she forgot to maintain her own barrier. Suddenly, a burst of dark magic flew straight toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut, braced for impact, when a golden light appeared. Opening her eyes, she was absolutely stunned. Saiwa stood directly in front of her, using her flame magic as a shield. This fire barrier protected them both from the dark energy. Saiwa turned around with an irritated expression, yelling at her to stay focused. Iso could only stammer in surprise. Saiwa quickly took charge, stating she would handle the fire magic since that was her specialty. She ordered Iso to focus entirely on blocking the incoming lightning. Iso nodded, dumbfounded, while Saiwa turned her attention to Flame. Saiwa told Flame to hide behind them and look for an opening to strike. Flame froze, completely bewildered by the sudden cooperation. In the original plot, Sawa and Iso were supposed to be arguing bitterly while their classmates lay defeated all around them. Sawa's jealousy of Iso's power was supposed to ruin their teamwork, ultimately leading to a massive disaster for everyone. However, the reality of the situation made Flame realize things had changed. Instead of dragging the team down, Sawa was actually leading. She possessed the clearest understanding of the battlefield. Suddenly, Jackie launched another volley of dark magic straight towards Saiwa. Seeing her ally in danger, Iso instantly conjured massive walls of ice to shield them both. Flame was thoroughly impressed. Iso sternly warned Saiwa not to let her guard down. which only earned her an annoyed glare from her rival. Flame quickly leaped behind them, channeling her magic into her staff. She swore to herself that failure was not an option. She swung her staff, summoning a massive magic circle that unleashed a powerful beam of energy straight at Jackie. But Jackie simply sneered, blocking the blast easily with her dark shields. She claimed that such weak magic was utterly useless, yet Flame flashed a mysterious smile. Suddenly, those light beams expanded, transforming into violent bolts of lightning that struck the shield. A massive explosion shook the hall, leaving a thick blanket of smoke. The intense magical clash completely devastated the grand ballroom. With the room reduced to ruins, onlookers held their breath, wondering if the battle was finally over as they watched the dust. But their worst fears quickly came true. Out from the dense cloud of smoke, Jackie's dark silhouette slowly began to emerge. Iso broke into a cold sweat. Saiwa braced herself while Flame gasped in pure shock at Jackie's terrifying new form. Jackie muttered Flame's name, but her lower body had now mutated into a hideous spider, just like Dookie Aaron. "Do you all hate seeing me happy that much?" Her horrific voice sent shivers down everyone's spine, leaving them nauseous. She had completely lost her mind to pure hatred. "Why won't you just leave me alone?" she kept repeating frantically. She demanded to know why the world treated her this way. Flame desperately pleaded, begging Jackie to snap out of it. Jackie opened her eyes and shrieked for her to shut up. Suddenly, a massive crimson magic circle manifested right above her. Multiple layers of ominous magic arrays unfolded in the air as an eerie, haunting melody began to play. Jackie began to sway, dancing to the eerie tune. Saiwa stared in disbelief, while Flame realized the terrifying truth. Looking at the ominous red energy, she saw destructive light beams shooting out like glowing spiderwebs ready to strike. This was easily a level 5 threat. Flame panicked, her mind racing as she wondered how they could possibly survive. Suddenly, she looked up, catching a strange noise echoing from above the red magic array. Flame tried to identify it. Could it be Baek Yu-seol? Before she could think, an agonizing shriek from Jackie dragged everyone's focus back to the fight. Everyone finally regrouped. Saiwa frantically asked what was happening, while Flame admitted she had no idea. But it seemed the battle between Baek Yu-seol and the Great Blade Spider was directly affecting Jackie. She clutched her head, screaming in absolute agony. Flame slowly pieced everything together. Could Baek Yu-seol have known about this mechanic beforehand? Is that why he fought the boss alone, just to help them defeat the final boss? As Jackie completely collapsed, desperately clutching her head in agonizing pain, Saiwa quickly regained his resolve and yelled to the group, "Now is their chance." Bion and Iseol unleashed a massive joint attack. Iseol conjured a massive ice barrier with sharp, towering icicles. The cold blue hues stood in stark contrast to the scorching heat of Bion's flames. This elemental contrast was absorbed by Flame's magic, demonstrating their overwhelming power and seamless coordination. The crushing power of the ice completely suppressed Jackie, which was immediately followed by an explosive burst of fire, throwing her into utter chaos before detonating in a massive explosion. Enraged by the relentless attacks from those three arrogant brats, she completely lost control of herself and desperately summoned something to fight back. And then there appeared a giant spider boasting a hideous, wicked human face. Bion and Flame gasped in total shock. What just happened? Something seems to have fallen from above. Suddenly, Flame froze in sheer disbelief. It could not be. A massive spider with glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows, radiating a terrifying, domineering pressure, while thick clouds of dust and debris swirled all around it, as if it had just survived a violent explosion. This signaled the ultimate life-threatening challenge that they were all about to confront. "Is that the Great Blade Spider? Is it actually dead?" the young butler muttered in complete dazed disbelief. How could Baek Yu-seol, a mere freshman just like them, defeat a terrifying level 4 monster completely by himself? He turned to look at the figure collapsed on the ground. It was Baek Yu-seol, looking completely drained after surviving an absolutely brutal battle. The monstrous spider crashed straight into a nearby cathedral. An eerie, heavy silence descended like the quiet before a massive storm. Then footsteps quietly approached. Flame walked over with soft steps. Jackie lay collapsed on the ground, utterly crushed by her humiliating defeat. "Why must you always ruin everything for me?" She slowly lifted her tear-stained, wrathful face, glaring with pure hatred. I will never forgive you, Flame. She continued to bitterly spew her resentful venom. You could not defeat me on the dance floor, so you resorted to underhanded tactics because you can never dance as beautifully as me, right? How utterly pathetic of you. You are just like me, burning with jealousy toward anyone fairer than you. Her arrogance flared up. I am actually thrilled. It turns out you are just as wretched as I am. Flame's expression remained sorrowful and heavy. Jackie blinked, confused by her silence. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Jackie shrieked. Ignoring the rant, Flame calmly turned to her companion. Iseol, can you conjure an ice mirror for me? Sure, Jackie scoffed, still clinging tightly to her fragile, inflated ego. No matter what dirty illusions you cast, I am still the fairest. But then a colossal ice mirror materialized right before her. Its pristine surface reflected her current hideous appearance. Staring at her true reflection, she was instantly struck entirely speechless. What is this? Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol slowly woke up, clutching his aching head. This cannot be real. My head hurts so bad. Is this a fake mirror? The butler knelt beside Baek Yu-seol, asking if he was all right. Jackie stared at the ice, trembling. You are playing tricks on me with some cheap illusion, right, Jackie? Completely lost her mind, shrieking in absolute despair. How hideous, how utterly repulsive. Unable to accept her shattered looks, she cried out. Please, take this mirror away from me. I can already hear them whispering behind my back. The beautiful Duchess is no longer flawless. She is nothing but a monster. Bion and Flame watched her with heavy hearts as she writhed on the floor, weeping. No, this cannot be real. Reaching out with a trembling hand, she begged to be saved from her misery. Flame, please, I will do anything you want. Just help me, please save me. But in a sudden flash of malice, she completely flipped her tone. Did you think I would truly beg? This is entirely your fault. She brandished a razor-sharp blade and prepared to lunge directly at Flame with a murderous scream. Just die, Flame. The deadly weapon sliced down, but a sudden barrier intervened, deflecting the strike with absolute force. She stared blankly at her savior. Standing protectively in front of Flame was Haegwon. Seconds later, Jackie's body began to burn, as intense flames consumed her. Iseol, Bion, and Flame looked on with heavy hearts, softly murmuring their final apologies. We are truly sorry, Jackie. As she faded away, a system notification suddenly materialized in the air, marking the end. This marked the end for Duchess Iharen, a woman who only ever wanted to be the most beautiful soul alive. You have successfully cleared the masquerade of temptation. Congratulations. Soon the storm cleared, revealing a bright, tranquil blue sky. Peace finally returned to the world. Back in the academy building, the head professor announced that Team A6 had completed their simulation. All students have successfully retreated. Team B3 is finished as well. Professor Lawan then gestured for them to proceed. Evacuate immediately. Understood, sir. The professor, silently worried only Team C7 was still trapped inside. Suddenly, a massive swirling vortex of energy erupted into a pitch-black abyss. Wrapped in blazing crimson flames and crackling white sparks, it exuded a terrifying, oppressive aura. The colossal gate loomed heavy, with immense spatial pressure. Turning to his students, the professor gave his final warnings as energy waves surged. The fluctuations are peaking. Prepare for summoning, understood. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light pierced through the pitch-black portal. The professor stood frozen, then smiled in relief. They made it back. The ants actually hunted down the tiger. But then a quiet whisper drifted from behind. Mere academy cadets cleared a danger level, 5 persona gate. Even legendary high mages would struggle to survive that hellhole. Is that kid leading them? The squad leader, Arn, watched, silently, taking in the scene. Without uttering a single word, he turned and walked back to his horse, commanding his men withdraw. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol formally handed over the completed mission report for the Persona Gate. Professor Hanwon sighed internally. 16 went in, 1 died, and 15 returned. A life was lost after all. Facing the exhausted students, the professor nodded softly. You did incredibly well. Rest now, I will send a healer to you immediately. Thank you, sir. Just then, a strange voice echoed from the distance. My, what did I miss while I was away? A mysterious young man approached with an amused grin. Seems like things got pretty lively without me. Bi-yeon stared, completely bewildered. Now tell me everything. Later, at the Stella main tower, Baek Yu-seol followed Principal Elwin inside, his nerves practically eating him alive. He had absolutely no idea what to say. A private meeting with the legendary Elwyn, the sheer pressure was suffocating for the boy. Confusion clouded his mind. He never wanted to be the leader. Memories of the moments, right before escaping the Persona Gate, rushed back. Back then, Hong Bi-yun was analyzing the situation, asking who should be named captain to write the report. Having just woken up, Yu-seol was clueless. Still dazed, he tried to dodge the responsibility by pointing at the girl standing right next to him. But Hong Bi-yun immediately shut that down. Hey, this commoner is wide awake. Why are you letting others steal your glory so easily? Even Flame stepped in to agree with her. Seriously, that is not cool. Sure, I know I am great, but this time the credit definitely goes to you. Her blunt words had left him completely flabbergasted. Even she thought so. A look of pure defeat washed over his face. Remembering that ridiculous debate back in the gate, he sighed. He was forced into leadership, but what on earth happened while he was unconscious? He was still desperately trying to piece things together when Elwyn suddenly spoke, snapping him right back to reality. This is our third meeting, isn't it? The principal remarked with a gentle smile. You've grown so much since you were a little boy. Baek Yu-seol stared in surprise. What did the principal mean by that? Suddenly his memories drifted back to a harsh, blinding snowstorm. A freezing winter day, where a young boy could barely take a step forward against the biting, merciless wind and thick, heavy snow. Struggling against the elements, he relied solely on spamming his only skill, blink, blink, blink. Right as he was on the verge of collapse, a voice called out from the blizzard. Well, aren't you an interesting one? A mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared right before him. That's quite a fun little ability. It was none other than Elwyn. I'll write you a recommendation letter for our academy entrance exam. Take the test later, and you'll get some bonus points. Slowly, the snowy memory faded, dissolving back into the darkness of the present. Real-world sounds snapped him out of his reverie. Anyway, the main reason I summoned you here today. Baek Yu-seol blinked, returning to the present. Shaking off his thoughts, he looked around the headmaster's magnificent office where they both sat. The grand space was lavishly decorated, in an exquisite classical imperial design. A massive mahogany desk, elegant leather sofas and antique cabinets filled the room, exuding a nostalgic authority. Sitting face to face, the atmosphere grew serious as they finally got down to business. I want to express my deepest gratitude to you. You stopped a massive disaster from unfolding. Though to protect you, I don't plan on making your heroics public just yet. Yu-seol kept his mouth shut, still a bit startled by the praise. Elwyn continued. Of course, if the injuries had been worse, things might have turned out differently. So thank you. You saved everyone. Yu-seol was stunned to hear such heartfelt gratitude from him. However, there is one crucial thing I need to confirm. Elwyn's expression shifted, turning dead serious. Did you notice any gate errors? Yu-seol carefully analyzed Elwyn's chilling aura. No wonder they called him the Dark Mage Slayer. The sheer intimidation was absolutely terrifying. And Yu-seol wasn't even a villain. Gulping, he finally spoke up. Yes, we lost one classmate, Jeki. Showed signs of corruption. He was corrupted by dark magic. Elwyn simply let out a calm sigh. I see. How tragic. But his face remained entirely unbothered. His bright, cheerful demeanor didn't shift in the slightest. In fact, he didn't look remorseful or sad at all, which felt incredibly chilling. Then Elwyn suddenly clapped his hands, breaking the heavy tension. Ah, where are my manners? I almost forgot to offer you a drink. His breezy, friendly attitude was back in an instant. Tea or coffee? Or maybe soda? Kids your age usually prefer sweet drinks, right? Yu-seol hesitated for a brief moment, weighing his options carefully before making up his mind. I would like some tea, please. Do you have Lipton? Elwyn blinked in surprise. Lipton tea, he chuckled softly. Of course we do. Just a moment. Yu-seol let out a massive sigh. A massive burden was lifted. He carefully served a cup of tea, its color warm like autumn. This was lit tea, a rare forgotten brew. Almost nobody liked this stuff. Surprisingly, Baek Yu-seol accepted the cup, carefully savoring every single drop of the rare essence. Thank you. But as he kept drinking, the flavor was definitely not what he expected. Honestly, he already predicted it wouldn't taste very good. He got lost in deep thought, analyzing the strange flavor. If he compared it to food back on Earth, it was basically like durian or fermented fish. People either get absolutely addicted or they hate it so much they cannot stand the smell or even touch it. He thought back to why he chose lit tea in the first place. Actually, meeting Elwin privately was a major turning point. Baek Yu-seol remembered how Flame once chose coffee and was taught magic, while others chose sweet soda and reached complete magical enlightenment. But knowing Elwin, he knew lit tea was the principal's absolute favorite brew. He was suddenly snapped back to reality when the principal spoke up. Lit tea, you see, has one major problem. Elwin then began telling a tragic historical tale. It was once the exclusive secret of the Lai tribe on the western continent decades ago. They really should have kept it hidden, but they shared it with humanity and met absolute disaster. Dark shadows swirled in the tea, mirroring their painful history. It was a grim reminder of the tragic extinction of the Li tribe. Ever since, the recipe was believed to be lost. Elwin spoke with heavy, lingering regret. This cup right here had to be from one of the last remaining batches on Earth. If humanity had not been so incredibly greedy back then, we might all still be enjoying this legendary tea today. Truly a shame. But then Baek Yu-seol spoke up. Really, how strange, because I still drink this tea all the time. He set his cup down on the tray. Elwin gasped. What? It still exists. But then, his face fell with deep sadness. No, that is impossible. Then Baek Yu-seol insisted, but I know it. Elwin's eyes instantly lit up when he heard Baek Yu-seol confirm that he actually possessed the lost recipe. He urgently demanded, What is that true? How on earth do you know that recipe? Baek Yu-seol stammered, unable to find the words. It was impossible to explain. After all, he could not exactly tell the principal he learned it from a video game. So he stammered out a quick lie about his family. Actually, my late mother taught me, so I know it very well. That lie completely won over the principal's sympathy. I am sorry, I should not have asked. It is fine, really. You really do not need to apologize. Inside, Baek Yu-seol was celebrating because his complicated plan was finally coming together perfectly. Elwin then eagerly tried to negotiate. Would you be willing to sell that recipe to me? I will pay you a massive fortune. But Baek Yu-seol replied, Actually, principal, I want something far more valuable than money. The moment he wanted had finally arrived. Elwin asked, And what would that be? Baek Yu-seol did not hesitate to state exactly what he was after. Your exclusive magic reinforcement technique, principal. I want you to help me apply it to my gear just this once. Elwin was stunned. Are you absolutely sure? This extinct tea recipe is priceless, whereas my magic is not very practical. Do you understand what I am saying? Little did the principal know, Baek Yu-seol understood the insane value of his magic perfectly. He knew exactly what he was doing. By combining Elwin's reinforcement technique with Aunt Teresa's magic alchemy, and finally utilizing the power he harvested from a defeated necromancer, he could easily craft a basic dimensional pocket to store all his items. Normally, only legendary 8th-tier spatial mages could ever summon a pocket dimension like this. In this entire fantasy world, very few people could ever achieve it. But with the help of a 9th-tier grandmaster like Elwin, he could easily possess the ultimate high-tier inventory. Since he could not reveal his real intentions, he chose to play along with some sweet talk. Gold and silver are nothing compared to learning your incredible magic, principal. It would be the greatest honor of my life. He kept pleading until Elwin finally let out a heavy sigh, nodding in agreement. All right, if that is indeed your true desire, we have a deal. Inside Baek Yu-seol was absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, over in the vice principal's office, Aki Hyde sat with a stern expression demanding answers. I heard that the persona gate you struggled to open has completely failed. Is that correct? Raiden stood there in silence before slowly replying, Yes, I am just worried. Will be absolutely furious when he finds out. Aki Hyde calmly adjusted his tie and sighed. You are far too rigid. That is your problem. I do not care about the failure itself because there are always other ways. Raiden remained silent. Aki Hyde snapped, Are you trying to let Professor Men go completely out of control? Enduring the harsh criticism, Raiden asked to be dismissed. If there is nothing else to report, I will take my leave. He slowly walked away. As he walked, his mind raced. The only reason they opened that persona gate was to eliminate the talented academy students participating in the upcoming Aslan seminar. Their talented faces flashed in his mind as he weighed the massive risks. Opening Gate 5 was incredibly dangerous, far beyond their current limits. Yet Flame, the powerful Princess Iseol more of Adolovit, and everyone was completely safe and sound. Raiden was lost in deep thought, realizing that absolutely nothing had gone according to plan. He was currently drowning in his thoughts when someone suddenly called out to him. It was a voice saying, "Long time no see, Professor." Raiden turned around, startled to find Baek Yu-seol standing casually behind him. He remarked that back when he was young, the professor was like a wild beast, but now looked so human, he almost did not recognize him. He then scoffed, asking if his friends almost getting hurt recently was also part of that slow old man's plan. Hearing all of this, Raiden's face darkened with intense displeasure. He warned that even if Baek Yu-seol was a grand young master, he should not disrespect the supreme leader. And friends Raiden scoffed in annoyance, firing back. He asked if Baek Yu-seol was getting far too immersed in playing this little student role-playing game already. It seemed it was not just his appearance that had changed. Hearing those words, Raiden froze, feeling a sudden chill of fear. Then he furiously roared, asking how Baek Yu-seol dared to speak such insolent words in front of him. Raiden grew incredibly tense, feeling a heavy weight of pressure as Baek Yu-seol flashed a sinister warning smile. Baek Yu-seol coldly told him that he had better be careful calling them an absolute eyesore, and with those parting words, Baek Yu-seol casually bid him farewell. But that chilling warning left Raiden completely terrified, his knees trembling as he dropped to the ground. Clutching his chest, he weakly muttered that they were doomed. Gritting his teeth, he gasped heavily, forced a laugh, and told himself that if it was all for the new Morso Dorden church, this was absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, in a hallway corner, a group of female students gathered, gossiping. They whispered about how relieved they were that the princess was unharmed and wondered if the Persona Gate malfunction was really the school's fault. They criticized the Academy's handling of the situation. Hearing all the quiet whispers about the Persona Gate incident, Princess Hong Bi-yeon stood nearby, feeling gloomy. She realized the other students had no idea about the dark truth. It made sense, though, considering the Academy's desperate need to cover it up. As she stood, lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out to her. Snapping out of it, she turned to see Edmund, and was quite surprised, calling him her senior. Edmund smiled warmly, telling her there was no need to be so stiff and formal around him. He admitted that speaking too casually felt a bit strange to him as well. Bi-yeon quickly replied that proper Academy hierarchy must always be respected. They continued chatting with Edmund, expressing his relief and admitting he had been extremely worried about her. Bi-yeon, however, calmly brushed off his concern, assuring him that she was perfectly fine. Privately, she felt nothing but disgust, knowing this guy was nothing but a sly, scheming fox. He did not care about her safety. He only cared about his own interests. She knew he belonged to one of the two main factions in the Adalvate Kingdom, with the Duke Oken family supporting Princess Hong Bi-yeon and the rival Duke Adalek family constantly clashing against them, and Edmund, as the sole heir to the prestigious Duke Adalek family, was someone Bi-yeon kept a very close eye on. She suspected his real motive for getting close to her was to secure a marriage after helping her ascend the royal throne as queen. Suddenly, Edmund broke the silence by suggesting a quick game of chess. He pointed out the upcoming Academy tournament, hoping she would accept his challenge. Bi-yeon reluctantly agreed. Smiling with hidden intent, Edmund placed a hand on her shoulder, promising to teach her a valuable lesson today. He told her to watch closely, which made her bite her lip in quiet frustration. Edmund walked ahead casually, greeting nearby students as they went. Following behind him in silence, she gritted her teeth. She hated the harsh truth that she could never become queen without this man's backing. If only she had enough personal power to stand on her own, or if someone with influence equal to Duke Adalek supported her cause. Lost in these thoughts, her eyes suddenly drifted downstairs, catching sight of Baek Yu-seol. Seeing her dazed expression, Edmund quickly turned back and called out, urging her to hurry up. Cutting him off, she quickly collected herself and answered that she was coming right away. Down in the school courtyard, a stray petal drifted onto Baek Yu-seol's hand. He stared at it, murmuring that his preparation was finally complete. After absorbing the essence of the bewitching flower, he received a notification. His magic resistance against charm spells had officially been permanently boosted. The system displayed his updated parameters. His physical muscle strength was now at 73%, while his agility had risen to 42%. His damage resistance was at 99%, sensory perception at 57%, stamina at 19%, and mental power at 24%. Seeing these stats, he smiled, quite satisfied with his progress. Even better, a system alert popped up granting him a special reward for completing his training. He debated what reward to claim. Part of him wanted to boost his growth stats, but then a better idea suddenly struck him. He asked if he could obtain the legendary Pendant of Maricon. The system confirmed it, and he immediately chose to claim it. The system processed the request and granted the item. He now held the Pendant of Maricon, viewing its legendary item information panel. Ranked as high grade, this special defense accessory was crafted by Maricon, a renowned future mechanical alchemist, to protect his own life. It possessed a barrier refined to the absolute maximum. Its special ability, the Maricon Shield, allowed him to unconditionally block powerful attacks, below Class 6, though it only had a single charge. Slipping the pendant around his neck, he remained lost in deep thought. While a single-use item felt a bit wasteful, obtaining such a rare defensive gear was still incredibly useful. After all, in the upcoming 8th episode, he had to face Professor Maizen, who would soon awaken. Just then, the system notified him that the ancient vengeance branch had accumulated 78% resentment. Baek Yu-seol smiled in satisfaction, noting that his preparations to battle Maizen were progressing beautifully. With everything running smoothly, you and I know the rest is up to Anissa at the International Alchemy Facility. The assistant cheerfully welcomes him inside. Welcome to facility number 13 of the Cordon faction, located right next to the giant elm tree. Our main character, Baek Yu-seol, walks right up. He asks to meet with alchemist Antera, but the assistant politely turns him down, saying a meeting is currently out of the question. Baek Yu-seol already expected this answer. Typical. So he reaches into his pocket, pulls out an official letter, and presents it to her. This invitation was personally handed to me by assistant instructor Anterisa. The assistant gasps in surprise, immediately changing her tone. She quickly apologizes and offers to guide him, gesturing for him to follow. Baek Yu-seol thanks her as they walk toward the private office. Standing outside, the assistant announces that Master Antera has a guest. They wait, but only absolute silence answers back from inside. She knocks again and politely lets herself in. But the moment she opens it, Baek Yu-seol feels a sudden chill run down his spine. Something is wrong. Out of nowhere, a massive blast of energy erupts right toward them, completely blowing the door to smithereens. Talk about close. Luckily, Baek Yu-seol reacts instantly and dives out of the way. Whew, that almost turned into a total disaster. The terrified assistant cowers in shock. Baek Yu-seol quickly steps over to check on her, asking if she is okay. But before she can answer, a familiar voice calls out to him. "Oh, look who is here, it is student Baek Yu-seol." He turns to see Anterisa and Cordon standing there. She waves him over, saying she has something cool to show him. Baek Yu-seol is speechless. How are they acting so casual after that explosion? Cordon raises his wrist, pointing to a strange watch-like device, and asks Baek Yu-seol if he can guess what this special gadget is. This is a protective bracelet. He demonstrates, explaining that pressing this button twice, even in its default state, activates a powerful shield. It provides a defense equivalent to a level 3 spell. A compact energy barrier, hums to life, small but incredibly effective. But that is not all. Cordon adds that clicking it once more does something even wilder. Before he can finish, Baek Yu-seol freezes in shock. The barrier expands instantly, wrapping around Cordon like a full-body shield. He grins proudly and asks Baek Yu-seol what he thinks of that. Pretty legendary, right? He brags that even someone with absolutely 0 mana and 0 magical talent can deploy a defensive magic shield. Sure, it is a single-use shield with a defense rating of 500, but it is a total lifesaver. Cordon then deactivates the barrier. He proudly adds that once they reveal this invention, it will completely shake up the entire world. And everyone will remember young Anterisa. Cordon praises the boy, suddenly remembering that Baek Yu-seol is also the co-creator. Baek Yu-seol is caught off guard, but Cordon is not done yet. He offers a massive opportunity, asking how Baek Yu-seol would feel about officially joining the prestigious Alchemist Tower as a licensed alchemist. Baek Yu-seol hesitates at this generous offer, admitting that since he possesses 0 mana, becoming a traditional alchemist is simply impossible. What do you and I make of this? Cordon and Anterisa freeze in absolute disbelief at Baek Yu-seol's sudden confession. He explains that his body was born with a severe mana leak condition, making it impossible to hold magic. Both alchemists gasp in horror. Anterisa covers her mouth in pure dread, while Cordon stands completely frozen. His face turns pale, unable to process this tragic news. Cordon slowly asks for confirmation, wondering if Baek Yu-seol is facing the absolute human limit. Baek Yu-seol awkwardly thinks about how dramatic this got. Even though it is the harsh truth, he tries to lighten the mood, admitting there are limits, but he is not planning to die. I know exactly what to do, so please do not worry about me. Hearing this, Aunt Teresa finally lets out a deep breath of relief. With the heavy atmosphere cleared up, Baek Yu-seol decides to change the subject, asking if he can take a closer look at the bracelet. He reaches his hand out. Hearing his sudden request, Corden is momentarily taken aback before handing it over to the young boy. Right, of course. Baek Yu-seol takes the device, examining it with absolute focus. He spots extremely tiny runes engraved on the inside. Since this prototype is only in its early stages, the magic circuit looks a bit primitive, containing several unnecessary redundant pathways. Spotting a major flaw, Baek Yu-seol looks up and asks Aunt Teresa if he can borrow a magic circuit soldering pen for a moment. She hesitates slightly before handing it over. Meanwhile, Corden is highly intrigued, watching with a curious grin as the kid prepares to work. He asks what Baek Yu-seol is planning to do. Baek Yu-seol takes a deep breath, completely locking in. Corden watches in absolute silence. Aunt Teresa quickly signals Corden to stay quiet. Baek Yu-seol focuses entirely on the device, his hands moving with incredible speed and precision. His brain plans the adjustments while his hands execute them perfectly. By rewiring the circuits, he finishes the modifications with a proud smile. Corden looks at the readings and gasps in sheer disbelief. How is this even possible? He stares, unable to believe his own eyes. The defensive output jumped to 800. That is a 1.5 times boost. He really is a genius co-creator. Baek Yu-seol and Aunt Teresa just stand there with smug smiles. Corden is so hyped that he immediately tries to recruit him on the spot. He asks if Baek Yu-seol wants to work under him, but quickly corrects himself, realizing that is not the right way to put it. He offers Baek Yu-seol a position as an equal partner. And as for his inability to use magic, Corden already has a brilliant solution. He promises to assign him an assistant to act as his personal mana channeler. Facing this incredibly generous offer, Baek Yu-seol simply gives a soft. Baek Yu-seol politely declines. I'm sorry, but I have my own reasons to walk the path of a magic warrior. Hearing his firm refusal, the old man sighs disappointedly. What a shame. But Baek Yu-seol merely smirks with a sly grin, quickly offering a completely different proposal. Actually, I have a small favor to ask. Baek Yu-seol hands Aunt Teresa a glowing sphere, asking, could you use this to craft a custom item for me? She takes it thoroughly confused. An enhancement, he calmly clarifies. No space magic. Stella's principal has already agreed to assist me with it. Aunt Teresa's jaw drops, completely stunned by his casual response. She stammers, wait, in the principal. Meanwhile, her grandfather appears to be calmer, though still highly skeptical. That old fossil from Stella actually agreed. He is quietly pleased with his keen eye for talent. Man, the more he looks at this kid, the more extraordinary he seems. Aunt Teresa wants to help, but she fears her current skills aren't enough. She gently speaks up. I truly want to help you because you asked. But honestly, crafting something of that level is just too difficult for me right now, since I've never actually tried enhancing attribute magic before. Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol doesn't mind one bit. In fact, he just smiles playfully and adds, I know there's absolutely no rush. Once your skills are ready in the future, you can make it for me. He figures it won't take too long anyway, probably just a few months. With Baek Yu-seol putting it that way, she doesn't refuse and gladly accepts his request, saying, all right, leave it to me. This also grants her a perfect opportunity to pursue exciting new research. Besides, it's about time she crafted a true masterpiece. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Isekai is struggling hard with her lessons. She ponders, but still can't understand. Spotting Baek Yu-seol sitting nearby, she considers asking him for help while he just lazily yawns. Before she can even walk over, someone calls out to him. Beyond steps right up to his desk, asking, I have something very important to discuss with you. Do you have some time? Isekai watches, highly curious about what this important matter could be, while Baek Yu-seol calmly replies, sure, I've got plenty of time. As they walk out together, she can only stare blankly after them. Feeling suddenly gloomy, she tries to comfort herself. Whatever they are discussing has absolutely nothing to do with me. Still, why does she feel so incredibly annoyed? Walking right beyond, into an empty corner of the hallway, Baek Yu-seol calmly asks, what is it you wanted to discuss? Without even turning around, she stands there and replies, I heard that the Alchemist Tower recently developed a product using magic engineering and alchemy. Beyond pauses, lost in thought before continuing. And I heard that the co-author of that magic engineering project is you. He silently stands there listening to her finish. Baek Yu-seol figures that with the elite information network of the Adolevit royal family, this discovery was inevitable. He slowly asks, "So what are you planning to use me as a direct connection to secure item deals?" Beyond turns around with an aristocratic gaze, declaring, "I won't deny that, but don't get the wrong idea. While those items are important, I believe, building a strong connection with you is far more crucial." Hearing this, Baek Yu-seol is genuinely surprised. Huh? He instantly sinks back into his own thoughts. This is completely unexpected. He never anticipated her holding him in such high regard, a stark contrast to her character in the original game. At this rate, he suddenly realizes that perhaps Hongbyun's tragic death can actually be prevented this time around. As he ponders this, Byun shyly speaks up, I was actually planning to invite you to have lunch with me." As they stand there talking, someone from afar recognizes her and calls out, "Oh well, if it isn't Byun." Hearing this, both of them turn around to see Edmund approaching with a cold glare, mockingly questioning her. "You refused to have lunch with me, stating you had important business. I certainly didn't expect to find you hanging out with this filthy commoner." How truly disappointing. An awkward silence falls over the three of them. Baek Yu-seol eyes Edmund, recalling him from the game. He was one of those doomed characters, carrying a massive death flag destined to drag Hongbyun down into the abyss of ruin. And judging by his arrogant attitude, he clearly has no idea that Baek Yu-seol is the co-author of the random interference formula thesis. Byun quickly warns, he is no ordinary commoner. I plan to use him to establish a direct link with the alchemist Atija, so please don't interfere, senior. Edmund merely laughs, completely unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Byun, do you honestly believe that? How could a low-born commoner like him ever help you? Wouldn't I be a far better choice? In his heart, Baek Yu-seol quietly scoffs, calling this guy completely ridiculous. Though honestly he is used to being looked down on as a commoner. Byun frowns, highly displeased, asking senior, what exactly is that supposed to mean? Taking in the scene, Baek Yu-seol suddenly speaks up. Fine, let's cancel the transaction entirely. This completely catches Byun off guard. What, Meanwhile, Edmund smugly crosses his arms, saying, a wise decision. At least you know your place. Baek Yu-seol slowly steps forward, his expression completely blank, and says, "Oh, regarding that item deal, I will simply notify the association that the House of Italic flatly refuses to supply goods to the Adolevit kingdom." Instantly, the smug smile on Edmund's face warps. This kid is getting way too cocky. Do you have any idea what happens when a mere freshman dares to challenge a third year? Baek Yu-seol coldly retorts, "Who knows? I don't care." Standing right behind him, Byun is growing incredibly anxious. As a commoner, Baek Yu-seol should know that Stella enforces a strict hierarchy. Not to mention Edmund is highly influential, the most influential third year. What was he thinking talking to a senior like that? But Baek Yu-seol simply spoke up. "Then I'll take my leave." And with that, he walked out. He left Asman, absolutely fuming, and Hongbyun completely flustered, though Asman watched his retreating back with a creepy smirk. A freshman with absolutely zero fear of seniors. Asman chuckled, deciding he would make this kid's academy life a whole lot more interesting. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol walked down the academy hallway. He couldn't help but think, sorry Hongbyun, but if we don't take that guy down, your story will never have a happy ending. Whether she takes the throne or Duke Italic falls, her tragic end is still going to be completely unavoidable. But Baek Yu-seol was determined he would never let her bow to that bastard. Meanwhile, the rest of the academy went about its normal business. Hongbyun stood in a quiet corner, frustrated, rubbing her temples. She wondered if she should just ditch her royal title. After all, the reason Asman kept interfering with her for one obvious reason: he didn't want her standing on her own feet. Usually she kept a low profile, but she never let her guard down, but he still provoked her. Meanwhile, back at his room that night, Baek Yu-seol smiled. Awesome, safe delivery. Inside was a small jewelry box. The very first prototype from the Atia line had arrived ahead of schedule. Now let's see what we have. What does this thing do? Instantly, the item details screen popped up. Defensive necklace, lower mid-grade. The item's description read, equipped to activate a protective barrier. Boosts agility by 11%, cuts stamina by 14%, increases mana by 1%. Special skill, level 1, shield ready, with a 3% damage absorption rate. Baek Yu-seol was pleasantly surprised. Whoa, this is actually way better than I expected. Another item screen popped up. Mysterious dagger ring, common grade. When activated, the ring becomes a hilt and projects a sharp blade of pure magical energy. Affects agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special level 3 skill magic blade lasting for 5 minutes. Next up, the defensive shield bracelet, lower mid-grade. On activation, it morphs into a protective forearm guard. The stat effects include strength plus 7%, stamina plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special level 1 skill, spirit shield. Baek Yu-seol stared at the ring. In the box, thoroughly impressed. As expected of Tia. Already producing mid-grade gear, I'll need to test this in live combat right away. I'll give feedback to Atija. He had already briefed Dr. Hans Gordon about it. Now that his preparations were fully complete, it was time to start dismantling Duke Atalek once and for all. A few days flew by, and the second academy exam was already around the corner. Divided into theory and practical combat, the grading for magic combat would vary drastically depending on the specific element each student chose to utilize. For example, lightning mages were graded on maximum voltage and chain hits, while wind magic was judged on the explosive force it generated. Ice magic focused on sub-zero temperatures and area coverage. On top of that, there were healing, holy, and other highly specialized attributes. The options were incredibly diverse, but as always, the flashier fire elements stole the spotlight, making those users look like absolute main characters. They were in a league of their own. The proctor turned to our boy next, calling out, "Baek Yu-seol, you are up. Prepare, and begin." The judges watched Baek Yu-seol's blinding speed with dropped jaws. Every single time, it is mind-blowing. There is zero delay after his blink magic. Reorientation is instantaneous. Absolute genius. In a flash, the proctor called time, wrapping up Baek Yu-seol's jaw-dropping combat exam. Catching his breath, Baek Yu-seol figured the first half went well. But since he could not cast standard spells, the next part was bound to tank. Fortunately, with his direct sight lens, he could easily ace the written theory exam. Just then, as he walked down the hall, someone called out, "So you are Baek Yu-seol." A crowd of arrogant upperclassmen blocked his path, sneering and taking turns tossing petty insults his way. A mere freshman talking back to a third-year senior. Unbelievable. Man, when I was a first year, we would never dare dream of doing that. Baek Yu-seol stayed completely silent, calmly scanning their smug faces. And so it begins, he thought. These guys had to be Asmon's lackeys. A brute named Catalum stepped forward aggressively, trying to look intimidating. Look at this brat daring to glare right at us. Seeing Baek Yu-seol remain unfazed, he sneered harder, pushing for a reaction. "Keep your eyes on the ground where you belong," Baek Yu-seol looked up with a heavy sigh. Predictable. Still, the thought of getting dragged into a fight with these weaklings was incredibly annoying. The two locked eyes in a tense standoff. Suddenly, Catalum let out a cold scoff, lowering his voice to a threatening growl. "Look at this trash." I said, "Look down." When Baek Yu-seol did not budge, the bully stepped closer, completely losing his patience. "You are even more arrogant than the rumors. Just a dirty commoner, right? I heard you are an orphan too. If you do not want to die, get on your knees." The loud commotion immediately caught the attention of Bandigian, who was passing by. "A fight? Those guys are Asmon's group. Wait, isn't that the freshman we saw back at the cemetery? I heard his name is Baek Yu-seol." Her sudden voice cut through the air, causing both Baek Yu-seol and Catalum to freeze. "What do you think you are doing?" she demanded. Catalum quickly softened his tone. "Can't you see, we're just teaching a junior some manners. Don't interfere, Bandigian." This kid talked back, to a third year. "As seniors, teaching him respect is our duty." She glanced over at Baek Yu-seol, silently observing his calm reaction, wondering if he would actually kneel. If he had the power to defeat a level 5 summoner, handling these thugs should be a breeze. So why wasn't he fighting back? Bandigian stepped forward. "No, stop this right now." Her sudden command caught the bully completely off guard. "What?" She calmly explains that a freshman talking back to a third-year senior is a massive deal. If this were the military, They'd call it defying a direct order. So her solution: host a special joint training session for the underclassmen instead. Caliban Catalum hesitates, noting that such training requires the student council president's approval first, but she confidently replies, "Leave that to me. I'll get it approved. Let's do this properly." A smirk spreads across Catalum's face. "All right then, sounds pretty fun." Just then, a polite voice interrupts their plotting. "Apologies for stepping in," she says, gracefully entering the conversation. "But if we leave things as they are, those seniors will never let him off the hook." Baek Yu-seol looks slightly surprised. Adelaide Van Baondion turns to him asking, "You're planning to use this humiliation to set up a massive counterattack, aren't you? Someone smart enough to take down a summoner wouldn't pick a fight without a plan." Her logic leads to only one conclusion. He's trying to smash Stella's absurd hazing traditions once and for all, even if it means sacrificing himself to the cause. While Yu-seol maintains a total poker face, his inner monologue is screaming, "Wait me a hero, since when?" Bandion looks toward the departing seniors, adding softly, "Still, some of them only follow Amon because they have no other choice. Bound by their family circumstances, they're forced into this. No matter how right you are, we can't let innocent students take the fall." She gently pats his shoulder. "So, I'll set the stage for you. Fight however you want, and let me handle the rest. I'll personally convince the student council president." Yu-seol stands there, his brain short-circuiting at her wild imagination. What is she even saying? Cut to the magic protocol exam. Students stare at their test papers in absolute despair, with some already beginning to whine. They complain that the questions are unreadable and impossible to finish. Yet our boy Yu-seol remains completely unfazed. He casually raises his hand. "Professor, I'm done." Professor Jeremy takes the paper, asking, "You're giving up after just 20 minutes?" "No, I actually finished it," Yu-seol replies. The professor scoffs and looks down at the paper only for his eyes to pop out. His jaw drops in pure shock. Meanwhile, Yu-seol walks out of the classroom, slips his glasses away, and lets out a sigh. He didn't even study, but solving those formulas felt strangely satisfying. Nearby students start whispering, "Isn't that Baek Yu-seol, the freshman who picked a fight with Eamon Garam? Yeah, he's about to get brutally wrecked." Yu-seol ignores them, realizing the rumors have spread. Adelaide Van Baondion had to get involved, proposing the notorious junior joint training session. It's basically a sanctioned duel. If a senior wants to teach an underclassman a lesson, they can challenge them directly to a one-on-one magic duel. While Stella normally bans hazing, these training sessions legally allow seniors to beat down juniors under the guise of a challenge. To prevent total chaos, the student council president must sign off on it. But there is a massive loophole in the academy rules. S-class students can bypass the red tape and submit the request directly. Yu-seol sighs, wishing he had just apologized and moved on. His master plan was to just kneel, apologize, and go take a nap. Now he's stuck in a duel. Locking his dorm room door, Yu-seol pulls out a small box containing a strange device. Since he can't run, he might as well enjoy the ride. Meanwhile, in the student council room, the cold and calculating president Miro Yoon is buried in mountains of paperwork. He looks up, his voice flat. "Bae-andion, what brings you here?" Adelaide steps forward, slamming a document onto his desk. "I need your approval for a joint training session," she says smoothly. The target is S-class freshman Baek Yu-seol. Miro Yoon raises an eyebrow in disbelief. "I thought you despised these barbaric rituals, Baondion." "Why the sudden interest?" "That's exactly why I'm doing it," she replies nonchalantly. Miro sighs, warning her that a freshman stands zero chance against a sophomore. The gap in raw combat experience isn't something a rookie can overcome just with talent, he cautions. But Baondion merely smirks, waving the application in his face. "If you want to find out why you should come watch." Miro sighs deeply, rubbing his temples. "Seriously, what kind of chaotic game are you playing this time?" Before he can press further, Professor Jeremy bursts into the room, waving Yu-seol's exam paper. "President Miro, you need to see this." Miro greets him politely. "Professor Jeremy, welcome. Did a student actually write a paper worthy of your attention? The last few reports you submitted were quite underwhelming, so excuse my skepticism." Jeremy just grins and hands him the paper. "Just read it first," the professor urges. Miro glances down, and instantly his calm demeanor shatters into pure disbelief. "Wait. Isn't this Professor Procus's legendary magic circuit design? How is this even possible?" Miro mumbles, stunned. The student completely simplified the complex reverse loop formula. An established theory optimized beyond what scholars thought possible. This is the work of a pure genius, Miro exclaims, his heart racing. Tell me, Professor, who wrote this? The professor beams with pride. Baek Yu-seol. This level of brilliance might actually earn him an invite to the prestigious Aslan seminar. Actually, I need to report this to the vice principal right now. Jeremy rushes out, leaving Miro completely speechless. So this is yours. Baek Yu-seol. He's far more interesting than I expected, a voice muttered. What Haepon leaned forward, slamming both hands on the desk. He demanded, Are you seriously nominating Baek Yu-seol for the Aslan seminar? Professor Jeron quickly confirmed, Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. The vice principal will review it, but this is a massive shock. He sighed deeply, muttering, This is going to cause nothing but trouble. Professor Jeron stared back blankly. Haepon sighed and explained, Look, Stella currently has plenty of other outstanding candidates, especially the talented first years who excel in every single area. On top of that, the maximum slots from a single school excluding guaranteed family slots is strictly capped at 2. And you want to give a slot to Baek Yu-seol, a magic warrior who can't even cast real magic. He'll do nothing but humiliate our academy's mages. If you understand, then please leave. Baek Yu-seol's participation in Aslan is officially denied. Jeron sighed in disappointment. I understand. Once left alone, Haepon fiercely crumpled the paper on his desk, his voice dripping with absolute rage. Like hell, I'd let a worthless bug like him into Aslan. Meanwhile, the second exam finally wrapped up and the new rankings were posted. Baek Yu-seol and the other students gathered to check their scores. Scanning the massive board, Baek Yu-seol muttered to himself, Let's see where I ended up. There it was, rank 419, Class S. Rank 419. Even after scoring perfectly on the written exam, ending up this low made him feel truly special. Unsurprisingly, the very top of the ranks remained completely unchanged. First place went to S-Class Ma Yu-song, second to S-Class Flame, and third to S-Class fourth to Haewon Ryang, and fifth to Hong Bi-yeon. Baek Yu-seol was surprised. Why had Haewon Ryang slipped down from second place? Perhaps it was because Isekai and Flame, unlike in the original game's storyline, were now actually able to fully focus on their studies. Since Jackie had walked the path of dark magic, Haewon Ryang and Ah Guang's original storyline should have already faded away. Baek Yu-seol was deeply lost in thought, completely failing to notice Hong Bi-yeon standing right next to him. Are they adjusting the rankings for convenience? She asked, quietly looking at him. Even so, I think I've drawn way too much attention. Baek Yu-seol flinched, stepping back in utter confusion. Why was she suddenly showing up here? Was she planning something? Breaking his train of thought, Hong Bi-yeon spoke up again. Anyway, since you're in the top 600, surely you plan to participate in the inter-academy tournament. Baek Yu-seol paused suddenly, remembering the event. Right. It was a major competition, where select students fought against rival magic schools. But what was this strange, tense feeling suddenly washing over him? He stepped closer to Hong Bi-yeon. Is there something else you want to say? She blushed quickly, turning away while nervously clenching her skirt. Slowly, she managed to squeeze out a question. Why did you do it, Baek? Yu-seol stared, momentarily stunned. Hong Bi-yeon pressed him. I'm asking. Why did you go and provoke Senior Edmund like that? He's incredibly petty and holds a grudge. He'll keep targeting you until graduation. Can you even survive that? Baek Yu-seol stared at her in silence for a moment before replying calmly. Honestly, no, I don't think so. I'd rather beat those punks to a pulp and get expelled than let them constantly annoy me. Hong Bi-yeon clenched her fists, utterly bewildered. Then why on earth did you do it? What do you even stand to gain from this, Baek? Yu-seol looked at her, then averted his eyes. It's because I genuinely value the connection we share. And besides, my help doesn't exactly come for free. Once this is all over, you're signing an item contract with me. Hong Bi-yeon bowed her head slightly. Even though you could easily sign with any other great house besides the Adolvate family, why choose me? Baek Yu-seol awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. He couldn't exactly tell her the truth that he was desperately trying to save her and secure a happy ending for her story. Dodging the question, he replied, I'll tell you about that later. Hong Bi-yeon remained silent, deciding to quickly change the subject. Fine. By the way, what do you plan to do about the upcoming rookie training? Baek Yu-seol let out a heavy sigh. Well, I have to. Do it anyway. But her next words caught him completely off guard. You don't need to hold back. Confused, he muttered. Huh. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of quiet admiration as she explained. You can face those seniors with your absolute real strength. Don't worry, I'll clean up the aftermath as much as I can. Baek Yu-seol quickly replied, All right, thanks. I appreciate it. She definitely wanted to help, but why was she so sure he would win? Unbeknownst to them, someone was lurking in the shadows, listening to every single word. It was Arshwang who quietly slipped away with an unreadable expression. Later during magic practice class, as students summoned flames, the professor watched praising one of them. Your control is absolutely outstanding, Arshwang. Even though you still lack raw destructive power, that sheer precision makes this an easy pass. In stealth missions, or against highly sensitive foes, you will perform exceptionally well. However, when it comes to your magic, the professor's gaze shifted sharply toward Hong Bi-yun. You are still severely lacking. How many times must I repeat that fire magic isn't just about raw destruction? She walked away, tone cold. It's honestly absurd that someone with the highest fire compatibility struggles like this. Now do it again, Hong Bi-yun bowed her head, her teeth gritted in sheer frustration. Under the dark Stella night sky, bright bursts of fire repeatedly illuminated the training grounds. Arshwang was relentlessly blasting the targets ahead. Frowning, she muttered in a voice thick with bitter envy. I lost to her again. She had tried so hard. So why? Why couldn't she win? The surrounding whispers began to draw Iseol's attention. Come to think of it, today was the first versus second-year sparring match, right? They decided to go watch. She wondered if they were talking about Bi-yun. But that had nothing to do with her, she still had to study. But then, those whispers faded into the background. Right now, Iseol bowed her head awkwardly. In the end, she had still shown up anyway. Someone walked up and asked, You came too. It was Haley. She eagerly teased. Rumor has it that Yu-seol likes you. Haley, a Class B freshman, comfortably sat next to Iseol. Aren't you two secretly dating? Is that why? You came here, Iseol blushed quickly, protesting that it wasn't true. Haley just smirked at Iseol's flushed face. She smiled warmly. How surprising. I thought you'd be different since they call you the traitor's daughter, but you're actually way cuter. She then introduced herself. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Haley from Class B. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Iseol politely replied. Suddenly, a roaring shout echoed across the arena as Yu-seol finally arrived. An excited spectator cheered that the match was starting. Looking at the massive crowd, Yu-seol was utterly confused. Why were so many people here? The eccentric senior shouted. Hey, brave junior, I don't know the details, but please, go easy on them. Seeing the senior's hype, Yu-seol grew even more puzzled. Wait, wasn't he the one supposed to get beaten? Why ask him to go easy? Princess Bi-yun sat silently in the stands, looking down while a few other students sneered and mocked. Finally, that bastard Yu-seol is getting taught a lesson. Just a commoner acting like he's the center of the universe. Serves him right. Once a senior targets you, it's over. Right then a murderous glare from Bi-yun made those two freeze. She stared at them with daggers in her eyes, and they immediately shut up and backed away. Bi-yun turned back to the arena. A commoner. Meanwhile, Yu-seol was still, looking completely relaxed, showing zero signs of panic. Caliban stepped onto the stage, asking provocatively, Hey kid, you ready? Caliban Kadan, a Class C second year. Yu-seol quickly calculated. Class C is ranked around 300. Even though I'm in Class F, in terms of pure combat power, he's slightly superior. It's best to avoid direct head-on clashes, as much as possible. Yu-seol spoke up. Yeah, I'm ready. I guess. Caliban smirked disdainfully. Stubborn until the very end, huh? The end. The referee began explaining the rules. Since everyone is here, I will outline the match regulations. This duel lasts at least 15 minutes, continuing until one side collapses. If there is any life-threatening danger, Stella's spatial magic will automatically terminate the match. Furthermore, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to forfeit, ending the match immediately. Let the match begin. The two were immediately teleported into a simulated battleground as the timer started. Both drew their weapons simultaneously, ready for action. From the spectator stands, Haley turned to Iseol and asked, Who do you think will win? Iseol naturally replied, the senior obviously. After all, Senior Caliban is the heir of the Earth attribute. Earth magic provides incredible defense, while Yu-seol's offensive power is barely average. Not to mention Earth specializes in terrain control. The more he controls the battlefield, the more versatile his attacks. Could Yu-seol's magic sword even pierce the defense of a Class 3 Earth mage? Iseol couldn't help but worry. In Iseol's eyes, there was simply no way Baek Yu-seol could win this match, at least not normally. On the field, Caliban confidently declared, "Today I will show you the terrifying power of terrain manipulation." But Yu-seol instantly used Blink to teleport far away. His expression remained completely calm while Caliban was stunned. Yu-seol suddenly smirked, turned around and bolted, leaving the senior completely dumbfounded. "What on earth?" Haley muttered, utterly speechless at how he ran without any pride. Iseol agreed, but noted it might actually be the smartest move. Caliban roared in anger, "Hey, you coward, get back here!" But Yu-seol completely ignored him and kept running. Who in their right mind would actually turn back after hearing that? Gritting his teeth, Caliban unleashed his magic. Massive razor-sharp stones materialized in the air through magic circles. Looking back, Yu-seol gasped as they launched. Caliban waved his hand, sending the rocks hurtling toward him in a massive explosion of dust. The crowd watched, with bated breath. Feeling smug, Caliban walked over to inspect the impact zone, confident that his attack hit. But as the dust cleared, he froze. Hanging upside down from a tree branch was a monkey doll. Baffled, he muttered, "What the hell is that doing here?" Before he could react, the doll raised its hands. With a sudden clash of its cymbals, a massive explosion erupted. Before Caliban could realize what went wrong, it was too late. He shielded his eyes from the blinding blast, taking a few steps back in sheer disbelief as the shockwave. A few tiny pebbles roll under Caliban's feet. Caliban stumbles back, feeling incredibly lucky he survived. He almost got wiped out. Luckily, he used Earth gravity to increase his weight. Suddenly, a sound makes him look up. Right behind Caliban, a shadowy figure appears out of nowhere. It is Yu-seol, who suddenly stops in his tracks. An eerie green light is wrapping around his blade. Caliban spins around with a sinister smile, shouting, "Die." He swings his wand to cast Rock Shatter. Caliban looks forward with absolute confidence, feeling smug, but then his eyes widen in shock. He stares ahead, completely stunned to find that there is absolutely nobody there. What he vanished, Caliban glances around, yelling threats. "Hey, freshman is running away, all you can do. Is your chivalry nothing but a rumor?" He searches the ground when suddenly his body floats into the air. He panics, terrified that his body has suddenly stiffened up. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to look up. There, he spots Yu-seol sitting near a nearby bush, looking down at him with a deeply mocking smirk. Caliban fumes with rage. Is that punk seriously mocking him? He activates Earth gravity, trying to force himself down. Caliban swings his wand forward, but his target has vanished again. He snaps. Is this bastard seriously playing games? With me, show yourself. Swinging his wand wildly, he screams, "Stop using these cheap, petty little tricks on me." His attack hits something. A massive gas cloud erupts, making Caliban scream as his vision goes completely dark with smoke. Coughing violently, he covers his mouth in shock, thinking it is CS tear gas. Then he notices something on the ground. A small bell is ringing on the floor. Caliban gasps as a blinding flash erupts. Nearby, Erin covers her ears, grimacing in pain. What on earth is that? Beside her, Iseol Morph covers her ears too, explaining it looks like a flashbang designed to temporarily blind and deafen. Watching Caliban suffer, she notes the gas and flash attack, completely disoriented the second year. Beyond watches in silence, thinking that if Yu-seol just closes in for the finish, the winner will be the commoner. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she sees Yu-seol throwing some very strange balls. Confused, she mutters, "What now?" One ball hits Caliban right in the face. Yu-seol keeps throwing those tiny spheres, repeatedly whispering, "Blink." Up in the spectator stands, Poisonite and Bandion are eagerly discussing the fight. "Is that more CS gas?" he asks. She watches intently and replies, "This time there is barely any smoke." Bandion stares at Caliban trapped in the dark haze, adding, "Yu-seol's attacks aren't exactly fatal, but he is slowly wearing his opponent down with minor injuries." Enraged, Caliban screams, "Yu-seol, you absolute bastard." Caliban has had enough. He summons a massive rocky spire right in front of Yu-seol, looking down with furious eyes, and roaring, "Screw this training match. I don't care anymore, I am fighting you for real." But Yu-seol ignores the threats completely. He just stares up at the towering rocky spire with genuine admiration, muttering, "But still, isn't a hail of giant stones a bit much to use against a freshman?" Hearing this, Caliban grits his teeth in sheer disbelief. "Are you insane? You are the absolute last person who gets to say that." Poisonite and Bandion nod in agreement. Fair point. Suddenly, a massive magic circle unleashes thousands of stone spears. The timer ticks. 11:47, then 14:49. Caliban screams, swinging his wand downward. Die. A few more seconds pass. 14:55. Yu-seol stands perfectly still, staring calmly up at the deadly barrage rain, hurtling toward him. 14:57. 14:58. 14:59. He remains completely unbothered. Right at 15 minutes flat, a smirk plays on his lips. Raising his hand, he casually declares, "I forfeit." Everyone drops their jaws. Even Caliban freezes in place, letting out a confused gasp. Suddenly, the system announcement blares. "Match concluded." The arena resets. Caliban stands dazed as the broadcast confirms that freshman Yu-seol has forfeited. He mutters, "Wait, is it really over?" The referee calls out winner Caliban from class 52. Meanwhile, Yu-seol just bows his head, smiling as he reminds himself that staying alive is a win. Another loud system alert rings out, officially ending the special training match. Suddenly, Caliban starts shaking with rage, his frustrated scream echoing across the entire academy. Now Yu-seol's debut fight has the whole school talking. Did you see that second year's face? He looked absolutely livid. Honestly, if I were him, I would have punched that kid before the match even ended. Others are dying of curiosity about the bizarre items Yu-seol used. Could they be newly developed magical tools? Though the rookie fought incredibly well, those gadgets stole the spotlight. You and I have to wonder what Bandion is thinking about those tools. Are they too overpowered? Most alchemists rely on terrain, but Yu-seol had his opponent mapped out from the start. From start to finish, Baek Yu-seol used his high mobility to set up traps everywhere, shaping the terrain to his advantage. He is truly an extraordinary guy. Mad Poison then casually asked Hanko, mentioning that Miro Yoon named him as the one who proposed this whole training session, asking if he had finally achieved his desired results. Bandion simply stared straight ahead, whispering with a deeply satisfied smile about his true goal. Now those cocky second years won't dare bully the freshmen so easily anymore. Even the elite sophomores are finally feeling the heat. They could actually be beaten by a mere freshman now. Those seniors are still incredibly salty about that match. What a shame we missed the best part, missing the sight of that arrogant freshman getting thoroughly beaten. Exactly. Bandion's voice rang out cheerfully as he added, "I think this outcome is actually pretty great. Things are about to get way more interesting." Mad Poison let out a hearty laugh, agreeing completely. Meanwhile, inside, the Red Hawk Clubroom, Edmund was absolutely losing his temper, furiously cursing out that complete idiot Caliban. Meanwhile, Beyond sat quietly in the corner, completely focused on the newspaper in her hands. She carefully scanned every single page, slowly reading, having already seen right through Baek Yu-seol's real motive. So, he let that senior win on purpose. During those 15 minutes, Baek Yu-seol was just playing around, never taking the fight seriously. If he actually wanted to win, he could have easily finished it right away. His choice to throw the distance in match proved that nobody expected a freshman to beat a sophomore. Looking at the facts, she could only reach one final conclusion. Raw power isn't everything. That commoner is truly a mystery, completely unpredictable. Edmund gritted his teeth and snapped at his subordinates. "What are the second years doing right now? I ordered them to teach Baek Yu-seol a harsh lesson." His assistant nervously stepped forward, admitting that none of the sophomores dared to touch Baek Yu-seol at all. Hearing this, Edmund immediately blew a fuse. What? The assistant then explained that despite the rumors, Baek Yu-seol was incredibly polite, greeting every senior warmly. "I even went there to scold him, but ended up getting talked into buying him snacks instead." This only made Edmund's blood boil even hotter. "What did you just say?" Suddenly, a panicked voice called out from outside. Edmund quickly snapped back, demanding to know what was wrong, and a breathless maid delivered the message. "The Duke is calling, young master. You need to answer right now." This was completely out of the blue for him. Walking over to the phone, Edmund felt a pang of doubt. Why would his father call him out of nowhere? Picking it up, he politely answered, "Yes, father, it is me." On the other end, his father's voice boomed with excitement. "My son, I just received a call from the Alchemy City." Edmund blinked, repeating in confusion. "The Alchemy City." His father continued in a grave tone, "Because the Italic family rejected them, the alchemists of Antarisa have cut off all supplies to our kingdom." "Do you know anything about this?" Edmund completely panicked, shaking his head. "What? No way. How could I have anything to do with this?" But his father drove the point home, emphasizing the brutal truth. "It's real, Edmund." The co-author of the new random mana interference formula confirmed it himself. Edmund froze on the spot in sheer shock. The co-author himself. He desperately tried to explain. "Wait, father, I swear, I don't know anything about this. I've never even met that person." But then his eyes suddenly went dark. Edmund broke into a cold sweat as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. "Don't tell me. It's Baek Yu-seol again." With no other choice, he had to swallow his pride. The heavy booming voice on the other end of the line continued. "Rejecting the royal request of the Adalibet kingdom is completely unacceptable, and you know exactly how much sway our family holds over the Alchemy City. This is a massive technological revolution, capable of producing incredible items that can easily rival ancient, previously thought impossible to recreate. Even the legendary Golden Alchemist is actively collaborating on this research directly with Antarisa." Edmund began to tremble in sheer terror. The Golden Alchemist. This is way bigger than he ever imagined. His father sternly declared that soon the kingdom will restore trade with the Alchemy City, but the prestigious name of the Adalec family won't be on that list. "I am asking you one last time, do you have anything to do with this following?" That highly stressful phone call, Edmund desperately began planning how to salvage the situation. Watching him sweat, Bi-yeon kept her calm composure politely, replying, "Yes, senior." Edmund then lowered his voice, begging her, "Bi-yeon, can you arrange a meeting with Baek Yu-seol?" Her beautiful face showed a brief hint of surprise, but she quickly masked it with her usual cold, indifferent expression. "Yes, I will handle that." At the same time, over in the southern continent's Hanwha Plains, a gorgeous young lady stood on a balcony overlooking the lush scenery below. Angel coldly noted that local land prices were skyrocketing. Suddenly, a trembling voice echoed from behind, causing her to turn around. "Lady Angel, please, I beg of you." Floating directly above his head was the single number 3. "Please just." Once Angel stared down coldly at the pathetic man, kneeling before her, focusing her gaze on that glowing number 3. This was her unique value of all things trait, a power allowing her to see the worth of any living, being human, beast, or monster, as a number ranging from 0 up to 100. Armed with this unique and absolute power, Angel silently judged him. Only a 3. Basically worthless, like a rock on the street. She scoffed with icy contempt. "Pathetic. Why on earth would you go bankrupt over such useless trash? I warned you not to invest in those pointless businesses." He gritted his teeth, silently cursing Jeliel in his mind. She lied. This business venture should have been a massive success. In his eyes, Jeliel was the ultimate puppet master who ruined everything. And now that she was bored of her little game, she coldly ordered him to be buried alive. The guards moved in instantly. The poor man desperately begged for his life, pleading with Lady Jeliel. But the ruthless young lady simply watched him drag away with an icy, uncaring stare. As his screams faded, a tiny, amused smile crept onto her lips. Jeliel turned around, tossing out a cold remark. "How incredibly boring. Kids these days have zero backbone." But her icy facade melted the second she heard a voice outside. "Jeliel, are you in there?" It was her father. Strangely, despite her unique ability to see the absolute value of all things, this man only had a giant question mark hovering over his head. Melian affectionately walked in to check on his daughter. "Jeliel, my precious daughter, are you doing all right?" Overjoyed, she immediately threw herself into Melian's arms, squealing, "Father, was your trip successful? How did the business deal go?" Her father smiled warmly and stroked her hair. "Everything is fine." Though it is still in negotiations, he began explaining the situation to her. The famous Altarisha School of Alchemical Engineering had just developed a brand new magical item. It was a revolutionary blend of alchemy and advanced magic engineering. He even had a video of the young co-developer putting these prototype items to the test in real combat. Do you want to check it out? Jeliel eagerly nodded. It sounded fascinating, though. Deep down, her true motivation was simpler. She just loved spending time with her dad and could never bear to reject his sweet offer. Excited, her father led the way. Let's head up to my room then. Soon, they were staring into a glowing magic orb. As the projection flickered to life, Melian explained that the boy was actually a brand new freshman over at Stella Academy. He had defeated a second-year senior in a duel using these items. He was both a co-developer of magic engineering and just a mere freshman. Hearing her father praise this boy so highly, Jeliel's curiosity was piqued. Who was this kid? Staring at the screen, Jeliel's eyes suddenly went wide. There was Baek Yu-seol practicing his swordsmanship. But she noticed something far more shocking. Hovering over his head, his stats were completely blank. What? Why can't I read his value? This has never happened before. Even the mighty Emperor of Scanvan and the King of Adelevet had visible numbers over their heads. Why not him? There were only two scenarios where her unique sight would fail to measure a target's value. Jeliel glanced at her happy father. The first scenario was when the target was someone she loved. She turned her gaze back to the screen featuring Baek Yu-seol. And the second, when the target possesses a value so astronomical it simply cannot be measured. After pondering this, she spoke up. "Father, what did you say his name was?" Melian answered warmly. "His name is Baek Yu-seol. Remember it well. You might just run into him one day." Jeliel gave a sweet, dutiful smile. "If you say so, father, then of course I will." With the business discussion over, she made a suggestion. "By the way, Dad care for a game of soul chess before you go?" Naturally, Melian couldn't say no to his precious girl. Why not? Yet Jeliel's mind was still reeling with endless questions. An immeasurable value. How is that possible? She repeated the name in her head. Baek Yu-seol. She would definitely remember him. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol was casually sipping a drink. Sitting across from him was Edmund, looking incredibly nervous and deeply uncomfortable. As Edmund struggled to find his words, Baek Yu-seol calmly set his cup down. "Well, I have finished my coffee. If there is nothing else, I will be going." Edmund panicked, quickly waving his hands. "Wait, please just give me a moment. I sincerely apologize for looking down on you as a commoner. I deeply regret my actions. Please, can you take back your words?" Baek Yu-seol stared back in total silence, his expression completely blank. Internally, he did not care about the shallow apology at all. However, to break Hong Beyond's inevitable death flags, he absolutely needed to dismantle Edmund's political power first. And this was the perfect opportunity. Yet his spoken words took a totally different route. "I still cannot forgive you just yet." Playing hard to get was key here. Seeing that the apology had failed, Edmund broke into a cold sweat. What do I do? Baek Yu-seol simply shrugged. Who knows? But then an idea struck. Reaching into his uniform coat, he offered a sneaky alternative. "How about we settle this with a wager?" He pulled out a magical contract parchment, sliding it right over to Edmund. The sudden proposal left Edmund utterly flabbergasted. "A wager?" Baek Yu-seol leaned in, ready to lay out the official terms. "We play soul chess. If I lose, I will take back my words and exclusive distribution rights of our items to Adelevet. Will go solely through your Italic family." Hearing this highly specific request, Edmund hesitated, looking completely unsure of himself. "Soul chess," he muttered. Baek Yu-seol simply smiled. "Exactly. But if I win, you hand over your entry ticket to the seminar." He demanded a slot at the Aslan seminar. Facing this ridiculous request, Munder could not believe his own ears, exclaiming in disbelief. What, he still wants to confirm it? Did he think that made any sense? Even Baek Yu-seol knew his demand was completely impossible and highly unreasonable. After all, the Aslan Seminar is a massive public summit where elite heirs of ancient magic families gather for academic discussions. Only a select few from the greatest magical lineages can attend, and they must satisfy one of three strict conditions. First, attend last year and present a top-tier paper. Second, receive a transferred ticket and write a qualifying academic paper. Third, be among the 12 rising stars of the year. This place gathers the world's absolute genius mages to compete. Securing a spot there is ultimate proof of strength. The prestigious Duke Italic family has held a seat at Aslan for decades. It is a massive pillar supporting their family's political power. Despite knowing how insanely difficult it would be, Yu-seol remained stubborn. He stood up, looked Edmund in the eye, and coldly told him to deal with it whether he liked it or not. As Yu-seol turned to leave, Edmund suddenly called out to him to wait. His arrogant face instantly became dead serious. A match of soul chess, was it? A smug, confident grin spread across Edmund's face. Without a single shred of hesitation, he agreed. Fine, I will sign. Let's meet here tomorrow at this exact time. Knowing his trap had sprung, Baek Yu-seol smiled in satisfaction. The gears were turning in his mind. By the next day, an unusually massive crowd of students had gathered inside the academy. Excited whispers echoed through the halls. Why on earth was the campus cafe completely packed? Rumors were already spreading fast. Senior Edmund is playing a high-stakes soul chess game against a freshman. Wait, what? The students could not believe it. Nobody at Stella Academy could ever beat Edmund at soul chess. Who was crazy enough to challenge him? Our main character just sighed. Yes, he was that crazy kid. Baek Yu-seol sighed. He was not doing this for fun. He originally had zero interest in soul chess. But right as he was reflecting on his choices, a loud scream suddenly cut through his train of thought. He is here, Edmund strutted into the room with ultimate pride. The crowd gasped as they saw him accompanied by the princess. Princess Hong-bi-yeon was there too, just as Yu-seol expected. As soon as she entered, the entire room erupted in sheer admiration. She looks gorgeous today. They always hang out together, do they not? Meanwhile, Hong-bi-yeon kept her eyes locked on Yu-seol. He could feel her intense gaze piercing right through him. When he looked up to confirm, he was left completely baffled. Why was she glaring at him like that? Did he somehow mess up? Bi-yeon quietly took her seat as the match organizer set up. She wondered what kind of crazy stunt Baek Yu-seol was pulling. After all, she knew Edmund had played soul chess since childhood. He was hailed as a prodigy. Within Stella Academy and the entire kingdom, almost nobody could match Edmund's soul chess skills. Yet this foolish commoner chose to challenge Edmund at his absolute best game. What an absolute idiot, she silently scoffed. While she sat lost in thought, Edmund sat across the table wearing a smug, confident grin, his heart racing with excitement. To be honest, he never expected the freshman to wager his hard-earned Aslan seminar ticket. But as he arranged his pieces, he smiled. This was actually a perfect opportunity. A devious look flashed across Edmund's face. He was going to utterly humiliate him in public, and he would do it right in front of Princess Hong-bi-yeon. Picking up his chess piece, he prepared to destroy him. "Shall we begin?" Edmund sneered. But right before making his move, he decided to deliver one final serious warning to his opponent. Once you sign this magic oath-breaking, it will permanently strip you of all your magic power. You fully understand that, right? Baek Yu-seol gave a completely nonchalant nod. Honestly, he did not care at all. He did not possess any mana anyway. Even if he broke the oath, he had nothing to lose. Meanwhile, Edmund confidently slammed his final white piece onto the board. He proudly announced that the board was set, adding, "You can take the first turn. Don't tell me you want to pass." Giving away the first move in a high-stakes match, Edmund was clearly looking down on him. Yu-seol pulled out a pair of glasses. He slipped them on, preparing for a serious match. Now, let us briefly break down the complex rules of soul chess. Players must choose 20 pieces out of 200 different types and arrange them on a special octagonal board. Unlike regular chess, every single square and piece possesses its own unique element and skill, requiring intense strategy to trap the king. Even for an expert with 10 years of experience in this game, winning is never easy. But PvP is always fun. He quietly stared down at the black piece in his hand, plotting his first move before looking back up at his opponent. Edmund was widely recognized as one of the absolute best soul chess players, not just at Stella but in the entire world. Folding his arms, Edmund shot a deeply arrogant glare across the table, thoroughly looking down on the freshman sitting opposite him. He could not believe this foolish commoner dared to wager his Aslan seminar pass and challenge him in his own absolute specialty. He totally underestimated him, resolved to utterly crush the freshman so he would never dare stand against the noble class again. With his pieces finally in place, Baek Yu-seol decided it was time to begin. The moment he declared, the match started. Both of them were instantly pulled into another dimension. Staring at the chessboard in front of him, Edmund sensed something was completely off. He scrutinized Baek Yu-seol's bizarre layout. What kind of setup was this? It felt as if those pieces were secretly designed to counter his own strategy. He tried to reassure himself. It had to be a mere coincidence. After all, a commoner like him couldn't have much experience with soul chess. But Baek Yu-seol could not care less about what Edmund was thinking. He casually stepped forward and played his very first piece. Since Edmund had let him go first, Baek Yu-seol moved his queen out right away. Seeing this opening move, Edmund stood completely dumbfounded. He stared at his opponent's bizarre move and laughed. Not only did Baek Yu-seol deploy his queen first, but he also charged straight into Edmund's territory. Instantly grabbing his knight, Edmund felt his victory was already assured. He confidently prepared to make his next move. To Edmund, this guy was a total idiot. He did not hesitate to place his knight down, and the moment it touched the board, it sprang to life. The knight immediately attacked the exposed queen, seizing a massive advantage right from the very start. Edmund sneered in contempt. Who throws their queen into danger like this? That knight of his was the legendary Flash Knight, a unit capable of moving across the entire board with absolute mobility. Yet despite losing his queen, Baek Yu-seol did not panic. With a massive advantage, Edmund pressed forward with relentless attacks. His knight began to continuously tear through Baek Yu-seol's defenses. Watching his opponent play so foolishly, Edmund could not help but laugh. He began to completely let his guard down. He couldn't believe someone could be this sloppy. This match was going to end before Baek Yu-seol could even transition to the next phase. For this duel, Edmund had brought out one of his absolute favorite setups from the prestigious Atelec school, the Flash Burn. This strategy relied entirely on the perfect coordination of 3 Flash Knights. Step 1 was simple: use their insane mobility to disrupt the enemy. Step 2 was deploying 5 fire pawns to safely lock down map control. This would create the blazing terrain, a special zone that melts the defense of any non-fire pieces on the board. At the same time, it boosted fire element damage. Once activated, Baek Yu-seol would stand 0 chance. Yet Baek Yu-seol remained unfazed. He calmly made his next move, sticking to his strategy. But that very move caught Edmund completely off guard. Out of nowhere, a hidden pawn materialized on the board, leaving Edmund in absolute shock. Could it be a stealth pawn? It triggered the iron chain trap, creating a prison in the designated area. Any trapped unit was locked down for 5 turns. Edmund's legendary knights were suddenly locked in chains. He raged in fury. How were his Flash Knights trapped like this? Their stealth effect should have expired after 3 turns. Why was this happening? He quickly found the answer on his own. The stealth pawn was still completely invisible. The normal effect lasted 3 turns, but there was a hidden condition. If the queen died early, the stealth effect got extended by 7 more turns. Edmund realized this truth far too late. That clever bastard had intentionally sacrificed his queen early to trigger the extension. Still, Edmund held the advantage. He refused to panic. Edmund confidently moved his next piece, telling himself that everything was still under control. The chain effect would only last 5 more turns anyway, and this turn he would, but then Baek Yu-seol placed his next piece. But Edmund went ahead and activated Phase 2 anyway. The blazing terrain ignited immediately, shredding enemy defenses by 30%. Fire units also received a massive 200% damage boost as a raging wall of fire engulfed the entire board. His confidence was completely restored. What do you think of this, Yu-sun? Now that the terrain is active, you are finished. Yet Baek Yu-seol remained eerily calm. He simply reached out and made his next move, completely unfazed by Edmund's threats. Edmund cursed inwardly, wondering if it was another stealth pawn. But no matter what he played, once this turn ended, suddenly Edmund's face twisted in absolute horror as the system announced a reverse terrain capture on the board. Capturing terrain while the opponent's terrain is active grants a powerful reverse effect. The moment Baek Yu-seol's pawn landed, it triggered a completely different state. Freezing terrain activated. Thanks to the reverse effect, elemental damage surged by 200%, fulfilling the hidden conditions. Gaining an extra turn, Baek Yu-seol watched Edmund lose his confident smile completely. Edmund stood completely frozen, staring at the board in disbelief. How could this be? Had he read everything? This guy had anticipated his entire strategy. Edmund began to completely break down under the pressure, desperately denying reality. No way, it had to be a fluke. The commoner he once looked down upon was gone. Before him stood Baek Yu-seol, radiating a suffocating, overwhelming power. Edmund kept trying to convince himself it was a fluke. Staring at his frozen knight, he tried to wake himself up. Edmund pinched his thigh hard to snap out of his panic. Cold sweat began to pour down his face. He had faced countless opponents like this before. If he could just survive until his next turn, he could still turn this around. As long as he can hold his ground, he wins. Edmund desperately searches for a way to flip the board, but his arrogant confidence from earlier is completely gone. Edmund keeps repeating that he can win, trying to reassure himself, but doubt is creeping in. He is starting to doubt his own skills. Can he really pull off a victory against Baek Yu-seol's overwhelming mastery? It is a total, one-sided beating with Baek Yu-seol, crushing Edmund's pieces at every turn. Deeply shaken, Edmund wonders if he can even fight back. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol coolly observes his absolute domination. Even so, he still respects his opponent's talent. Edmund is actually a highly skilled player, and definitely a tough opponent. Back in the game, beating Edmund at Soul Chess was widely considered one of the ultimate, most brutal challenges. But after 10 years of hardcore players breaking the game, some insane strategies emerged. Honestly, these gaming veterans are just built different. One legendary player faced Edmund thousands of times to draft the ultimate counter-strategy. Baek Yu-seol smirks, because that exact guide is sitting right there on his Sate B smart glasses. As he makes his final move, it is basically like playing with a cheat sheet. With a massive thunderbolt strike, he unleashes a lightning attack, dealing 200% damage to frozen targets. And if those frozen enemies are linked, it triggers a chain lightning effect. The moment Baek Yu-seol plays the card, things instantly activate. Spiritual energy starts gathering around the board, and in a flash, an absolute storm of raw power comes crashing down right onto Edmund's pieces. His entire board is obliterated instantly, leaving his perfect strategy shattered in ruins. Edmund can only watch in absolute horror. Crushed so effortlessly, a bitter, defeated laugh escapes his lips. At last he finally accepts his loss. He admits defeat to Baek Yu-seol, recognizing his incredible skill. The victor is officially decided. Edmund slumps over the table, a stark contrast to Baek Yu-seol's proud, upright posture. Slowly, both players fade back into reality. The crowd of watching students is completely stunned. Nobody can believe what just went down. The shockwave of whispers starts spreading. Is this for real? Did Senior Edmund seriously just lose? How is that even possible? His tactics were supposed to be unbeatable. His legendary strategy was completely dismantled. Amidst the relentless gossip, Edmund can only hang his head in utter shame. The student whispers stab like thousands of tiny daggers straight into his massive ego. But things are about to get even worse. Watching Baek Yu-seol chat casually with Princess beyond Edmund is still in a daze. Did he really just lose? And at Soul Chess, the harsh reality finally sets in. Not only did the item trade deal fall through, but he also lost his political rights to Aslan. His head is spinning as he tries to find a way out. What is he supposed to do now? Everything is falling apart. Is it really game over for him? As the game staff step in to clear the table, Edmund's frustration boils over. Slapping his hand hard against the table, he mutters cursed threats. This pathetic breakdown gives the students even more juicy gossip. Suddenly, the crowd scatters as a powerful presence approaches. Edmund is too caught up in his misery to even notice. He is completely drowning in his own despair, wondering how to fix this. But then a familiar voice snaps him out of it. Edmund looks up to find Princess Beyond standing right before him. He mutters her name in shock as she makes an offer. She proposes a sweet deal, offering to handle that commoner for him, secure the item trading rights, and fix his mess. She promises to stop Baek Yu-seol from forcing his exit from the Adalek house. To Edmund, this is a literal lifeline. Desperate Edmund thanks her profusely, wondering how he could ever repay such a massive debt. But Beyond has a colder motive. She just scoffs at the word debt. Her tone shifts to one of absolute, untouchable royalty. She is destined to rule. Looking down on him with pure disgust, she says it is only natural to care for someone destined to be her subject. Leaving him completely stunned, she walks away to meet Baek Yu-seol. Edmund is left totally frozen, clutching his shattered pride. He keeps mumbling the word subject in disbelief. Beyond did not care about his pride at all, walking off with absolute confidence. With a satisfied smirk on her face, she heads out. Meanwhile, at a phone booth, Baek Yu-seol is busy closing another deal. He requests a 1-month delay on all transactions with the top Adalevet corporations. Smiling, he asks if it is possible. He wants exclusive distribution rights through the royal family during this period. The mysterious voice on the other end of the line enthusiastically agrees. After all, who could possibly refuse his request? Baek Yu-seol wraps up the conversation with a polite, "Thank you." Hanging up Baek Yu-seol steps outside and stretches. He is glad that mess is sorted out, but some minor issues still remain. He wonders what to do with his newly acquired Aslan political rights. Oh well, he figures the main characters will handle it. They will surely find a way to secure their spots in the top 12 supernovas. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupts his thoughts. Bion approaches, calling him a commoner and asking why he is still here. Baek Yu-seol silently reaches into his coat, glad she arrived. He pulls out a document, handing the contract over to her. Baek Yu-seol explains that the Althea Academy will only distribute through the Adolovit royal family for the next month. Bion silently reads over the terms, carefully listening to his explanation. How you use this is entirely up to you, she said, clutching the contract tightly. Then I will gladly accept it. Just as Yu-seol prepared to leave, Bion spoke up. Blushing with embarrassment, she softly murmured, "This time, I owe you a favor. Thank you." He turned back, completely flustered. For Bion to actually thank him was a rare sight indeed, but she wasn't ready to let him leave just yet. "Wait," she called out, stopping him. "You said before, you helped me because you wanted a reward. Tell me what it is, and I will do it for you." Hearing her bring up a reward, Yu-seol paused to think. He stole a quick glance at her, already knowing his true wish. He needed to keep Bion from falling into darkness, ensuring she stayed on the path of good to reach the true ending. Still, he couldn't just casually ask her to become a good person out of nowhere. After a brief hesitation, Yu-seol smiled and said, "Then keep it simple. Treat me to a meal." Bion was utterly stunned by his request. "Treat me," Yu-seol repeated cheerfully, rubbing his stomach. He wanted to eat his fill on the princess's tab. Bion could not believe he was wasting such a valuable favor from her on something so incredibly trivial. A gentle smile touched her lips at his pure innocence. "Fine then, follow me." With that, they set off. Getting out of a luxurious car, Yu-seol turned back to marvel at the vehicle. He was thoroughly impressed. With the game running for 10 years, high-tech items were everywhere. A car in Arcanium Bion led the way. "This way," she said. Walking behind her, Yu-seol began to dream of the legendary expensive feast that awaited him. Given her royal fortune, she would surely order the 5 most expensive delicacies in Arcanium for him. But they stopped right in front of a tiny rundown restaurant. Bion pointed and announced they had arrived. Yu-seol stood frozen, asking in complete disbelief. Instantly, his dreams of a glorious feast vanished into thin air. Where was his grilled salmon belly? What about caviar canapes? Or the black truffle cream mushroom risotto? He reluctantly followed her inside, staring at the menu with a broken heart. Meanwhile, Bion quickly scanned the list. She found the item she wanted. When he asked for a meal, she had carefully planned what he would enjoy most. She remembered a report about his past. Obviously, expensive, flashy food wouldn't hold any special meaning for him. The comfort food she had discovered in his files was the only thing that truly mattered. She had seen it by chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Bion pointed at the menu and ordered, "We will have this, please." It was none other than black bean noodles. Meanwhile, Yu-seol ordered 3 bowls of spicy jampong noodles, along with a massive side of sweet and sour pork. Bion panicked, noticing his order was completely unexpected. "What's wrong?" Yu-seol asked. "Is 3 bowls too much?" "No, of course not," she quickly stammered in response. She kept wondering why he didn't order black bean noodles. Wasn't that his precious childhood memory with his mother? Suddenly, her mind began to spiral into deep overthinking. Why would a commoner write an entire essay about that dish? It wasn't because he had moved on. He was clearly still drowning in deep regret, unable to escape his past. She assumed he was heartbroken because he could never repay his late mother's kindness. As she sat lost in thought, the steaming hot food was served. Yu-seol politely accepted his massive order with a cheerful thank you. To him, that dish was not a warm memory but a painful symbol of regret. Realizing this, she felt deeply apologetic. "I am truly sorry for bringing you to a cheap place like this," she said, looking down sadly. Yu-seol panicked, trying to reassure her. "Hey, it is totally fine, don't worry about it at all." He figured even a royal princess could run short on cash sometimes. But since she was paying, ordering extra was fine. "Sir, can we get a side of fried dumplings too?" he called out. From the kitchen, the chef shouted back that the dumplings were completely free for valued guests. That simple gift made Yu-seol incredibly happy. Awesome. Meanwhile, the legendary soul chess showdown between Edmund and Yu-seol had spread like wildfire across the academy. Students gossiped in disbelief. How could a highly respected senior lose a match to a mere commoner freshman? It is just unbelievable. Did Senior Edmund seriously lose to Yu-seol? "What is going on?" they whispered on campus. "I heard it from Aunt Teresa, a close vassal of the Adalek family." Apparently, Yu-seol is actually the co-developer of futuristic magical engineering. Just that single rumor turned the entire academy upside down in an instant. The shocking truth that Yu-seol was a co-author of magical engineering completely rocked the prestigious Stella Academy. With just that single victory, his name spread far and wide, making him an absolute legend among the students. The dark news had spread even to the dark mages, not to mention Arcanium. Inside that room, the Deputy Tower Master's office, within Tower Number 1, AK2 felt irritated. Everything had been turned upside down since that incident. It was an eyesore, especially since he's just a commoner. Besides, isn't he the one who ruined May's plan? Your subordinates are much more eager, so let me handle him quietly. Nonsense. If even a single Stella student goes missing, it will cause a massive uproar, and we cannot afford that. Even as an elder of the council, you can't afford to let any trouble trace back to you directly. Losing the right to attend Aslan to that guy is frustrating, but it's still better than being targeted by the Adelevet family. Let's just keep an eye on Baek Yu-seol for now. Both sides are currently negotiating to find the best way forward. More importantly, how is May's condition? We are using the High Priest's suppression spell to control his dark mana, but it could erupt any time. The timing is terrible with the Familia contract ceremony coming up. If he goes wild and offends King Eltwin, it will cause chaos. I am ordering you, Raiden, to check on Menon's condition. We absolutely cannot let this matter slide if we want to cause trouble. We need him to distract Eltwin when the time comes. Raiden accepts the task, though he doesn't seem pleased about it. I understand. Left alone in the dark room, Raiden looks toward the prisoner, realizing just how grave the situation is. She asks, with a strained voice, "Did you also come to tell me to wait? If I endure, can I return to my original position?" Raiden scoffs at the thought. How pathetic. Someone who spent her entire life stealing from others actually thinks that position belongs to her. You have outlived your usefulness. Once you commit plagiarism, it's impossible to maintain your status once you become a target. When the plagiarism investigation begins, you will be stripped of your titles and permanently banished from the academic world. Yet she still doesn't understand why she's being kept locked up. So Archihayden, why am I still here? Archihayden's intentions are clear. You are completely consumed by darkness now, but you can still be useful for another purpose. That is why I spared you. But judging by your attitude, you still haven't realized what your true role is. He wants her to make this bastard completely lose control of his power. Hearing this, her face darkens with despair. So get lost. He tosses a dark crystal onto the floor, a silent cue for her to realize her final path. Go to the paradise at the western edge of the world where our kin reside. If you survive long enough to find them, shatter this crystal. It will break the seal that is currently suppressing the dark magic inside your body. Despite the clear instructions, she still has one burning question. Why did you decide to spare my life? The response is simple, yet it leaves her staring silently around the cold, dark room that has imprisoned her for so long. I simply didn't want to see one of our own perish in such a pathetic manner. He walks away, leaving her in silence. How dare they? Do they honestly think I will let them get away with this after turning me into a monster? Unable to hold back her rage, Tyrion trashes the room. Reduced from a proud professor to this, she will tear everything apart. Now the scene shifts to the open skies where countless airships gather. You and I are about to witness their very first field trip. They are heading to the cradle of the Divine Spirit Tree for their Familia contract ceremony. Nearby, four Gurnels chat over lunch. Speaking of which, remember Baek Yu-seol? He used to get constantly trash-talked by the seniors for the longest time. But now absolutely nobody dares to mess with him. Yeah, I heard the rumors too, they are wild. Isn't he the co-developer of alchemical magic engineering? Once that rumor spread, some seniors actually went to apologize in person. One of them turns to her friend in surprise. Iseol, did you know about that? No, it's just about him again. It seems the talk about Baek Yu-seol never ends. But is it just her imagination, or does he feel further away? Iseol falls deep into thought. There's a strange, distant feeling growing between them, leaving her with a sense of loneliness. I totally thought Baek Yu-seol and Iseol were dating. This sudden comment nearly makes Iseol choke on her food. Quick, drink some water, thanks. But seriously, hasn't he been getting super close with Princess Hong Bi-yeon lately? No way a royal princess would fall for a mere commoner, right? Listening to her friends, Iseol struggles to stay calm. But the way the princess looks at Baek Yu-seol these days is definitely not normal. Even Jeron was getting suspicious. Iseol drinks slowly. Lost in her thoughts, she walks away. It seems Baek Yu-seol is fitting in well with everyone else. Normally, he would be standing here alone, bickering with Hong Bi-yeon. Recalling what she knows, something feels off. Has the future changed in ways she doesn't know? Is all of this happening because of Baek Yu-seol's presence? While she is completely zoned out, Baek Yu-seol suddenly calls out to her, nearly giving her a heart attack. I've been looking everywhere for you. Can you do me a quick favor? Startled, she tries to act natural. What is it? He holds out a beautiful box, asking her for a favor that leaves her speechless with frustration. Pick me a flower from here. The Hanbaram flower, the flower of one wind. Isn't that the rare flower that always points in one direction? Do you think I'm a vending machine? Without even waiting for her answer, he happily opens the box. Thanks. What is this even? You're going to be used for? She hasn't even agreed yet, but is he seriously planning to head down to the 4th floor? Instead of answering, she just offers a few warnings. Of course he's going. Otherwise, why would I take it? Just take good care of yourself, she says. Or else. Seeing his confused face, she quickly denies it, claiming it's nothing. Then glancing at his side, she asks, What about you? Are you okay? Because of the morning practice, instead of checking on her, he just dumps this errand, asking if I'm okay. Does that mean I just thought you looked depressed after the Persona Gate practice? That's not it, she retorts, calling him a total busybody. Even if you're worried about me, don't expect a thank you, as the two of them bicker playfully. Someone else is quietly watching from behind. Sounds like you're actually thanking me. I said I'm not. Still, this guy seems pretty annoyed, watching them chat. You really aren't honest at all. Hey, give me back my flower. Placing her hand over her chest, she and Flame watch a blue beam of light. They discuss the mysterious disappearance of the demonic mountain Terrell which vanished within Stella Academy, leaving no trace. Sen stands deep in thought discussing this year's events. From today, Stella's first-year students from the Combat Magic Department are heading out for extracurricular activities. Meanwhile, the captain of Dark Star Unit 13 under the Dark Magic faction Sen stands in the shadows watching the light. That is where the Dark Mage's operation is set to begin. Suddenly, that portal transports them to a lush green landscape, likely the demonic mountain Terrell. Keep a close eye on them. Upon arrival, she immediately looks annoyed. She clearly detests this trip. Seriously, why is the Tower Lord so obsessed with Stella anyway? The Vice, Captain Hazen Macaron, complains, triggering the captain's annoyance. The two of them immediately spark another argument the moment they arrive. The Tower Lord has the power of prophecy, so stop whining and follow orders. Yeah, but half of those predictions turn out completely wrong. He tries to defend the Tower Lord despite their past failed missions, arguing that most cases were because we resolved the disaster before it even happened, or someone else stepped in first. The crisis was actually prevented by other unpredictable variables. She refuses to shut up and continues teasing him. Either way, you trust the Tower Lord way too much. That is your problem. Annoyed and embarrassed, he snaps back. Fine, let's just get this done. They arrive at a breathtaking paradise-like place, surrounded by lush greenery, featuring a giant tree, massive enough to cover an entire town. This cradle of the world tree nurtures the forest spirits. It looks like a special training session is underway. After attending the World Tree Birth Festival tomorrow, you all will perform the ritual to contract your familiars. Until it's time to gather, you are all free to explore. Sightseeing. Yes. Dion stares blankly around, seemingly taking in the beauty of this place. Perhaps because it's so filled with nature, she feels incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, she spots Baek Yu-seol over there. Looking at him, she can't help but wonder, thinking. Wandering around alone again. Seeing her, Prince Jeremy walks over to say hello. Flame, hi. The prince clearly wants to have a proper chat with her. Won't you show me that cute expression you had earlier? Still clueless about what he wants, she asks. What he means. What are you talking about? Trying to close the distance, he asks. Walk with me if you're free. I'm not, she snaps. With that attitude, shouldn't you reconsider? She doesn't sense any good intentions from this guy at all. He's bad news. This guy is definitely too dangerous to stay around. Right at that tense moment, the future Tower Lord steps in to intervene. Crown Prince, that is quite enough. Standing his ground, he speaks up without a shred of hesitation. Are you aware of how incredibly rude and oppressive your actions are? But a simple warning isn't enough to scare someone like Jeremy. Is that so? Why would I care? The two face off so intensely that she can't even speak. Oh boy, what kind of chaotic situation is this? What is this? Seeing Haewon Ryang. Refusing to back down, the prince decides not to stay, choosing to walk away. It seems your friend has misunderstood something. See you next time. With the prince finally gone, he turns back to talk with her, questioning her behavior, thinking she was being too stubborn. Haewon Ryang, what on earth were you thinking? Blocking Jeremy, making an enemy out of the Scarvan Empire is never a good idea. Flame, you need to be careful, he warns, continuing when she stays silent. The Crown Prince is extremely dangerous. He'll use any means to get what he wants. And right now, you've become his primary target, the one he wants most. Leaning in with an annoyed, exasperated expression, she asks a direct question. Do you trust that guy? She's still totally clueless about what he's hinting at. Who's that guy? Feeling suddenly embarrassed, he turns away and starts to leave. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. What? Refusing to let him escape, she's determined to get an answer. Hey, who is that guy? Calling him out directly makes him break into a cold sweat. Haewon Ryang is sweating bullets, but she couldn't help but worry, shouting out to ask if he was okay. He snapped back. I'm fine, but fine. How could he possibly be fine? He walked away without looking back. Wait, Haewon Ryang yelled, desperately calling out Hari's name as her friend's behavior grew stranger. As she vanished, he finally let out a heavy breath. This mysterious, painful symptom had been getting worse lately, and he didn't know why. It was incredibly frustrating. Damn it, he couldn't let these dark emotions ruin such a crucial life-changing ceremony. How could he complete the sacred covenant ceremony in this state? But then, someone quietly approached him from the shadows. It was Professor Mason, shrouded in a dark, ominous mist. He muttered, wondering where his seed had gone, only to find it right here. He had no idea what the professor meant, but her chilling, eerie presence was enough to strike pure terror into anyone's heart. She sneered, noting how far the dark corruption had already spread. Bewildered, he asked what she meant, but she suddenly raised her hand. She lunged, telling him not to resist. Was she trying to turn the future Tower Master into her personal errand boy? Because starting now, he was to be her puppet. He tried to resist, but his body wouldn't obey. He screamed at her to stay back as the memories of his friend faded. Meanwhile, Flem Orenha approached a grand royal chamber, politely knocking. Your Majesty, you must appear today. If you skip the birthday banquet, the Elder Council will surely use it to cause trouble. The royal aide of the Elf King stood waiting. Inside the dark room, the king clutched his precious artifact, trapped in desperate thoughts. He knew their goal was to seize total control. They wanted the gate leading to the World Tree's garden. Why was such a noble ruler always drowned in endless sorrow? Suddenly, Spirit King Sioran, hearing the aide call out repeatedly, Sioran finally answered, I understand. I will be out shortly. You may dismiss yourself. Yes, Your Majesty. Once the aide left, she couldn't help but wonder when she had last tasted true, unburdened freedom. She slowly put on a hood to cover her beautiful face. Even with this disguise, she could only buy herself a single hour. Walking beneath the lush green canopy of trees, she desperately prayed that everything would go smoothly and peacefully this time. After spending hours praying in the lovely garden, she turned toward the waterfall, hoping with all her heart for peace. The ritual was complete. Now, all she had to do was head back along the path. But suddenly, something went wrong. An impure, corrupt presence breached this tranquil sanctuary. It was incredibly stealthy, yet she could sense the dark magic clearly. A highly dangerous dark mage had snuck onto this holy ground. Even though her knights were nearby, she had to face this alone. No one else was aware of this looming threat. Judging by the clueless guards, she was the only one who felt the dark force. There was absolutely no intel about any enemy intrusion. But during the grand festival of the World Tree, she couldn't stand idle. No divine guidance had been sent to the Spirit King, but she refused to let a dark mage desecrate Cheonhua Island. Clenching her fists, she realized she couldn't rely on anyone else. She had to take matters into her own hands. She had to step up. Meanwhile, Dijian had been searching for his friend but completely lost track of him. Worried about Haewon Ryang's erratic behavior, Dijian had pursued him, but the boy had suddenly vanished without a trace. Where could he have gone? Suddenly a familiar voice echoed. Flame spotted him, her heart sinking with a sudden wave of anxiety. Haewon Ryang felt a dark energy swirling around him. Was this ominous feeling coming from the corruption itself? The dark magic was terrifying, but he tried to tell himself the process wasn't complete. He had no idea what was happening. Fortunately, the corruption hadn't fully taken hold of Haewon Ryang yet. There was still a chance to save him. She tried to ease his pain, urging him to calm down. Get a grip, Haewon-ryang, stay with me. These dark emotions rushing through him weren't his own. Looking into his empty, lifeless eyes, she knew he hated losing. Suddenly he roared, demanding to know why she was avoiding him. Confused and shaken, she listened to his furious shouts. "Do you hate me? Am I not trustworthy?" he screamed. She desperately tried to explain, begging him not to think that way. Suddenly, Baek arrived, asking if he was okay. Thankfully, his friend with the dark lightning magic had stepped in to help. He muttered an apology, begging them to forget what happened. Though safe, he still wondered why she hadn't fought back. Why didn't she fight Haewon-ryang? She almost died. But they were friends, and using force was out of the question. She had tried to reach him through words, talk to him, he couldn't believe it. But yes, dialogue was her choice. She recalled the rule of only using dialogue to purify dark mages. A girl trying to save others using her heart. She was once called the Saintess of Confession. She had truly believed she could bring Haewon-ryang back to his senses, but now she was left doubting her own power. Was she truly unable to save anyone with her magic? Suddenly, his loud voice shattered her doubts. "I don't care what your plan is, but you have to fight." She steeled herself, believing she could do this. Gripping her weapon tightly, she stood her ground, ready for the clash. He knows he can do it. Resolved to keep his comrade from falling to ruin, he swears he won't let him die this time. He will save Haewon-ryang. The battle has begun, and they join forces to fight the Earth Whip Gun-ryang. Against the Earth Whip, Seol is completely outmatched by his friend's brutal attacks. Iseol is forced to join, casting Binding Light. The light binds him, making him cry out in pain. Seol blinks behind his distracted target and delivers a swift strike. The blow knocks him backward. She's deeply shaken, realizing this is the perfect moment to try reasoning with him once more. But Haewon-ryang has grown far more dangerous. Fueled by a sinister aura, his very form begins to mutate. Damn it, the corruption is spreading rapidly. She warns Seol to back away, shouting his name as things spin out of control. Seol stands frozen in shock. Haewon-ryang can no longer form proper words to call out to his dear friend. He is turning into a monster before their eyes. Even Seol's barrier cannot hold back that immense destructive force. Taking a devastating direct hit, things take a turn for the worse as the beast grabs Seol right by the neck. He lifts Seol high into the air. She knows she shouldn't interfere, but staying back means certain doom. If she doesn't act now, Haewon-ryang will kill Seol. Yet, with her current power, stopping him seems entirely impossible. The grip tightens around his neck. What can Seol do? Even with the slimmest hope of victory, he must try. Clinging to that tiny chance, Seol forces out his final doubts, catching the monster off guard with his words. His words strike a chord, making the beast freeze. Did Haewon-ryang just show a crucial opening in his defenses? This is her chance to strike, but before she can move, a dark force intercepts her, dragging them into endless darkness. In the dark, Haewon-ryang sneers, admitting he thought Seol shared his world, only to be utterly disappointed by this weak display. Disappointed in his rival, Seol's provocative words actually succeed in forcing the corrupted Haewon-ryang to finally speak. A single spark of hope emerges. Seol must win this. Flashback to their freshman year, in the spring of year 2. Haewon-ryang stands waiting for Yusong's answer, but the genius seems completely distracted, forcing him to ask again. With a confused shrug, Yusong mutters, "Huh," as Haewon-ryang boldly demands a duel right then and there. Looking around, Yusong genuinely doubts if the challenge is meant for him. He asks, "Are you talking to me?" Hoping to make sense of the sudden challenge, Yusong asks why. Haewon-ryang replies with bitter resentment. He refuses to accept being ranked second, demanding a clear hierarchy. Yusong is left a bit stunned by the request. A rank hierarchy. Amused by the intense proposal, Yusong simply smiles and agrees to give it a shot. They head straight to the arena. Eyeing his opponent's weapon, Yusong casually places his own staff on the ground. With an easygoing smile, Yusong offers him the first move. Haewon-ryang is utterly baffled by this sheer disrespect. What kind of stance is that? Is this guy really a genius? Haewon-ryang was born to inherit the full Morso Dorden magic. Learning spells the moment he could read, he trained relentlessly every day to become the ultimate magic warrior. Yet looking at the freshman rankings, Ma Yusong took first place, leaving Haewon-ryang in a shocking second. Stunned, he couldn't believe he was outranked. Second place. The sheer existence of this genius felt like a cruel joke. Ma Yusong's name felt like a thunderclap. Lost in thought, Won-ryang suddenly hears that very name called out nearby. Turning around, he sees classmates happily greeting the prodigy. Asking to tag along, Yu-sung cheerfully agrees with an easy smile. Skeptical, Hae-won-ryang stares. This is his first time seeing the guy ranked above him, and curiosity soon gets the better of him. He decided to shadow him, but the closer he watched, the more disappointed he grew. Yu-sung just read bizarre books. The guy slacked off daily with zero effort. Hae-won-ryang was utterly furious. He couldn't accept such a slacker being better. Determined to prove his hard work wasn't in vain, he challenged the slacker, but the outcome was absolutely devastating. His magic staff clattered to the floor. Hae-won-ryang stood completely frozen, staring at his hands in disbelief. Had he really lost to this slacker? Yu-sung, completely unscathed, casually strolled over to the defeated rival. Approaching with an easy smile, Yu-sung claps his shoulder, saying magic duels are incredibly fun, and thanking him for the match. "Let's do this again," Yu-sung cheerfully offers. Hae-won-ryang stands frozen, clenching his fists in absolute fury. Why did he lose to someone who never even tries? Is this what true genius looks like? On the brink of breaking down, he desperately reassures himself that his training was simply insufficient. Gripping his staff tightly, he resolves to do better. If he pushes past his limits, victory is possible. From that day on, he trains himself to absolute exhaustion. Day after day, it is nothing but relentless practice. Yet in their next encounter, he suffers another bitter defeat. He was utterly crushed. Unbelievable. No way. This was the very duel he requested after thoroughly analyzing all of Baek Yu-seol's spells. It was simply unbelievable that the gap between them could be this massive. Yet, after winning, Baek Yu-seol still politely offered his hand to help Won-ryang up, happily saying, "This time was even more fun than last time. Let's do it again next time." Okay. Won-ryang stared blankly at Baek Yu-seol, quietly lowering his head for a moment before finally taking his hand and standing up to declare, "Next time, I will definitely win." Baek Yu-seol just smiled back with anticipation. "Haha, I'll be waiting for that." Won-ryang finally accepted reality. He had to admit Baek Yu-seol was an absolute genius, but he still refused to give up. To prove his relentless efforts weren't in vain. Recalling Baek Yu-seol's carefree smile, he quietly made a promise to himself. One day he would defeat Baek Yu-seol. And now, seeing Baek Yu-seol choked by his own magic, he truly believed victory was finally within his grasp. This time he could actually win. He really believed that. But then he couldn't believe his own eyes and gasped, "Is this even possible?" Even while being choked, Baek Yu-seol just smiled and spoke. Already completely drunk on the power of the 40. Black magic and losing yourself, how disappointing. Hae-won-ryang cried out in utter disbelief. "I trained so damn hard just to fight you." He then desperately asked Baek Yu-seol, "Do you remember? Back during our dungeon training, we fought on completely equal terms, didn't we?" Baek Yu-seol remained silent as Won-ryang kept speaking. "I was actually shocked back then. Turns out I'm quite a competitive guy, training like crazy, constantly waiting for a rematch with you." He yelled out in absolute frustration. "I've never beaten you even once. This is my only chance." But Baek Yu-seol just calmly challenged him, "Then kill me." Hearing that, Won-ryang froze in shock. Baek Yu-seol continued to provoke him. "Use that power to pierce my heart. Taste your victory, and then live with regret, because this will be our final battle." These chilling words left Won-ryang panicking and utterly stunned. He snapped out of his trance, stammering in sheer panic as Flame watched him choke Baek Yu-seol. Then his grip slowly loosened. Won-ryang went quiet. He refused to kill him like this because defeating him in this state meant nothing. It would only deny all his hard work. Flame sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Won-ryang's humanity and sanity had finally returned. Now she could save Hari. As his magic dissolved, she rushed to stop his corruption. Suddenly, a colossal power enveloped them. This oppressive energy crushed them. Won-ryang let out a groan. Ugh! And Baek Yu-seol was doing no better, gasping out. Arg Flame couldn't comprehend what this power was. As she struggled, a playful voice suddenly called out, "Oh my!" Then, a woman slowly stepped into view. Surveying the scene, Heijin smirked and spoke. "Well, if it isn't my Zen Tyren." While Flame lay there, devastated, that elegant voice whispered right beside her. Long, slender legs strode forward with absolute confidence. A striking woman with stylish brown hair and large gold earrings exuded a mature, fiercely independent and incredibly magnetic aura. This newcomer was none other than Heijin, standing tall with a poised, majestic presence. The vice captain of the 13th Onyx, Morso Dorden Heijin Macaron. She turned around as another figure approached, murmuring, "Looks like the prophecy was wrong after all." Was wrong again. Standing beside her was Kyan, dressed in black with long, flowing blue hair. "Right, Captain?" she teased. "Cut the nonsense, Heijin." Flame stared intently at Kyan, realizing this dangerous powerhouse had indeed shown up as well. Captain of the 13th, Onyx Morso Dorden Kyan. Suddenly, Baek Yu-seol and a blue demon materialized right before them. Kyan silently observed the beast. Its magical fluctuations were so incredibly faint, yet it emitted a surprisingly immense amount of power. "You're right about that. How should we handle this?" Kyan conjured a small blade, instantly passing judgment. Having confirmed the target, he ruthlessly drove the blade straight into the demon's chest, executing it on the spot. This sudden attack shocked the demon Flame and Baek Yu-seol. Heijin questioned his sudden decision. "Executing it already? It is still in the early stages. Shouldn't we observe it a bit longer?" But Kyan countered that any weak creature wielding this much power would become an absolute catastrophe if it ever escaped. The demon writhed in agony, proving that ending its life right now was the correct choice. Suddenly, a weak voice cried, "Stop!" Heijin whirled around in surprise. Standing there was a battered young man, Baek Yu-seol, his entire body covered in deep bleeding wounds. That made it incredibly painful to even stand. "You can actually endure that," Heijin murmured in admiration. "Are you Ma Baek Yu-seol of Stella? As expected of the Academy's top freshman, you're pretty impressive." But then she narrowed her eyes with a mysterious gaze. Suddenly his face went completely pale, twisted in agonizing pain. In the very next second he collapsed right before Heijin's feet, while she just silently smiled as if she had expected this. "Just stay down and rest, okay? Don't get in my way while I'm working." He groaned in agony, desperately struggling against the excruciating pain. Beside him, Flame knelt down, trembling in absolute terror, unable to do a single thing. She could easily deduce his critical state. "This is bad. Ma Baek Yu-seol's condition is getting worse." She desperately recalled the knowledge she had once read. Although things had changed drastically from the original novel, she knew his magic. Ma Yu-seol's recent attack was undoubtedly dark magic, but its sheer destructive force was terrifying. It had the power to level the entire city. If Ma Yu-seol exhausts his regular mana, his hidden dark power will be fully exposed right before their eyes. By then, he would end up sacrificing himself. Standing nearby, Hwan-ryang struggled to his feet, refusing to let both of them die here. He begged his body to move, pleading desperately. But Kale coldly cut in, declaring it was over, as he assumed his true demon form, ready to strike. Flame kept whispering, sending a desperate prayer into the distance, holding on to a sliver of hope to change their fate. Praying for a miracle, she watched as Kale, consumed by rage, unleashed his lethal death magic, summoning the dark forces. Suddenly, another voice shattered the tension, shouting for them to wait. Kale snapped his gaze toward the sound, spotting a mysterious figure. It was a young man. 10 minutes earlier, a little elf boy was getting his head patted, blushing from the sudden attention. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol was casually buying vegetables from an old street vendor, politely wishing her a prosperous day before walking away. The old lady thanked him, but suddenly the young student froze. A glowing system notification popped up, warning that an anomaly had occurred. As Episode 8 began, a terrifying alert flashed. The Hwan-ryang dark corruption route was underway. Needless to say, our hero was stunned. How could this be happening? The dark corruption arc was supposed to be completely over after Jackie's route was cleared. Remembering the original game's storyline, 3 students in total were supposed to be corrupted by Professor Mason's dark influence. In his mind, images of critical target zones like the head and the center of the chest shattered like broken glass. Among them, Hwan-ryang's corruption path had a 99% chance of triggering the absolute worst-case ending. Shivering with dread, he clutched his chest, sensing the impending catastrophe. Panicked, he quickly shoved his grocery bags onto a passing girl. Telling her to enjoy the food, he immediately sprinted off. There was absolutely no way he would sit back and watch a bad ending unfold. Back in the present, both the demon and our protagonist were writhing in agonizing pain from the overwhelming magical pressure. Even Flame was running out of strength to resist. Seeing the chaos, Kael and Hyejin desperately called out Ma Yu-sung's name. Fortunately, our hero arrived just in time, checking his pulse with relief. Still breathing. Thank goodness. Kael quickly called out to Hyejin. Smirking, she stepped forward with her massive axe, ready to deal with Baek Yu-seol, while promising to show him a gorgeous illusion. Grinning maliciously, she unleashed a bright flash of temporal energy, attempting to utterly crush the boy under her overwhelming power. Yet Baek Yu-seol stood his ground, staring back with absolute calm and unwavering eyes. Suddenly, an eerie silence settled between them. Hyejin gasped in shock when her magic failed to affect him. Flustered, she desperately swung her axe, spamming spells to no avail. Our main character stood like an immovable statue, merely raising an eyebrow. Losing his patience, Kael barked at her to stop playing around. Hyejin pleaded helplessly, explaining that the boy was completely immune to her illusions, despite her putting everything into the attack. Analyzing the situation closer, she remembered how regular children would panic and try to flee from the demonic pressure before them. Illusion magic works by throwing the target's mana into absolute chaos, making them feel like they are crushing under immense gravity. Those kids only fell for it because their mana was disrupted, creating a powerful illusion. But this boy was entirely different. Somehow, she could not detect even a single speck of mana inside his body. It made absolutely no sense to her. Trying to cast illusion magic on him was like trying to perform a joint lock on a squishy slime. She began to panic. Her magic was at least a high-tier spell, yet it was completely useless. What kind of bizarre power did this kid possess? Realizing things were spinning out of control, Kael coldly stepped forward and ordered his subordinate to back off immediately. The commander locked his sharp, piercing gaze onto Baek Yu-seol, demanding answers with a heavy, threatening tone. He demanded to know who Yu-seol worked for. Unfazed by the intense pressure, the boy answered calmly without any hesitation. He stated he was a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. But this formal response was not what Kael wanted. The commander growled, demanding to know his real backing. This left our protagonist utterly confused, his mind racing with questions. Real backing. He genuinely was just a student from Stella Academy, so the question made absolutely no sense to him. Seeing the boy's clueless expression and seemingly evasive answers, the commander took a deep breath to suppress his growing frustration. He assumed the kid was just keeping secrets. Baek Yu-seol was left even more baffled, completely speechless at the misunderstanding. Realizing interrogation was going nowhere, the commander's demeanor shifted completely, turning cold, decisive, and heavily warning-like. He warned that while he wouldn't pry into Yu-seol's faction or infiltration motives, the boy had better stay out of their way. But as the warning hung in the air, Baek Yu-seol's casual attitude completely vanished, replaced by an intense, serious expression. He looked directly at them, his eyes sharp. If they thought he was going to back down, they were dead wrong. That is going to be difficult, he said coldly. After all, they were planning to murder his classmate right here. The temperature in the room plummeted instantly as Ken made no effort to hide his target. Yes, they were going to kill him. The crushing mental pressure from that cold declaration made Guanjiang feel true despair, even in his fully corrupted state. This sudden turn of events pushed Do-sun into an absolute dilemma. He knew his mind had to stay sharper than ever. If he fought those guys now, he would be dead in less than 5 seconds. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. His grip tightened slowly, drawing his blade from its sheath. He simply could not afford to lose Guanjiang right here. Do-sun refused to stand by and watch his ally fall. You want to kill my classmate, so I cannot stay quiet. Ken's expression remained completely frozen, showing absolutely no emotion as he laid out the cold and brutal reality. If you stand against us, you will die. It seemed like a threat that would instantly break anyone's resolve. But Do-sun had already worked out a backup plan. You guys clearly do not operate out in the open, do you? Want me to start making some serious noise? Even if I die, I can easily blow this whole place wide open. Staring at the young man, Ken felt a sudden wave of genuine caution. After weighing his options, he finally spoke. What do you want? Ken asked. Do-sun had no intention of pushing things too far, so he stated his goal. Just let me attempt to purify my friend once. Slowly, Ken shifted his cold gaze over to Guanjiang. The boy was currently being swallowed alive by thick, suffocating dark magic. Ken stared coldly at his trembling body. Without hesitation, he pointed his wand straight at Do-sun instantly, throwing cold water on the boy's desperate hope. It is useless. Even if you cleanse the dark magic, his emotions will never return. Do-sun raised his sword. Holding his blade high, he stared back with unyielding determination. Just one try. Her magic can restore his heart. A cold drop of sweat rolled down Flame's cheek. At that moment, Her mind was flooded with sheer disbelief. Could she really bring Guanjiang back to normal? Let's find out. As Ken remained deeply skeptical, weighing his risks. What if you fail? Ken questioned. Do-sun immediately offered a fair deal. Then we will leave quietly. This deal would keep things quiet, allowing both sides to walk away without causing any unwanted public attention. After careful consideration, taking a step back seemed like the smartest choice. Fine, but if you break your word, I will hunt you down and end you in the most agonizing way possible. Hayne stood there in complete shock. She could not believe a strict leader like him would ever compromise. However, Ken completely ignored his subordinate's disbelief. Hayne released the illusion. Before dispelling her magic, she hesitated, trying to ease the anxiety clawing at her mind. Do you actually believe him? Ken responded to her worry with his signature cold and utterly confident attitude. If he lies, we can always execute him later. Realizing she could not change his mind, Hayne relented. She slammed her magic staff onto the ground. Good grief, if the commander says so, I have no choice. The suffocating pressure finally vanished, sending Do-sun and Guanjiang collapsing to the floor, gasping for air. Though the magic pressure had lessened, Flame still felt utterly exhausted, her heavy breaths showing her struggle. As she desperately tried to calm her racing mind after the shock, a shadow suddenly loomed over her. Do-sun knelt right in front of her. You know exactly what state Guanjiang is in, don't you? If anyone can bring him back to normal, it is you. But confidence was exactly what Flame lacked. She hung her head, her voice cracking with doubt. I am sorry, but I do not have that kind of power. Refusing to let her retreat, Do-sun targeted her deeply buried trauma. Are you going to repeat what happened to Jake? That painful question made her flinch. No. Do-sun watched her reaction and offered a reassuring smile. Go save Guanjiang, you can do this. If anyone else had said that, Flame would have given up. But Do-sun's absolute belief in her carried a massive weight. Finding her resolve, she reached for her staff. She stepped toward Guanjiang with absolute focus. Do-sun said she could do this, so she had to try. If a regressor like Do-sun was so sure, then she truly possessed that hidden strength. Flame turned to him. Step back for a moment, she requested. A brief shadow of deep sorrow crossed her delicate features. Nightmarish memories of her past instantly flooded back, threatening to overwhelm her focus once again. But Flame refused to surrender to weakness. She would not stand by helplessly like she did back then. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with a brilliant sacred golden light as a massive magic circle formed below her. Angel wings of pure light manifested, radiant with hope. Stick with me, because this time she was absolutely determined to save her friend. Flame relies entirely on her own strength, attuning her soul to the pure mana flow. This miracle begins as a soft melody. The soothing melody gently rises from her voice. Watching this strange radiant light expand from afar, Hazen is completely struck with awe. She asks in shock, Commander, is that radiant magic? Commander Khan narrows his eyes, his gaze sharp and wary as he tries to confirm it. The confirmation only deepens Hazen's confusion. That girl is not even part of the holy sect, yet her immense power rivaled someone legendary. She is basically on par with the saintess, Khan realizes as a crucial rumor flashes in his mind. He recalls hearing whispers about this year's class. Supposedly, a freshman entering Stella Academy can wield the holy power of angels. Seeing this, it has to be her. Right then, the mana around Flame begins to violently surge, sending massive shockwaves of pure blinding light rippling across the area. Under this overwhelming wave of divine purification, the dark horn on Guanyang's head begins to crack like a spider web. Suddenly, it shatters into pieces. This violent clash of opposing attributes directly batters his body, triggering a massive, painful rejection. Watching the agonizing struggle, Khan remains dead silent, his mind working overtime as he calculates their next move. Wielding angel power is one thing, but purging a dark seed is entirely different. At best, she can only suppress it temporarily. But reality is about to slap him right in the face, completely shattering his doubts with what happens next. Guanyang suddenly starts coughing violently, and to everyone's absolute shock, the pitch-black aura wrapping around him completely vanishes. It is totally gone. Stunned, he stares at his own hands, muttering in pure disbelief as he tries to process what just happened. Before Guanyang can even wrap his head around it, a choked voice calls out. It is Flame, looking at him with a tearful smile. She is overjoyed that she did not give up. He is back to normal. But having pushed her mana to the absolute limit, her strength finally vanishes. Exhausted Flame collapses, Panicked, Guanyang lunges forward to catch her before she hits the cold ground. But in that split second, a sharp, icy wand tip points directly at Guanyang's chest, freezing him dead in his tracks. Khan's cold voice rings out. He speaks without mercy, saying, "Let's see about that." While Doosan and Dustin rush over to tend to the unconscious, Flame Khan steps up. Khan and Hazen corner Guanyang to scan his remaining mana. A tense silence fills the air as they run the magic measurements. Once the scan is complete, Khan turns to his partner and asks, "What are the results?" Hazen dispels her magic in disbelief. She looks up, stunned. It is completely normal. He is so ordinary right now, you would never believe he was actually demonized. In fact, those dark emotions seem completely gone, as if the corruption was artificially forced into his soul in the first place. The host must have insane mental fortitude, Hazen notes. With their job officially done, she turns to her captain for orders. "What is the play?" Commander Khan simply turns and walks away in silence, his departing figure radiating absolute confusion. Hazen watches him go, trying to calm her own racing mind. Even her legendary captain is visibly shaken by this. Honestly, she completely gets why Khan is spiraling. Until today, the golden rule was that once you turn dark, there's no cure. They executed everyone corrupted. Yet here are these academy kids completely shattering a rule they believed to be absolute truth. Meanwhile, Doosan's group cannot care less about the soldiers. They are just celebrating their survival after staring death in the eyes. "Flame, I am so sorry, it is my fault," Doosan whimpers, then looks at Guanyang. "Wait, aren't you going to check on me too?" His childish whining instantly breaks the heavy tension. Amused Hazen flashes a bright smile and winks playfully at Doosan. She drops a mysterious parting message before vanishing into thin air. "Well, my little heroes, until we meet again." While Hazen finds this amusing, Doosan's mood hits rock bottom. He mutters, hoping he never has to cross paths with them again. As the chaos finally settles, a heavy, silent darkness slowly descends, completely wrapping the spirit world in quiet mystery. Through this quiet, eerie landscape, a mysterious figure quietly slips past, moving with extreme caution to avoid detection. Even out here alone in the dead of night, Sojin's beautiful face is tight with visible anxiety and confusion. Stopping in her tracks, she glances around warily, whispering to herself as she tries to make sense of the situation. "Something is off," she mutters. "I clearly tracked the heavy trace of dark magic here, but now it has completely vanished." Stepping into the center of the clearing, she reaches her hand out to the air, closes her eyes, and calls upon nature. "Hear my call, spirits of the wind," she commands. "Show me the memories of this place." Instantly, a bright glow appears. Ancient memories start swirling around her fingers like stardust. But Sojin's brow furrows as she senses something is horribly wrong. Instead of clear visions, the memories are completely empty. The wind only offers her a chaotic mess of black and white. Did someone erase these memories on purpose, she wonders? Her pride refuses to back down against such basic deception magic. Her pride will not let her lose to such cheap magic. Sojin raises her magical focus, summoning even more energy. Countless glowing embers gather in her palms as she declares, "Spirits of the wind, in the name of the Elf King, I command you." Whispering for more of their memories, Florin persistently pushed her magic once more, expanding its range to the maximum. She connected with all creation, and with its help, fragmented memories slowly drifted back into Florin's mind. Among those blurry images, Yu-seol's silhouette stood out largest and clearest. He was wearing a Stella uniform. Right then, a strange yet immensely powerful sensation suddenly hit her, making her entire body tremble with shock. Her keen sense of smell picked up a highly distinct scent, one she could never forget, even in death. There was no mistake, it was Yariel's scent. But wasn't Yariel supposed to be in an eternal sleep? Why was this happening? Could it be linked to the intruder from the secret garden? Suddenly, a sharp pain slammed into her mind, forcing a soft groan from Florin. Trying to read any more memories would be too much. She suppressed her chaotic emotions to analyze a critical possibility. What if the culprit was indeed the same? The intruder of the secret garden and the thief who stole Yariel's heart had to be the exact same person. Wiping the memories here made perfect sense. She clenched her fists so hard her knuckles turned pale white. This was absolutely unforgivable. Suppressing her burning rage, she made a solemn vow to track down the thief. She swore she would make him pay tenfold. The scene now shifts forward to the next morning. After successfully recovering his condition, Yu-seol was brought back, sleeping peacefully as the gentle morning light filtered through the window. He slowly opened his heavy eyes, quickly realizing he was not alone. Flame was sitting right there. She stopped peeling an apple, greeting him with a warm, gentle smile. She asked if he was finally awake. Yu-seol looked around the room trying to gather his bearings. Last night's events were completely hazy. Flame set her small knife down, explaining he was in the hospital. He frowned, trying to recall the details before shaking his head, admitting he only had vague memories. Flame neatly arranged the sliced fruit on a plate and pushed it toward him, mentioning she covered for him. She had even warned Dusan and Yusung to keep quiet. But then she brought up the upcoming contract ceremony. That news instantly caught his attention. Flame continued in a soft voice to put his mind at ease. She suggested he rest instead of joining, warning him about potential side effects. Surprisingly, he did not argue. He quietly agreed to rest, catching her completely off guard with this sudden, uncharacteristic obedience. She found it highly suspicious, wondering why he was suddenly acting so compliant. But seeing his tired face, Flame decided to get up and leave so he could rest. Pushing himself would only cause more harm. She bid him goodbye, noting that assembly time was near, while he silently watched her walk away. Suddenly, he called out her name. Flame stopped in her tracks, turning back with a puzzled expression. He parted his lips, seemingly resolved to tell her something crucial. But looking into her clear eyes, his courage evaporated. After a tense, silent pause, he decided to keep his thoughts to himself. He claimed it was nothing. Flame rolled her eyes, teasing him for being so incredibly boring. Despite her teasing, a warm smile returned to her face. She demanded a celebratory meal once he was discharged. She threatened to eat until he went completely broke, leaving Yu-seol staring at her in mild disbelief. A wave of profound relief washed over him. Seeing her back to her usual bright self, he smiled. He readily accepted her challenge, promising to treat her. Satisfied with his response, she beamed with joy. Saying her goodbyes, she headed out, leaving Yu-seol entirely alone. Yet the quiet room felt different now. He glanced over at the bedside table where the plate of neatly sliced fruit sat waiting. He took a piece of the perfectly cut apple and popped it into his mouth. The sweet taste made him nod in approval. Meanwhile, over at Stella Academy, the students gathered. The instructor spoke with absolute authority, completely silencing the noisy chatter echoing across the hall. They were about to enter the roots of the world tree to form contracts with divine beasts. This pocket dimension was entirely separate from reality, and they only had 1 week inside. Their activity was strictly limited to the 3rd floor, as the 4th floor was locked behind a barrier. Wishing them luck, the instructors watched as the students lined up and stepped through the glowing portal. The contract ceremony had officially begun, and Yu-seol stepped into the rift with a completely expressionless face. His expression did a complete 180-degree flip, his cheeks flushing red in shock as a lush green scene suddenly took over his vision, looking exactly like a gorgeous room filled with a brilliant, glowing, fluorescent green light. How beautiful, he thought. Curious, he wandered deeper inside until his eyes caught a small corner on the ground, right next to Yuseon's feet. A strange, sparkling green liquid was pooling into a long trail across the floor. Curious, Yuseon crouched down, reaching his finger out to gently poke the glowing puddle. It was just a low-tier 7th class beast, so there was zero pressure. These beasts are ranked from 7th class with 7 stars, all the way up to the 1st class 1-star level. The higher the rank, the closer they are to godhood. But forming a pact with them is exponentially harder. Even for a low 7th class beast, the success rate is a mere 5%. Yuseon shook his head and dusted off his hands. It was none of his business anyway. He decided to take his time exploring. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, 2 instructors stood watch by the gate. They stood tall, keeping a strict eye on the surroundings. But as the last student disappeared into the thick mist, one guard turned to his partner and suggested they close up the barrier now that everyone was safely inside. The other raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows, breaking the silence. They looked toward the sound with high alert, catching sight of a figure completely hidden beneath a dark cloak. Their identity was completely masked, but it looked like there was still one late arrival heading their way. But before they could react, disaster struck. A cold, skeletal hand suddenly reached out and grabbed one guard by the throat. Lifting him easily into the air, the cold attacker crushed his defenses, forcing him to his knees in defeat. He was completely paralyzed, unable to resist. With the guards cleared, the mysterious enemy flashed a chilling, sinister smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gate, Bion led her classmates forward, scanning her surroundings with clear disappointment. Just like the book said, the 1st floor had nothing special to offer. Bion quickly made up her mind. She announced they would head straight to the 2nd floor without wasting another second, and her group eagerly agreed. But at the very back of the line, Ah-seong was struggling, her pale face suggesting something was terribly wrong. Trembling, she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead as her mind spun in panic. Why was this happening? Her surroundings warped into a blur of distorted green light. Nausea hit her hard, and her vision began to fade. With no strength left to stand, her knees gave out, and she collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. The loud thud startled the classmates, making them turn around. Byeon quickly rushed over to check on Ah-seong. She stared down at Ah-seong's pale, bloodless face. What was going on? The other students gathered around in confusion. Everyone panicked, trying to figure out what went wrong. She was fine just a few moments ago. Some whispered that people with low affinity could collapse from just a tiny whiff of a divine beast's energy. Was Ah-seong really that weak? To keep everyone calm, Byeon quickly decided on a plan of action. We rest here, conserve our food, and let her recover. Sweating coldly, Ah-seong looked up at Byeon's back. I'm fine, we should keep going, she whispered, but the princess immediately shut down her weak protests. Enough. Just do as I say. Rushing now will only exhaust us when we reach the critical moment. Seeing Ah-seong hanging her head in complete helplessness, the other classmates gently gathered around to comfort her. They told her that the princess was right, leaving Ah-seong with no choice but to quietly nod in agreement. Left to rest by herself, Ah-seong leaned her exhausted body against the thick roots of a massive ancient tree. Her breathing grew shallow and rapid, her chest tightening as her mind began to spiral into chaos. Pressing her hand against her pounding chest, she tried desperately to regain control of her breathing. She had waited so long for this day. Why was she failing now? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in her mind. What a magnificent talent. You have the true potential to become a grand mage, the memory whispered. Faint figures began to slowly materialize in front of her. Was this a childhood memory, or just a dream? In the vision, a smiling elder looked down at her. Ah-seong, you are a once-in-a-century fire magic prodigy. You will command flames as easily as your own limbs and become the greatest mage Stella has ever seen. Hearing this, young Ah-seong blinked in surprise, her innocent confusion quickly turning into a bright, happy smile. Really? She asked. The elder nodded warmly. Of course. There is no doubt about it, as if I didn't exist. Suddenly, the memory shattered. Asha jolted awake, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. The haunting haze of that bleak dream clung tightly to her mind, refusing to let go. What was that? Was that nightmare? Before she could find any answers, Byeon's voice echoed from ahead, cutting her off. Get ready, we're moving out. Everyone chorused in agreement. Seeing Asha stumble as she stood, a classmate nearby couldn't help but ask with worry, Asha, are you all right? Can you keep going? Gathering her last ounce of strength, she forced herself to stand upright. Yeah, I think I can. None of them noticed a faint wisp of dark magic quietly swirling around the tree behind her. On the second floor, the crackling of roaring flames echoed as a wild spirit beast was incinerated by fire magic. Asha's complexion finally started to look better. She could feel her internal mana flowing smoothly once again, feeling much stronger. With her body feeling much better, her magical focus sharpened significantly. At this rate, she might even summon a rare beast. Maybe I can contract a 5-star spirit beast. Suddenly, an excited shout from a nearby classmate shattered her focus. Everyone look, it's a red deer. Up ahead, a majestic creature covered in soft brown fur instantly drew everyone's attention. Its most striking feature was its blood-red antlers. Pointing excitedly, their classmate began explaining everything about the creature. I read in the encyclopedia that contracting a red deer boosts your fire magic mastery. It's a 6-star beast. To their utter surprise, the majestic red deer actively started walking towards their group, catching everyone off guard. Wait, is it coming to me? Gazing at its magnificent coat, a surge of intense hope flared in Asha's chest. A 6-star beast would be incredible, but her excitement shattered instantly when the beast did something completely mind-boggling. The red deer meekly lowered its head, gently nuzzling its snout right against Byeon's hand. Everyone froze in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Did a high-ranking spirit beast just initiate contact and show affection on its own? One classmate eagerly stepped forward, whispering to her, Princess Byeon, are you going to form a contract with it? She calmly caressed the deer's soft coat with a gentle smile. No, this isn't the spirit beast I am looking for. Let's head deeper into the forest. The group agreed immediately, whispering praise and showing absolute devotion to Byeon. A legendary beast we've never even seen before, yet it approached her voluntarily. Our princess really is built different. She truly has the fire's blessing. Hearing this, a dark wave of bitter jealousy began devouring Aisha's pride. The blessing of fire. The next day, on the third floor, a massive explosion suddenly rocked the dense forest. A blinding dome of red fire consumed the area. Once the threat was cleared, the students gazed at the ashes. They shivered under the sheer weight of the lingering pressure. This is insane. The third floor is already this terrifying. I can't imagine how deadly the fourth floor will be. While they reorganized their formation, a student approached Bayan. "Princess, we probably shouldn't head north." Bayan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. "Is there something blocking our way?" The student pointed toward a narrow, dusty trail she had recently finished scouting. "The barrier leading to the fourth floor blocks the path." Not being one to take reckless risks, Bayan made her decision. "We camp here today. Focus on searching for your spirit beasts." Her team acknowledged her command with a loud shout. While they discussed their next moves, Aisha quietly slipped away from the group, taking a completely different path. Free from Bayan's overshadowing presence, her confidence as a fire genius surged back. She was ready to prove herself. "The third floor has high-tier spirit beasts. I will find a powerful one and show them my true worth." But an hour later, before she could even get close, her target panicked and bolted deep into the woods. 2 hours passed and this bizarre bad luck kept repeating like clockwork. The harsh reality left Asha utterly dumbfounded. Why was this weird curse only targeting her? Is it just my imagination, or are they actively avoiding me? Just as she was questioning her entire existence, the cheerful voices of her classmates echoed from the distance. "Princess, I contracted a 6-star beast." "Me too." Hearing their happy boasts only fueled her inner rage. A toxic cocktail of jealousy and sheer frustration welled up inside Asha's chest, threatening to boil over. Taking a deep breath to force down her rising anger, she tried to reassure herself and stay calm. "There is still plenty of time. I will find my beast." But as her hope slowly began to fade, Asha suddenly froze her eyes, locking onto a magnificent sight right by the shore of a massive lake. A proud beast with glowing silver fur was calmly drinking water. Aisha's eyes lit up as she recognized it. A 5-star silver-maned wolf. Trembling with excitement, she slowly raised her magic wand to initiate the ritual. Her heart pounded with absolute excitement. Up until now, at Stella Academy, almost no first-year student had ever managed to form a contract with a 5-star divine beast. If she succeeded here, everyone would finally recognize her. Holding her breath, Ah-song carefully took slow, quiet steps, creeping closer to the wolf so she wouldn't startle it. Once she finally managed to close the distance to a safe limit, she lowered her stance and slowly extended a hand that was trembling with intense anxiety. "Forward." "Hey, do you want to form a contract with me?" The silver-maned wolf stopped drinking, bringing its wet nose closer to sniff Ah-song's open palm to test her aura. But the moment it caught a whiff of her scent, it bared its razor-sharp fangs, growled in absolute fury, and unleashed a wave of raw hostility. Having suffered a relentless string of bitter, crushing failures since yesterday, Ah-song's spirit had now completely shattered. Why was this happening? Why, of all things, did this legendary beast reject her so ruthlessly? Gripped by sheer panic, the silver-maned wolf in front of her suddenly looked exactly like a terrifying demon born from the depths of hell. With cloudy, bloodshot eyes locked onto the trembling girl, Ah-song collapsed heavily onto the dirt, completely stunned. Why? Why on earth did the beast despise her to this extreme? Just as the creature prepared to tear her to pieces, a sudden blast of fire erupted from the dark woods, instantly grabbing both of their attention. The flames flashed past them like a streak of lightning. Ah-song stared back in utter disbelief, whipping her head toward the source of the magic. It was Princess Beyond holding her divine staff, standing there silently. Sensing her presence, the majestic beast completely ignored Ah-song. Instead, it turned around and slowly trotted toward the newcomer, heading directly for Beyond. Horrified, Ah-song screamed out a desperate warning, "Princess, look out!" But then, as the wolf drew close, it gently bowed its head and nestled comfortably right at the princess's feet. Ah-song, still frozen flat on the ground, could only watch in absolute shock. Even a legendary 5-star beast was trying to please her. She bit her lip in deep, bitter jealousy. Seeing the creature act so docile, Beyond slowly stepped forward, gently stroking its fur. "Princess, will you contract with it?" Yet the princess remained completely indifferent. "No, I decline. I will only bond with a beast of my choosing," saying that she casually dismissed the massive beast, telling it to go back. Witnessing this effortless rejection, Ah-song let out a dark, hollow laugh, her body radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. With absolute resentment in her voice, she spat. I cannot even get near them, yet you have the luxury of choosing. Just because you have everything, are you showing off? Beyond paused, staring silently at her. Right then, Ah Song's energy began to turn incredibly dark and corrupted. It is so unfair. This is just too unfair. I worked so hard for this. Summoning every bit of her strength, she screamed out in agony. Don't make me laugh. Reacting instantly, Beyond raised her staff, casting a defensive barrier to intercept the sudden strike. For a brief moment, genuine surprise flashed in Beyond's eyes. As the dark projectile slammed hard against her shield, it triggered a massive, blinding explosion that echoed throughout the woods, completely incinerating the surrounding trees and leaving smoking craters. A stray ember had landed directly onto Beyond's shoulder. With a calm, swift motion, she brushed the spark off her clothes and stared directly at the assailant. By now, Ah Song seemed to have been completely consumed by the dark magic, wearing a sinister, twisted grin. Beyond realized that the dark magic was rapidly corrupting Ah Song. Knocking her unconscious would stop it, but they were far too close to the fourth-tier barrier. Unleashing a full-scale battle here would risk damaging the seal, which was directly behind them. In a tough spot like this, she wondered what that clever commoner would do. After pondering for a brief moment, Beyond's face lit up with a confident smile. She gently reached out to her, saying, "Ah Song, do not do something you will regret. If the darkness completely takes over, you will never be human again." Hearing her words, Ah Song laughed hysterically with utter mockery. "Do you seriously think you can look down on me even now? Well, of course, you are the blessed princess of fire. How could someone with mediocre talent like me ever relate to your struggles? You could never understand my pain in 1,000 lifetimes." Beyond remained calm, merely narrowing her eyes as she prepared to play her next card. In a soft, gentle voice, she asked Ah Song, "Would you listen to my story?" Ah Song scoffed in deep disgust, thinking it was just another boast, but Beyond did not let the hostility get to her, remaining remarkably calm. "You know that, as a princess of our kingdom, if I do not become king, I die right. To survive, I must eliminate my own siblings. I had to face that horrific, bloody truth when I was only 7. I heard you grew up surrounded by love and warmth. Honestly, hearing your story made me incredibly envious. In my case, I was never loved or even given any hope. Born only to compete for the throne. Can you imagine the lengths I had to go to just to survive?" Stunned and deeply moved, Ah Song still stubbornly scoffed, arguing that being born royalty was a blessing. "You and I are about to watch." Beyond interrupt her, stating she drank fire instead of water, ate fire instead of food, and even bathed in raging flames. Her skin was blistered with pus, itching to the point of madness. Even if she drank water, her body was still filled with internal burns, only causing more agony. Her tongue was so paralyzed that she could no longer taste anything. Fire was both her ultimate weapon and her deepest terror. Ah Song refused to listen any longer, immediately trying to block it out. She gathered all her strength and screamed at the top of her lungs, demanding who would believe such lies. How could anyone possibly endure something like that? She accused Beyond of using lies to get sympathy, calling it useless. This time, Beyond simply let the girl before her vent her anger without saying a single word. She quietly conjured a small flame on her fingertip, and in the next second, Beyond slowly placed that small ember directly into her mouth. Even as it touched her tongue, she showed no sign of stopping. This was when Ah Song finally began to realize it was the truth. Horrified, she asked what she was doing, her eyes widening, in absolute shock. The princess swallowed the fire completely, without an ounce of fear, appearing completely unharmed. That was when Beyond spoke up again, asking Ah Song if she still considered this a blessing. She explained that she had trained this way since childhood, under the guise of increasing elemental affinity, constantly thinking that dying would be easier. Because of that, she asked her not to speak of talent or blessings anymore, admitting she was deeply jealous of Ah Song for never having to experience such a torturous life. Ah Song was completely devastated, her mind in absolute chaos, as she began to look back at all of the princess's past actions. She had foolishly assumed that everything the princess enjoyed was handed to her on a silver platter. Oblivious to the painful truth, she let her staff slip from her hand, letting it clatter to the ground. Tears welled up in her eyes, and began to stream down her face. Stumbling backward, barely able to keep her balance, she begged for forgiveness. Byeon stepped forward, offering gentle comfort to the crying girl. Just then, the voices of the search party echoed nearby, shouting that they had clearly heard an explosion. They called out for the princess, and Byeon calmly turned to guide them over. But when the searchers arrived and saw the absolute ruin surrounding them, they panicked, desperately asking the princess what on earth had happened to the place. Instead of answering, Byeon carefully observed the girl beside her. The dark magic that had possessed Aseong was now completely gone. She noted that her past self would have shown no mercy and eliminated Aseong on the spot. Perhaps this new mercy was due to the influence of that commoner. Now you and I see her calmly instructing the guards to take care of Aseong, who was still visibly weak. Stunned by this kindness, Aseong hesitantly asked what would happen to her punishment. That unexpected question left the nearby guards completely puzzled. Byeon looked directly into her eyes, calmly explaining that despite what others might say, Aseong was still a rare talent. She had no intention of punishing her for this, though she made it clear that she would not let it go easily either. She demanded that Aseong prove her loyalty as atonement, which deeply touched her. The emotional girl was overcome with guilt, wondering how she could have ever tried to hurt someone as noble as the princess. With that situation settled, Byeon turned back to her guards and ordered them to resume their search for the divine beast. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning ripped across the sky. The sheer force of it caught everyone completely off guard, and, right after the very heavens seemed to split open, revealing a rift to another dimension. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Foley finally stopped to catch her breath, a triumphant smile on her face. Right there lay a glowing bush of light attribute flowers. It was the legendary light flower spirit. Having secured her prize, Foley happily hummed a tune, occasionally peeking into her bag to check on the glowing plant. Since it was nearly a Tier 4 beast, she felt incredibly lucky to have successfully bonded. While a contract does not grant unlimited summons, it would significantly boost her chanting speed and amplify her magic power. With her mission finally accomplished, she looked forward to relaxing for the rest of the day. But just 10 minutes later, she stumbled upon two of her classmates sitting idly in the forest grass. She paused, surprised to find them there. She greeted Duseon and Iselmorphin, expressing her delight. Duseon returned the greeting with a bright smile, happy to see her. Foley seized the opportunity to ask what brought them to this part of the forest. Hearing this, Iselmorphin looked away, clearly feeling guilty as she stammered about just passing through. Amused by her obvious awkwardness, Duseon laughed and admitted he was simply killing time. Foley immediately understood, remembering that because of Duseon's unique magical traits, he could not bond with divine beasts. Still, she was glad to see them. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, a massive explosion shook the forest, drawing everyone's attention. Iselmorphin screamed in terror at the ominous energy, while Foley immediately recognized it as dark mana. There was no mistaking that sinister force. You and I have to wonder why events not in the original novel keep happening. Quickly, Duseon scaled a tree. Sensing the tension, she immediately gets into her battle stance, not her first rodeo either, while he shouts to warn everyone, urging them to move. Meanwhile, over on Byeon's side, all three girls are down and out on the cold ground. Byeon is the first to struggle back up. Looking over, she realizes Su used her own body to shield them. Byeon's voice grows increasingly urgent. Su. But what awaits her next is even more terrifying. A massive void rift tears open right before her eyes. From within that dark barrier, a bizarre animal cry echoes right next to them. Byeon instantly recognizes that sound. Piercing through the darkness is a completely black dolphin, letting out a deafening screeching cry. The Frostfire dolphin. Why on earth would the very divine beast they were searching for be corrupted by dark magic? Left unchecked, it will run wild and threaten everyone. But right then, the beast's overwhelming power forces Byeon to freeze. But the next second, hundreds of glowing chains wrap tightly around it, leaving it crying out in utter helplessness. Suddenly, Duseon drops in out of nowhere, moving with lightning speed, and delivers a brutal strike that knocks the corrupted dolphin down. Byeon is absolutely stunned. Why is Duseon here? Before she can even get an answer, a strange glow catches Byeon's eye. The divine beast's entire body is suddenly engulfed in a mysterious golden light before it slowly loses consciousness. What just happened? Is the corrupted beast finally back to normal? Asion and Fleur rush in at that exact moment, combining their powers to tightly chain it down. Soon the massive beast's skin fades back to pure white. Fleur steps forward, gently patting its head. Healing complete. Now fully restored, the majestic dolphin slowly floats up and flies away right before the eyes of everyone present. Then the three of them turn and lock eyes. Fleur is the first to speak. "Hey, princess, what is going on?" Bion snaps back without hesitation. "How should I know?" Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through, shattering the fourth floor barrier. Through the gaping rift, a corrupted beast emerges. But as they try to plan, a mysterious woman slowly approaches, making no effort to hide her sarcasm. Look at all these familiar faces. Not just Class A, but 4 Class S students. Talk about a lucky day. Bion instantly recognizes the figure. The woman steps closer and slowly removes her hat, revealing her face. It is Professor Mi Sion. Sion shrinks back, hiding behind her friend. Why is Professor Mi Sion even here? Du Sion grips his weapon, his face full of vigilance. Is our own academy professor a dark mage? A terrifying, chilling aura rolls off her body. And, moreover, that magic power is absolutely insane. Mi Sion sneers at them. I was planning to save the best for last, but there is no way I am turning down a free meal served right to me. Now her dark magic consumes the forest. Mi Sion laughs like a maniac. Shall we enjoy the feast? Meanwhile, just a few hours earlier, Baek Yu-seol was still standing outside. Is the fourth floor on the other side of this barrier? Training in that special Iphan, no garden really paid off since my high affinity drew the beasts to help me, but from the fourth floor onward, who knows what will happen. Hopefully I can secure the divine beast safely. He touches the barrier, and a blinding light suddenly wraps around him. Du-seol slowly opens his eyes, finding himself in a completely transformed landscape. He has finally made it to the fourth floor. At that moment, a pair of glowing eyes watches his every move from the shadows of the brush. Then, without warning, a massive wild boar charges straight at him. Du-seol swiftly draws his weapon, noting that the risk level of this monster is 3 stars. The monsters here are on a completely different level. With one clean strike, Du-seol targets its absolute weakest spot. The beast collapses to the ground, completely defeated. Stepping closer to inspect his work, he looks down to examine it. Ordinary weapons would have never pierced that skin. Fortunately, he brought along the special artifact, Su-crafted. Although it only lasts 5 minutes, he needs to move fast before other monsters swarm the area. The fourth floor is notorious for twisting space and causing heavy disorientation. Getting lost is extremely easy. Fortunately, he asked Lem to help prepare for this exact scenario. Du-seol pulls out a small frostwind flower, an artifact with absolute directional guidance. With this flower constantly pointing east, getting lost is impossible. Time to wrap this up quickly and conquer the fourth floor. Following the flower's guidance, he marches forward and finally arrives at his destination. The time has come. A bizarre sound echoes, instantly catching his attention. Intrigued, he heads toward the source and finally discovers one of the 12 supreme entities ruling this world. It is Lian Hong, the third spring Morso Dorden of the lunar spirits. Lian Hong immediately senses his presence. Without a moment of hesitation, she demands to know, "What are you humans doing in this sacred place?" Du-seol slowly steps forward, desperately fighting to keep his sanity. "I must stay focused. What are you doing in this place?" As Du-seol stepped closer, he fought desperately in his mind to maintain sanity. "No, I must stay conscious." The magic flowing from Tam Nuyet was pure seduction, a mere illusion meant to deceive him. He knew he must not fall for this trap. Du-seol carefully set down the flower pot. He needed to push back the invading magic from his body. Taking a deep breath, determination filled him. Others might have failed, but not Du-seol. He could resist this because his body constantly leaked magical energy, preventing any mind-altering effects. Due to his unique body, he opened his eyes wide. Before him stood Tam Nuyet as the barrier surrounding her shattered into pieces. The protective shield broke into hundreds of tiny shards. Du-seol quickly assessed his surroundings, knowing he was still in danger. His mental strength was still too weak to force her true form out, but at least he had escaped her absolute manipulation. Descending slowly, Tam Nguyen cleared her throat. In a mesmerizing voice, she praised him, saying normal men would have succumbed already. So you know who I am? What brings you all this way? Getting straight to the point, Du-sun wasted no time. I am here for a divine beast's heart, he declared. Tam Nguyen instantly narrowed her eyes. You came to slaughter a beast for it. Du-sun quickly waved his hands to clarify, stating he had neither the desire nor the power to hunt a divine beast. I only plan to retrieve an ownerless heart from the divine beast tomb deep inside, he explained. Tam Nguyen did not dodge the issue. She demanded a convincing reason for his request. Du-sun reached into his coat pocket, searching for something to prove his sincerity. He did not need to explain Ifanao's conditions or his training here. Instead, he pulled out a crucial item to make his case. It was a simple vine bracelet. He used his noble quest of saving a dear friend to evoke her deep-seated compassion. Tam Nguyen was genuinely shocked to see the vine bracelet. How could a mere human dream of possessing such a sacred relic? Du-sun smirked. The bait was set. Among the 12 divine Morso Dordans, Lian Hong Xuan Tam Nguyen loved divine beasts the most. She had poured her immense power into creating this entire 4th floor just to shield them from the outside world. If he claimed this was to save a guardian deity, she would surely agree to grant him the heart. Covering her mouth, Tam Nguyen smiled. I see. No wonder your breathing carries the unmistakable scent of a divine guardian. I never expected a human to share such a deep bond with a high-tier deity. Watching her smirk, Du-sun felt awkward. What on earth was she imagining? He had only practiced his breathing beside Ifanao. So, can I take the heart now? Tam Nguyen's expression quickly turned cold and serious again. However, I can no longer trust any human who enters my domain. We have formed deep bonds with many only to be betrayed in the end. Du-sun froze, unsure how to respond. As he tried to stammer out an explanation, Tam Nguyen raised her hand, instantly cutting off his voice. You will say you are different, right? I have heard that 100 times. He had anticipated this, but it was still tough. Conquering the 12 divine Morso Dordans would grant their power, but getting past them was proving to be a nightmare. Each of them demanded vastly different trials. To win Tam Nguyen over, he needed to meet a strict set of personal requirements. He had to raise both his beast affinity and mental power to a level that would satisfy her incredibly high standards. With his current stats, he was nowhere near reaching those goals. Conquering her was not his focus, but now everything was blocked. Please, my friend is dying. I need your help to save them. He could only plead desperately for her mercy. Tam Nguyen remained skeptical of the commoner standing before her, but she decided to offer him one final chance to prove himself. Only if you prove you have what it takes to be a guardian's true friend. Du-sun immediately clung to this hope. How do I prove that? He asked. Tam Nguyen smirked. Simple. Prove you are ready to sacrifice your own life for them. Hearing her condition, Du-sun instantly recoiled. He realized the sheer weight and danger behind her terrifying request. Wait, that's going too far, he hesitated. I wanted to save someone, but my own survival has to come first, right? Tam Nguyen stood silently awaiting his answer. But Du-sun's hesitation spoke volumes, revealing his true nature to her. I will not let guardians love humans again, she stated. Your lives are fleeting, and your greed is boundless. Those who stood beside humans only ended up broken. Du-sun could not find a single word to object. He could only hang his head in silent defeat. Since it had come to this, negotiations were officially over. Would he have to steal the heart? Suddenly, a loud, high-pitched system notification echoed in his mind. Warning. Due to your heavy interference in the main storyline, a massive butterfly effect has been triggered, shifting future events. Episode 8. Dark Demon Invasion has merged with the current stage. Episode 78 has now commenced with extreme difficulty. Du-sun could not believe his ears. The ground beneath them began to shake violently, catching both of them off guard. Tam Nguyen sensed the heavy shift instantly. This terrifying presence has a dark demon managed to infiltrate my barrier. And it's not alone. This is no ordinary dark demon, it is at least danger level 6. And it has already reached the 4th floor. Damn it. It was infuriating, but with her current power, stopping him was impossible. Suddenly, hundreds of white threads began appearing all around her, unraveling by the hundreds. Simply to protect the divine beasts, Yeon Hong Chun Samwol had exhausted nearly all of her ancient power to create this pocket dimension, the 4th layer. The cost. She was trapped with absolutely no way to escape. Suddenly she heard the agonizing screams of her divine beasts being consumed by dark magic. At this rate, her children would. But just as she resigned herself to defeat Baek Yu-seol suddenly yelled out, "Where are they? Tell me I can't pinpoint their location like you can." Accurate coordinates, yet Samuel hesitated, refusing to speak. "It's too dangerous. At your level, you don't stand a chance. How could you possibly stop them?" But before she could finish, he cut her off. "There is no time left." His fierce determination made the ancient beast freeze. Closing her eyes, she gathered her thoughts and focused all her senses. Opening her eyes, she pointed directly to her right. Over there, spotting the direction, Baek Yu-seol didn't waste a single second. As he bolted forward, he ran, desperately praying in his heart, "Damn it, please let me make it in time." Meanwhile, Flame's squad was completely wiped out. Brutally beaten and covered in blood, they lay utterly helpless and paralyzed on the cold ground. Flame coughed up a dark crimson mouthful of blood, her body practically broken. Standing mockingly over the fallen student's Mizentiran, loomed with a twisted, mocking sneer. Impressive, truly. Teenagers possessing this kind of raw talent. It is almost a waste. I can barely contain my excitement to steal all of that incredible power for myself. Raising his hands, he summoned dark magic and to unleash another devastating blow. "Now, my brilliant Stella Academy prodigies, it is time for you to become part of me." The defeated students watched in sheer horror, completely powerless, as a suffocating wave of dark magic began to wrap around them. The pitch-black aura slowly suffocated their bodies, swallowing them whole. Flame was barely holding onto her last shred of consciousness. It was over. Her strength was entirely depleted. She couldn't fight, she couldn't run, and she couldn't even twitch a muscle. Closing her eyes, she resigned herself to her grim fate. Was this the end? Suddenly, a sharp system notification chimed. The system suddenly declared that the Marican pendant had activated, deploying an absolute defense against magic of class 6 or lower. As the shield shattered the dark attack, Flame forced her eyes open. Witnessing the sudden miracle, she let out a weak smile. Blood trickled down her lips as she muttered, "Seriously, that guy?" Right on cue, a familiar figure crashed onto the battlefield. Baek Yu-seol had made it just in the nick of time, though his legendary Marican pendant instantly crumbled into dust. Glancing back at his battered teammates, he let out a quiet sigh. Thankfully, they were alive, but he blamed himself. If he hadn't provoked Mizentiran, his friends wouldn't be in this state. With no backup coming, they were completely on their own. If they wanted to make it out alive, there was only one option left. They had to kill Mizentiran. Dragging his heavily wounded body, Ma Yu-seong slowly limped over. Baek Yu-seol quickly turned to him, asking, "Ma Yu-seong, are you okay?" Clutching his shattered arm, he grunted, "As you can see. But right now we are the only ones left who can fight. We have to bet everything on one final gamble." But how a head-on clash with their current power was absolute suicide. Tossing his bag aside, Baek Yu-seol's eyes gleamed as a reckless, suicidal idea popped into his head. "I have a plan, but we only get one shot at this." Grasping the grudge, stained branch, an unspoken perfect understanding clicked between them. "Understood," Ma Yu-seong nodded. "I'll buy you an opening. It won't look pretty, but we don't have the luxury of being picky." Baek Yu-seol immediately realized what his comrade was planning. His eyes widened in shock. "Ma Yu-seong, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, Mizentiran scoffed as his dark mana surged back. "I was wondering who blocked my magic." "So it was you. You're still trying to play the hero." Baek Yu-seol facing the monstrous professor. The boy didn't flinch. "Yeah, that's right." Mizen let out a maniacal, booming laugh. "Perfect. Out of everyone here, you're the one I wanted to slaughter the most anyway." A lethal glint flashed in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his most destructive dark spell and fired it. This ends now. Before Baek Yu-seol could even process the incoming threat, a shadow suddenly leaped in front of him. Ma Yu-seong threw himself forward, taking the devastating blast head-on. Blinded by the explosion, Baek Yu-seol shielded his face in terror. When the smoke finally cleared, his eyes widened. Ma Yu-seong stood frozen, his entire body enveloped in swirling dark magic. He could only watch in absolute horror as the violent, corrupt energy spiraled wildly around his friend. Ma Yu-seong had snapped. Shocked to his core, Ma Yu-seong's mind went completely blank as his body transformed into a blurring silhouette of raw power. He blitzed forward like a ghost, aiming straight for Mizentiran. Watching his friends departing back, Baek Yu-seol's mind raced. He never expected Ma Yu-seong to activate his dark demon form here. This unique trait allowed him to freely transition between human and demon. But with their backs against the wall, Ma Yu-sung had no choice, even though he absolutely loathed using this cursed power. He could use its power, but this opponent is unbeatable unless she goes dark. Driven mad, Mi-sun channels all of her dark magic power into her fist, preparing for a head-on clash. But too late. A massive beam of pitch black, ink-like light blasts from her hand, completely engulfing Do-sun's movement path. Believing that that devastating lethal strike was more than enough to crush his bones to dust, Mi-sun smirks in smug satisfaction. But with an incredibly precise, instant teleportation technique, he suddenly closes the gap right in front of her, without a sound. Surging dark energy rapidly condenses on his 5 fingertips, forming a deadly glowing black vortex. Before she can even raise her hand to defend herself, a supersonic punch, carrying suffocating pressure, slams directly into Mi-sun's face. The horrifying sound of bones shattering and her agonizing screams echo throughout the space. Watching the entire fight from a safe distance away, Do-sun couldn't even track those godlike lightning-fast movements with the naked eye. His eyes instantly gleamed, with a mix of admiration and wariness, silently noting that his ally is truly formidable, blasting Mi-sun away, even in her fully demonized state. That is a level 6 hazard, and her combat stats after going dark must easily rival a standard 4th tier mage. If she also masters her dark mana to control her demonization, her power output will become even more terrifying. They focus their full attention on the battlefield ahead as the thick fog finally begins to clear away. Suddenly, a massive wave of horrific magical energy erupts from the center of the explosion, unleashing a pressure so intense it sends Do-sun's heart hammering violently inside his chest. His highly sensitive 6th sense frantically screams, warning him of an impending lethal danger. Instantly, both of them leap backward with everything they have to. Dodge. Pure, dark energy crashes violently right onto the spot they occupied just a moment ago. Cold sweat pours down Do-sun's forehead. A sense of sheer dread washes over him witnessing that raw destruction. This is absolutely insane. And at this rate, a simple branch isn't going to cut it anymore. The 4 spikes, the boss's main attack method in Phase 2, are packed with Mi-sun's highly condensed dark mana. A single touch would be fatal. In this do-or-die situation, his mind races at lightning speed to find a way out. The main issue is dodging perfectly to get close to Mi-sun. Right now, the resentment-stained branch has 3 months' worth of built-up malice. Since Mi-sun's burning hatred is focused entirely on Do-sun, Do-sun won't be able to use it effectively. In other words, while Do-sun restrains Mi-sun's movements, Do-sun will have to personally use the branch on her. Suddenly, Mi-sun shifts her trajectory aggressively, redirecting her focus back to Do-sun. The young boy, swiftly dodges a sweeping wave of sharp spikes, formulating his next move as he keeps sliding away. Glancing ahead, he notices that even Do-sun is struggling despite unleashing his shadow form. Reaching Mi-sun seems nearly impossible, if that's the case. Suddenly, Mi-sun changes her trajectory again aggressively, redirecting her focus back to Do-sun. With Mi-sun completely distracted, Do-sun on the other side finally gets a few precious seconds to catch his breath. He spots the boy's unusual movements. Bish Do-sun. Over here, Do-sun starts pulling alchemy flasks from his inventory and hurls them at her. Loud explosions erupt, blanketing Mi-sun in toxic gas and burning magical flames. His mocking, teasing voice cuts through the smoke. "Is that all you've got? That's not nearly enough to kill me, Professor." Professor Mi-sun's eyes flare with absolute rage, her teeth grinding in fury. "What did you say?" Do-sun continues his taunts, his face twisted in absolute disgust. "You finally obtained dark magic power, yet this is your limit." Though he acts incredibly smug, he silently reminds himself to draw all attention to buy Do-sun enough time. With a brat constantly humiliating her, Mi-sun is so enraged she bursts out in a twisted, sinister laugh. She snarls with pure malice. "Beach Do-sun, do you think your petty tricks can actually provoke me? Because they won't work on me." Do-sun simply shrugs, delivering a devastating blow to her fragile ego. "No wonder you got absolutely wrecked by Assistant ATG Professor." Striking her sore spot, Mi-sun's sanity completely shattered. Screaming in pure rage, she swings her hands to unleash a rapid-fire barrage of dark energy bullets at him. "Fine," she roared. "If you want it that way, I'll tear you apart first." Seeing her take the bait and completely lose her cool, he doesn't hesitate to spam his movement skill to blink through the battlefield. Flash, 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 standing in a hidden spot nearby, Do-sun took in every single jaw-dropping detail of this intense battle. A wave of shock hit him as he analyzed his ally's strategy. Do-sun was intentionally provoking Mi-sun to keep her eyes on him. But wait, Do-sun is the one holding the trump card to defeat Mi-sun. Why would he do that? Realization finally struck. Do-sun's fists clenched so hard they trembled. So that was it. Was Baek Do-sun buying time for him? Mi-sun had already deployed her shield in time, causing his dark mana control to fail. But a fierce, rock-solid determination flashed in his eyes. This time he would absolutely succeed. Meanwhile, right at the center of the bullet storm, Do-sun squeezed out every last drop of his remaining strength to dodge the relentless bombardment. This desperate situation forced him to curse under his breath. Damn it, not even a second to breathe. As his mental energy drained, dodging these attacks only became harder, which meant the wounds tearing into his flesh were only piling up. At first, they were just minor scratches from the residual magic shockwaves, but within seconds, they turned into deep, gaping slashes. Then, out of nowhere, through the thick black smoke, a coordinated strike from different directions aimed straight for Do-sun's head. Facing this deadly threat, he didn't even have time to think before summoning his weapon. Gathering his strength, Do-sun swung a fierce blow to deflect the strike, but the massive gap in their levels was simply too overwhelming. His sword quickly cracked under the heavy pressure, the intense shockwave knocking the hilt right out of Do-sun's blood-soaked palm. He stared in shock at his empty hands, completely stunned. Could the legendary Taejun blade, with all its power, not even block Mi-sun's basic attack? Seeing that his opponent was completely weaponless and had nowhere left to run, Mi-sun let out a maniacal roar. It is over, Baek Do-sun. Countless dark energy blasts, surging with destructive power, rained down at once, ready to grind him to dust. Standing on the absolute edge of life and death, he could only grit his teeth, praying for a miracle to save him. And it seemed the universe actually heard his plea. From the shadows, Do-sun had been patiently waiting for Mi-sun to drop her guard. Did you wait too long? Baek Do-sun. A terrifying wave of dark lightning suddenly crashed down from the heavens. The force of this black bolt sent debris flying, tearing the entire battlefield to shreds. Just as Do-sun thought he was about to be caught, a surge of pitch-black mana erupted, wrapping around Mi-sun from all sides. The sudden turn of events left him completely stunned. But once he recognized the figure standing in the middle of that dark energy, pure joy rushed through his heart. Mi-sun had fallen right into Do-sun's dark mana control field. Using his overwhelming speed and raw power, Do-sun materialized in front of her, choking her in an instant. His crimson eyes radiated a chilling pressure, making the surrounding air turn heavy. Giving his opponent zero room to react, he immediately activated his main skill, dark mana control. Just as Mi-sun tried frantically to break free, her entire body suddenly froze, and both her arms began to tremble. Her legs buckled as all her strength vanished. Pure panic flooded her mind. What was this bizarre sensation? Staring at Do-sun, she realized she was completely helpless. Her body simply refused to move at all. Seeing the tables turn, Do-sun immediately bolted forward. This was the perfect chance to quickly grab that sacred branch. But just as he was about to touch it, a venomous, hateful voice rang out, stopping him dead in his tracks. Gritting her teeth in absolute rage, Mi-sun spat out every word. Every single one of you is incredibly annoying. Glaring at the man holding her down, she hissed with doubt. Do-sun, how are you even using this power? As her fury and resentment boiled over, she roared, do you think Mi-sun would ever lose to? But then she abruptly stopped. With wide eyes, she unleashed a deafening scream, releasing all her hidden power to break the constraint. Did you really think such a petty trick could defeat me? Instantly, sharp black thorns sliced toward Do-sun, grazing him. Without stopping, another spike zipped right past Do-sun. His pupils contracted in shock as he slowly looked ahead. A panicked cry escaped his throat as he witnessed the horror. His friend had just lost both of his arms. Do-sun. Before the name even left his lips, black thorns closed in from all sides. In that split second, Do-sun continuously teleported to dodge the onslaught. It was unbelievable that Mei-sun had broken free of his dark mana control so quickly. However, he quickly noticed something unusual. The speed of her black thorns was definitely slower than before. Glancing over at Mei-sun standing in the distance, he calculated his moves. This was his only chance. If he struck right now, while the lingering effects of the dark control still weakened her. With that thought, he unleashed a massive burst of speed, charging straight forward without any hesitation to close the gap. But just as the distance between them was rapidly shrinking, the corner of Mei-sun's lips suddenly curled into a wicked smile. A bizarre rumbling sound echoed from deep beneath the earth, taking Du-sun completely by surprise. The very next second, countless black thorns burst through the ground, pointing straight at Du-sun and completely blocking his path. Watching this unfold, Mei-sun could not hide her twisted, gleeful delight. The voice sneered in triumph. "Caught in my trap, Baek Yu-seol, now give up your life." Faced with this, Yu-seol hesitated slightly, but only for a heartbeat. He made a swift, decisive choice. He originally hated the idea of using this skill, but at this point there was no other choice. Charging forward, he unleashed his deepest hidden power, activating the third form of soul breath. A barrage of system notifications flashed in rapid succession. Reinforcement at 147% as the divine beast corruption began to climb. Boosted significantly by the local terrain, the skill's effects surged. Danger, divine beast, corruption rising rapidly, followed by a critical class, system warning. Duration, 15 seconds. As his power reached its peak, the surrounding space seemed to freeze for a single fleeting moment. Yu-seol accelerated dramatically from a distance, rapidly closing the gap between himself and Mei-sun with absolute terrifying speed. Realizing he was right in front of her, she panicked. How could his speed suddenly skyrocket like this? It made absolutely no sense. Gripping the tree branch tightly in his hand, he pointed it at Mei-sun and spoke with a bone-chilling tone. "It is finally over, Mei-sun." Gnashing her teeth in sheer desperation, she forced her remaining power to explode as massive black thorns shot forward, pinning Yu-seol down in rapid succession. Her smug, screeching laughter echoed through the air as she finally caught him. But even locked in a deadly, inescapable trap, Yu-seol did not panic, calmly reaching out toward his discarded branch and activating his blink skill to grab it. In a flash, his figure vanished instantly, teleporting right in front of the shocked Mei-sun, driving the branch straight through her chest. Her pupils shook violently with absolute disbelief at what had just happened, her face contorted in shock at this impossible turn of events. Meanwhile, the system issued a cold notification in front of his eyes, confirming contact with the target of resentment. As the next status window appeared, the maximum level of resentment exploded. Mei-sun threw her head back, letting out a blood-curdling scream while glaring forward with pure, unadulterated fury. Within seconds, her rage exploded into a hysterical, maddened scream, calling him an absolute bastard who would pay for this. Seeing his calm face, she completely lost it, screaming that she would kill him while reaching out with a trembling hand. "I will absolutely destroy you." Before she dissolved entirely, she desperately shrieked his name with her very last breath. "Baek Yu-seol." At that moment, the branch fell from her body and rapidly dissolved into fading specks of raw energy, vanishing completely into thin air. With the battle finally over, a cold system window materialized before Yu-seol's eyes. Episode 7 and 8. Familiar Contract and Dark Magic Corruption. You have successfully guided the story toward the absolute ideal path for the Constellation Project, and a special bonus reward has been issued. Reading this, he was finally able to let go and relax, his body collapsing to the ground in sheer exhaustion. With a final whisper that it was over, he plunged into the dark, overwhelmed by his wounds and fatigue. Right then, a single petal drifted down and gently touched his cheek. From the depths of the forest, a figure in white slowly stepped forward. Samwell paused right in front of him, watching him calmly for a brief moment before gently propping Yu-seol against a nearby tree and lowering her body to his level. With a voice laced with regret, she whispered, "I am sorry. It was all because of my foolish, stubborn pride." Looking back, she finally realized the truth. His hesitation back then was not because he lacked the confidence to prove himself, but simply because he had no way of proving it. Saying this, Samwell suddenly went quiet, her gaze resting softly on his face. With profound admiration, she whispered that to prove his faith, he was willing to throw his very life away for the divine beasts. She had never imagined such a selfless human could exist. It was truly a wondrous, miraculous sight. Opening her hand, she revealed a glowing, shimmering pink jewel. In return, I shall give you the heart of the divine beast. With this precious relic, the heart of the deity you love so dearly will begin to beat once again, even though my remaining power is faint. Placing the gem inside Yu-seol, she leaned forward to plant a gentle 2020 kiss on his forehead. But thank you for protecting my children, young man. With those parting words, her form slowly dissolved into the quiet night. Soon, everyone was gone, leaving Yu-seol all alone, resting beneath the ancient tree, amid the deep silence. Sometime later, led by Hua So-jin, who had first detected the dark magic, the fallen spirits were located, and the elite celestial knights were deployed. Every single first-year student of Stella Academy was rescued, safely. Although some students sustained minor injuries fighting the corrupted beasts, none of the wounds were life-threatening, thanks to immediate medical aid. The students who faced off against the monsters emerged completely unharmed and were swiftly evacuated. Hong Bi-yun and Iseol, after ensuring everyone else was out of danger, successfully completed their contracts with 5-star familiars, marking a massive milestone in their magical growth as a professor called out to the group. Attention students, let's head out. Meanwhile, as for Ma Yu-sung and Baek Yu-seol, both of them, he was found in a deep coma right in the middle of a war zone. The battle was absolutely brutal. Even Ma Baek Yu-seol, when they recovered him, was completely unresponsive, with zero signs of waking up anytime soon. Both were so severely injured they needed urgent medical care and were rushed straight to Stella Academy's hospital. Inside Dr. Reborn's office, the air grew incredibly heavy as shock washed over him. What did you just say? He couldn't believe his ears. Luna hesitated for a brief moment, then nodded grimly to confirm her shocking report. Student Baek Yu-seol seems to have a monolithic constitution. Grabbing the files from her hand, the doctor couldn't hide his pure astonishment. To think he would actually witness a legendary monolithic constitution right in front of his eyes, Luna was utterly baffled by this discovery. How on earth did a kid with that kind of cursed body even get into Stella? Reborn kept reading through the student's profile, his hand resting on his chin as he intently studied the medical files. Every mage knew that people with a mana leak could never actually store energy, making casting magic virtually impossible for them. It wasn't completely hopeless, but any effort they made usually ended up being entirely in vain. As he flipped through the medical records of Class S student Baek Yu-seol, the doctor couldn't help but gasp in pure awe. This kid had actually turned those impossible efforts into a reality. Yet that realization only weighed heavier on the doctor's heart. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The maximum lifespan for anyone cursed with a leaking mana constitution was only 20 years. Baek Yu-seol only had a little over 2 years left. Yet he chose to spend his remaining days attending school. Why would he do that? Looking at the kid's tragic situation, Reborn fell deep into his own thoughts. A sudden realization began to form in his mind. This kid was genuinely serious about learning. Baek Yu-seol's ultimate effort deeply touched the doctor's heart. If that was the case, although as a doctor he couldn't save the boy's life, as an adult he felt a strong obligation to support this boy's incredible will. Having made his final decision, Reborn looked up and warned her. "Nurse Luna, let's keep this a secret between us." Without a single moment of hesitation, she nodded back instantly. Under the dim yellow streetlights that night, Luna walked silently down the quiet road. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed from the dark street ahead instantly, drawing her attention and making her freeze. "Are you Nurse Luna?" Seeing two complete strangers suddenly block her path, she immediately put her guard all the way up. Leaning casually against the wall, Hong Siwa offered a friendly smile. "Can we chat for a bit?" she asked. Days passed, and inside Ma Baek Yu-seol and Baek Yu-seol's hospital room, warm sunlight poured through the window. A girl with long hair sat quietly by the bedside, carefully peeling an apple. It was none other than Iseol, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. 3 whole days had passed. Remembering her friend's confident words, she muttered under her breath. It was supposed to be a classic trope where peeling an apple wakes up the patient. Flame was such a liar. Her frustration quickly faded, replaced by a quiet, lingering sadness as she stared at them. Putting the half-peeled apple down, she began speaking softly to the 2 boys lying completely motionless on their beds. Today is supposed to be our official gourmet club activity day. We only have 3 members in total, and, with 2 of you bedridden, how are we supposed to do anything?" As she sat there sighing, a sudden noise from the doorway startled her. Turning around quickly, her eyes widened as someone stepped into the room. Iseol froze as the figure drew closer, the cold realization of who it was hitting her hard. She froze in place. Panic gripped her mind as she recognized the intruder's face. It was none other than Hong Sihua Adolevit. Striding into the room with absolute confidence, the princess barely even noticed Iseol sitting quietly in the corner, at first. But then she leaned in close, catching Iseol off guard, as the distance between them shrunk. "I was wondering who was here," she murmured. "Turns out it's a familiar face." Flashing a casual, mocking smile, she teased, "My, you've grown up so pretty. Want to marry into my family in the future?" But unlike her playful tone, Iseol looked extremely guarded as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Siwa stood up straight with a relaxed, casual shrug. "Do I need a reason to visit the sick I only came to? Meet the brave benefactors who saved my little sister?" Then, her sharp phoenix eyes narrowed, glinting with cold contempt. "Or what do I really need to ask permission from the child of a filthy traitor?" Those vicious words hit Iseol like a physical blow, making her pupils contract in pure rage. Trembling with rising anger, she clenched, her dress tightly trembling as she realized the woman who made her a traitor's child was standing right here. Right after that, her long-suppressed emotions flared up violently. Mana erupted alongside Iseol Morph's sheer rage. Seeing this reaction, Hong Sihua merely brushed some leftover ice off her coat and gave a cold warning. If she didn't want to cause a scene here, she had better keep that nasty temper under control. But looking at it, she seemed awfully close to these kids. Well, makes sense she had to cling to these talented runts just to scrape by. Clutching the documents in her hand, Sihua tilted her head slightly and pivoted to the next topic with a sly tone. Since she was Baek Yu-seol's friend, surely she knew his deepest secret, right? Hearing that highly suggestive question, Iseol Morph froze in her tracks. A secret. Seeing that sudden reaction from her, the woman let out an amused smirk. So much for being close. Don't tell me she had absolutely no idea. Her entire body and spirit plummeted into a dark, bottomless abyss with every single cruel word the woman spat out. That boy, Baek Yu-seol, was on the brink of death. Glancing toward him, Sihua casually dropped the crucial intel she had managed to squeeze out of Luna. Surely she had heard of it, a rare, innate condition where one cannot store mana in their body and dies at age 20. He is indeed the one cursed with that leaked mana constitution. Iseol Morph immediately panicked, her voice turning incredibly tense and rushed. How? How is that even possible? Tossing the documents right in front of Iseol Morph, Sihua confirmed it with a mocking, playful tone. Unfortunate, but it's the absolute truth. Sihua mocked her relentlessly, deliberately pushing the poor girl to her breaking point. Do you honestly think you know what kind of person Baek Yu-seol is? That is nothing but a foolish delusion of yours. He never told you the most critical things, whether about his fragile body or his other deep secrets. Recalling their battles side by side and the quiet moments they shared, Iseol Morph silently admitted to herself that Sihua was entirely correct. She had received so much help from Baek Yu-seol, yet she truly knew next to nothing about him and had never once tried to understand. Watching her sink deeper into despair, Sihua felt an absolute thrill and kept letting out grating, insufferable laughs from her throat. So stop pretending to be close. Since you're just someone left behind, why can't you act like it and keep your head down? But while she was basking in her triumph, a sudden voice interrupted her. That's quite enough. It turned out the voice belonged to Bian, who had just walked in carrying a basket of fruit. For a princess of the Adolebit royal family to corner a regular student like this. How incredibly cheap of you. She didn't hesitate to scan the 27-year-old Sihua from head to toe. Besides, you graduated ages ago, so why are you still wearing a Stella Academy uniform? Yet Sihua didn't show the slightest embarrassment. Instead, she maintained an incredibly calm demeanor, as if her face were carved of stone, showing zero irritation. Tilting her head, she snapped back sharply. Did you actually just say those words to me? Quite confident, aren't you? No, shameless is a much better word for it. To stir the pot further, Sihua threw in another infuriating jab. How dare a mere replacement who took over a dead person's spot even open her mouth? But Bayan didn't back down. Placing her hand gently over her heart, she proudly declared, "I too am a princess, a fully legitimate heir with the absolute right and qualification to become the ruler." At that exact second, the air grew suffocatingly heavy as Sihua's imposing aura suddenly ground to a halt. Another tense voice broke through the silence. You are the one who is truly shameless, you know." Finally breaking free. From Sihua's toxic words, Isekai stood tall and enunciated every single syllable. "Even if my knowledge about Baek Yu-seol is limited, I will never be like you." Using private info dug up from sneaky investigations, just to brag and show off. While Isekai spoke, Bayan couldn't help but feel a tiny bit guilty. If you're true friends, you wait until Baek Yu-seol is ready to share his own personal secrets. Hearing such a brave response, Sihua's lips suddenly curled into a smirk. She turned around and let out a light chuckle. "Well, I suppose that might be true. Kids these days are always so incredibly full of energy, aren't they?" Before walking out of the hospital room, shared by Ma Yusong and Yusol, she looked back, throwing out a mocking parting remark. "I hope I will still see that fierce attitude of yours next time, so I'll be taking my leave now." Left utterly baffled by this sudden encounter, Isekai could only mutter in confusion. What on earth was that about? Meanwhile, Bayan set her fruit basket down and shifted her gaze to the left, looking directly at the fast asleep Yusol. After watching him for a short while, she suddenly offered a brief goodbye, clearly not intending to linger any longer. "Well, I'm heading out too," Isekai replied quickly. "Oh, okay." Once the other girl stepped out of the quiet ward, Isekai let out a heavy sigh, utterly confused and feeling like her head was about to explode from all the stress. But right at that moment, a very familiar sound made her freeze. Turning to look at her friend, who had finally woken up after days of being unconscious, Isekai cried out in pure joy, "Baek Yu-seol," while he rubbed his aching head, completely exhausted. What is all that noise about? As the final glow of sunset fades along the horizon, Stella Academy begins to grow quiet, slowly sinks into the deep, quiet night. Inside the hospital room, Baek Yu-seol, who has just woken up, is quietly recovering, slowly chewing on an apple slice to nourish his exhausted body. As he works his jaw after such a long time, without eating, he can't help but sigh, shocked that he slept for 3 whole days. Memories of the battlefield and Ma Yusong clasping his hands in prayer flash before his eyes. "I am sorry, Baek Yu-seol, please don't ask for details." He could only sigh in relief, realizing Ma Yusong chose to overlook everything. Under the dim light of his hospital room, looking at his raised hand brought a wave of anxiety. Still defeating the formidable Meisun Tianen was a major victory. Did using an unfamiliar skill push his body past its absolute limits? If this kept happening, he would be in deep trouble. But wait, didn't the system promise some kind of special reward? The moment that thought crossed his mind, his status window immediately materialized in front of him, and his eyes widened in shock at the changes appearing right before him. He couldn't believe how much his stats had spiked, especially his level 3 mana leakage disorder and the blessing of Yeonhong Chunsamwol at level 1. Baek Yu-seol completely froze as utter panic took over his mind. What? Sensing his confusion, the system immediately expanded the detailed breakdown. Yeonhong Chunsamwol's blessing level 1 increases his sensory perception by 12% and boosts mental power by 90%. He could barely contain himself, screaming out in shock. Why is this blessing even on his trait list? Puzzled, Baek Yu-seol pondered over it for a moment until the truth finally clicked in his mind. Of course, this is why he was out cold for 3 whole days. While he was unconscious, Yeonhong Chunsamwol must have visited him and bestowed this blessing. The elegant, noble image of her flashed through his mind as Baek Yu-seol fell into deep thought. A fragile human body would certainly need time to adapt to a blessing from the 12. More so Dorden's. Suddenly a wild possibility crossed his mind, snapping his senses awake. Could it really be? Without wasting another second, he frantically searched his belongings and pulled out a glowing, brilliant orb. Got it. Pure joy instantly painted his face the moment he read the item's name, Heart of the Divine Beast. He held the legendary treasure up high, grinning with pure, youthful excitement. All that brutal struggle was finally worth it. Is this a dream or real life? This treasure would finally solve Yanel's critical problem. While he was at it, he decided to claim his bonus reward, The system window popped open, addressed specifically to the player who guided the storyline toward its absolute best outcome. The star scheme promised an extraordinary additional reward for his outstanding achievement. The message immediately piqued Baek Yu-seol's curiosity. A special reward. What should he go for this time? Keeping that in mind, he began reflecting on his past battles. He had always relied on high-tier gear to make up for his lacking offensive power. But during the fight with Maysoon, he realized that strategy just wouldn't cut it anymore. After weighing his options, he came to a swift conclusion. Raw attack power was his absolute priority. The moment that goal solidified, another clever thought popped into his mind. The system would surely reject any gear he had already used. Without hesitation, Baek Yu-seol made a decisive request. He asked to bind the mana concentration sub-skill to his mana leakage trait. After a brief moment of system analysis, the panel flashed a bright blue confirmation screen. The request was approved, and a notification popped up right away, stating that the mana concentration skill was successfully bound to his mana leakage trait. Suddenly, a warm, gentle stream, a soft, glowing light completely enveloped Baek Yu-seol's body. It actually worked. Feeling the sudden wave of changes, he quickly processed the new data in his head. With his mana leakage trait, any mana he absorbed would normally just disperse and leak right out of him. But with this brand new skill, he could now gather all that wasted, leaking energy and focus it into one single spot. So what happens if he does that? He formulated a brilliant theory. If he routed all that escaping mana to flow directly through his fist instead of leaking out, the sheer destructive force of his punches would skyrocket. A very satisfied, confident smirk spread across Baek Yu-seol's face. Now he just had to deliver the heart to Yanel and master the control over his mana leakage physical trait to grow exponentially stronger. Unable to suppress his soaring excitement, Baek Yu-seol looked up at the night sky and shouted out the window, "I can't wait to test this out. Let the weekend get here already, please." The next day, under a clear blue sky stretching to the horizon, warm sunlight bathed a quiet cottage standing peacefully in a beautiful open meadow. Standing right before the weathered wooden door of this secluded home, a long-haired figure tied their hair back. Without a single moment of hesitation, they reached out and pushed open the door. Two spaces and a face completely devoid of emotion. What lay before him was a foreign, different dimension. It felt completely different, as if he had stepped into another world. Suddenly a voice called out, "Tower Master." The Tower Master of the new Morso Dordan showed no surprise as he turned around. "You are here, Raiden. Step closer. Bring yourself closer." Raiden could not hide his curiosity. "Are you still using that appearance today?" Rudrick could only reply helplessly with no other choice. "I forgot my true age and appearance a very long time ago." Not wanting to dwell on that, Raiden quickly went straight to the point. Just as the Tower Master said, a dark mage did appear in Skyflower Haven. But it was a Stella student, and they were already cleansed by other students. Hearing this report, Rudrick only repeated that specific word and sighed. "Cleansed? You are acting quite unlike your usual self." Seeing his reaction, Raiden knitted his brows. "Aren't you going to blame me?" After a brief hesitation, he repeated past words to jog his memory. "All dark mages must be eliminated. You were the very one who taught me that rule after all." Staring quietly out at the vast sky through the window, the Tower Master slowly expressed his perspective. "What is the point of blame? Times change and the world shifts. My words cannot remain right forever." Just then, Rudrick suddenly switched to another topic, catching Raiden off guard. "I heard that after you left, Skyflower Haven Maizen Tairen appeared in his fully corrupted form." Noticing his reaction, the Tower Master calmly added, "No need to worry, everything has been taken care of." His hand by his side unconsciously tightened. Raiden asked hesitantly, "Is that so?" In the quiet atmosphere filling the room, Rudrick only remained staring outside and took the blame. "Do not blame yourself. Right from the very beginning, my failure to provide details about the other Dark Mage was my fault. I do not know when, but I lost the ability to see the future. It has grown blurry, as if hidden by thick fog." That sudden confession made Raiden knit his brows. "Is that not a massive problem despite his obvious worry?" The Tower Master calmly shook his head. "If you only believe in what you see, you lose the ability to look in other directions. Lately, these new experiences from not seeing the future have made me quite happy." Despite hearing the explanation, Raiden's worry did not fade. But, just as he prepared to speak, A name suddenly cut him off. Baek Yu-seol. With a mysterious tone, Rudrick slowly mentioned the teenager they both knew. He is the young kid that you crossed paths with. I heard he was the one who defeated Maizen Tyren. The news made Raiden freeze, his mind racing. That name again. That kid really has something special. Seeming to read his thoughts, the Tower Master denied it once more. It is not like that. Looking out at the vast sky, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly explained. That child is just a normal 17-year-old student, but he hides far too many things. Raiden, however, held on to his stubborn view, not fully trusting that assessment. Impossible, that kid is definitely something else. But Rudrick cut him off. Many unbelievable things happen in this world, so do not try to understand them. You simply need to accept it. Raiden grew deeply irritated, raising his voice. Tower Master. Just as the tension peaked, a sudden gust of wind blew from nowhere, brushing past his face and making him blink. By the time his vision finally became clear, he realized Rudrick had kicked him out. Staring at the endless plains, he could not help but mutter, "Accept it." Meanwhile, a grand towering building stood proudly under the warm light of the vast sky. Inside a room, an open newspaper lay on a table, its bold headline instantly commanding attention. The true identity of the Dark Mage is none other than Stella's alchemy professor, Maizen Tyren, who fell to corruption. This shocking news shook the entire academic world. On Stella's side, Iseol remained calm as she spoke. To think they did not hide this. Sitting right beside her with a hot cup of tea, Edmund calmly remarked, "They wanted to hide it, but there are limits. Incidents like this will continue in the future, and they cannot cover it up forever." Hearing that, Iseol calmly probed further. "Do you mean him?" Edmund nodded in agreement. "Exactly as I said." From the thin steam rising above the teacup, his gaze grew increasingly deep. The roots of the Dark Mages have spread deep into magical society, even magic, and Sola is absolutely no exception. Having said that, Edmund doesn't forget to adopt a serious tone to deliver a warning. You all should be extremely careful. Having heard the entire story, Seoin slowly lowers her eyes, speaking with absolute gravity. Her words make it clear she understands the situation perfectly. In the quiet room, Seoin slowly sinks deep into her thoughts. She had always harbored doubts. A god-slayer, with a corrupted soul, far worse than any dark magic user. This god-slayer once wore the Stella Academy uniform to the very spot where the Dark Mages appeared, carrying Wyfaniol's scent. Connecting these scattered clues, Seoin casts a glance at the person calmly sipping tea next to her, formulating a theory. If they are the same person and Wyfaniol's killer is hiding in Stella, then Edmund surely would have noticed them. He would have sensed that filthy, corrupted soul. Thinking of this, Seoin tightens her hand over her chest in anxiety. Her worry continues to mount, but Stella's barrier magic is top tier. Yet, what if the Dark Mages have evolved? What if their concealment magic is so advanced that even her sharpest senses cannot detect it? That terrifying thought just crossed her mind, but another dangerous possibility immediately follows. She cannot rule out that Wyfaniol's killer has already infiltrated Stella. In the very next moment, Seoin cannot help but wonder if there is more to find. Perhaps some clues still remain in Wyfaniol's secret garden. Driven by a newfound determination, Seoin furrows her brow. She resolves to go and search the garden herself. Meanwhile, Kwanjiang flashes a subtle, highly smug, and mysterious smile. After giving Wyfaniol her new heart, his only task now is to control his leaking mana constitution to grow stronger. He is itching for a good fight and can't wait to test his limits. He eagerly counts down to the weekend. Once the weekend finally arrives, he visits Wyfaniol's garden. Kwanjiang greets her with a warm, respectful, and joyful smile. He asks how she has been, but Wyfaniol spots him and immediately unleashes a non-stop barrage of excited questions. Why did he take so long? Did he forget her? She demands to know how he has been doing lately. She wants answers right this second. Poor Kwanjiang stands there completely speechless from this relentless verbal onslaught. His ears are practically bleeding. Meanwhile, Wyfaniol carefully cradles a glowing magical orb, asking if he has waited long. She reveals she has finally secured the divine beast's heart for him. Kwanjiang eagerly reaches out his hand. His palm is open, desperate to grab the orb. She holds up the glowing heart-shaped magical gem close to her chest. Whispering a chant, a massive, brilliant blue-white aura of light suddenly erupts and swirls all around Wyfaniol. The blinding intensity makes Kwon Jiang squint, raising his eyebrows as he witnesses this incredible event unfold. Isekai clasps her hands together, her feet lightly touching the ground as she stands. Her purple eyes widen in absolute amazement. Her lips part in disbelief before she suddenly begins dancing and jumping around, cheering with pure, unadulterated joy. She can finally move her body again after so long. She's completely thrilled, while Kwon Jiang just watches on. He can only sweat drop and offer a wry smile. But as a realization hits him, Isekai abruptly cuts off his thoughts. She suddenly lunges forward to hug him tight, her face beaming with gratitude as she thanks him for saving her. He feels incredibly relieved and happy to see her safe. But suddenly Kwon Jiang's expression completely freezes in shock. Something unbelievable is happening right before his eyes. Isekai looks down at her hands, her expression turning into pure shock. She stares at her fading hands in disbelief. Her body is acting up and she raises a hand to her chest. Clutching her chest, she tries to stay calm, explaining that this beast heart cannot sustain her physical form for long. She feels herself slipping back into sleep, urging him to quickly put on a set of clothes and her old necklace. Kwon Jiang accepts the items and quietly puts them on, offering her a reassuring smile as she prepares her next move. She offers to guide him to the secret sanctuary, where her friend currently sleeps, and he immediately agrees. But just as he nods, a sudden sound catches his attention. His eyes lock onto a nearby hidden spot. He wonders if someone is hiding there. Real panic sets in as he realizes they aren't alone. He was supposed to be the only one who could enter. Suddenly, his emotion absorption curse triggers. His eyes widen as he peers through the shadows, realizing that the intruder possesses a very peculiar trait. Fortunately, his Spring Lotus blessing instantly triggers, completely neutralizing the dangerous curse. He gasps in shock. Staring in disbelief, Kwon Jiang looks aside to analyze the situation. Without that crucial blessing, he would be in deep trouble. An emotion-absorbing constitution is truly a terrifying ability to face. He takes a deep breath, recognizing the intruder. It is Seo In-hwa. Just moments earlier, her figure had quietly slipped into the area, actively searching for clues. She stood at a distance, lost in deep nostalgic thoughts. It had been so long since she regularly visited when Yafnel was still alive. She took soft steps forward across the dry, barren ground. But after just a few paces, she noticed something unusual and slowed her pace. Sister Jane gently touched a tree trunk, cradling the branches as she joyfully realized she had protected this place very well. Looking around with innocent curiosity, she assumed she was alone. Surely taking off her mask wouldn't hurt anyone here, right? With that, she slipped the mask off. A bright, radiant smile lit up her flushed cheeks in pure relief. It had been such a long time since she last showed her face in public. After deciding to leave her mask behind, Sister Jane gently took in the quiet scenery with a graceful, relaxed air. This place hadn't changed a bit, but suddenly she gasped in shock and instantly scrambled to cover her face with her white hood once again. Sister Jane stood frozen in complete disbelief. This strange surge of energy, her amber eyes already large, stretched wide into perfect trembling circles. They shimmered with sheer overwhelming shock as she wondered, could Yafnel actually be alive? Her face flushed with a mix of deep confusion and utter disbelief. At that moment, Kwon Jiang turned his head back, looking thoroughly confused. Was someone with her? Sister Jane questioned herself in shock, wondering if that boy had. Kwon Jiang tried to step closer, but Sister Jane shouted, raising her hand to stop him, as everything flickered around her, leaving her utterly disoriented. Had he vanished, Yafnel stood in the distance, tilting his head and calling out to her. But she was still utterly shocked by Kwon Jiang's sudden, baffling disappearance. Sister Jane lowered her eyes, her face softening with a mixture of warmth, affection, and a touch of sadness as she looked at Yafnel. She threw her arms around him, squeezing tightly in pure joy. Yafnel, how are you actually? Back, Yafnel calmly explained. He found my heart. Hearing this, she closed her eyes, letting a radiant, incredibly happy smile bloom on her face. So that boy actually saved you. I am truly so happy to be able to see you again, she said with deep gratitude. Yafnel shared the sentiment. I know I missed you so much too. But then he suddenly collapsed right onto her shoulder, instantly ruining the touching moment. But I'm just so tired, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Sister Jane looked at him, feeling deeply sympathetic, but completely understanding. Yafnel, perhaps your heart hasn't fully stabilized yet. She had wanted to talk with him so much longer. A fleeting sadness crossed her face, quickly replaced by intense curiosity and endless questions after everything that had just occurred. Who on earth was that boy? Suddenly, Sister Jane touched her face and realized her veil was completely gone, catching her off guard. Panicking, she spiraled into a state of absolute terror, realizing her face had been completely exposed this entire time. It was incredibly bizarre. He had clearly looked directly into her eyes, yet he was still able to step back and protect himself, to avoid her. How could he possibly resist her curse? Pondering this deeply, she began to form a logical conclusion. Perhaps he was completely immune to her curse. She absolutely had to track him down. Sister Jane felt a wave of nervous tension as a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. He was likely the only person she could ever speak to face to face. She absolutely had to find that boy. Meanwhile, Guanjiang winced as he recovered his mind, racing with practical frustration. If she was going to teleport him, she could have at least given him a smooth landing. He was currently sitting flat on the ground, propping himself up after the rough landing from that magic spell, still trying to make sense of his new surroundings. He had stepped deep inside a cavern. The thick darkness was slowly pushed back by flickering torches mounted along the stone walls. In the quiet cave, Dusan wandered forward, scanning his surroundings. He muttered that since he found a cave, he should explore it. This had to be the right spot. Suddenly, he paused, letting out a soft sigh as he realized he had skipped some crucial preparation. He really should have asked Yafnel for more details. Who could have guessed that Sister Jane would show up out of nowhere? Memories of that sudden encounter came rushing back, and he couldn't help but recall her breathtaking, utterly mesmerizing beauty. She was truly beautiful. He also felt incredibly lucky to have her blessing, but that had still been a painfully close call. If he had faced Sister Jane without that protective blessing, he probably would have gone completely insane by now. Dusan shook his head to clear his racing thoughts, suddenly remembering another crucial detail tied directly to his own fate. Speaking of which, if he had the 3-month Red Lotus blessing, it could apparently completely lift Sister Jane's deadly curse. But with his current power level, that was still completely out of the question. He walked toward the massive door at the end of the tunnel, focusing on the urgent matter at hand first. The moment he pushed the door open, a sudden system alert chimed in, his ears confirming Yafnel's energy signature. Dusan caught a whiff of a musty, long-abandoned scent that smelled surprisingly normal. As he scanned the old room, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a strange object. He stepped closer, staring intently at a weapon resting in the corner, thoroughly amazed. This sword. Dusan reached out to touch it, feeling a strange energy radiating from its blade. At that exact second, a glowing magical barrier suddenly flared to life, forming a powerful shield before him. Dusan hit a solid wall of light, blocking him from making contact. A barrier. I will have to ask Yanel about this later. Putting his curiosity about the sword aside, Dusan headed straight toward the old dusty bookshelves lining the wall. His top priority was researching his mana-leaking constitution, and searching this old shelf might finally yield some clues. He gasped, in pure excitement upon finding an ancient book containing the invaluable life experiences of a wise predecessor. Found it, Dusan eagerly flipped to the next page, carefully studying the details of the mana-leaking constitution. Those born with this condition are incredibly rare. A generation might not see even one case yet. By some terrible twist of fate, I was born with this exact curse. History shows that everyone with this condition dies young, and I honestly believed I would suffer the same tragic fate. But I defied the odds and lived past 40. Although death is finally catching up to me now, if I had realized this truth a bit sooner, I might have lived even longer. This mana-leaking condition is completely incurable by science or magic. It cannot be saved by medicine, science, or any magic. For people like us to survive, becoming strong is our only option. Guided by that exact mindset, I developed a unique method of absorbing mana by breathing through my entire body. Reading this far, Dusan paused, his brows furrowed in deep confusion, breathing mana through the entire body. Still, he continued to dive deeper into the ancient text. He found his answer right below a heart-nourishing technique to harmonize oneself with nature and naturally embrace all things in existence. This is the core foundation of the breathing method. Finishing the precious page, Dusan's chest heaved with pure emotion. A mind technique he could not hide his rising excitement. In short, it was about accelerating mana circulation through his blood to extend his lifespan. There was no more time to waste. He had to start immediately, right away. The scene suddenly shifts to the royal cemetery of the HUMILIATED kingdom, where countless ancient tombstones lay scattered. A fresh bouquet of orchids is placed before a silent, flat tombstone. Her face is completely calm and expressionless, but a deep sadness lingers in her eyes. "Sister, I am here to visit you." 11 years ago, in the HUMILIATED kingdom, a servant's frantic, panicked voice suddenly echoed through the halls, shattering the solemn royal atmosphere. Princess Baek." The young princess's sudden disappearance sent the entire palace staff into a complete state of panic. Where is Princess Baek? Where did she run off to now? Nobody knows, but she must be inside. Find her quickly. While the palace was turned upside down, searching, the tiny figure of Baek was silently hiding behind a massive stone pillar. Taking advantage of the chaos, she slipped away unnoticed, quickly running to hide deep inside a quiet forest. Standing alone by a deserted lake, Baek stared blankly at her own reflection in the silent, glassy water. She picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it hard into the lake, instantly shattering her reflection to pieces. Her tiny body suddenly shrank back, trembling like a lonely little fawn. Out of nowhere, the quiet woods were broken by the sound of footsteps treading on dry leaves nearby. Baek spun around in shock, her eyes widening in pure surprise. Her older sister Ain emerged from the bushes with a bright, warm smile. "Found you, Baek." She walked closer, her voice playful. "I was wondering where you ran off to. But hiding here of all places, everyone back at the palace is frantically searching for you." Terrified, Baek backed away, her eyes filled with absolute fear and caution. "Stay back," she whimpered. Ain froze in her tracks, confusion washing over her face. Before her sister could step closer, Baek turned and bolted, crying out for her to stay away. This sudden, desperate escape left Ain completely stunned. Frozen in place, she could only watch that tiny retreating figure and desperately shout, "Baek, wait up." At first, Baek assumed it was just temporary pity. But the very next day, Ain persistently sought her out once again with her signature bright smile. "Baek, are you here again?" And the next day and the day after that, Ain never missed a single day. She constantly checked in on her struggling sister, always asking how she was doing. Ain always brought little, unexpected surprises, offering gentle, comforting words of encouragement. "I brought this for you, Baek. Things might be tough right now, but let us push through together, okay?" That period was a living hell for Baek. Her grueling training to increase her fire affinity made her feel as if her entire body was breaking apart. Yet the only person who stayed by her side was her sister. Yet back then, she only spat out cruel, venomous words to push Ain away. "What do you mean by us?" Deep insecurity, inferiority, and a massive wave of selfish self-loathing completely clouded Baek's judgment, making her snap. "Stop playing games. How could you ever understand my pain? I never want to see your face again. Get out," Baek believed all of those kind gestures were nothing more than pity. Until one day, the royal physician's words struck her like a thunderbolt. "The eldest princess is unlikely to survive this year. Please prepare yourselves." The exact moment she heard that cruel, devastating diagnosis, Baek froze in absolute shock. Only then did she discover that her sister was suffering from an incurable disease that causes the body to slowly burn from the inside, the most horrific curse plaguing the Adal-Levite family. All the defenses and selfishness in Baek's heart completely shattered. "Sister, are you going through the same thing as me?" In fact, her sister was enduring a pain far worse than her own. Her eldest sister, Ain, was the only one in this world who could truly understand her. Inside the medicine-filled room, her sister looked pale, weak, and completely frail, devoid of any life. Amidst the silence of that room, her sister caught the sound of familiar footsteps drawing near. Ain struggled to turn over her voice, a faint whisper. "Is that you, Baek?" Holding back her tears, Baek slowly approached the bedside and softly replied, "Yes." She gently offered her sister a tiny flower, wanting to give her this gift. As Ain reached out to take the flower, a miracle seemed to happen. Her pale face suddenly lit up with warmth once again. "Thank you so much, Baek." Loving her sister's smile for the first time, she truly tried hard for someone else. Baek bravely ventured out to look, listen, and experience as much of the world as possible just to tell her sister. Every single moment spent by her sister's side made her feel truly alive for the very first time in her life. But happiness was short-lived. In the end, her sister could not defeat the horrific curse and crumbled into mere ashes. Hong Bion realized that the agonizing pain of losing a loved one was 100 times worse than swallowing burning fire. Hong Ein Adol Levitt drifted away like a dying flower in the wind. Returning to reality, Hong Bion pushed herself up. She stood up. She never wanted to endure that kind of pain ever again. The royal family possessed a legendary treasure. Passed down through generations, this mythical fire spirit flower was rumored to hold a power beyond anything imaginable. Simply breathing its scent would summon the avatar of fire into one's body, though it cost all of their magic. If they lost control, the raging inferno would reduce an entire nation to ashes. Thus, it was strictly forbidden. Yet hosting this divine avatar meant obtaining a colossal reservoir of magical energy surging deep within their body. Granted, there was no guarantee the fire spirit flower could fully cure her mana leakage physique. But currently, this was the only path. The mystical flower remained sealed, deep inside the royal palace, accessible only to the king. Therefore, she was absolutely determined. Hong Bion's eyes flashed with a burning fire filled with unwavering resolve and ambition. Before Baek Yu-seol's remaining lifespan ran out, she would become the king at all costs. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The setting changed, leading deep inside a secret chamber lined with ancient bookshelves. There sat Baek Yu-seol, cross-legged. He focused his mind entirely attempting to execute the cultivation technique created by that ancient predecessor. Time flew by. Soon, the morning sun broke over the mountain peak. Baek Yu-seol's face showed clear confusion as countless unanswered questions arose. He had hit a complete dead end, mindlessly repeating the same useless breathing exercises for an entire day. Still, he refused to give up, doggedly pushing through. In the quiet room, only the sound of sweat dripping could be heard. But soon, the ultimate reward for his grueling and relentless efforts was about to arrive. The Great Spirit Method had been successfully created. Hearing this game-changing notification, Baek Yu-seol was ecstatic. It was a success. He immediately opened his status window to inspect the newly unlocked details. The Great Spirit Method allowed him to research registered skills to strengthen or weaken them at any time. The breadth of the divine skill was categorized as a subordinate skill and integrated directly into the Great Spirit Method. The Great Spirit Method has been enhanced. Baek Yu-seol stared at his hands, unable to hide his sheer amazement. Was the breath of the divine truly registered as a subordinate skill now, even if he couldn't use it often? Due to the divine beast's corruption, the mana circulation rate in his blood would still increase significantly. Its overall effectiveness was vastly superior to before. Right then, memories of his past brutal defeats flashed back. He swore he would never let himself be beaten so helplessly again. Fortunately, there was something he wanted to test. Let's do this immediately. Baek Yu-seol sat perfectly still, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing to the new method. Activating the Great Spirit Method, he promptly pulled up the status window to check the shifts. Level 3, Mana Leakage Constitution. Seeing the numbers jump on the screen, he was completely blown away. This was insane. To think a newly acquired skill could boost his stats this much right off the bat. This incredible start acted like a powerful catalyst, fueling the fire of determination burning inside him. A warm, glowing golden energy began to swirl around, enveloping and gently wrapping around Baek Yu-seol's entire body. He raised his sword parallel to his face, aligning the tip right between his eyes as he prepared his next move. The magic sword Terryphone can actually materialize a portion of the mana that leaks out of his body into physical form, as a sword. But because that power was incredibly weak, he had to combine it with advanced gear made by the Altea academic faction. However, the real reason he couldn't use Terryphone properly was simply because his own raw strength was still far too weak. But what if he infused Terryphone with the power boosted by his ether breathing technique instead, without wasting? Anytime hesitating, Baek Yu-seol immediately put his theory to the test and focused his mana. Magic power from the surrounding area swirled fiercely into the blade, glowing with an intense golden light, when suddenly an agonizing pain struck him. It threw Baek Yu-seol's mind into complete chaos, making it impossible to endure the overwhelming pressure. His fingers began to tremble and lose their grip, dropping Terryphone right onto the floor. Collapsing to one knee, a sharp pain shot through his chest, as if he had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Catching his breath, he began to analyze his experiment once again. Was combining active mana concentration with his ether breathing just too much to handle? Exhausted, Baek Yu-seol leaned back against the wall, his mind still racing. Right now, activating ether breathing took 10 minutes, and adding active mana gathering on top made it virtually impossible to use in real combat. Still, his eyes lit up with hope as he remembered the results from earlier. It wasn't completely impossible. He picked up the weapon, his resolve growing even stronger. For a brief second, the sword's form had actually materialized. With enough training, he knew he would be able to wield it at will. After all, there were no shortcuts on the path he chose, meaning he had no choice but to take it slow. The scene suddenly shifts to the celestial flower forest, where a majestic white castle stands hidden deep within the mountains. From a window, a melodious voice announces their decision to reward the outstanding students of Stella Academy, who successfully repelled the recent surprise invasion by the dark mages. Reflecting on the recent chaos, Queen Sioran decided to delegate this duty, explaining that she could not personally appear in front of a crowd. She requested her royal aide Ozenha to attend the ceremony on her behalf. Hearing the order, the loyal assistant of the Spirit Queen bowed respectfully, agreeing to do so. Observing his utter dedication, Sioran sighed, with relief, saying she was truly fortunate to have him by her side. Despite her high praise, he remained humble, stating it was only natural for a loyal servant. Hearing his modest response, Sioran gently disputed his words. She insisted that thanks to Ozenha, she was able to accomplish so much. His usually calm and rational voice wavered, showing a rare hint of emotion as he thanked her. Suddenly remembering something vital, she stood up to bid him goodbye, saying she had to leave. Seeing Sioran's unusually hurried demeanor, Ozenha was caught off guard, asking if she had urgent matters to handle. She paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She told him not to worry, claiming it was just personal business. Knowing better than to pry into her life, he respectfully bowed and saw her out. The heavy doors clicked shut, completely sealing the room from the outside. Once left entirely alone, the rigid and professional demeanor of the royal assistant vanished without a single trace. It had been months since they last met in private, yet their meeting ended in an instant. He stared blankly into the empty space, his cheeks flushing a sudden deep red. Ironically, the main reason Queen Kakatsioran chose Ozenha as her royal assistant was because of his powerful immunity to her legendary curse. Yet, long before that selection ever happened, Ozenha had already fallen victim to her most potent curse. The true reason he sought this prestigious royal position was simply his deep love for Kakatsioran. Shaking off these lingering thoughts, he decisively stood up from his chair, and clearing his throat, he wondered aloud what that personal matter was. Was she still searching for the god killer? Even if he could never see her face, he vowed to do absolutely anything just to make his queen smile. A few days later, a loud, clear voice echoed across Stella Academy, breaking the silence of the campus. To recognize their bravery in defeating the dark mages during the spirit signing ceremony, the Heavenly Spirit Wood Council decided to award medals to the outstanding students involved. At today's ceremony, Royal Aide Ozenha represented the Spirit Queen herself to attend. The award ceremony was officially underway. First S-Class first-year mage Baek Yu-seol was called up to receive his honor, recognized as a shining example for his fellow academy students. The moment his name was read, a massive crowd of reporters began snapping pictures, their camera flashes lighting up the entire room in a rapid, continuous sequence. Standing right at the center, Ozenha prepared to present the award. This public display was the key, showing the dark mages that the alliance between humans and spirits remained absolutely unbreakable. He delivered his dry, emotionless congratulations. "Congratulations," the assistant says emotionlessly. Baek Yu-seol politely returns the greeting with a cold expression. "Thank you." Yet, in that brief moment when the two-eyed Ozenha suddenly feels a cold shiver run straight down his spine. For some reason, this student gives off such an incredibly annoying vibe, carrying a bizarre pressure. Taking a deep breath, the assistant moves on to the next person. Next is the Class S freshman Baek Yu-seol. Still receiving the same flat scripted congratulations, Ozenha does not even bother to fake any enthusiasm. He drops the same lazy line of congratulations, but right in that very split second, a bizarre, unique energy strikes his soul directly, sending a massive shockwave through his entire body. This sudden surge and Ozenha's bizarre, violent shudder leave Baek Yu-seol standing there in complete and utter confusion. The awkward tension on the podium of honor immediately catches the attention of the surrounding crowd. Assistant, is there a problem? Realizing he almost lost his royal composure in front of hundreds of cameras, he quickly takes a deep, stabilizing breath. No, it is nothing, he plays it off. But once the ceremony ends, Ozenha locks his eyes onto Baek Yu-seol's retreating figure. Why did he feel Yo's divine energy radiating from that mere student? A shocking, world-shattering theory suddenly flashes inside his mind. Could this kid be the infamous God Slayer? That terrifying realization acts like a master key, unlocking a flood of dark secrets. It makes perfect sense. From the very beginning, the idea of two ordinary students defeating a high-ranking threat was highly suspicious. But if he is actually a monster capable of hiding his true face and his corrupt fallen soul, then surviving a Level 6 threat and infiltrating Stella Academy would be nothing more than child's play for him. It all fits together so nicely. As these thoughts consume him, Ozenha's heart races with a wild, fanatical excitement like never before. This is his golden ticket. If he can capture this killer and present him to his master, the master will be absolutely thrilled with the offering. Perhaps he might even win the ultimate favor of his lord. But being the cold, ambitious man that he is, he quickly suppresses his overwhelming excitement. He cannot afford to be sloppy. He must gather solid, undeniable evidence first. That student's name is Baek Yu-seol. Deep down, Ozenha has already branded him as the one and only suspect. He is determined to expose Baek Yu-seol's true identity no matter what. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol has absolutely no idea that he has officially caught the attention of such a dangerous predator. Now the first-year students are introduced to a brand new class taught by a newly appointed academy instructor named Professor Fidelos. Bearing an incredibly kind and gentle appearance, she welcomes them, saying, "Today we will meet our adorable divine beasts." Excited cheers instantly erupt across the training grounds. But just moments later, the initial excitement turns into pure frustration. One student violently pulls his hair, completely losing his mind as he screams at the empty space in front of him. "What on earth do you actually want from me?" Another student is stuck in a similarly helpless, desperate situation, weeping and pleading with his beast, saying, "First you want this, then that. Please just tell me what to do." Watching her students struggle in these hilarious, tearful interactions, Professor Fidelos gently covers her mouth, letting out a soft giggle. "You are doing beautifully. Remember, familias are only visible to their contractors until your mutual synchronization becomes high enough." But from a quiet corner of the yard, an exceptionally calm voice cuts through the noisy panic. "Please go this way." Aisha stands with her arms crossed, her delicate brow furrowed deeply into a tight line as she coaxes her creature. She glares at a small bird with brilliant blue feathers perched casually in the grass. "Budiumum, are you serious right now?" Seeing her star pupil in such a desperate, agonizing struggle, Professor Fidelos quietly steps over to offer some comfort. My, it looks like even the brilliant Aisha is having a tough time today." Aisha startles, quickly looking up. "Professor Fidelos." The instructor leans down close to the grass, carefully observing the vibrant blue creature resting comfortably inside. "Your familia is a frost thunderbird, correct?" Fidelos gently explains the unique nature and traits of this majestic species. Frost thunderbirds are famously sensitive and proud creatures, which makes forming a contract with them an incredibly difficult task. Looking directly into Aisha's eyes, the professor offers her warm, wise guidance. "There must be a special reason for this. A frost thunderbird only contracts with someone special. Open your heart and try to truly understand its inner feelings. Do that and you will surely bond." Hearing this comforting advice, Aisha feels a wave of warmth wash over her. "Will we really be okay?" Fidelos smiles warmly, assuring her. "Of course," with a gentle wave of her hand. A soothing, cool blue mana begins to radiate outward, enveloping the entire training ground. Once your synchronization reaches its peak, a massive, majestic silver wolf with shimmering fur will materialize. You can summon your familia directly to fight alongside you. Just like this. When that moment finally comes, you and your beast will become an absolutely unstoppable duo. A familia will become a more reliable ally than anyone else. So, why not look forward to that moment and keep trying? Standing right at the closest distance, Iseol was completely overwhelmed by that magnificent sight. After talking with her for a while, and giving her precious advice, the heavy weight that had pressed on her heart for the past few days was finally lifted. "Yes," Professor Iseol replied. But even after that, they could not get any closer. After a long period of tireless, non-stop practice, all the energy in Iseol's body was completely drained to the very last drop. She was truly exhausted, her heart tightening with self-doubt. Would there ever come a day when she could summon a familia to fight by her side? While she was drowned in melancholy, the buzzing chatter of a group of students from afar suddenly reached her ears. "Look at this, they made the front page again. Are these guys Baek Yu-seol and Yu-seol?" one of them whispered. Man, I thought we were dead meat back then for real. Just hearing those familiar names in passing, Iseol immediately understood what was going on without even looking. They were in the news again. Ever since that Familia contract ceremony, the news of 2 Stella students defeating a dark mage had spread everywhere. Their heroic story was proudly displayed, dominating major newspapers and media outlets. Iseol couldn't help but recall how Baek Yu-seol reacted to all the public praise. Naturally, he was as indifferent as ever. Baek Yu-seol had shamelessly pushed all the spotlight and responsibility onto his teammate. He did all the work Baek Yu-seol had claimed. Remembering this, Iseol unconsciously clenched her fist and placed it gently over her heart. If Baek Yu-seol were here right now, he would surely listen to her problems as if it were nothing, and tell her that he still believes in her just like always. Iseol suddenly snapped out of it, shaking her head vigorously, to banish those weak thoughts from her mind. No, she couldn't rely on him. She couldn't keep waiting for Baek Yu-seol's help forever. While a hint of sadness lingered in her eyes, deep inside a tiny spark of determination flared up. She had to do this on her own. The next day, the classroom atmosphere completely changed, as the first years entered a different specialized class. Starting today, practical magic combat was officially added, as a mandatory subject. The professor explained this wasn't just due to the incident during the Familia contract ceremony. If they were to live as magic warriors, they would eventually face unavoidable battles against other combat mages. The most critical factor in a duel between mages isn't simply about unleashing raw, powerful magic, but rather strategy, depending entirely on the circumstances and timing. They must learn how to utilize their spells as effectively as possible. Take projectile magic, for instance. Fired directly from the caster's body, it boasts long range and massive destructive power, but leaves the user highly vulnerable during chanting. Meanwhile, coordinate-designated target magic has a shorter range and is much weaker, yet dodging it with normal physical reflexes is almost impossible. Looking down at his highly attentive class, the instructor explained the brutal life-or-death rules of the battlefield. He warned them that target magic's range and reach depends entirely on its elemental attribute. Therefore, they must control their distance and master the tempo of the fight to secure a clear advantage. In other words, they must exploit the differences in elemental ranges to successfully evade the enemy's attack range before pulling them into their own strike zone. That is the fundamental core of magical combat. Suddenly, a life-sized wooden dummy materialized right behind the instructor. He explained that the wooden puppet they saw here only utilizes level 2 target magic and is locked to look forward. Furthermore, they can only use barrier shields twice. The goal of this practical test is to slip into its blind spot and stay safe for 30 seconds, or survive within its attack range for 10 seconds or more. Hearing the rules, Iseol immediately realized this task was brutal. With only 2 shields, surviving 10 seconds inside that range seemed virtually impossible. Meanwhile, Flame focused on analyzing the tactics seriously to find a loophole. She thought they must use the first shield to analyze the dummy's attribute and attack patterns. Baek quickly devised a viable strategy based on the flow of the match, thinking that the second shield would block the target magic while they slipped into the blind spot. At that moment, all the surrounding students shared the exact same exhausted thought. Easier said than done. And so the practical test finally began, under the supervision of Professor Lee Han. As the signaling bell rang, the wooden dummy suddenly moved, unleashing a fierce wave of fire magic. Fail. Next, another student got blasted by the puppet's heavy earth magic and was sent flying. Mud splattered everywhere, ruining their clothes. Aiden fail. Next up was Hajun. Thanks to his tall build and his highly agile movements, he brilliantly managed to survive on the field much longer than those before him. However, that struggle did not last long against the dummy's relentless onslaught. In just a single second, a tiny slip-up and a sharp ice blade grazed right past his chest. Just like that, Hae-won-ryong failed. Meanwhile, the majority, other academy students also failed their practical exam. Only a tiny elite group of prodigies easily neutralized the trial and passed the test. Gong Ha-rin passed, Ma Yu-sung passed as well. Looking down at the results sheet in his hands, the teacher's face instantly turned dead serious. Out of everyone, the only ones who had actually passed were Gong Ha-rin and Ma Yu-sung. But both of them chose to infiltrate the blind spots instead of enduring inside the attack range. True, to survive this, normal reflexes simply would not cut it. After all, the casting speed of that level 2 target magic is a mere 0.1 seconds. To dodge, that one has to read the flow of mana and break completely past the limits of human, physical capability. Pushing those tactical thoughts aside for now, the instructor watched as the next challenger stepped up to the stage. Baek Yu-seol stood ready for combat, closing his eyes and drawing a deep breath to steady his racing heartbeat and focus the mana flowing inside him. Memories of brutal life or death battles flashed through his mind, offering invaluable lessons. In the past, he always relied on his sixth sense to predict danger and keep himself out of harm's way before engaging in a fight. Now Baek Yu-seol locked his eyes onto the wooden dummy, prepping to unleash its next assault on him. But ever since mastering the Taeryung divine art, his sixth sense had evolved to a completely different tier of power. A daring idea sparked in his mind. He wanted to test his limits and see if he could actually dodge magical attacks point blank using only his upgraded intuition. And then the signal echoed across the training hall, and the exam began. A brilliant golden mana suddenly flared up, swirling intensely around Baek Yu-seol's entire body, with pure power. Simultaneously, the wooden dummy's dead eyes flashed a menacing crimson locking target. But our main character tilted his head with blistering speed, moving so fast his body dissolved into a blur of afterimages. The very instant he moved, a sphere of overwhelming force whistled right past him. He seriously did not expect such high-level spellcraft to be thrown at him during a routine test. This was absolutely insane. It was not a basic element but actual space magic, a type rarer than light attribute magic, and this training dummy is just casually throwing it around like nothing. Shaking off the initial shock, Baek Yu-seol regained absolute composure, gently closing his eyes and letting his senses relax completely. To feel the subtle ripples in the air, he needed to focus and read the warp of space itself and find the pattern. Ditching any sense of panic, he took a slow, deliberate step forward to test the waters, step by step. As another energy blast shot out, he stayed cool under fire, dodging with surgical precision. Every single time he slipped past the attacks by a mere hair's breadth, with zero wasted motion. To an outsider, his movements seemed slow, but his defensive angles were so ridiculously precise that every single vector of attack was completely neutralized. And now the distance between him and the wooden dummy had shrunk down to arm's reach. Right then at that exact second, his eyes snapped wide open, and his golden mana surged violently as he gathered raw magical power. But before he could deliver the final strike, the timer buzzed instantly, breaking the intense silence. Baek Yu-seol passed. He turned to the instructor with a dazed and thoroughly disappointed look on his face. Wait, it was already over. Even a veteran instructor like him could not hide the absolute shock visible on his face, thinking to himself that in all his years of teaching he had never seen a student pull off something that insane. Baek Yu-seol seized the opportunity, hoping to test his freshly awakened skill, just a little more, asking to go again. But the teacher gave him a flat, cold rejection, telling him to get back in line. He had no choice but to sigh and grumble about how stingy the old man was. Suddenly, the soft, ethereal voice of a golden-haired angel echoed in her ears. Flame, listen closely. No matter what happens, we will protect you, so you must, too. The rest of the words dissolved into the air, as Flame stared at the angel in absolute disbelief. After the moment she finally woke up from the dream, clutching her sweating forehead as she sighed. That same dream again. Ever since she used angelic powers to seal Haewon-ryang's dark mana corruption, these strange visions kept coming back, to haunt her sleep. Closing her eyes, she frowned, trying to piece together the angel's warning. What did they want from her? To come with them? Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered her train of thought. Flame, what are you doing? Standing there for, we have to get to our next class. Snapping out of it, Flame shook her head to reassure herself. It was just a dream, right? Meanwhile, out on the training grounds, the instructor's booming voice gathered everyone for combat practice between Class S and Class A. With a stern face, he called out Baek Yu-seol's name. Flame's eyes widened in pure shock. She stared at the two of them, thinking the match just started, and it is already getting interesting. The instructor called out, ordering both sides to raise their wands, and officially declared the duel's start. Kabaran did not hesitate for a second, immediately unleashing his spell. Rise, blue ripples. Seeing this, the watching students shivered in sweat, crying out. Wait, is not that Tier 3 magic? Is that Class A guy really this cracked right off the bat? Then they turned their confused gazes toward Baek Yu-seol. Why was he just standing there like a statue? Meanwhile, Kabarin had an incredibly smug smirk on his face, mocking Baek Yu-seol internally. Defeating a Class 6 Danger Dark Mage using chivalry without any magic. What an absolute joke. I have found you an eyesore since the staff inheritance ceremony, Baek Yu-seol. Meeting you today is just perfect. Kabarin then directed the massive wave straight at Baek Yu-seol. Slam down. In that split second, Baek Yu-seol opened his eyes wide. Without a single hesitation, he instantly used his blink skill to escape. Kabarin smirked in disdain at the sight. Running like a little rat, only capable of dodging. Determined to keep Baek Yu-seol on the defensive, Kabarin launched another strike. Water Dragon Cannon, yet Baek Yu-seol made no move to strike back, casually blinking away from every single blast. Watching this, Kabarin gritted his teeth in fury. Suddenly, 3 targeted magic circles locked directly onto Baek Yu-seol. Kabarin grinned with excitement and screamed, "I have got you locked on Baek Yu-seol," but our main character did not show even a shred of fear. Instead, Baek Yu-seol casually tilted his body, dodging every single magical blast with absolute perfection. The instructor stared in shock, his mind completely blown. Flame broke out in cold sweat, her jaw hitting the floor. But the most shocked person here was definitely Kabarin. He stared at Baek Yu-seol, his mind racing in sheer panic. He dodged all of my homing spells. Is this guy insane? Refusing to admit defeat, Kabarin prepared to unleash another devastating attack. How about this one then? He funneled all of his mana into the strike. But suddenly his eyes widened, as if witnessing something completely impossible. Baek Yu-seol simply swung his sword cleanly, slicing Kabarin's spell in half. The Class A mage stood there face pale, unable to accept this ridiculous reality. Suddenly, a massive downpour of rain drenched Kabarin, soaking him to the bone. Right then, you and I hear the instructor call out, "Match over, lower your wands, everyone." Immediately, the crowd of students erupted. Did you see that Baek Yu-seol is an absolute monster? I guess the rumors about him taking down that Class 6 Danger Dark Mage are actually true. Next, the instructor called for the next duel, Jeremy Skelvin versus Ma Yu-seong. As they stepped up, Flame wiped the sweat from her forehead deep in thought. He did it again. Is he planning to show off his real power now? Well, since he even defeated Ma Yu-seong, there is no reason to hide. Baek Yu-seol, that move just now was insanely cool, Flame exclaimed in awe, staring at him. But she knew that. What Baek Yu-seol actually needed to hide was his secret knowledge of the future, not his actual magic abilities. Suddenly, Jeremy's massive weapon, radiating a blinding golden light, slammed directly into the ground right in front of his opponent. The instructor immediately halted the duel, ordering them to lower their wands. Jeremy stood there with a smug smirk, narrowing his eyes. The watching crowd went wild. It has been less than a minute, and the match is already over. As expected of the Crown Prince, Jeremy then turned toward Flame, waving confidently. Spotting him, she groaned in absolute annoyance, breaking out in sweat. Ugh, he is doing it again. Getting involved with him is pure trouble. I will just pretend I did not see. Instead, she ran straight to Baek Yu-seol. Hey, old man, you actually did pretty well out there. Baek Yu-seol sighed, scratching his head. Who are you calling old man, huh? Flame shrugged casually. Well, who else fits the description around here beside you? Watching them, Jeremy's smile instantly vanished. He muttered in a dark tone, her again, I really did not want to resort to this, but you leave me no choice. Meanwhile, night fell, wrapping the school dorms in deep darkness. Flame dragged herself back to her room, yawning from sheer exhaustion. I am so tired. Who knew that at my age I would still be stuck going to school? She paused, noticing her roommate, and curiously asked, What are you doing, Kam Young-ah? Kam Young-ah flinched guiltily as Flame walked in. Flame's eyes locked onto the letter in her roommate's hands. What is that? A secret love letter to your boyfriend, Kam Young-ah stammered, waving her hands in panic. No, it is not. Ignoring her denial, Flame smirked, teasing her. Since when are you dating, and you didn't even tell your roommate? Kam Young-ah sweated nervously, staying quiet for a moment before looking up with a serious expression. Hey, Flame, I need a favor. The scene cuts to room 109's door. Flame knocked on it, calling out, Hey, anyone home, open up. I have something to deliver to you. She scowled with deep impatience, wondering why she had to act as an errand girl. She remembered how Kam Young-ah had embarrassedly begged her to deliver this letter directly into his hands herself. I am so shy, please help me. Since she could not bear to refuse her friend, she agreed, taking the letter with a sigh. She continued her annoyed train of thought. Seriously, high schoolers these days had zero discipline. They should have at least waited to see who was receiving it. Folam's quiet grumbles echoed through the empty hallway. It would have only taken a single moment to find out. Right then, the door opened and someone stepped out casually, saying, "Hello, Folam." The moment she saw who it was, Folam froze in disbelief. What on earth? Why was he standing here? In front of her, Jamie simply tilted his head with a smirk. "Were you calling for me?" Jamie asked, his gaze drifting to the letter in her hand. "What do we have here? Is that a letter for me?" Frowning with clear annoyance, she replied. "No, your friend asked me to deliver it. My job is done, so I'm leaving now." After handing it over, she quickly turned away, completely unaware of the dark, scheming smile spreading across Jamie's face behind her. His eyes gleamed with a deep, calculating malice. Suddenly, he gestured toward the shadows, calling out, "You can come out now." A girl holding a glowing blue magic sphere stepped out from her hiding spot. In a cold, low voice, Jamie demanded to know, "Did you finish editing the photo?" Hesitating, she handed the orb to him, saying, "Here it is." He snatched it, a satisfied smirk forming on his lips. Looking at Folam's captured image within the glowing blue orb, Jamie laughed. "Not bad, you actually got a great photo of her." The next morning, Folam walked down the school hallway with her usual calm face, completely unaware that every single student was staring at her. Sensing the heavy tension, she broke into a nervous sweat. She could not help but wonder what was wrong with the atmosphere today. Lost in thought, Folam accidentally bumped right into another student. Instantly, the girl glared at her with pure disgust, raising her voice in anger. "Hey, watch where you are going," the girl then sneered, adding, "Though I guess someone as short as you can't even see over the crowd." That insult pushed Folam right over the edge. Without wasting a single word, she reached out and grabbed the snobby girl. Yanking her by the collar, she ignored the girl's terrified scream and delivered a brutal, bone-crushing headbutt straight to her face. Clutching her throbbing forehead, the girl shrieked in absolute agony. "Are you crazy? What is wrong with you?" Folam just glared down at her. "Keep talking if you want another round," Folam warned. Furious and trembling, the girl screamed back, "What? You are completely out of your mind. How could a violent psycho like you be dating young Master Jamie?" Hearing that shocking statement, Folam froze in her tracks. Stunned, she slowly turned around and demanded in a cold voice, "Repeat that, right now." Though boiling with rage, she forced a smile. "Who did you say I am dating?" Scattered on the desk were spy photos showing her handing that letter over to Jamie yesterday. The images made it look like a secret love confession. Realizing the trap, Folam clutched her head and let out a frustrated scream. How did these photos get leaked everywhere? Taking a deep, shuddering breath, she closed her eyes, trying desperately to regain her composure. Calm down, she thought. She did not even need to think to know who was behind this. Opening her eyes, she realized the truth. She never imagined they would go to such extremes. How could she clear her name? Just then, the teacher's voice broke the silence. "All right, that is all for today." As soon as class ended, she packed her things and began to listlessly walk out. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out Folam. She closed her eyes and let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. It was finally happening. Wearing a dazzling, perfectly crafted smile, Jamie tilted his head and asked, "Would you like to grab some dinner with me tonight?" The surrounding classmates immediately erupted into whispers. Jamie came to find her himself. So the crazy rumors were actually true. No one expected the school's prince to be involved with Folam. She stood there, sweating, staring at him as she bit her lip. She knew that even if she denied it now, Jamie would easily spin another lie to keep the rumor alive. Running was useless. In times like this, she had to play her cards right. Mustering her courage, she raised her voice. "And why on earth would I go out to eat with you, Jamie?" Froze for a fraction of a second, but quickly recovered his smug smile. "My mistake, I should have been more discreet. I did not realize you were this shy." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Stop right there. Why do you keep acting like we are close?" Jamie stopped in his tracks, turning his head back in surprise. With a serious expression, Folam loudly declared to the entire room, "I already have a boyfriend." Her words left him utterly speechless. The surrounding classmates gasped in absolute disbelief at the sudden bombshell. Meanwhile, sweat dripped down her face as she panicked inside. "The person I am dating is..." She hesitated. Her mind raced frantically, desperately searching for a guy who could bail her out. Out of all the guys in class, S5 who was reliable enough, suddenly a name flashed in her head. She blurted out Bryson. Jamie's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the unexpected name. Meanwhile, she stood tall and firmly declared, "Bryson is my boyfriend." Whispers broke out instantly, as everyone stared in utter disbelief. However, no one was more shocked by this sudden turn of events than Jamie himself. Pulling out the original letter, Fulham raised her eyebrow and threw the truth right back in his face. "I only handed you that letter yesterday because a classmate asked me to." "Why would a girl who is already taken do that? Why on earth would I go to your room?" Flem says, shoving the letter into his chest. "Excuse me, I have to go. I am having dinner with Doosan." With that, she leaves a silent Jamie behind. Right then, a sinister message pops up, warning that a single slip of the tongue means death. But he just smirks, letting out a dark, deeply unsettling laugh. Clearly, things won't be easy. Cut to a super fancy restaurant where Doosan sits completely stunned with his jaw on the floor. He blurts out, "Wait, so what exactly am I to you?" Avoiding his gaze. Flem stutters, "My boyfriend." Hearing this, he looks totally baffled. How did they even get here? She hangs her head in embarrassment, mumbling, "Look, I had a really good reason." Doosan stuffs a piece of meat into his mouth, his eyes narrowing. "Is this about those crazy rumors spreading around this morning?" If playing boyfriend helps her completely dodge Jamie's route, which has a 99% chance of a bad ending, then this price is incredibly cheap. So he makes his choice. "Fine, if it helps you, I will do it." Hearing this, Flem cannot hide the sheer joy on her face. She beams and declares, "Thank you, I will treat you to delicious meals all the time to make up for it." Doosan, however, is deeply curious. "But why did it have to be me?" She blues, totally flustered. "Well, that." Cold sweat dripping Flem nervously looks up. She silently panics, thinking, "I can't just tell him that he was the first person who popped into my head, right?" Meanwhile, Doosan just happily chews his food, raising an eyebrow. "So good." Suddenly, Flem speaks up with a hesitant voice. "It is just if it causes trouble for you or Guanyang, that would be bad." Doosan casually responds, "Wow, that sounds pretty annoying." To dodge the topic, she yells, "Excuse me, can we order more food?" She is totally startled. Then Flem speaks up again. "I really feel like I'm dragging you into this." Doosan gives her a blank stare. "What do you mean?" Flem nervously looks away, muttering that it is actually nothing. Seeing her hide things, Doosan sighs in disappointment, thinking it is pretty boring. Meanwhile, she clenches her fists and worries. Baek Yu-seol literally regressed because of his deep love for Isekai. If getting involved with me makes her misunderstand, what am I supposed to do? Knowing that and still asking him for help makes me look like a snake flirting with my friend's crush. It is so shady. But then, a sudden realization hits Flem. Could this fake relationship actually be part of his grand plan? A master plan to protect Isekai from Jamie, because in the original story, Jamie definitely tried to lay a finger on her. Wow, is this the epic scale of a regressor doing everything for love? She suddenly brightens up and calls out, "Hey boss, can we order more food? Eat up and do your best." Doosan breaks into a cold sweat, quickly trying to stop her. "Hey, the table is literally packed with food. Please do not order more." In the end, Doosan agrees to act as her boyfriend for exactly 1 month. The very next day, during combat magic practice, Doosan is paired up with a furious Hong Byeon, whose glare is sharp enough to rip him to shreds. Now he has to partner up with her while she is practically radiating pure fury. Doosan looks at Hong Byeon's fiery anger and sighs in exhaustion. What is her deal today? Is her mood really that bad, or is it just his imagination? Meanwhile, the girl is absolutely fuming inside her anger, reaching a boiling point as she plans to blast this annoying commoner with magic, even if she cannot explain why. Doosan, breaking into a nervous sweat, tries to cautiously speak up. But Hong Byeon completely cuts him off coldly, warning him that this will not be like their last fight. Doosan, the commoner, can only stare in sheer confusion. But before he can react, a massive swarm of burning fireballs materializes right behind her. Without a single shred of mercy, Hong Byeon unleashes the blazing assault directly at his head. The massive fireballs smash into the ground, triggering a terrifying explosion. The watching classmates can only look on in absolute horror. They all think the same thing: she is terrifying. Her cold ruby pink eyes lock onto the smoke, scanning for any movement. Fortunately, Doosan manages to vault backward, barely dodging the lethal blast. He catches his breath, breaking into a cold sweat. That was close, he almost died there, but his opponent is not done yet. Another glowing magic circle flares up beneath Hong Biyon's feet. She launches another ruthless attack. In an instant, roaring flames swallow the entire arena, followed by a painful shout from Doosan. Hearing his agonizing cry, Flem breaks into a nervous sweat. She watches the massive blaze, wondering if Doosan did something to seriously offend her today. Just then, some students right next to her start cheering at the top of their lungs. "Go, princess, keep it up." Dumbfounded by this, Flem turns and asks them, "Wait, what are you guys even doing?" One of the guys turns to her with a casual grin. "What does it look like? We are totally cheering her on." She looks skeptical. She always thought Baek Yu-seol and Hong Bi-yeon were close since they are in the same club, but this is wild. There is pure bloodlust behind those cheers. But as she glances over at Isekai, she gasps in shock. "Wait a minute." Flem cautiously whispers, "Don't tell me you are cheering for Hong Bi-yeon too, Isekai." Hearing this, Isekai jumps, stammering me. I am just watching the match." Flem raises a highly suspicious eyebrow. "Really?" Meanwhile, back on the field, Doosan grins, highly amused. "Blow him away, princess," the crowd cheers. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol is gasping for breath, completely worn out as he desperately tries to block the oncoming attacks. While dripping with sweat, he blocks her strikes and groans internally. Her attacks are incredibly fast and overwhelming. If only he had a few seconds. Even a brief 5 or 10 seconds would be enough for him to focus his mana and slash them to pieces. But then, a massive explosion of fire erupts. Flames burst from every corner as pillars of fire erupt, flaming arrows rain down from all sides, and a massive wave of fire blocks his path. Trapped by the wall of flames, Baek Yu-seol panics, sweat dripping down his face as he realizes there is absolutely no way to escape. Suddenly, a magic circle glows beneath his feet, making him flinch. Baek Yu-seol is drenched in sweat, his eyes wide in utter shock. His jaw drops as he senses the impending danger. This suffocating feeling and the trap closing in, he is completely done for. Huge flames engulf the arena. Terrified, the poor guy screams at the top of his lungs, "I surrender, I surrender." Right after his surrender, the instructor steps in. Match over, the teacher announces the final results. The winner is Hong Bi-yeon. Levitt. Looking at the stage, it is almost completely demolished. Hong Bi-yeon stands there, panting, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. "Wait, did I actually win?" Meanwhile, Baek Yu-seol is lying flat on the ground. Covered in soot and dirt, he lets out a weak, exhausted chuckle. That was way too close. He almost lost his life right there. If this had been a real battle instead of a training session, he would be dead. Glancing over at her, he ponders. Hong Bi-yeon might not realize it yet, but her spellcasting power has easily reached level 4. That creative training session really paid off. Just then, the instructor walks over to check on him. "Are you doing all right?" Still sprawled on the floor, the boy plays dumb. "Not at all, teacher. I am literally on the verge of death here." The instructor lets out a heavy sigh at his dramatic response. "If your tongue is still this sharp, you do not need to visit the infirmary." Seeing his teacher acting so cold-hearted, Baek Yu-seol teases back. "If I actually die, I will turn into a ghost and haunt you for the rest of your life. You know that, right?" The helpless teacher sighs deeply and waves him off. "Just get yourself to the infirmary quickly." Baek Yu-seol happily smiles. "Thank you, sir." Just then, a group of girls walk over to Hong Bi-yeon. One of them chimes in, "Princess, you were absolutely amazing out there. We knew you would easily crush that Baek Yu-seol." The poor guy could barely even react to your attacks, could he? Asun looks up, sensing something is off with her friend. She asks curiously, "Princess, are you not happy that you won the match?" With an annoyed frown, the princess replies coldly, "Can you not tell by looking at him?" That guy was holding back. Asun gasps in complete shock, murmuring, "Wait, really?" Hong Bi-yeon lowers her voice, her face serious. "That commoner. He once used his swordplay to effortlessly slice through level 3 magic. But today, he did not even draw his sword once. Instead, he just ran around and immediately threw in the towel." Her face darkens as she recalls their previous practice in the dungeon. Even back then, he barely used any effort, treating her like a minor obstacle. Why is he constantly holding back against her like this? Is she really just someone he refuses to fight seriously? Suddenly, Asun looks up with a sly grin. "Princess, could it be because—" Hong Bi-yeon looks back, thoroughly intrigued. Asun puts on a very serious face and says, Did Baek Yu-seol not say he follows the knight's way? An ancient text I once read said that true knights from the old days would always prioritize and unconditionally pamper noble ladies. The princess raises a skeptical eyebrow. If that is true, then why did he completely thrash the other female students during practice? Well, obviously it means he only spares the women he truly recognizes as proper noble ladies. Don't you think that makes perfect sense? Hearing this, Hong Bi-yeon freezes. Blushing furiously, she suddenly turns on her heel and walks away. What absolute nonsense. Let's just go. She remains completely silent, her face burning bright red as she walks. Watching her princess act so flustered, Asun cannot help but giggle. She giggles softly at her friend's adorable reaction. Secretly, she thinks to herself that the princess and Baek Yu-seol really make the perfect couple. With a cheerful smile on her face, she catches up to her. Wait up, princess, let's head back to the dorms together. When the weekend finally arrives, Baek Yu-seol awkwardly waves his hands in apology, explaining that he has to skip their upcoming club meeting. I have a date this weekend, so I will be out. Aizen looks completely taken aback. Oh really? Baek Yu-seol just grins sheepishly. He had already apologized to Ma Du-seol and Aizen so he could go on a fake date with Fleur. Walking beside her, he asks curiously, by the way, what do normal high schoolers actually do when they go out? Fleur just shrugs nonchalantly, suggesting they just grab a bite. Once his duties as a temporary fake boyfriend are finally over, he heads straight to Yanel's secret garden. But when he sees her, he gasps. He stares at the tiny girl in front of him, completely baffled. Wait. She offers a warm, reassuring smile. Do not worry, I will recover in no time. Skeptical, he immediately presses. And how long is that? She pauses to calculate before replying nonchalantly. Oh, about 1,000 years or so. Hearing this, sweat trickles down his forehead as he mutters. Yeah, that is incredibly fast. Suddenly, Yanel looks up with a mischievous spark in her eye. Actually, I can recover a lot faster. Baek Yu-seol watches her with curious, inquisitive eyes. How? With a gentle, playful smirk, Yanel reaches her tiny hand straight toward him. He spoke up about forming a divine beast contract. Du-seol broke into a cold sweat, narrowing his eyes and asking if she really wanted to forge a divine beast contract with him. Yanel nodded instantly, without any hesitation, confirming it as she happily began sharing her own story. She explained that she used to be weak, but after contracting with Haerang, she became incredibly powerful. Hearing this, Du-seol began to feel completely bewildered. He wondered about Haegun Kang, who shared the same mana-leaking constitution as him. How could she have grown so strong by contracting with someone who lacked mana? What kind of logic was that? Hearing his question, Yanel hesitated to speak. She sheepishly asked about that while Du-seol raised an eyebrow in curiosity. But then, she completely dashed his hopes with her next words. She admitted she had no idea. Du-seol gasped in utter shock, but Yanel quickly adopted a serious tone to make her point. She insisted that her massive power-up was real. Stretching out her hand, she pleaded with him to form a contract with her, a sincere look appearing on her small face. Du-seol stared back at her with a doubtful, sweaty expression before hesitantly reaching out his own hand. He agreed, since she was the one asking, warning her not to go back on her word or regret this later on. Yanel nodded firmly in agreement. Staring at the tiny girl, he raised his eyebrow, amazed that he was actually about to form a contract with a deity. Yanel gently touched Du-seol's finger and closed her eyes, and a blinding light suddenly erupted between them. Right after, a system notification flashed on the screen, confirming the successful soul contract with the divine beast. He stared at the system interface, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he realized that despite losing all her stats, she still possessed so many unique traits. A deity truly remained a deity, and he had inherited 3 traits thanks to their high affinity. She was absolutely thrilled, flying in circles around him while cheering happily about the contract they had just successfully formed. Du-seol curiously examined his new skills. He noted that self-purification cleansed any corrupted body using the power of nature, but questioned the Whisper of the Wind skill. Could it actually read air currents? It would surely be highly useful in combat. He tapped on another skill called Flower Memory, wanting to know more as the skill description immediately popped up on screen. It stated that smelling floral scents would grant traits corresponding to the flower's meaning. He turned to ask Yanel about this particular power, wondering what kind of ability Flower Memory actually was. The little spirit hesitated before giving him a shy answer. She admitted it simply made people feel much better when they smelled the flowers. Du-sun pressed her for more details, asking if there were any other effects. Yanel happily added that it made them feel happier, leaving him speechless. He could only offer a forced, sweaty smile, thanking her anyway. But she gently insisted that she was the one who should be thanking him. Although this was completely unexpected, Du-sun was glad to have contracted with a divine beast. He smiled warmly, asking for her support from now on. Yanel saluted back with a bright, energetic shout of agreement. Seeing her look so genuinely happy, Du-sun couldn't help but smile as the scene shifted to the International Alchemist Association. In the Alchemy City, a metallic hand laid neatly inside a box. Du-sun turned to ask his assistant about Tethfon's current condition. Assistant Atia inspected the weapon carefully for a moment before raising her eyebrow in concern. She warned him that it looked bad, asking if he had been overusing the weapon. Embarrassed, Du-sun rubbed his neck, admitting that the sword had been completely shattered during a previous fight, and he had used it heavily during his training sessions. He had already suspected something was wrong during yesterday's practice, when the mana flow started weakening. Bringing it in for a checkup was definitely the right choice. Atia smiled, agreeing that although it was incredibly durable, a good tune-up was necessary. She told him he could pick it up right before her upcoming product presentation. Du-sun thanked her politely. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked how her preparations for the big presentation were going. Atia let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, complaining that she was buried in work and felt incredibly nervous about presenting in front of such high-profile figures. Du-sun smiled, reassuring her that she would do a wonderful job. He then asked about the item she would be showcasing at the investment event to attract major backers. Atia looked at him, raising an eyebrow playfully while telling him not to worry about it at all. She adopted a proud, serious tone as she unveiled the custom artifact she had been working on lately. She excitedly offered him a test, explaining that wearing this necklace allowed someone to manifest a cloak anywhere. Although it was still a work in progress, she wanted him to try it out. Nearby onlookers noticed them and began gossiping, pointing out the young student who was rumored to be the co-author of a major alchemy paper. Du-sun nodded and reached out to touch the necklace, instantly changing his attire and leaving him thoroughly impressed. He admitted the outfit was actually quite nice, which brought a satisfied smile to Atia's face as she watched him. She smiles brightly. Right, it has an automatic Tier 2 shield built right in. But right now I don't have the technical skills to polish the design, so it only covers the body. Even making simple sleeves or pockets is a complete dead end. Suddenly, Du-sun steps up and points to the pen clipped on her folder. Is this a mana pen? Can I borrow it for a second? She breaks into a sweat, totally confused while he reaches to press the glasses frame on his face, offering a wild suggestion. What if we draw the boundary lines and particle shrinking paths here, and then add shape memory alloy circuits? Hearing this, Atia is completely blown away by his sudden suggestion. Shape memory alloy circuits. Shape memory. Let me break it down for you real quick. Poet World is an old-school game, so of course it features an avatar upgrade system. Looking like a total genius, Du-sun smirks, recalling that upgrading grants points to add to the circuits. I've already stored all those details in my woodpecker glasses. Du-sun then turns back to her with a smile. Right now, it just simply folds and unfolds. But once we add these alloy circuits, it will actually memorize its own physical shape. By drawing clear boundaries for the particles, creating sleeves or even a hood shouldn't be hard at all, wouldn't you say? Now try wearing it again like this. Instantly, the outfit on her transforms once again. He glances over, curious, and asks, "How is it?" Stunned by the spectacular change, she can only think, "No way. This is unbelievable." The problem we struggled with for over 2 whole months, and he just solved it effortlessly. This student Du-sun is an absolute genius. Suddenly 2 figures rush past, leaving Atia dazed. Huh. The researchers immediately crowd around Du-sun, looking at him in pure admiration. Who knew there was such a simple solution? What if we use this same technique for our other magic items? Great idea. If it were me, I'd add this component right here. Thoughts incredible. Hearing the praise, Du-sun's eyes go wide. He's stunned by the overwhelming compliments. Shaking it off, Du-sun calls out to his assistant. Atia, come over here for a second. She smiles warmly and nods in agreement. After finishing up, he prepares to leave, but not before waving a cheerful goodbye. All right, I'll head out first. Keep up the great work, everyone. But seeing them completely lost in discussion, Du-sun awkwardly smiles, thinking, wait, is anyone even listening to me? Meanwhile, a bright, undeniable joy spreads across Atia's face. Seeing her happy, he smiles, sighs in relief, and quietly slips out, heading home after a very successful day. A massive item revolution is about to explode in this magical world. Compared to modern times, this is like suddenly upgrading from an obsolete brick phone to a powerful smartphone. The massive technical and value gap between standard magic engineering and alchemical magic engineering is simply that huge. Walking home, he silently thinks to himself, even though this is still in development, it's fine. The current technology alone is enough to shock the world. Everyone will shiver once they witness the sheer potential of these items. Sometime later, brilliant fireworks paint the night sky. Over in Alchemy City, the grand Golden Alchemy exhibition is underway, with two mysterious cloaked figures walking among the massive crowd. Both of them wear scheming, sinister smiles, clearly plotting something dark as they move forward with their own selfish goals. Khan looks down with a cold, sharp gaze as the carriage rattles along, carrying two very mysterious passengers towards the city. Everyone is flocking towards Alchemy City. Stepping onto the grand cobblestone path, Duseon and Atia walk side by side into the action. The highly anticipated item presentation day has finally arrived, and we're about to witness something absolutely historic.